action taking place in the logic and metaphysics of being, TW 5, 121, goes only as far as construing individual identity as a fortress completely enclosed by limits and defended on all sides against the different other. The problem with such an identity, however, is immediately clear. It is, for one thing, an eccentric, always displaced, or negative identity or identifying action, and it is, for another, a reductive identity that is unable to express what identity is properly meant to express, namely, true individuality. In both regards, the advance this action makes over and beyond the beginning is only a blocked advance. Hence the merely negative, utterly destructive action, which Hegel indicates as the negative movement of the understanding, that ultimately erases all determination and difference and sinks into the abstract identity of substance, into the sheer formality of an empty tautology, the abstract A equals A, the principle of identity that comes to the fore in the logic of essence, TW 5, 121. 1.2. Advancing essence, acting in / as the middle by returning back to oneself, or Gesetzsein. In the movement of shine that opens the second sphere of the logic, the activity of reflection marks the first advancement of essence. Moving in search of determination beyond and behind the illusion of shine, reflection crystallizes its activity in the reflection's Bestimiengen identity, difference, and contradiction. In essence, determination is reflected, and it is reflecting determination. As in the sphere of being, and consistently with the methodological description of the structure of the advancing action, essence advances as thinking institutes a pause in the movement whereby a different course of action than the one opened up by the beginning takes place. The advancement is made, dialectically, by landing to a position that is an apparently or relatively fixed point in the ongoing immanent movement of determination, a position that allows thinking to pause and take stock of where it is. This was Gesetzen in the sphere of being. In the sphere of essence, it is Gesetzsein, the action that crystallizes the activity of reflection in the form of its being posited. This constitutes the basis from which the determinations of reflection obtain the basis from which essence advances through its essential determinations or essentialities, Wessenhitten, TW 6, 34. The advancement of essence sets out by instituting a parallel with the way in which the first advance is made in being. This is, to be sure, more than an intralogical comparison. For, being is the ground of essence, it is that from which or that from the memory of which the beginning of essence is made. Now, in the advancement, this beginning is present yet again, although in its negation, as aufgehobenes. Moreover, essence advances not only as it compares itself with being but also as it distances and differentiates itself from it and, more precisely, as it shows a more successful way of accomplishing the advance first attempted by being. Accordingly, Hegel signals that in the sphere of essence Gesetzsein corresponds, in Spricht, to Dasein, TW 6, 32. To be posited is also a Dasein, but its basis, this time, is not immediate being but being as essence or pure negativity. Gesetzsein is the Dasein and the action of essence, not of being. Expressing the moment of negativity proper to all advancement, the determination belonging to Gesetzsein is not negation taken in the simplicity of immediate being, but negation taken in its immediate aufgehoben Sein. To be posited no longer means simply to be there, a position as clear and incontrovertible in its alleged absoluteness as we can have. It means instead to have been negated, to have been overcome in this negation, and yet, despite all this, still to be in force of the claim that replaces the factuality of being with the indirect assertion, to be posited. The advancement of essence is an assertive statement that reflectively replaces the self-explanatory factuality of being. Sein is now Gesetzsein. And yet, to be posited sanctions an advancement that is defective and ambiguous insofar as it is placed, precisely as the first advancement of essence, in between and is surrounded on all sides. The peremptory attitude that affirms, being posited seems contradicted by the fact that such positedness appears to be an ambiguous compromise. Gesetzsein faces Dasein on the one hand, and essence on the other, and should be considered as the middle, als die mit, that conjoins, zusammenschließ, Dasein with essence, and vice versa, essence with Dasein, TW6, 32f. Gesetzsein is the action that being in the middle turns out to be the mediating instrument or means, doubly conjoining the two extremes Dasein with essence and essence with Dasein. In this way, Gesetzsein is, properly, a double action. But it is also an action that has a fundamentally double meaning. The claim that a determination is posited and, more precisely, only posited is an ambiguous claim, according to whether the positedness is set against, im Gegensatze, Dasein or essence. We know from being that determinateness is determination against. Now it is the specification, against what, that seems to make the difference. The alternative or the double or ambiguous meaning arises when at stake is the evaluation of which one, Dasein or Gesetzsein, is higher, TW6, 33. Ultimately, this is an evaluation that concerns the advancement of essence over and above that of being. In this competitive confrontation we gain an important new feature of the advancing in essence. In the act of advancing, essence confronts itself with the way in which being was advancing, hence the question, which one is higher? Now this comparison constitutes the way in which essence proceeds in its reflective self-determination. Its advancement is a double action and has a double meaning, and confrontational. While external reflection takes the solidity of Dasein to be higher, Hegel underlines that in fact it is Gesetzsein that is higher. 20. In the act of being posited, thinking has advanced beyond the determination that made the advance of being and is now moving within essence. The action crystallized in the form of Gesetzsein expresses the negation of the return into itself that essence was in its inception, thereby showing, yet again and at a new level, that the claim of absoluteness, even the claim that is reflectively bent back to itself, 21 necessarily leads to the other and is made relative by the other. In fact, Gesetzsein is an other, TW6, 32. This fundamental stance remains the crucial character of the action proper to all determinations of reflection, that is, of the first movement whereby essence advances beyond its beginning. Although Gesetzsein is not yet a determination of reflection, it is the movement toward them and their logical basis. And this makes it into the very action that these determinations perform. The contradictory space, the threshold, as it were, that separates the claim das Gesetzsein ist noch nicht Reflexionsbestimmung from the claim so ist das Gesetzsein Reflexionsbestimmung is covered by the movement of essence's first advancement, TW6, 33. The determination of reflection in essence differs from quality as determination of being to the extent that the latter is immediate relation to other in general, while Gesetzsein is still relation to other but as immanently reflected being in itself, TW6, 33. The other in relation to which the advancement of essence is placed is a more complex other than the one appearing in being. It is an other that being reflected in itself already puts the claim of absoluteness, its assertive positedness, in check as it demands, from the outset, the gesture of turning back, of reconsidering. Reflection that determines is always bent back toward itself, is always and necessarily reconsidering, and hence compromising or at least eventually open to compromise. Moreover, just as in being, in essence the advancement is made by fixating the negativity of the movement in an allegedly solid form. While being lent solidity and a first permanence to Dasein, separating negativity from it, or rather from of the indistinguishable flux of vanishing, now determination is gained as reflection produces the equality with itself, Gleichheit mit sich, that sustains essence even in its negativity. For, having its ground in negativity, reflection is equal to itself precisely in this negativity. While the negativity of being is fleeting and unstable, Übergehend, the negativity that constitutes the determination of essence is more serious because more stable it is, as it were, essential, Wesent-like. Such essential, posited, self-reflected negativity is what gives consistency and permanence bestehand to the advancement of essence. While in the advancement of being negativity constantly mutates and changes, verandert sich or becomes other, in the advancement of essence negativity is a permanent and dominating presence, TW6, 34. Self-sameness or equality with itself is the basis of the movement of reflective determination, the basis of the relations of identity, difference, contradiction. And it is also the basis of the confrontation with the other that, as it turns out, ultimately defines what essence is. The advancement of essence is the attempt to preserve one's asserted, or posited, self-equality. But self-equality is a fundamentally negative stance first of all toward oneself, and it is also a merely empty stance if it maintains its detachment from the other. This, however, is impossible since otherness is built into Gesetzsein from the outset. 22. Self-sameness, then, becomes meaningful only as the action that relates to the other, constantly reshaping itself, constantly rethinking and revisiting, indeed compromising the limits of that self-sameness. Thus, the paradox of the advancement of essence is that while self-equality is taken as the non-negotiable presupposition in the confrontation with the other, it is also that which the confrontational action of essence ultimately always compromises. In this compromised self-equality lies the permanence that negativity receives in essence. Herein the reflected position of the negative equal to itself in its proclaimed positedness, yet carefully operating a balancing act in its being in the middle and in its being a middle and a means, replaces the absolutist claim of being that purportedly accepts no middle ground. And yet, initially, the determinations of reflection being completely self-centered seem to be free essentialities, floating in the void without reciprocal attraction or repulsion, TW6, 34. In their proclaimed essentiality, the determinations of reflections express the rigidity of an action that has become entranced and infinitely fixed by virtue of the reference to itself, an action that egotistically has deflected its reflection in other into reflection in itself. The movement of these determinations is the process that eventually shakes the rigidity and self-centeredness out of them, bringing essence out of itself and out of its reflected negativity, or rather bringing the other at the very center of essence, at its truly essential and destabilizing core. The determinateness of reflection is the relation to its being other in itself, Die Beziehung auf ihr Anderssein in ihr Selbst, TW6, 35. The advancement of essence is the action that appropriates its other and brings the other into itself, into a self that is first instituted by the reflective act of claiming the other back to it. In contrast to the indifferent juxtaposition of something and other in being, the determinateness of reflection is not a determinateness that exists quiescent, one which would be referred to an other in such a way that the referred term and its reference would be different, each something existing in itself, each is something that excludes its other and its reference to this other from itself. The relation now goes to the heart of the essential determination and is one with the other that informs it. In the movement of being, as quality meets its other, it also passes over into other, changing into it. The determination of reflection, by contrast, has taken its other back to itself, TW6, 35. The action of essence is no longer a linear action, something and other, something against an other, the movement of becoming other. It is, instead, the indirect reflected action that bending backward brings the other reflectively into itself, thereby instituting essentiality as that which, having deflected the relation to other in itself, is the negative unity of itself and its other, TW6, 35. Thus, essence advances as its determination is gained by an act of determinate reflection. Accordingly, the advancement of essence is the action of an infinite return in itself, an action that, unlike the immediate and linear movement of being, is characterized by its negativity and is the movement of absolute mediation with itself through the different moments of identity, difference, and contradiction in which essence is present as in its reflected determinations, TW6, 35f. Essence advances, bending back into itself. 1.3. Advancing the concept, by judging, crisis and stasis. Judgment is the action with which the concept advances out of the self-sufficient and self-enclosed totality of its moments and advances in the element most proper to it, which is freedom. Thereby the advancement of the concept is the process that gives determinateness to freedom. In this sphere the challenge of the advancement is no longer the drive to escape the emptiness of the beginning, which constitutes the action of Dasein, or the need to counter the elusive negativity of the beginning, as Schein, with the assertiveness of a self-proclaimed reflective position, which constitutes the action and the statement of Gesetzsein. The challenge of the concept is to dare disturb the self-transparency of the unity of its moments and accept that the only way to advance, that is, to gain further determination, is to divide or split that original unity in an absolute way. For, since the concept being the unity of its moments and being fully present in each of its moments is as such still only the beginning of freedom, further determination must be attained, and since the concept is the movement of thinking in the realm of freedom, the action that advances the concept's determination is free action, that is self-determination. Accordingly, judgment is presented as the action whereby the concept returns to itself by producing the absolute, original division of itself, TW6, 301. In fact, the concept has been in and with itself from the outset. This is precisely the meaning of its incipient freedom. The return in itself, Rückkehr in sich, that is the moment of the concept's individuality, is the position of the entire concept, which never leaves its own totality, TW6, 298f, 301. It follows that it is only the act of an original split Urteilung and Ursprunglichteilung, TW6, 301, that can bring to the concept new and further determination. Significantly, the second moment of the development of the concept, that is, the action of splitting itself, is more original than the unity that the concept is in the beginning and from which that division seems to proceed. Confirming Hegel's view of the beginning, what is original does not come first, it is an advancement over and beyond the first. Judgment is an advancement that remains ambigriff selbst, bringing the concept to a more original, yet also more advanced determinateness. It is a pure action that, unlike that of being or essence, does not need to lead the movement onto another place, to the relative permanence of the forms of Dasein or Gesetzsein in order to be determination that is there or, alternatively, is posited. Being advances in a linear fashion by connecting determinations alternatively indifferent to or antagonistic with one another. Essence advances by reflectively going back to itself, yet is never content with itself, compromising instead of strengthening its own position and dragging the other back to itself. The concept, by contrast, advances in itself, and within itself, it advances by staying where it is, splitting itself, and thereby acquiring a more original dimension that is still in itself. The concept does not go anywhere but only finds in and within itself a more original position. This is the work of judging. In an act of division that is as original as it is absolute, the concept acquires its true determination, but it also stays exactly where it is. Dialectically, in its judging split the concept both radically changes and remains what, and where, it is. This is the dynamic movement of freedom's determination. This is the stasis that defines the concept's predicament in the movement of judgment. The concept's action advances by staying just where it is. This is also the concept's deepest crisis, the crisis that is the act of judging, chrono. Moreover, the concept's advancing action capitalizes on both the reflective positing of essence and being's claim of reality for its determination. Harkening back to essence, Hegel contends, judgment is the determinateness of the concept posited in the concept itself, TW6, 301. My emphasis, referring back to being, judgment is the first realization, Realisierung, of the concept, for reality, Realitat, indicates the entry into Dasein as determinate being in general, TW6, 302. To be sure, the concept is always already determined, in and by its moments. In the beginning, however, such determinateness is merely abstract and subjective, and this means that the concept's action is the action of abstracting. Abstracting, das Abstrahieren, is itself what the concept in its inception properly is. 23. Now, while the concept is the act of determining by placing its determinations over against each other, this Gegeneinanderstellen is properly the unity of the concept, Judging is the act of positing the determinate concept through the concept itself, TW 6, 301. Thus, Hegel underlines that the actions of begreifen and urteilen, conceiving and judging, are two distinct actions, or rather functions, although they are taking place within the same unity and totality that is the concept. Endorsing the terminology already employed by Kant, Hegel notices that the activity of judging is another function than conceiving, or rather, it is the other function of the concept, for it is the determining of the concept through itself. 24. Judging is the other function, namely, the function of the conceptual advancement. It is the action of self-determination, hence freedom. Indeed, the further advance, fortgang, of judgment through its different forms is the progressive determination of the concept, TW 6, 302. Kant had called the action, Handlung, of the understanding in judgment a function of the unity of representations in the synthesis. Function, which Kant opposes to the affection proper to sensibility, and specifically to intuition, is the unity of the action of ordering different representations under a common representation. This action, which in turn expresses the spontaneity of thinking, is the basis on which the understanding's concepts rest, KRVB 93/A68. In the relation between concept and judgment, Hegel assigns to judgment an apparently different function. In its first emergence out of the concept, judgment is not unification, or synthesis, but rather split and division. And yet, for Hegel as for Kant, judgment is an action more original than the concept, to the extent that the source of truth and meaning is concerned, although somehow, i.e., methodologically, judgment comes after the concept as its advancement. 25. Meaning, truth, and determinateness first emerge as the action progresses, that is, with judgment. Meaning, just as judgment, is a function of discursive thinking and knowing, KRVBB 93/A68. Judgment is a split, but, for Kant as for Hegel, it is also a mediated and mediating action. 26. According to the methodological character of the moment of the advancement, the negativity proper to judgment produces a crisis. Herein lies the transformative dimension of the advancing action. Although judgment expresses the concept's free act of self-determination, it also sanctions the crisis of the unity of its moments that in the division or split of judgment ceases to exist. However, precisely such a crisis is the development and realization of the concept, its Entwicklung and Realisierung. Originally, that is, in its etymological meaning, judgment is, a crisis iv. But judgment is crisis, and is an original crisis also because it shows that while the concept in its initial, allegedly autonomous position claimed to be thoroughly determined in its moments, truly no determinateness precedes judgment, as all determinateness, and truth and meaning, first proceeds from it. S and P are, or rather become what they are first and only through the judgment. In their isolation, they are only inert and empty names, and they become something determinate and meaningful only in and through judgment, TW 6, 303. The relation that judgment institutes and that is identical with the split that it produces is the crisis of the unity of the concept. For it shows that such unity is only the relation of self-subsistent, fixed terms, not yet the concrete, fulfilled unity returned to itself from this reality, TW 6, 304. In this way, the concept as a fulfilled concrete unity results from judgment, which is accordingly a more original action. Judgment is the diremption, of the concept through itself. Or, in an equivalent formulation, it is the original split of the original one, TW 6, 304. The crisis that judgment brings forth in the concept's abstract unity through its original diremption or split, or the crisis that the concept brings onto itself in the action of judgment, pauses the process and brings it to the halt of a stasis. In fact, the moment of crisis stasis, that is judgment, is the logical place in which the action pulls together in order to advance by gaining a truly new direction, able to critically discriminate or indeed decide among possible alternatives. This is the properly transformative moment of action, the metaboly in which the new turn of events emerges that brings the concept to its realization, TW6, 302. But now let me get to the story, one among the many stories that may be told to illustrate the different strategies of the advancing or, alternatively, of the not advancing action presented by Hegel's logic. To advancing beyond fanaticism, Moliere's Tartuffe. We are in the last act of Moliere's Le Tartuffe, Oul Impostor, first performed in Versailles in May 1664, 27, at the turning point of the play's plot. Argan has finally seen with his own eyes the action that betrays the impostor and the deceiver behind the devout appearances of Tartuffe. As a consequence, he has immediately and rashly endorsed the extreme position directly opposite to the one he has held so far. Blind infatuation turns immediately to unmitigated hate, unconditioned trust turns into full and indiscriminate mistrust, as he utterly rejects not only Tartuffe but all pious and godly men as such, and with them all claim of devotion and virtue. And here is Klein's sensible comment on Argan's reaction. There you go again. No moderation in anything. You are incapable of being temperate and sensible, you seem to have no idea of behaving reasonably. You must always be rushing from one extreme to the other. You see your mistake now, you've learned that you were taken in by an assumed piety, but what's the good of correcting an error by an even greater one, and failing to make a distinction between a scoundrelly good-for-nothing and genuinely good men? Because an audacious rogue has deceived you by a pretentious assumption of virtue and piety, must you go and think everybody is like him and that there are no truly devout people nowadays? Leave such foolish inferences to the unbelievers, distinguish between virtue and the outward appearance of it. And keep a sense of proportion. V. 1, 154f. Klein's appraisal of Argan's reaction to the latest turn of events sums up the traits of the fanatic that is an absolutist in all he says and does. But the fanatic depicted by Moliere is, famously, a double figure. The fanatic absolutist Argan is the shadow and the instrument of the protagonist of the play, the fanatic hypocrite Tartuffe. The two figures as the two complementary sides of fanaticism are inextricably linked and indeed codependent in their dealing and scheming, as their relationship is precisely what fuels and moves the entire action of the play. 28. The impostor's deception can and does work, i.e., is indeed deception, only because and only to the extent to which the impostor can use the blind absolutism of the fanatic, and the culture of fear he engenders in others, to further his own hidden schemes. The hypocrite puts the appearance of devotion and virtue between his own self-interest and the absolutist's readiness to follow him blindly and unreservedly to the extreme consequences. Argan is the fanatic absolutist, entirely and single-mindedly consumed by one exclusive and totally absorbing determination, which is the devotion he sees embodied in the fanatic hypocrite Tartuffe. To be sure, there is more Tartuffe than devotion in Moliere's portrait of Argan's infatuation, and this artful presentation is certainly the point in which the two figures of Tartuffe and Argan meet. Indeed, there is hypocrisy and absolutism in both characters. Argan is hypocritically mistaking the man Tartuffe for the lofty ideas of piety and virtue. Tartuffe is so completely absorbed in the pursuit of his objective, namely, his material passion and profit, that he appears ridiculous to whomever is not blinded by him. He is a true absolutist not with regard to religion or abstract ideas but with regard to material self-interest. For the absolutist Argan there is nothing and no one else but Tartuffe, not his wife, not his family, not even his honor and property or the value and dignity of his promises. 29. As Doreen, who along with Klein is the voice of judgment, 30 sharply remarks, Argan is just crazy about him. 2. 115, he seems blinded by an irrational passion for Tartuffe. From the outset, even before the two figures appear on the scene, Argan is entirely defined by his crazy infatuation for Tartuffe, and in this he is set against everyone else, on the basis of an equally strong passion. His mother, Madame Pernelle, is seemingly Argan's only ally in the play, at least until its last turn of events in Act V, Scene 3. For Argan, Tartuffe is the one and only reality, the sum total or inbegriff of reality, as it were. Everything revolves around him. The figure of Argan is first introduced on the scene in a comic exchange with the servant Dorine. Upon his return from travels in the country, Argan is shown zealously inquiring about his family at home during the time of his absence. While Dorine is ready to provide information about his wife Elmire and her various illnesses and recoveries, we hear Argan ignoring her account and insistently repeating one and only one question, one and only one refrain, and Tartuffe. 116. Tartuffe is, in fact, all he is interested in. Moreover, what does not receive Tartuffe's approval or the stamp of his devotion is simply to be condemned and forbidden to the entire family. The righteous severity of the fanatic condemns everything and forgives nothing. 31. No compromise, no middle ground is possible. The connection between the affirmation of everything that is positively related to Tartuffe and the negation of all the rest is as evident as it is implacable and absolute. Argan's all-consuming determination is what makes him who he is. Under his influence, he proudly confesses to Clint, "I'm becoming another man." 117. But Moliere shows that the exact opposite is the case. There is no becoming, no change, and no progress in the figure of the absolutist. Hence, advance is possible only at the condition of abandoning the position of absolutism entirely. Argan's single-minded determination instead informs his entire action throughout the play. Such is the extent of the claim of absoluteness raised by the fanatic. The fixed and all-encompassing determination that Tartuffe is for Argan constitutes his Dasein, is the anchor of his being, the center of his world, his only thought, and his only motivation for action. Indeed, Tartuffe is for Argan an idée fixe. The absolutist cannot change his one idea just as he cannot compromise it. He can only affirm it in its fixed absoluteness and radically negate all the rest. Truly, it is precisely this affirmation that gives reality to Argan's idée fixe, not what Tartuffe actually does, which Argan refuses to see. The fanatic absolutist is stuck in his absolute determination. He is nailed down by and to his Dasein. As Moliere remarks in the 1669 preface to the play, the fanatics, the fictional ones depicted in his play and those who have been persecuting him, censuring the play from the start, are not prepared to change their opinion. 99. This inability to change one's mind is a central mark of all fanaticism. The fanatic cannot change his mind because, given his total investment in his one and only determination, to change would mean to destroy the absoluteness of such determination, hence to radically change who he is, to turn one's identity not only into an other but into the other of himself. And this is a risk the fanatic cannot undergo, a step he cannot take. Thus, the fanatic absolutist can only go to the opposite extreme, endorsing the opposite determination in an equally absolutist and uncompromising way. In this way, however, no real change and no real advance takes place. As Clint promptly points out, Argan is exactly the same rigid fanatic when he loves Tartuffe blindly, in all respects and in all his actions, as when he decides to hate him and reject him with his entire being. Moreover, since the fanatic Argan can accept neither dissent nor compromise on the course of action he has set his mind on, he requires total and unquestioned obedience from others. The action of the absolutist is directly and explicitly coercive of others, just as the action of the hypocrite is coercive indirectly. Argan imposes his determination or fixed idea, his truth, as it were on others. His daughter Marion must marry Tartuffe, even if this means to break his previous promise to Valere, let alone to make her miserable. His son Damis must leave the house with no inheritance, given his allegedly disrespectful behavior toward Tartuffe. For the truth, says Argan, is simply what I have decided. 122, a claim that clearly displays the hypocrisy proper to all fanatic absolutism. The absolute is not so absolute after all, it is rather every fanatic's own idea of it. Here lies, importantly, the element of self-deception that accompanies the fanatic attitude. Argan is a père absolu, laments Marion, 126, to whom total and blind obedience is due and who pushes his authority to the extreme, 4, 3, 146. Just as the absolutist cannot change or compromise his determination, he cannot listen to reasons brought up by others and deviating from or in contradiction with his own resolutions. This predicament makes him utterly, and comically, blind to whatever goes on around him and may be in conflict with his absolute. The latter is all that is real, the inbegrip of all reality, and hence is also all that the fanatic can see and wants to see. Whatever cannot be brought back to his absolute and is not in accordance with the devout Tartuffe is either simply not real, is dismissed as the result of the machinations and envy of others, or is labeled as impious and atheist, sent le libertinage I, 5, 118, and as such rejected. 32. Thus, not only is Argan unable and unwilling to listen to anyone in his family who is advocating different interests or warning him of Tartuffe's true intentions, Marion, for example, or Damies, who is trying to make Argan realize that he is acting against his own interest. Most importantly, he is unable to see who Tartuffe is. The absolutist is blind, first and foremost, to hypocrisy, hence, ultimately, to himself. Herein lies the self-deception implicit in all fanatical attitudes. But as Moliere indicates in the 1669 preface to the play, this is also the reason why the hypocrites and the fanatics have no sense of irony. They would not stand for a joke. They took immediate alarm and found it strange that I had the audacity to make fun of their antics or to decry so numerous and respectable a profession. 99. Being blind to everyone and everything that is other than his all-absorbing determination, the fanatic absolutist ultimately wants everyone to be as blind as he is. In an exchange that mirrors the conclusive remarks quoted earlier, Kleint, who, like Doreen, is the voice of reason and common sense against Argan's infatuation, offers an accurate portrait of the lack of judgment and discrimination proper to the fanatic. That's the way your sort of people usually talk. You would have everyone as blind as yourself. If one sees things clearly, one is an atheist, libertine. Whoever does not bow the knee to pious flummery is lacking in faith and respect for sacred things. Kleint's further point, however, concerns the real nature and manifestation of religious piety and truth itself, that is, the possibility of its being counterfeit, its relation to its other and contradictory opposite. And it is here that judgment, which the fanatic is entirely lacking, is most needed. Devotion, like courage, may be counterfeit. The truly pious are not those who make the biggest show. Would you make no distinction between hypocrisy and true religion, hypocrisy et la devotion? Would you class both together, describe them in the same terms, respect the mask as you would the face itself? Confound appearance and reality, accept the shadow for the substance, base coin for true. I, 5, 118. While the fanatic absolutist operates on a simplistic and simplified level of reality in which everything is either the absolute, its all-embracing determination, or its opposite, and the fanatic hypocrite lives and thrives to the extent that the split between the mask and the face goes unrecognized by the absolutist. Only judgment does discriminate between truth and its opposite, and hence has a full-fledged picture of the reality of action. Moreover, while the absolutist is tyrannical in the imposition of his truth on others as well as in his claim of reality, to which censure and negation of otherness correspond, 33. The man of clear judgment needs neither to censure the dissenting opinion and action nor to parade his virtue and devotion with grandstanding posturing. Judgment represents an action that in its being self-contained, in its sensitiveness to difference, is indeed more advanced than the block development of both the absolutism of Dasein and the deceiving doubleness of Gesetzein. Argan's incapacity and refusal to see who Tartuffe really, or essentially, is play a central role in the unfolding of the plot, but also, more pointedly, in the progressive development of the figure of the fanatic absolutist that he embodies. However, since the absolutist is constitutively unable to get out of his all-consuming fixation, only an external intervention or mediation, as it were, seems able to make him confront his own predicament, expose the flaw of both the absolutists and the hypocrites' fanaticism, and thereby bring this figure to a true advance or resolution. Ironically, or dialectically, as much as the absolutist rejects all mediation, he can change only by consenting to it, more or less willingly. This is the function of Elmire's clever trick staged in the central scenes of Act 4, scenes 3 to 8, namely, both to force the absolutist out of his stuck position and to make public the hypocrite's hidden plans. Given that the rushed move to the opposite extreme is, as Klein rightly notices, no true advance or change in the fanatic's mindset, the only advance possible for the absolutist is the complete demise of his absolutism. This is the radical transformation that consists in his becoming the other of himself. Such turning point we reach at the end of Moliere's play, when Argonne, confronted with Madame Pernel's persisting disbelief and stubborn faith in Tartuffe in the face of all evidence, finally understands what it means to be an absolutist, how aggravating and indeed dangerous this attitude is for others as well as for oneself. At this point, in Pernel's absurd behavior, Argonne can see himself, that is, his own fanaticism in action. Despite the cumulative evidence brought to him by his wife Elmire and his son Damis regarding the amorous attentions and inappropriate advances that Tartuffe has manifested to Elmire, 3. Argonne remains unmoved in his blind infatuation for Tartuffe. He stands where he is and is set at that descent. He cannot see but what he wants to see. He neither listens nor believes anything other than what he is already set to believe. He ironically claims, I believe the appearances, je crois les apparences 147, but appearances for him are, circularly, nothing else but what he already believes they are. Given how closed Argonne's mind is to accepting any evidence that speaks against Tartuffe, the way to shake him out of his obsession can only be indirect. Or, rather, should be a way to directly involve him in the very action that he refuses to see and to believe when it is reported to him by others. What would you say if I were actually to show you that we are telling you the truth? 147. Enemy of all mediation, the absolutist can see the truth only if it is immediately and directly enacted in front of him, and not mediated by others. Thus, Elmire presses on, I'm not asking you to take my word for it. Supposing that I arranged for you to see and hear everything from some point of vantage, what would you say about this godly man of yours? The plan is to make of Argonne a witness to the truth of everything Elmire has previously told him, 147. The truth not believed is now reenacted, having the absolutist as a direct witness. But Argonne can indeed be made a witness and see who Tartuffe is only if he is hidden and not, in turn, seen only at the condition that the unilateral dimension of being's action is maintained and yet displaced within the action of essence. 34 The absolutist should be brought to the position of the hypocrite in order to understand what fanaticism is. For the absolutist, who is stuck in the position of being, entirely lacks self-reflection. The aim of Elmire's ruse is twofold, namely, to cure the fanatic of his absolutism, and to coax the hypocrite to drop his mask. Significantly, the way to do this is precisely to go along with Tartuffe's hypocritical action, not to contrast it, to flatter his impudent desires and encourage his audacity. 148. 35 It is not the clear rationality of Klein's arguments that can bring the fanatic out of his stuck predicament. Argonne is completely impenetrable to it, no reasons can persuade him. It is only the very hypocrisy that has blinded him that can cure him. Thus, the action develops as the self-contradictory predicament of hypocrisy is brought to light. What exposes hypocrisy is hypocritical action brought to its extreme consequences. The point is that in this unfolding action in which Elmire encourages Tartuffe in order to expose him, the burden of deciding when the action should be brought to an end and Tartuffe should be stopped is on Argonne. It will be for you to call a halt to his insensate passion as soon as you think he has gone far enough. 148. In this way, Argonne is not just a passive witness but is made to act against his own fanatic obsession, hence he is already made into the other of himself. And, Elmire insists, he must let the action unfold until he can accept the truth. He cannot stop short of mere conjecture, he must be utterly convinced by what he sees. 4, 5, 152. 36. The persuasiveness of no clear argument or judgment. The intervention of no one else could bring Argonne to this point. For the fanatic absolutist is impenetrable to all of this. And yet, as I suggested earlier, the true transformation of the fanatic's position has here only begun. In fact, at this stage, the fanatic Argonne still acts as a full-hearted fanatic. Now he simply rejects Tartuffe as irrevocably and radically as he had embraced him before. It is only at the very end of the play, when everything seems to rush toward disaster for Argonne, that he finally understands how a fanatic like him looks like when seen in action. In a comical exchange with his mother, Madame Pernil, Argonne faces the absurdity of the fanatic's blindness, and deafness, as it were. As Pernil continues undeterred to defend Tartuffe and even claims appearances can often be deceptive. One shouldn't judge by what one sees, v. 3, 156, Argonne cannot repeat enough to her, I saw it all myself, and, further, I've told you I saw his wickedness with my own eyes, escalating, to his total exasperation. This is ridiculous talk. I saw him, I tell you, saw him with my own eyes. When I say I saw him I mean I really did see him. Must I go on saying it? How many times am I to tell you? Must I bawl at the top of my voice? v. 3, 156. 37. This is, indeed, the repetition of the bad infinite that cannot be broken or resolved, it is the finite that cannot advance beyond itself. It is yet another example, and a comical one at that, of the way in which the action of the fanatic is blocked and stuck right where it has decided to stand in its Dasein, in its absolute determination that constitutes for him the only reality. But let us now turn to the fanatic hypocrite side of the story, that is, to Tartuffe himself. Tartuffe is and is not the same fanatic represented by Argonne. Apparently, they do profess the same faith. Their action, however, is fundamentally different. The fanatic absolutist immediately and completely identifies with his absolute fixation, unique and one-dimensional. This is his only reality, and in regard to it he is entirely transparent, perhaps even too transparent. By contrast, the fanatic hypocrite's reality is always double and two-dimensional, always ambiguous, mediated, and constructed. The hypocrite's identity is fluid. He is consistently other than what he appears to be, even though what this other is remains elusive. His action is always split, circumspect, indirect. His reality is the reality of an assumed and asserted posture, the action of studied posturing, as Moliere suggests in his first petition to the king, 1664, 104. It is the act of doing, saying, intending something that always stands for something else and always hints at something else instead of or in addition to what he immediately does, says, intends. This is the action of Gesetzsein. The reality and the action of the fanatic hypocrite is his studied, constructed, asserted posturing, his being as playing a role. 38. First and foremost the role of the ultra-godly man, 104, then the role of the faithful servant to his king, v. 7, 162. Everything in Tartuffe is posturing and duplicity for the pursuit of his objective, that is, apparently, his devotion, but truly his personal profit and material interest. Everything and everybody is for him a means to this end. The action of the hypocrite is always a double action and is always invested by a double meaning. 39. In whatever he says and does there is an outward, public dimension and a hidden, secretive one, the latter negating the former. This is the necessary duplicity of the action of posturing, or, indeed, of acting a part. Posturing never asserts an independent self-standing claim, rather, it is meaningful only against or relative to a background of hidden intentions, interactions, beliefs, which, at the same time, constitutes its intrinsic ambiguity. In addition, Tartuffe's posture receives its meaning relative to the audience for which he is performing, for Argonne or for Elmire. For example, to be only posited, Hegel suggests, is an ambiguous, incomplete claim or determination, the against what needs to be specified in order to give meaning to that positedness. 40 The character of Tartuffe is first introduced at the beginning of Act 3, 2. Moliere underscores his intention of having two full acts prepare the audience for the entrance of the play's main foe, Preface 1664, 100. As much as Tartuffe's posturing fools Argonne, it never confounds the audience. Tartuffe's scheming deceives Argonne, and only him, because he is himself a fanatic, and as such is Tartuffe's necessary counterpart in the play's portrait of fanatical action. To make this point is the function of the first two acts. Moreover, the properly comical effects of the plot centered on the Tartuffe-Argonne relation hinge precisely on the fact that the hypocrite's deception works only on the fanatic. As much as he hides and schemes, the hypocrite is recognizable at once, contends Moliere, and from first to last he never utters a word or performs one single action which does not clearly indicate to the audience that he is a scoundrel, in direct contrast to the truly good man. Preface 1664, 100. The fanatic hypocrite is clearly identifiable because his hypocrisy and doubleness work only on the absolutist, whom he needs and uses for his purposes. Indeed, throughout the first two acts, Doreen, for one, has no problem in seeing right through Tartuffe's posturing, as she immediately acknowledges the discrepancy between what Tartuffe says, the appearances that he wants to convey, and the crook he really is. 41 Tartuffe is placed in the middle of this complex net of appearances. He is defined by the failed correspondence of all the facets implied in his posturing. He is, in fact, placed between the total credulity of the absolutist Argonne and the clear eyes of his family, first and foremost, Doreen, Elmire, and Cleant, and, in addition, he is always placed in front of the audience. As Gesetzszene, Tartuffe is surrounded on all sides. As Tartuffe first enters the scene, we see him asking Doreen to cover her bosom, as such pernicious sights give rise to sinful thoughts. Doreen's answer does not fail to ironically expose his hypocrisy: "You're mighty susceptible to temptation then." 135. The reality and truth of the man Tartuffe is immediately and unambiguously clear to her. His posturing does not deceive her, just makes him laughable. The following scene continues on the same register, only with an even heightened comical note. Tartuffe's posturing, the Gesetzszene he puts on and inhabits, is sketched out in the pompous language with which he first greets Elmire: "May the bounty of heaven ever bestow on you health of body and of mind, and extend your blessings commensurate with the prayers of the most humble of its devotees." 135. These words are as lofty as they are meaningless, and they mask the fundamental vacuity and negativity of Tartuffe's figure. The ambiguity of his posturing, the double meaning of his Gesetzszene, TW 6, 33, is comically revealed in the same scene by Tartuffe's way of addressing Elmire, who has approached him wanting him to exert influence over Argonne and persuade him to respect his promise to Valerie to have him marry his daughter Marion. "I need hardly say how pleased I am to find myself alone with you. It's an opportunity which I have besought heaven to accord me vainly until this moment." 136. The double meaning of these words is made evident in the development of the scene, as Tartuffe pronounces his utterly improper and quite crass love declaration to Elmire. This shows how pleased he is indeed at finding himself alone with her. As Tartuffe is overheard in his disgraceful declaration of guilty passion, 140, by Argonne's son Damies, who hidden in a closet has witnessed the entire scene, and is vehemently accused by him, Moliere gives us a paradigmatic example of the strategy followed by the hypocrite in carrying out his action. While Elmire attempts to downplay the incident and appeals to the general predicament of women in order to seek some kind of compromise, importantly, with the further strategic thought in mind to use Tartuffe so as to change Argonne's mind on the issue of their daughter's marriage, Tartuffe does not hesitate to confirm the truth that accuses him, and to this aim he launches on a pathetic display of self-pity and self-accusation. Here again, however, it is a well-studied posture that he puts up. It is, yet again, a Gesetzszene that speaks, confirms, and hyperbolically amplifies the truth by acting out his own guilt for which he now asks forgiveness. In his posturing, Tartuffe's intention is to mask, and ultimately deny, the truth precisely by affirming it but clearly not believing it, and playing, rather, the role of the victim. He presents himself, or he posits himself, as the victim of human frailty as well as the victim of Dami's personal resentment. And victims should be forgiven, not accused. This is his way to effectively deny the truth by making it powerless, since all accusing force is taken out of it. In the face of Tartuffe's self-accusation, the deed that incriminates him loses all its relevance and value. This is the circling, reflective, indirect strategy of Tartuffe's hypocritical posturing that negates his own guilt by affirming, and indirectly affirms, Dami's guilt and bad intentions by seemingly not doing so. Ultimately, Tartuffe puts his own double-sided reality egotistically front and center, placing it between Argon's blind fanaticism, which believes everything he tells him, and the truth that everyone else sees but is no longer relevant after Tartuffe's contrite admission of guilt. Thus, turning to Argon, who accuses his son of falsely accusing him, Tartuffe exclaims, assuming a contrite posture, "Let him speak. You do wrong to accuse him. You would do better to believe what he tells you. Why should you take such a favorable view of me? After all, do you know what I am capable of? Why should you trust appearances?" 3, 4, 140. All these utterances have a double meaning, as they are taken in one way by Argon, in another by the audience. They solicit answers that are always multidimensional. Some answers are apparent, another hidden, another menacingly obscure. Do you know what I am capable of? In the latter question, why should you trust appearances? Tartuffe's rhetoric has become so convoluted that the appearances referred to are alternatively but perhaps, also, at the same time the appearances of Tartuffe's own pretended virtuous character, for Argon, and the factual appearances of Tartuffe's love declaration to Elmire, for everyone else. 42. While the former seem the intended meaning, the latter is the obvious and inevitable meaning, which the audience connects to his words. The clash and the to and fro between the two produces the comic effect of the scene. This is indeed the advancement of essence that Hegel describes as the reflected movement. From nothing to nothing and through nothing back to itself, TW 6, 24. The movement of hypocrisy is indeed a purely negative movement that reproduces itself and increasingly confounds by multiplying ambiguities but does not achieve any positive result. It is a movement that is no movement at all. It is a self-aggrandizing but ultimately destructive development. The linear repetition of the bad infinite proper to the sphere of being is replaced or reaffirmed in the reflective reproduction of the nothingness of essence. Why should you trust appearances? Indeed, what is it that can be trusted, if anything can? This seems the genuine question ultimately raised by Moliere's play. Moreover, Tartuffe adds, do you think well of me because of what I seem to be? But what is it that he seems to be? 3, 4, 140. At this point even this simple question is puzzling. What the hypocrite's posturing really posits or discloses is an ambiguous appearance that has no consistent reality but only the utter negativity of a mere shine. In its sheer emptiness and negativity, this may seem the opposite of the all-encompassing affirmation of reality claimed by the absolutist. In fact, the two complement each other. The only thing that is real in the appearances put forth by Tartuffe is the instrumental, intermediate character of his posturing as well as the aim of all Tartuffe's actions, namely, the satisfaction of his lust and personal profit. In the following scene Moliere offers yet another example of Tartuffe's indirect strategy, of his affirming by negating and negating by affirming. Tartuffe obtains what he wants by denying that he ever wants it. This indirection, however, works only because he puts Argon in the middle and uses his absolutism in order to obtain the opposite of what Argon believes he is after, and of what he himself openly denies being after. Tartuffe obtains his goal by denying his interest in it and by having Argon negate his own negation, hence by having Argan go contrary to Tartuffe's words and along with his hidden intention. Accordingly, he tells Argan that because of Damy's accusations, the best course of action would be for him never to see Elmire again. To which Argan answers by endorsing the opposite course of action, which is, obviously, precisely what Tartuffe desires, namely, to be alone with Elmire. Here is Argan: "No, you shall see her in spite of them all. Nothing gives me greater joy than to annoy them. You shall appear with her constantly, and to show my defiance, I'll make you my sole heir." 3, 5, 143. 43. We have seen that Argan, or the figure of the fanatic absolutist, does not advance out of his stuck absolutism in the moment in which his absolute, namely, the undisputed model of devotion and virtue that Tartuffe represents for him, crumbles before his eyes. 4-5. 4. In this case, Argan's absolutism simply runs to the opposite extreme but fundamentally remains the same type of absolutist action. The figure of Argan advances only in his final confrontation with Pernil, when he finds himself exasperatingly trying to convince her of the opposite of what her own absolutistic belief holds regarding Tartuffe. 4. In her behavior, and only at this point, is Argan first able to see himself. There are, however, additional circumstances that precipitate the resolution of Argan's fanatic absolutism, hence the progress out of the predicament of absolutism. And these coincide with the circumstances that eventually produce the resolution or the advance in the figure of Tartuffe's fanatic hypocrisy. The turning point of the action of the fanatic hypocrite takes place in the moment in which the hypocrite himself decides to stop posturing and reveals the reality of his intentions, or what he takes it to be. This is not directly the scene in which Tartuffe is found out by Argan and exposed in his illicit behavior toward Elmire. As the previous scene in which Damy's witnesses Tartuffe's love declaration shows, Tartuffe is always able to put on yet another mask and continue with his deceitful behavior if he chooses to. At the end of Act 4, Scene 7, however, we still have to discover another, even more hidden dimension of Tartuffe's self-interested scheming. There is the entire last act of the play still left for this development. As Argan has finally decided to reject Tartuffe once and for all and intimates that he get out of the house without more ado, 153, Tartuffe's answer comes as utterly surprising, for Argan but perhaps even more so for the audience: "You are the one who must leave the house, you who talk as if you were master. This house is mine and I'll have you realize it, Jele faire connaître. What's more, I'll show you how vainly you resort to these devices for picking a quarrel with me. You little know what you are doing when you are insulting me." 153. The surprise here lies both in the obscure content conveyed by Tartuffe's words, and in their vengeful and menacing tone. One thing, however, is immediately and strikingly clear: he is no longer posturing, or acting a role, or hiding behind a mask. What he says, whatever this may mean and whatever its implications, is for real. In this claim we find, for the first time, the true Tartuffe without his posturing. Or, rather, we find the truth of the action that has identified Tartuffe so far, namely, his hypocritical posturing, the truth of Gesetz which lies precisely in its Aufhebung, his essence beyond and as a result of the development of the act of posturing. Argan is the first to understand, or at least to get a hint of the meaning of Tartuffe's words in the next short scene: "What he said makes me realize my mistake. My deed of gift begins to worry me," he says to a puzzled Elmire, "and what is worse," he adds, "there is no going back." 153. This is the beginning of Argan's own advance away from Tartuffe's spell and away from his own absolutism. Reality is suddenly hitting him. This is the turning point of the play and the end of the impasse of fanaticism. In the conclusion of Act V, just before the last reversal in the play's action, Monsieur Loyal, acting on behalf of Tartuffe and serving Argan the writ ordering him to leave his own house, confirms Tartuffe's previous enigmatic words. He declares to the now evicted Argan, "Tartuffe is lord and master, maître et seigneur, of your possessions from now on by virtue of the deed that I be the bearer of, v. 4, 158f. This shift is the reality that the double action of fanaticism has produced so far. What is higher being or essence, Dasein, or Gesetzsein? This is the question raised in Hegel's logic by the middle position that Gesetzsein occupies between Dasein and essence, TW 6, 33. This is the confrontation that necessarily ensues between the fanaticism of being and that of essence, a confrontation that only underscores their conflicted solidarity and mutual dependence, since it is their concerted action alone that has led to this point. Is the posturing and scheming attitude of the hypocrite truly higher or more advanced, pragmatically, morally, politically, than the monomaniac attitude of the absolutist? Who is the master of the house? In the end, Moliere's suggestion seems to be that only once both figures relinquish their fanaticism by advancing beyond themselves, in an act of self-Aufhebung, as it were, can the action truly move on and reach its conclusion. But when the action does move on, what it reveals is the intervention of judgment and of a higher justice. Advancement is possible only as the advancement beyond fanaticism as such, that is, only once the position of fanaticism in all its forms and figures is eventually and completely abandoned, or aufgehoben. Argan receives his property back by an act of the king. But now his condition has been mediated by Tartuffe's own action, itself ultimately a failed action or an action that is in turn itself overcome. The fanatic absolutism of being is aufgehoben. Tartuffe has effectively exercised his mediation, although his criminal career has also reached its end. The fanatic hypocrisy of Gesetzsein is aufgehoben as well, and it is overcome, this time, through its own action. In Moliere's play, judgment and its clear rationality, or the capacity to distinguish, in Klein's words, the mask from the face, appearance from reality, the shadow from the substance, base coin from true coin, I. 5, 118, comes in different guises. Dorine and Klein exemplify the standpoint of judgment and within it express a difference of gender and social class. Throughout the development of the action, they fully understand both Argan's irrational blindness and Tartuffe's hypocritical posturing, which, in their view, is clearly wicked but also fundamentally ridiculous. There is no doubt that neither Dorine nor Klein is fooled for a moment by Tartuffe. And it is obvious that they occupy a detached and higher ground in the action despite their full involvement in it. Significantly, their intervention in the plot does not consist in directly opposing Tartuffe, as Damies does, for example, in the name of truth, virtue, or any other pragmatic or alternatively lofty idea. It is the fanatic, not the woman and man of judgment, who upholds clear-cut and allegedly unquestionable moral values. There is an inner tension or a constitutive split, as it were, in judgment. In their own way, both Dorine and Klein reject extreme decisions and aim rather at a compromise between Argan and Tartuffe. In the face of the extremism that is given free rein around them, they favor a moderate course of action that could rescue Argan without angering Tartuffe too much and ultimately save the interest and the welfare of Argan's family. 44. The standpoint of judgment or reason, in Dorine's and Klein's case, is not invested by a moral or moralistic superiority. It rather, quite simply, expresses the capacity to tell apart those differences to which the fanatics are blind, and to endorse a moderate course of action having the welfare of all in view. 45. In the end, however, the judgment that seals the play and marks the final resolution of its plot is the judgment of the king, a prince inimical to fraud, a monarch who can read men's hearts, whom no impostor's art deceives. The keen discernment of that lofty mind at all times sees things in their true perspective. Nothing can disturb the firm constancy of his reason nor lead him to excess, a firm raison ne tum en null excess, v. 7, 162f. 46. This is the deus ex machina that brings the play to conclusion. Rationality and judgment, which Moliere here presents as embodied in the king, are constant, reliable, and not prey to excess, that is, they are not fanatical but just, they discern the truth and frame things and events in the right perspective, but they also know the long-standing history of criminal deeds that Tartuffe has left behind throughout the years. Moreover, judgment and reason are not inert spectators, they act with authoritative power and sovereign prerogative and thereby seal the play's overall development. V. 7, 163. Does this conclusion imply that judgment and reason are not, or are never, fanatical but are rather, somehow, already beyond fanaticism? I do not think so. After all, judgment comes out of the lesson of being and essence of Dasein and Gesetzsein, which constitute its logical past. Judgment has gone and does go through fanaticism. However, the figures of judgment in Moliere's play and then its conclusion suggest that only judgment, not the fanatical mindset of the absolutist or the hypocrite, has in itself the resources to overcome fanaticism. Neither the absolutist nor the hypocrite has these resources, that is, the discernment proper to judgment. The fanatic cannot advance in his fanaticism, and, more generally, there is no advancement in fanaticism. Fanaticism is precisely the figure of the blocked advancement. For both Argonne the absolutist and Tartuffe the hypocrite, to advance means to radically abandon the mindset that has defined them so far, it requires the necessary and total demise of their defining fanaticism. Whereas judgment may certainly fall prey to fanaticism, it knows how to advance beyond it, still remaining what it is. The fanatic has no judgment or discernment, he is utterly blinded by his absolutes. But this does not mean that judgment cannot itself be fanatical. Judgment, however, is the first cure against fanaticism, even against its own fanaticism. Ultimately, fanaticism is characterized by its constitutive unwillingness and inability to change and advance beyond the standstill that defines its mindset. This, I believe, becomes clear once the typology of fanaticism at work in Moliere's Tartuffe is set in conjunction with the figures of the advancement of thinking's action in Hegel's logic. What we find in Moliere's play is a typology of fanaticism and its overcoming that illustrates, in a negative and indirect way, the different forms of the advancing action at issue in Hegel's logic. Ultimately, fanaticism, in its variations, is a mindset and a modality of action characterized by the impossibility and the refusal to transform itself in its relation to oneself, to others, and to otherness in general. Fanaticism, like the case of violence examined in the previous chapter, is not the description of a monolithic action. And its variations do not concern only the content or the matter with regard to which fanatical attitudes are manifested, that is, religion and faith, politics, culture, ideology, and so on. As it is clear from Moliere's example, there are ways of acting in a fanatic way that are structurally, formally, or logically different, although connected, whatever the contents about which one may display a fanatic mindset. 2.1. The logic of fanaticism, advancing despite oneself, the absolutism of being or moral conscience. In the preceding discussion, I have selected Moliere's Tartuffe among the many possible stories that can be seen as illustrating, indirectly or in a negative way, the dynamic of the advancing action that Hegel's logic addresses in the three movements, respectively, of being, essence, the concept. I say indirectly or negatively because I take fanaticism in the codependent incarnations of the extremist absolutist and the hypocrite to be a paradigmatic example of blocked and stalled advancement. The general point of my reading of Moliere's work was to indicate the relevance of the forms of Hegel's logic for the understanding of concrete human action. Considered against the negative backdrop of Moliere's play, of the figures of Argonne and Tartuffe in particular, we can claim that the action that advances is the action that defies and overcomes, or, in its advance, has always already defied and overcome fanaticism. Fanaticism is untenable if the action is to develop. But advance is, in effect, already made if what we have is to be action in the proper sense. Advance is already and de facto made if what we have is to be a story, that is, the expression of thought's discursivity, and accordingly is to be told as a story. On the other hand, in its stalled and frozen predicament of stasis, fanaticism should also be seen as the moment from and against which the advancing action is to be measured. Ultimately, the step leading to the standpoint of judgment is the only cure against fanaticism. It is the highest form of advancement. And since judgment is a defining dimension or action of discursive thinking, one should not conclude that discursive thinking, unlike intellectual intuition, for example, cannot be fanatical, but rather that discursive thinking has in itself the resources to go beyond fanaticism and is consequently gravely culpable if it does not undertake this step, that is, if it does not advance beyond fanaticism. Kant had already insisted that the chief enemy of discursive thinking, which he opposes to intuitive thinking, or to the intuitive understanding, is the position of Schwärmerei, that is, of fanatical enthusiasm in its many different manifestations, metaphysical and epistemological, moral, religious, political. 47. With regard to the central point expressed by this Kantian conviction, Hegel can be seen as pursuing the same objective. Schwärmerei negates dialectic speculative thinking to the extent that it is a position in which thinking, holding on to its undifferentiated and blind absoluteness, refuses to change, to move on, to advance, to become other than itself, to face the contradiction that it entails, to acknowledge its own finitude. And yet, the further implication of Hegel's idea of dialectical thinking is that fanaticism is itself a self-defying position or mindset. For, ultimately, fanaticism cannot escape the necessity of thinking's own movement. If fanaticism claims to be a position that produces results in an action that can, in turn, be told by, and as, a story, then the unfolding of this very action and the telling of this story are the concrete proof that fanaticism cannot be consistently upheld. Thus, in the action and in the story of fanaticism we meet the internal, immanent refutation to which fanaticism is inescapably, or dialectically, brought. Of course, I take fanaticism and the typology that we have explored following Moliere's play, just as the case of violence, examined in the previous chapter with Melville's help, to be only one of the many illustrations or possible fulfillments, in this case, in the negative, of the logic of the advancing action presented by Hegel. Certainly it is not the only one. Fanaticism is one of the many real figures assumed by the action that refuses to advance and change, and as such I have used it to bring to light the concrete significance of the forms of Hegel's logic for the understanding of more particular modalities of human action. 48. Now, keeping Moliere's characters as a backdrop, I shall turn again to Hegel's logic. What needs to be shown henceforth is the complementary claim, namely, the relevance of concrete forms of human action for the development of the logic. My aim is to bring into focus the different ways in which examples of thinking's advancement in the three spheres of being, essence, the concept articulate the claim that the action that advances is the action that leads beyond fanaticism, or the claim that for thinking to advance is ipso facto to overcome fanaticism. What I propose in this way is a real reading of the logical forms of the advancement, which are viewed, this time, as standing for different strategies with which action can and does, in effect challenge the attitude and mindset of fanaticism. In this perspective, the progress made by thinking's capacity to transform itself in being, essence, the concept is measured in relation to the issue of how and to what extent, in those three logical spheres, thinking alternatively falls prey to or risks, avoids, or circumvents the dead end and the impasse proper of fanatical action. Thus, what I propose on the basis of this reading of Hegel's logic is a sort of typology of the action that in its determinate progress challenges the claim of fanaticism. Again, for thinking to change and to transform itself is to go beyond fanaticism in all its manifold manifestations. And since thinking's self-transformation is manifested in the logical figures and modalities of the advancement successively enacted in being, essence, and the concept, I shall look at the different strategies of overcoming fanaticism at play, respectively, in these logical spheres. My task now is to assess the progress made in the overall transformation process staged by Hegel's logic. I take fanaticism, its concrete figures and its inner logic as my guiding example and show the relation that connects Moliere's literary characters, Argonne, Tartuffe, Doreen Clint, the three logical figures of the advancement, Dasein, Gesetzsein, judgment, and three concrete manifestations of the action that is alternatively trapped in or capable of overcoming the fanatic mindset. In the philosophy of right, at the end of the sphere of morality, Moralitat, which is placed as the middle stage between abstract right and ethical life, Sittlichkeit, immediately before the argument that outlines the crucial transition from morality to ethical life, R141, Hegel discusses the twofold phenomenon of hypocrisy, Obliquely, and of the absolutism of subjectivity in which he sees the culmination and perversion of modern moral conscience, R140 remark. This is the highest and indeed the most unstable point reached by the development of moral subjectivity, which, precisely in its dialectical precariousness, leads to the crucial transition to the sphere of Sittlichkeit. The overall movement of Moralitat can be seen as following two stages. In a first step, Hegel presents the ideas of the good and moral conscience as belonging to a practical subjectivity that is in nous already absolutistic. Moral subjectivity, in its Kantian incarnation, for example, offers a paradigmatic example of consciousness's block development. Moral subjectivity avoids determinateness upholding the formality of duty, and it avoids the commitment to actual objective action by placing the goodness of the will in the purity of intentions. And yet, despite all this, moral conscience can still maintain the lofty semblance of goodness, although it is always on the verge of slipping into evil, R139 remark. It is in the second step of this movement that Hegel draws the consequences of this position and brings to light the fundamental hypocrisy and the self-destructive absolutism already implicit in moral conscience. Significantly, it is from this point of radical stasis or block development that the momentous transition to ethical life is achieved. Which means that it is only in the sphere of Sittlichkeit that the fanatic is cured, that action can advance, and freedom can be actualized freedom. If we connect Hegel's analysis of moral conscience to the broader systematic structure of the philosophy of right, it is clear that the underlying claim of such analysis fits perfectly with the issue we have been following so far. At both stages of the development of moral conscience, what Hegel consistently brings to light in the position of conscience's absolutism is its failure to advance, namely, its failure and refusal to gain determinateness, in the ideas of the good and duty, to compromise with actuality, in its insistence on the value of conscience's inwardness, to move beyond the confines of a subjectivity that in its interiority is declared all-powerful and the ultimate judge of all values. Hegel's claim is that a form of subjectivity, and a philosophy, that declares morality and abstractly, or purely, moral freedom to be absolute or to be the highest point reached by practical spirit, is a conscience that refuses to make the transition to the more complex, objective and intersubjective structures of ethical life to structures in which not absolutism but, if anything, the willingness of moderate and pragmatic compromise is a value. Now moral conscience by refusing to change and to relinquish its absolutism in its encounter with the ethical world in which de facto it always and necessarily already lives and acts, is responsible for an act of fundamental self-deception. It is a conscience that cannot change and cannot advance, since the only possible advance is the transition to ethical life in which moral subjectivity is necessarily transformed and indeed always compromised, as its purity and intransigence must confront the interests, needs, and deeds of others. Ultimately, this is also a form of subjectivity that is incapable of proving itself ethically, that is, actually, free, since it blocks the realization process in which ethical freedom properly consists. Such absolutistic conscience is blind to the context as well as to the consequences of its own action, is blind to other people, and to other values, although it hypocritically pronounces its own action as always good for others, R140. In the sphere of morality, the good constitutes the essence of, or what is essential in, the subjective will, its very value and dignity, 132 remark, 133. The good is the moment of universality and substantiality of a will that is always particular, R132a, 133. The subjective will has validity only insofar as it ought to make the good its substantial goal and realize it, R131. Thereby the will, which is always particular in its volitions, through the absolutization of its end claims for itself an absolute value. The good is declared having an absolute right over the abstract right of property and the particular ends of welfare and happiness, R 130. And yet, this is only the absoluteness of an abstract, merely formal intention, which as such lacks the validation of action. It is an absoluteness that, only and always, ought to be because in the moment in which it actually is, it is no longer absolute but determinate, partial, compromised and compromising with the world. Or, as Hegel notices, such a position is not yet the development, Entwicklung, of determinations, and since it is not development, neither the universality of the good nor the will's particularity is actually posited. The suspension of an unreal solon is no advancement, that is properly no real action, R 131n. As much as Hegel emphasizes the importance of the modern idea that recognizes the right of the subjective will in being held responsible for an action only to the extent in which it has a considered insight into its being good, which is ultimately the highly valuable standpoint of Kant's moral philosophy, 135 remark, he is also swift in pointing out the fundamental flaw of this position. The shortcoming consists in the fact that, taken in the abstract formality that defines its absolute and unconditioned value, R 135, the moral standpoint necessarily blocks any possible advancement. The advance of moral consciousness and of action itself, because precisely in the blocked advancement consists the absoluteness of the good it holds to be its essence. In other words, the good retains its absolute right and its absolute value as the essence of the will by being framed as the universal abstract essentiality of duty, the form of duty that ought to be willed and done for the sake of duty, R 133. The problem opened up by this, Kantian, formulation is twofold and can be expressed as the problem of the advancement out of the absolutism of the moral standpoint toward the reality of ethical life. Hegel's point is that such advancement is impossible within purely moral conscience, since it requires, and ultimately is itself, the transition to ethical life, hence is an advancement that leads necessarily beyond pure morality. 49 At stake is, first, the issue of the determination of the good, namely, the answer to the practical question, what is duty? The duty that ought to be done, and second, the connected issue of the realization of duty in and through action, which as such leads the interiority of conscience out of itself in a confrontation with the exteriority and objectivity of the world, R 134. The impossibility of living up to these two interconnected sides of the problem of the developing action and, at the same time, of maintaining the self-enclosed absoluteness of the moral standpoint, elicits Hegel's appraisal of this position as a fanatic position, indeed a Schwarmerisk position, pace Kant. One may indeed speak of duty in a most sublime way, and this kind of rhetoric places the human being high, and makes his heart swell with pride. But if there is no advance to any further determination, when es zu keiner Bestimmung vorgeht, it becomes quite tedious. For spirit demands that particularity to which it is entitled, R 136z. Indeed, duty can be declared an absolute and placed in the sphere of the unconditioned, Sphäre der Unbedingten, only to the extent that is left indeterminate. As such, however, duty is only an ineffectual abstract universal, the identity that lacks all content, the merely indeterminate, Bestimmungslos, R 135. But then, in its sheer indeterminateness, it must remain a pure sane solon that no will can realize in action, or properly, that no will can determinately want. Incapable of advancing to any determination and particularity, for such advance would destroy or at least compromise its absoluteness, moral conscience stiffens within the confines of its interiority, which it now declares absolute, this time, in the sense of making itself into the ultimate judge of all values. In the figure of moral conscience, das Gewissen subjectivity in its universality reflected into itself is the absolute inward certainty of itself. Against action's demand for determinateness, which necessarily places it in an external relation to others, conscience is that deepest inner solitude within oneself in which all externality and limitation have disappeared. It is a total withdrawal into itself, or 136z. Although in point of fact it is incapable of accepting any particular determination whatsoever, conscience declares itself to be that which posits particularity, that which determines and decides, r 136. This is the arrogance but also the fundamental blindness and self-deceit that characterizes the fanatic attitude. The truth, says Argon, is what I have decided, Tartuffe, 122. Conscience consists in the assertion that what it knows and wills as right and good is truly right and duty, and reciprocally, that nothing is truly right and duty that is not known and willed by conscience. But granted that this is an indisputable right of subjective conscience, or an absolute entitlement of self-consciousness, is this a true conscience, r 137? To be sure, hypocrisy has its root in the same gesture of self-appointed righteousness that characterizes true conscience. For, conscience's claim of truth raises the issue of whether such conscience is truthful or not. And yet, herein lies also the possibility of the advance beyond fanaticism. But importantly, this is a possibility that is available only within a different and broader context, namely, within the intersubjective and objective perspective of ethical life, and in particular within the state. For, given that moral conscience defines its position on the basis of the formality of the good, and of the formula of duty for duty's sake, and given that its truthfulness hinges instead on the particularity of the content of this supposed good, it is only outside moral conscience and beyond the moral standpoint, namely, within the sphere of ethical life, that contents can first be introduced and evaluated, hence the truthfulness of conscience can first be ascertained. Thus, in front of the claim of moral conscience, Hegel retorts that what constitutes right and duty has the objective form of ethical laws and principles. It is at this level then that conscience is subject to judgment as to its truth and falsity. It is only by being subject to the judgment of the higher ethical standpoint and ultimately of the state that subjective conscience can advance beyond the absolutism of abstract morality, r 137 remark. The intervention of the king's judgment at the end of Moliere's play expresses precisely the necessity of the transition to ethical life for the advancement beyond fanaticism and hypocrisy. Closed in the absolutism of its moral interiority, instead, subjective conscience does just the opposite. It appoints itself as the power of judgment which determines solely within itself what is good in relation to a given content, but truly it only dissolves or evaporates, verflüchtigt, into itself all determinateness of right, duty, and existence, r 138. From this point to the overturning of good into evil is just a short step. It is clear that having to do with the constitution of practical subjectivity and with the structures of the will, Hegel's analysis in the sphere of morality involves the higher logical form of the concept, and the moments of universality, particularity, individuality. However, with regard to the specific problem that presently concerns me, namely, the issue of the advancement and transformation in action which is here, negatively, the way in which conscience refuses to gain determination for the idea of the good and the command of duty as they are declared absolute and unconditioned, what we have at this juncture are the structures of the advancement proper to the logic of being. Indeed, as Hegel claims in articulating the logic of finitude that makes the advancement within Dasein, in the sphere of being, the self-determining of the concept is only first in itself, and as such it is the action of transitioning, Einübergehen, TW5, 131. Now we have to examine the connection between the advancement of being in the structures of finitude and the failed advancement of moral conscience in the position of moral absolutism. At stake in both cases is the logical necessity and the practical unwillingness of gaining determination. For, determination is constitutive of finitude and is the enemy of all absolutist stances. Determination, at this level, is the advancement of the action that makes a transition Übergehen. As we have seen, the first advancement of the action in the sphere of being is the determination of the structures of finitude. There are two undercurrents in the development, Entwicklung, of Dasein, the two undercurrents that the advancement inherits from the beginning, being, nothing, the act of gaining an affirmative determination, quality and something, but also the act of displaying a negative determination. This latter, in the advancement, is not simple negation but is negation of negation, hence, the movement in which the something is determined to the point of the Insichten, TW 125. Indeed, what we have here are the positive and the negative moment of action, the disguise of which ultimately culminates in the figure of hypocrisy, R 140. At stake in the overall movement of finitude is the consolidation of a first vestigial form of self-identity. A form of proto-identity is first claimed by something in its separation from the other, but since on this still too indeterminate basis the other turns out to be indistinguishable from the something, or the self, the further distinction is drawn between Ansichtsane and Senverandiers. The alleged distinctive self-sameness of something attempts to be preserved against the other by a retreat in an in itself supposedly untouched by the other and claimed fundamentally different from it. At the interface with the other, something and other may in fact be undistinguishable. The something, however, promises a fundamental difference nested in the depths of its in itself. This Ansichtsane is the same locus of interiority characterizing modern conscience, the place of its ideal inwardness, R 138 remark. It is the indeterminate and indeed inscrutable place where subjectivity can claim its absolute right over the other. And yet, the advancement of the determination of the finite shows that this claim is inevitably short-lived. For, the in itself is truly nothing and is meaningless unless what the something has distinctively in it, aim, is also, externally, for other, TW 129. The failure to acknowledge this point, or this identity of Ansichtsane and Senverandiers, is the reason why moral conscience remains stuck in its development, whereas the attempt to disguise this failed coincidence is the mark of hypocritical conscience. Hegel explicitly mentions the parallelism between the codependence of the structures of Ansichtsane and Senverandiers in being, the determinations of Innerlichkeit and Äußerlichkeit in essence, and the forms of concept and reality in the idea, the latter, significantly, expressing the moment of action's realization in the objective world of spirit, TW 133. At stake is the same issue of gaining self-identity by moving away from indeterminateness. This move, however, is inescapably the fundamental gesture of redefining oneself in relation to the other, which is the very opposite of the retreat in an isolationist and absolutist Ansicht. The point of this dialectic is that the claim that makes interiority absolute by closing it off to the other and to determinateness is an absolutistic way of avoiding the issue of advancing subjectivity beyond its undeveloped in itself. Such an undeveloped, indeterminate position, however, has no true value, no effective power, and certainly no reality. Not even the reality of the finite, that is precisely the action of gaining determination in relation to an irreducible other to the point of becoming the other of itself. The absolutistic retreat into the Ansicht is, instead, and at the most, the figure of the Ding and Sich, which, it is now clear, responds to the same logic as the moral form of duty for duty's sake or of a good that is placed in the sphere of the unconditioned but is as ineffectual and inconclusive as the bad infinite of the mere Solon. In both cases, the crucial question, what? Alternatively, what is duty, or what is the thing in itself? Remains unanswered and indeed unanswerable. Hegel makes it clear that the question what was, is the chief question on which the process of determination, hence the advancing action hinges. What is the next step? The dogmatic rigidity of the Ansicht, the Ding and Sich, forecloses the answer, or, alternatively, renders the answer, but to be sure already the question, meaningless, with the consequence that no advancement can be made, TW 131. Ultimately, Hegel recognizes that the thing in itself is the same as that absolute of which one does not know anything else but that in it all is one, TW 131. This absolute is the pure indeterminateness of the infamous night in which all cows are black. In fact, this is the position of Schwarmere, that fanatic enthusiasm that Kant intended to combat but to which his own absolutism ultimately falls prey. And yet, Hegel maintains that when the dialectical movement of the advancement is recognized, instead of being blocked, in the abstraction of the Ansich, then what we have is the Darstellung or the complete development of the in itself in its conceptual concreteness. And this, Hegel claims, is the logic itself, TW 5, 130, as the advancement of the concept to its exposition, Fortgang des Begriffs zu seiner Exposition, TW 5, 131. An important challenge to the absolutism of the thing in itself or of duty for duty's sake, the absolutism that sets an unreachable truth and unquestionable good beyond all possible checks through and by the other, comes from the second moment of the dialectic of finitude. It is the challenge, for example, of Fichte's idea of a Bestimmung des Menschen that intends to move beyond Kant's intransigent formalism. In the second moment of finitude, the distinction between something and other deepens the internal and external dimensions of self-identity. As it is brought to bear, directly, on one's behavior and attitudes, this is the moment of Bestimmung, Beschaffenheit, and their culmination, Grenz, TW 5, 132 ff. The determination or Bestimmung is, Hegel explains, the affirmative determinateness, Bestimmtheit, that constitutes one's own identity. Now the something, instead of fleeing determinateness, explicitly advocates one for itself, although it still places such determinateness in the inaccessible in itself. Determination appears as the internal Ansich that we cherish as something to which we remain faithful in an existence that sees us constantly and unavoidably entangled, Verwicklung, with the other, always compromising with the other. Although the other is still always determining us, and is indeed changing who/what we are, we consider our determination as something fixed, as that in which we preserve our inner integrity, remaining identical with ourselves, Gleichheit mit sich, against our changing environment. In our determination we proudly prove our value and make ourselves heard in our relation to the other in our Senverandiers, TW 5, 132. However, the determination in which we choose to locate our identity, our human identity in opposition to animals, in the first place, TW 5, 132, is nothing more than a sort of empty placeholder that we constantly need to fill with our action, is a mark we need to live up to. Determination is, to be sure, still abstract and empty if separated from action. Under the title of Bestimmung des Menschen, Fichte proposed a lofty ideal of human moral vocation whereby he countered Kant's impersonal formalism with the direct appeal to the moral determination of one's individual will. This is indeed a challenge to Kant's absolutism. However, Hegel's dialectic uncovers the hidden hypocrisy that is still nested in a position such as Fichte's. With the idea of man's Bestimmung, Fichte intended to lend concrete content and individual determination to Kant's moral imperative, thereby tying the notion of freedom's realization to the movement of a progressive extension of individuality and its limits. Following one's moral vocation, man extends the domain of his individuality in the world. 50 Hegel suggests instead that too wide a gap still separates the notion of Bestimmung from that of freedom. What we call our inner vocation is nothing but a way of marking out our alleged identity by drawing a protective boundary between ourselves and the other, thereby reserving an empty place that our action should fill. The gap between the moral ought and the actuality of freedom is not closed by the arbitrary vocation that Fichte claims for each individual. We are still within the confines of moral conscience that insists on proclaiming itself Wahrheitsgewissen when instead it does not belong to it, but to the state, to decide, our 137 remark. In fact, the Kantian gap seems more open than ever. Conscience is made far more arbitrary. Indeed, self-consciousness is capable of making into its principle either the universal in and for itself, or the arbitrariness of its own particularity, R 139. Moreover, Hegel shows how the very notion of Bestimmung vocation or determination is not sufficient to define who/what we are. For to our determination is opposed our Beschaffenheit, namely, the external part of ourselves, that part of ourselves that we present to others and to the world. We may certainly, and hypocritically, decide not to count this aspect of ourselves toward identity, since it is subject to the influence of the other and can always change. Our Beschaffenheit, however, is still there despite our efforts to downplay it. It is still there, das Sein. In this side of ourselves, identity is compromised with difference, the self with the other, the ideal with the real. This part of ourselves may change and become completely other, TW 5, 133. Therefore, Hegel ironically concludes that our Bestimmung, if it wants to remain pure and fixed as what we claim it is, must remain indifferent to our Beschaffenheit, TW 5, 133. Hegel's suggestion is that the external, changing side of the something ultimately threatens its inner determination to the point that the something is dissolved under the external pressure of the other even before its identity is fully constituted. This dissolution, however, is an essential moment of the advancement through which identity is established. Dialectically, to be something is to become other. Ultimately, determination is as such open to the relation to other, TW 5, 134. At the level of ethical life, in our contemporary societies, we constantly experience this dialectic of determination and constitution, of inner vocation and external compromise. Ethnic purity and segregation become unmanageable in a world in which everyday life makes contact with the other inevitable. The advancement of the structures of finitude shows that the transition to ethical life has already happened, as negotiation with the other necessarily changes the self in its deepest constitution. Ultimately, in order to gain an identity of its own, the self must accept to negotiate a compromise with the other. Colonization dreams end up backfiring on the purity of the message that we intend to export and impose on others. In the process, we become the other of ourselves. As the separation of inner vocation and external constitution vanishes, the difference between ourselves and the other becomes blurred. We no longer know where our being ends and where the other's being begins. Thereby the challenge to the unquestioned absolute of the fanatic has been advanced to a further stage, to a new figure. For, at this point, we need a different strategy for signaling the point of distinction between the self and the other. The further stage of this process is the act of fixing a limit, a boundary, or a border grens whereby that open relation to the other is repealed and the separation between something and the other is made into a real barrier. Two people such as Israeli Jews and Palestinians cannot be distinguished and really divided by their respective alleged vocation. For this ultimately translates in acts of violence that are indistinguishable in their results. Vocation is as absolutistic as an absolute duty and is also entirely arbitrary. Indeed, the dogmatic attempt to advocate a theological basis in justification of such vocation only underscores such arbitrariness. Thus, in order for the two peoples to be effectively separated, the ideality of the vocation yields to the reality of a material dividing boundary, of a wall erected in order to separate the two people. Against the confusing entanglement with the other, a boundary is drawn, a border declared. 51. According to this logic, identity must gain some clear-cut limits in order to be real. The limit, however, dialectically expresses the ideal, TW 5, 136, coexistence of identity and difference, that is, the deeper contradictory character of the finite. The limit is the mark that is meant to make the separation or the difference between the something and the other a visible, hard one. The limit visibly tells where something ends, where its claims must yield to the other's existence. The limit sets something against the other, it defines the sphere from which the other is excluded since its its non-existence is posited. 52. In the limit, the presence of the other is, at the same time, sanctioned and erased. The limit not only makes the something different from the other but sanctions this difference in the sphere of Dasein, it gives to such difference a place albeit one without space. The limit is the place where the other cannot dwell nor exist but from which it should be expelled. And yet, this exclusion is precisely that which calls the other into existence and reaffirms its existence. Thus this exclusion is necessary to the identity or the subsistence of both the something and the other. The limit has two sides. The border is a double-edged weapon. For, when considered from the other side of the border, the excluding something is itself an excluded other. The defensive border is truly a barrier that sanctions the finitude of one's being, namely, its not being admitted to the other side. Existence in the realm of the finite is always qualified as existence within or without the border, TW 5, 137. 53. Thereby, the limit is the place in which an egalitarian, balancing contradiction is instituted. 54. It is the virtual place where something and other both are and are not, TW 5, 136. The limit is the middle and the mediating, in between. Ultimately, only the limit exists in this space in between, both the something and the other cease to be. Thus, the limit or the border is the place where identity, far from being established, is instead suspended. Identity lies only in the promise of reaching beyond the limit, of having passed it, or transgressed it. And yet, the limit is the place where the contradictory predicament of a common differentiation, Gemeinschaftliche Unterscheidenheit, is sanctioned. It is a meeting point where a differential unity is found. Herein identity becomes, for the first time, double. Identity is properly only in the limit, TW 5, 136, it exists only at the border, in the act of showing one's documents, in the act of declaring, Aussprechen, what one's being is, TW 5, 137. Identity vanishes in its individual discreteness once the border is crossed, once the threat of the other or the possibility of being left without disappears. The limit dissolves the independent, separate identity of something and the other, and even that of their reciprocal relation, of their being one for the other, and institutes a common identity, the shared moment of being at the limit, the shared experience of being at the border. In sum, the logical dialectic of finitude shows how the absolutism of the fanatic that holds on to an alleged absolute beyond all determination and contact with otherness is challenged precisely by the unavoidable necessity to find and accept determination in relation to the other. But it also shows that such a relation, whatever it may be, mere Senverandiers, Beschaffenheit, Grenz, leads the determination of the finite onto a position in which the transition to ethical life has already and necessarily happened. The advance beyond fanaticism is the transition to ethical life. Now within this realm new and specific problems of identity, new and specific forms of fanaticism, this time collective fanaticism, emerge. But this is another part of the story. Let me now turn again to the philosophy of right to see how Hegel obtains the figure of modern hypocrisy from the inner development of the absolutism of moral conscience. 2.2. The logic of fanaticism, advancing despite oneself, the hypocrisy of essence. We have seen how moral conscience advances between the two apparently identical positions of refusing to give determinacy to the form of duty, and of dissolving into itself or bringing to evaporation, Verfluchtigt, in the depths of its inwardness all determinateness of right, duty, and existence. In the latter case, on the basis of an absolute reflection, R 138 remark, conscience proclaims itself the judging power, die Urteilende Macht, R 139, uniquely positioned to decide which contents can be accepted as true and morally valid, ultimately, however, implying the vanity, Eitelkeit, of all contents on the basis of their utter arbitrariness. What we have here is the point in which Argon's naive absolutism connects with Tartuffe's hypocrisy. The line separating the good and the evil conscience, intransigent absolutism and radical relativism, the self-appointed righteousness of moral interiority and the reflected duplicity of the hypocrite, is a thin one indeed. At this point, Hegel shows how moral conscience advances by taking on the different figures of the evil reflected will, namely, hypocrisy and the subjectivity that declares itself the absolute, R 140. The complexity that the figure of hypocritical conscience displays over naive fanaticism, that is, first and foremost, its fundamental duplicity, is due to its reflected character. As I have claimed, its development is the advance of the logic of essence. Self-consciousness knows how to discover a positive aspect in its action, which is its concrete and positive end, and herein it locates the loftiness of duty and admirable intention. On the basis of this positive side, self-consciousness is able to assert that its action is good both for others and for itself. This is the more advanced step that this figure of consciousness displays if compared to the naive fanatic, who is instead simply oblivious to the determination of the good either in relation to himself or to others. The good is absolute, not determined in relation to something or someone, and should be done for its own sake. Indeed, Argon does not hesitate to act against his own good and that of other family members. Now, however, self-consciousness through its self-reflection has gained awareness of the universal character of the will, hence is able to detect, in contrast to such universality, the essential negative content of its action. Hegel maintains that on the basis of this awareness, to assert that this action is good for others is hypocrisy, and to assert that it is good for the self-consciousness itself is to go to the even greater extreme of subjectivity that declares itself the absolute, R 140. This complex figure, Hegel notices, is the highest point to which subjectivity has advanced within the standpoint of morality and is a specifically modern, or rather contemporary, phenomenon. Moreover, in insisting on the fact that the widespread phenomenon of hypocrisy receives, in his time, the support of philosophical doctrines, of all kinds of Schwarmerei and Kantian philosophy, in the first place, Hegel points to a sort of normalization of hypocrisy as a peculiar trait of his epoch. Hypocrisy is so diffuse it is not even discussed that much, certainly not as in earlier times. R 140 remark, TW 7, 273 f. 55 Hypocrisy is the power to subvert and pervert, verkehren, all values by turning good into evil and evil into good. TW 7, 265 Absolutism as radical relativism, and vice versa. This is the failed or negative advance, properly an impasse in the development of modern subjectivity with which the movement of the sphere of morality culminates. It is the movement from nothing to nothing and through it back to itself that characterizes reflection in essence, TW 6, 24. But this is also what leads, dialectically, to the true, systematically momentous advancement taking place away from morality in the transition to ethical life, R 141. In Hegel's analysis, the figure of hypocrisy displays different moments. Acting with a bad conscience, namely, knowing the universal, willing the particular, and being fully aware of their discrepancy, is the first moment, but is not itself hypocrisy. Hypocrisy includes in addition the formal determination of untruthfulness, unwarit, whereby evil is in the first place represented for others as good. Hypocrisy is the action of playing a part, or putting on a mask, in order to deceive. It implies the posturing attitude of positedness or Gesetzsein, the duplicity of which presupposes and requires an audience capable of being deceived. While the fanatic is egocentrically oriented and simply denies his relation to others, they are swallowed up in the all-consuming indistinctness of his absolute. The hypocrite in his duplicitous or reflected conscience always addresses an audience, needs the other as the addressee of his untruthfulness even to the point of making himself into this other. Indeed, Hegel recognizes that to the hypocritical attitude belongs an aspect of fundamental self-deceit. The evil conscience makes up good reasons and rational, allegedly objective arguments as means of justifying for himself the evil he does. TW 7, 268. The perversion of evil and falsity is itself reflected back into conscience. The hypocrite is prey to his own deceit and illusion. 56 He is entirely the shine he creates, the latter being, in effect, his entirely negative essence. Hypocritical subjectivity deceives itself by taking its subjective reasons for objective grounds. In addition, Hegel notices that in the hands of the hypocrite even the acknowledgement of one's error has the consequence of making error irrelevant. TW 7, 275 f. As we have seen, this is a powerful strategy of Tartuffe. To err is human. TW 7, 276, is, indeed, how Tartuffe construes his way out once he is unmasked in his clumsy seduction attempt. At stake in the progression outlined by Hegel is, crucially, the issue of moral authority. Herein the individual's conviction trumps all other authorities. The most qualified theologian, God, the state, TW 7, 275. And when every subject is immediately accorded the honor of providing the abstract good with a content, TW 7, 269, or to decide what is essential in intentions, TW 7, 270, the result is the anarchy of manifold individual good intentions and convictions, all absolutized as last authorities to which the universal abstract good is brought back, but ultimately all set in irreducible conflict with each other, TW 7, 270, 276. As hypocrisy meets fanaticism yet again, the lack of an intersubjective ethical context in which to unmask the deceit, and in which actual actions, and not just intentions and subjective convictions, can be judged, in an act of objective, principled Beurteilen and Richten, TW 7, 274, only perpetrates the illusion and blocks, as it were, the advancement beyond these figures. Morality cannot go farther than this point. The absolutist subjectivity of modern times culminates, significantly, in the figure of irony. Herein Hegel mentions Plato and Socratic irony, but only in order to immediately distance it from the modern way of action he is considering, which rather goes back to his contemporaries Salger and Schlegel. For, most importantly, Plato uses irony in relation to Socrates' defense of the idea of truth and justice, which are solidly held in their objectivity against the sophistry and relativism of his ancient contemporaries. Irony, however, is a way, almost a method, of treating consciousness, not the idea itself, TW 7, 277. I will not dwell on this topic here. Suffice it to say that irony is the same self-centered negative attitude of absolutistic subjectivity that, recognizing only the action of an all-powerful subject, in the end completely dissolves all values and truth in the vacuity and emptiness, Eitelkeit, of mere self-enjoyment, TW 7, 278f. The important systematic point is that the only possible true advancement in the realization of freedom staged in the philosophy of right takes place immediately after the figure of fanatic, absolutistic, hypocritical moral subjectivity has been exhausted in all its modern incarnations. Both for freedom and for consciousness the true advance is made only by the action of overcoming the impasse or the dead end constituted by this culmination of moral conscience. In order to be the substantial universal of freedom, the good must be determined objectively or in actuality, and not only in and by conscience. But conscience must accept its objective determination just as well, R 141. Both sides, the good and conscience, are now united in the need to gain this broader dimension of recognized objective and indeed intersubjective validity and actualized and self-actualizing freedom, which is the sphere of ethical life, the level of the concept's free action, R 141. Remark 2.3. The logic of fanaticism, advancing through the crisis judging. Both the naive fanatic and the duplicitous hypocrite close the belief-action gap, namely, the gap, and the delay in decision-making, separating the belief or the moral command based on a set of beliefs, and the willingness to act upon that belief or command. 57. The fanatic immediately, and impatiently, acts on his absolutistic convictions with the immediacy and indeterminateness characterizing the way in which the action of being advances, in this way accomplishing the opposite of what he claims, i.e., willing the absolute but doing in fact the conditioned particular. The hypocrite acknowledges the difference separating the universal and the particular, but deceivingly, for others as well as for himself, conflates it in his action so as to dissolve, or evaporate, all moral distinctions. This is the stance of Gesetzsein, in which posturing engulfs in its negativity beliefs as well as acts, from nothing to nothing. If my action is good because my beliefs make it good, R 140. Remark, TW 7, 274, then there is no way in which my beliefs can ever be found mistaken, neither before nor after action takes place. Close-mindedness, and single-mindedness, characterizes both figures, and close-mindedness is the attitude that closing the belief-action gap sets itself beyond any possible falsification. In both cases, I suggested, action as well as consciousness are blocked in their inner development. Although the fanatic impatiently rushes into action, the action does not truly advance. It cannot advance because the pause essential to all advancement, the gap or the delay separating belief and action, is erased. Indeed, the discrepancy between belief and action is the mark of our fallibility, that is, of our finitude. It goes hand in hand with the recognition of our incapacity to live up entirely to our ideals, that is, with the recognition of the fact that, all action being particular and determined, determination cannot be avoided. 58. The fanatic, by contrast, does not recognize and does not accept his fallibility. His action, claimed as immediately instantiating his absolutely held belief, as well as his belief in an absolute, is the action of the finite that pretends to be infinite but only acts as the bad infinite with an inconclusive repetition of an unrealizable solon. 59. In such repetition or in such an unreal solon, however, there is no advancement. The belief that is held as absolutely valid, and absolutely commanded or, alternatively, commanded by the absolute or by God, can never be found mistaken, can never be falsified. Indeed, from the fanatic's perspective, the delay principle makes no sense. 60. This is Argonne's blindness to himself and his own action as well as to the world. But it is also the culmination of the hypocritical consciousness, the subjectivity that claims itself absolute and rejects even the intimation of fallibility. The hypocrite justifies his own opportunism with a relativistic posture that complements the one of the absolutist. Even the claim to err is human, TW 7, 276, when pronounced by Tartuffe, is an absolution rather than acknowledgement of a mistake. As we have seen, action, and consciousness, advances beyond fanaticism once the claim of pure morality, of moral or religious enthusiasm or schwärmerei, makes the transition into the objective, intersubjective, institutional world of spirit's ethical life. Herein absolutism is necessarily checked, challenged, and undermined by an objective, shared reality that individual conscience cannot ignore, by the concrete universal of ethical and juridical laws and principles that replaces the abstraction of the absolute moral good, R 141. But absolutism is also checked and dismantled by the innumerable conflicts that arise once the actions of many individuals intersect. At the same time, morality is reframed, contextualized, and brought to a compromise within the objective framework of practical laws and principles. This is ultimately Hegel's systematic critique of Kantian moral formalism: duty for duty's sake is not a formula for action. Moreover, duty always has a content that is an ethical content, not an arbitrarily selected individual belief. Certainly, this does not mean that fanaticism is defied once and for all when the transition to ethical life is accomplished. 230. 4. Fanaticism may, and does, very well arise again within the sphere of ethical life. Herein, however, it necessarily displays a different figure. It becomes, for one thing, a collective or group phenomenon, perhaps even a national one. Accordingly, for this type of fanaticism an ethical, political, juridical, institutional, cure is also required. 61. However, if we bring the belief-action gap into focus, we can see that there is another way in which the advancement beyond fanaticism can be construed. This is the perspective that can make us understand how thinking's advancement in the logic of the concept sanctions a progress in the synchronic structure of the logical fortgang through being, essence, the concept, and eventually clarifies in what sense Hegel suggests that the sphere of ethical life, being the realm of freedom's actualization, should be best understood on the basis of the logic of the concept. R 141. Remark: the moment of stasis and suspended pause that separates belief from action, allowing reconsideration of the validity of the belief in relation to the tenability of the action, is the place occupied by judgment. Now this gap is necessary for action to truly advance. The pause or stasis in the action, however, is a moment of crisis. And this is the self-critical moment where the truth of one's beliefs, of possible as well as accomplished actions, and one's very identity is first allowed to come to light. In the suspension of the crisis, the critical action of judgment takes place. This is revealed by the etymological proximity of Kreis IV and Krein. As in the case of illness in ancient medicine, the crisis indicates the crucial stage in which the advance in the course of the disease is decided. Either the patient recovers, getting better from that point on, or she dies, getting progressively or suddenly worse. But as we have seen in the opening of the chapter, the crisis is also that decisive middle moment, nel camen de nostra vita, from which the action of Dante's Commedia takes off in its otherworldly journey. Judgment, however, requires a mindset that is the opposite of the fanatics. We have learned this from Dorine and Kleint in Moliere's Tartuffe. Judgment requires open-mindedness and patience, it requires one's openness to compromise. Recall Hegel's insistence on the importance of patience when at stake is the dialectical work of the negative, the patience that belongs to the speculative concept against the impatience of intellectual intuition. 62. Judgment requires the willingness to dwell in the middle, in the belief-action gap. 63. And to wait for the right moment in which the next step in the action can be envisioned and undertaken. 4. This step, just like in the course of an illness, is an imminent step in, and of, the advancing process itself. It cannot be forced on it by an external intervention. Let me now illustrate the features of this last stage of Hegel's idea of the advancing action, the level of the concept, through an example. Plato's Symposium opens with the intriguing account of Socrates' unusual habits delivered by Aristodemus, and it culminates with Alcibiades' remarkable story regarding Socrates' strange behavior during the military campaign of Potidaea. Upon meeting Socrates all dressed up 64 on his way to Agathon's banquet, Aristodemus is asked to come along to Agathon's house. He accepts, a bit embarrassed at the thought of showing up uninvited, and makes clear that he wants to arrive in Socrates' company so as to indicate that he has been invited, after all, by Socrates himself. On the way to Agathon's, however, Socrates becomes absorbed in his own thoughts and falls behind his companion. Aristodemus repeatedly waits for him, but Socrates encourages him to just go ahead alone. This puts Aristodemus in a ridiculous position when he arrives, all by himself, at Agathon's house. He shows up indeed uninvited, as there is still no sign of Socrates. Now everybody at Agathon's is waiting and looking for him. This perplexing situation goes on until a servant discovers Socrates calmly standing on the neighbor's porch with no intention to leave. While Agathon insists on summoning Socrates inside, Aristodemus explains this behavior as a habit against which all persuasion is vain. Occasionally, Aristodemus says, he turns aside, anywhere at random, and there he stands. 65. As nothing can be done to bring Socrates in, dinner starts without him. Socrates is clearly traveling on a parallel road that intersects with what seems the straightforward road plot of the dialogue only tangentially, or, as we soon discover, it intersects with it precisely in the middle. Socrates' path physically as well as mentally is not the preordained, taken for granted linear road that leads from a given starting point to the final destination. Socrates' advance is meandering and disruptive, has its own time and its own space as it follows a flow entirely of its own. Eventually, Socrates joins the banquet. He comes after what, for him, was no great delay, as the others were only halfway through dinner. Symposium, 175c. Socrates arrives in the middle, and it is from this middle that the argument of the dialogue takes its departure. Toward the end of the symposium, Alcibiades offers another famous example of Socrates' strange habits. Socrates is serving in the Athenian army during the campaign at Potidaea. And this is how Alcibiades depicts him in one occasion: immersed in some problem at dawn, he stood still in the same spot considering it, and when he found it a tough one, he would not give it up but stood there trying. As a crowd of curious fellow soldiers gathers, puzzled by Socrates' behavior, he continues to stand still in the same place all night until another dawn comes and the sun rises. Then he walks away, after having offered a prayer to the sun. Symposium, 220c. d. What is Socrates doing in this stillness? Why this standing still in the same place? In his book A Case for Irony, Jonathan Lear offers an unusual reading of Alcibiades' anecdote of Socrates at Potidaea, which Christine Korsgaard considers an outright betrayal and a complete rewriting of Plato's story. The usual interpretation, followed instead by Korsgaard, is that Socrates stands still because he is occupied with some theoretical problem, perhaps a highly abstract mathematical problem, and is not giving it up. 66 She contends that in his perseverance in the solution of such a problem, despite being in the midst of the military camp and in the night before a crucial battle, Socrates displays the capacity for concentration and utter self-possession proper to the true philosopher. He does not let external forces, be it the incumbent battle, the weather, the approaching night, his companions staring at him, etc., influence his behavior, which is entirely determined from within. Lear claims that Korsgaard's reading is ultimately Alcibiades' own understanding of Socrates' behavior, and his point is that Alcibiades just doesn't get it. There is a sense in which what Alcibiades says is true, concedes Lear. Socrates is thinking about a problem, but Alcibiades completely misses what that truth is. 67 He completely misses the nature of the problem at stake. For Lear this is an important point, because it is what makes of the anecdote a perfect example of Platonic irony, the irony, which most interpreters, by sticking to Alcibiades' understanding, also fundamentally miss. Crucially, on the standard interpretation, Socrates' coming to a halt and standing still in the midst of the military camp is an utterly contingent detail, a mere curiosity with no philosophical significance, for, sure enough, a person can very well be absorbed in thought and walk at the same time. By contrast, Lear draws to the center Socrates' complete stillness. On his view, herein lies the true significance of the story. And in this he is, I believe, absolutely right. Socrates' stillness is the central philosophical point of the story. Lear maintains that Socrates coming to a halt is a necessary outcome and manifestation of the situation he is in. Socrates' thinking is practical thinking, it is directly focused on himself and what he will do. It literally concerns the next step he will take. It concerns, in the perspective that interests me here, the crucial problem of the advancement, of how one ought to move on from where one presently stands. Socrates is standing still not because he is too busy thinking, but because he cannot walk, not knowing what his next step should be. The problem here is the practical, literal problem of taking the next step, of moving out of his stillness and physically advancing in space. Thus, Lear concludes, his standing still is the form that his knowing that he does not know takes in the practical sphere. 68 Now recall how the true advancement is made according to the second moment of the absolute method, not by striving toward an external goal. Striving belongs to the beginning, not to the advancement, not in the restless fleeing the emptiness of the beginning or the contradictory predicament in which one finds oneself. Advancement is made only by attending to one's present state, by attending to the pure logical determinations in and for themselves, by listening to what things in and for themselves have to say, by enduring the contradiction that they imminently reveal, and by carrying it through to the last consequences. In other words, only by staying where one is does one truly move on. Stasis is, dialectically, the condition of all true advancement. Even more properly, however, it is itself the moment of true advancement. Stasis, Thucydides famously reminds us, is a deeply contradictory predicament. It is both the crisis of the process, in which everything comes to a standstill, and the revolutionary moment that subverts everything within the process, setting everything in motion. This is the methodological structure of all movements of immanent self-transformation. Thus, I want to push Lear's insistence on the philosophical relevance of Socrates' stillness a step further. On the basis of what we have seen so far, my suggestion is that Socrates' stillness is not only the actual embodiment and the performance of the practical problem of advancing, but is also its very solution. Socrates' stillness is the physical embodiment of the crisis he is in. But this crisis is also the place in which judgment takes place, thereby leading out of the crisis to the advancement beyond it. It is by standing still that Socrates first becomes able to take the next step and move on, and, eventually, displays the most courageous behavior in the battle of Potidaea. Again, coming to a halt, standing still, and listening to the conflicting possibilities contained in that stillness is precisely how one moves on. It is the true method or the road for advancing. The stillness that interrupts the flow of movement is what carries Socrates on to his next step. It is what makes movement an imminent process of self-transformation and not an accidental searching about. It is what lends to movement its properly dynamic cipher and does so dialectically or by way of its opposite. Ultimately, in the narrative of the symposium, it is with his stillness that Socrates steps into the circle of Eros. This is the real point of Alcibiades's praise of Socrates, which, in line with all the preceding discourses and in particular following Diotimus, is the final praise of Eros. To pursue self-transformation, Eros must not be assumed as an instrument or means to some other goal. It must be viewed as an end in itself. This is the meaning of Socrates' dwelling in stillness. His behavior does not indicate a transitory state, there only to be overcome. Dialectically, stillness is the very place from which and in which true transformation can occur. To transform oneself, one must sustain the demand of the advancement, one must consent on being carried away, and estranged, from oneself toward otherness in the process that Eros instigates. That is, one must consent on coming reflectively to a halt, interrogating the silence and the possibility that surround us, accepting the contradiction embodied in our very predicament. In effect, in doing so we do perform a practical contradiction, we stand still and halt movement in order to move on. Eros carries us away by freezing us into stillness and leaves us deeply transformed. This is the recurring description of Eros in Sappho and in the early lyrical poets. Plato turns this description into a living paradigm of philosophical self-possession and self-transformation. Existentially, however, the contradictory predicament of the erotic advancement signals a crucial moment of crisis. Socrates is an exemplar of self-possession precisely because he regularly experiences crises, disruptions, and moments of conflict. 69 Ultimately, the crisis brought forth by Eros, the demon of the middle, is crucial in order to achieve the unity of the self, or, in Diotimus' words, to bind the whole into one. 70 Socrates' story is a clear example of what it means to advance according to the lesson given by the pure thinking that has imminently progressed up to the end of Hegel's logic. Herein the true advance is the fortgang of the concept caught in the middle moment of its critical split, namely, judgment. Hegel sanctions the concept's crisis but is also the crucial moment in which the process of realization first gets going. Judgment is the true action of advancing, whereby the subject is pulled out of the inward yet meaningless Ansichtsein it reclaimed in being, and the unreal Ding and sich is overcome in the true, reconstituted reality of the concept, TW 6, 307, a reality that is indeed reconstituted, Wiederhergestellt, TW 6, 309, 3, after the concept has been split. Judgment as the movement of the concept's advance is both the split and the reconstitution of the unity of the concept. Moreover, the advancement is both the forward movement to further determination and the backward movement that finally gives a ground to the self, TW 6, 570. This double dynamic tension generates the stillness of the in-between and marks the peculiar dialectical character of the advancement. But before coming to my conclusion, I want to dwell briefly on another case of advancement through the stillness of a crisis, another example that we find in the Greek world, which in effect may have recognized and cherished this predicament more than our contemporary world. In his pamphlet Quomodoki Suos in Virtut Sentiat Perfectus, Plutarch addresses the problem of how one can be and become conscious and aware of her advance in the quest for virtue. Against the Stoics, Plutarch defends the claim that virtue is never given or attained whole and perfected but is instead a process that progressively advances through stages. From this it follows that not the wise man alone is virtuous. Moreover, Plutarch maintains that this advancement can be measured by the consciousness that the subject can gain on her own progress by considering a series of factors in her life. The essay is dedicated to discuss the factors or signs from which the advancement can be measured. One of these factors emerges by considering the occasions of perplexity, errant thought, and vacillation that the students of philosophy encounter at the beginning of their commitment to the philosophical life. Significantly, at stake for Plutarch is the difficulty of the predicament of being in the middle, that is, the predicament of the advancement in its most proper Hegelian sense. This is the condition of those who have left behind the land which they know and are not yet in sight of the land to which they are sailing. Moralia, 77d, e. Plutarch illustrates this predicament with a story about Diogenes of Sinope at the beginning of his philosophical career. While the Athenians were celebrating a holiday with public banquets, theater performances, and informal gatherings happily protracted all night long, Diogenes, huddled up in a corner trying to sleep, fell into some very disturbing and disheartening reflections how he from no compulsion had entered upon a toilsome and strange mode of life, and as a result of his own act he was now sitting without taking part in the common celebrations. It is clearly a situation of crisis, a crisis that isolates Diogenes or that plunges him even deeper in his isolation. What is the way out of this crisis? Just to stay still and see what happens in the small corner in which he has retreated. As Diogenes is entertaining these thoughts, a mouse, it is said, crept up and busied itself with the crumbs of his bread. And this is the turning point or metaboly of the crisis. As this happens, Diogenes once more recovered his spirits, and said to himself as though rebuking himself for cowardice, "What are you saying, Diogenes? Your leavings make a feast for this creature, but as for you, a man of birth and breeding, just because you cannot be getting drunk over there, reclining on soft and flowery couches, do you bewail and lament your lot?" Moralia, 77f, 78a. What shakes the philosopher's conscience out of the crisis and makes him move on and advance in his commitment to philosophy is his willingness to dwell in the discomforting stillness of his crisis, instead of being distracted by the ongoing festivities, for example, and his capacity to listen to what the stasis he is in can bring to him. It is in the openness of this still space that the entirely accidental and indeed hardly noticeable intervention of the mouse gains a pivotal meaning and induces judgment. And judgment makes things move on. Diogenes's words to himself are the true advancement. 3. Transforming the advancement. We have now to take stock of where the long preceding analysis has finally led us. In this chapter, we have confronted a series of cases or figures that instantiate the differential logic of the advancing action or, alternatively, in the negative, of the action that is blocked in its advance. The cases discussed with the help of Moliere's Tartuffe and of Plato's Symposium offer a concrete exemplification of the typology of the advancing action that the three spheres of Hegel's logic being, essence, the concept articulate in their basic, fundamental structure. While the absolute method that concludes the logic tells us what all advancing actions have in common precisely to the extent that they are advancing actions, the synchronic comparison between the advancement according to the logic of being, of essence, and of the concept is meant to bring to the forefront the differences that separate the types of fortgang presented respectively in the three logical spheres. With regard to the transformation that the structure of the advancement has displayed in these three logical figures, we can notice, first, that advance is made only when determination occurs, and determination is what radically transforms us. The advancement is a deep and radical act of self-transformation through determination. Identity does not pre-exist such transformation but is rather precisely its result. In the case of being, determination is resisted and blocked. The naive fanatic indiscriminately rejects determination, which would destroy his absolute. And yet, determination inexorably occurs because such is the nature of the finite. The fanatic either succumbs to his fanaticism or is cured, in which case he is turned into the other of himself. Fanaticism is dialectically a self-defeating position as it cannot escape determination. In the case of essence, the unmasking of the hypocrite implies running through all the possibilities of his deceitful action. This is the alleged power of absolute subjectivity, and the negativity of self-destruction is the essence that needs to be fully exhausted before the real conversion or transition can take place. This is a momentous metaboly to a radically different context. Only in the concept is transformation truly a becoming what one is, advance takes place by staying where one already is. And yet the transformation that the stillness and stasis implies is deep. It is the solution of the subject's crisis. And the solution is, again, determination. It is the determination of freedom in its actualization. It is the act of gaining orientation and direction in one's movement forward, but is also the act of gaining grounding in one's movement backward into oneself. In this latter case, the false inwardness of the hypocrite, truly inscrutable and indeterminate, becomes clear and fully determinate. Second, advancement implies the confrontation with otherness and with others. In the cases of being and essence, the close-mindedness of the fanatic absolutist and the single-mindedness with which the hypocrite pursues his interests and enjoyment blocks the confrontation, let alone the recognition, of the other. And yet the other is there, and is, even unacknowledged, the source of determination. In both cases, the advancement is made by moving beyond one's absolute, isolationist self toward the other. Eventually, this is the movement back to oneself as other. At this stage, the other is either feared as a threat to be pushed away or seen as an instrument for the pursuit of one's ends, with no value in itself, to be used and colonized but never recognized. In the concept we have an apparently reverse situation. The self as the concept is the organic unity of its moments. The externality and foreignness of the other has been overcome. The connection of the self to the other is recognized and is precisely what constitutes the concept's unity. But this unity must be split again and change itself in order to advance beyond the tranquil sameness of the concept's moments. Otherness must be recreated in order for the next step to be undertaken. And this is the function of judgment. Judgment splits the unity of the concept and produces a new, indeed, an advanced unity. Ultimately, what we have here is Hegel's crucial thesis that in order to be meaningfully the good, the abstract and formal moral good must be contextualized and actualized in the intersubjective and institutional context of ethical life. The advancement of the concept is the transition to ethical life. This is Socrates' move out of his stillness in the morning of the Battle of Potidaea. Finally, the last lesson that we can gain from the comparison of the three strategies of pursuing the advancement leads us to a closer look at the mindset at stake respectively in the three cases. As stated earlier, the close-mindedness and single-mindedness of the fanatic and hypocrite block one's growth and development. But Hegel's dialectic shows that these are, truly, untenable and short-lived attitudes because they are ultimately self-defying. The reality that they refuse to face and acknowledge will eventually catch up to them. Open-mindedness, by contrast, does not need the display, and the posturing, of doctrine and lofty ideas. The truly pious, says Clean to Argonne, are not those who make the biggest show. They are the ones who simply can judge and tell the difference between hypocrisy and true religion, between the mask and the face itself, between appearance and reality, the shadow and the substance, base coin and true coin. Tartuffe, I. 5, 118. Open-mindedness is indeed, in a very Kantian way, the capacity to judge Teelskraft as Wettert-Denkungsart or, quite simply, and yet not so simply, as sensus communis. 71. Appendix, living in the interregnum. So here I am, in the middle way, having had 20 years largely wasted, the years of l'entrée du guerres trying to learn to use words, and every attempt is a wholly new start, and a different kind of failure because one has only learned to get the better words for the thing one no longer has to say, or the way in which one is no longer disposed to say it. And so each venture is a new beginning, a raid on the inarticulate T.S. Eliot, 4 quartets, East Coker, v. In the previous chapter, I have referred to the action that advances or the middle moment of the method of Hegel's logic as the crisis of the unfolding action. This crisis is a moment of acute contradiction and conflict that implies a stasis in the movement. And yet, at the same time, the crisis sanctions the turning point, the Wendepunkt or Metapole, TW 6, 564, of the story that crystallizes around the method. Dialectically, it is precisely the standstill in the movement that produces the true advance by creating the space for judgment, and thereby for the overcoming of the crisis. Stasis is itself a contradictory predicament. It is the moment of suspension and gathering from which judgment arises, and it is the moment of implosion and collapse of the universal, its radical split. 1. I shall also indicate this crisis stasis as the predicament of living in the interregnum. 2. Now I want to dwell on this famous and often invoked formulation, which takes our analysis back to the general problem of historical actuality raised at the beginning of this work. Among the central questions that I have claimed Hegel's logic of action can help us address is, on the one hand, the issue of understanding the historical transformations underway in our present time, and on the other hand the connected problem of how we can change and transform the ways in which we think and act in our world. Recall that our initial problem was a problem of historical imminence. How can transformation be detected in moments of crisis given that we live in such moments, given that we are immersed in and part of the crisis itself, given that our conceptual apparatus is deeply rooted in it, that is the ideology of the present? How can we become conscious of the situations in which a turning point in the movement of historical change takes place if the distance and detachment of an observation standpoint is lacking? Can true judgment, hence a fundamental change in the way we think, arise in the middle of the crisis and lead us out of it, advancing beyond it? I shall address these questions by first shedding some light on the life in the interregnum, on the predicament of being in the middle. I have suggested that if we follow the indication of Hegel's method, the issue takes on a different form than what these questions seem prima facie to entail. For the possibility of the advancement lies in the patience and indeed the courage that makes us capable of enduring the standstill of the stasis, TW 3, 24, in the capacity to dwell in the conflict and contradiction that animates the interregnum, not in the frantic search for a way out of the standstill, not in the attempt to flee the discomfort of the crisis. Indeed, the attitude that avoids contradiction, whether by negating it, by ignoring or repressing it, or by normalizing it, is always an absolutist attitude. In fact, the absolutism that characterizes all forms of fanaticism and fundamentalism is ultimately the negation of the possibility of conflict, and this, in turn, is the negation of the possibility of advancing. If there is only one true norm and this is valid absolutely, then there can be no true conflict, as there can be no alternative norm that can meaningfully contradict it. 3. In this case, however, there is also no true transformation but only a repetition of the same absolute. By contrast, the act of acknowledging in a self-critical stance the reality of conflict is already the first condition of the advancement. Summoning the patience and the courage to dwell in it is the second condition. As Slavoj Žižek puts it, there are situations when the only truly practical thing to do is to resist the temptation to engage immediately and to wait and see by means of a patient, critical analysis. 4. It would be easy to underestimate the problem by claiming that the resistance to change, hence the incapacity to make the advance, only concerns the extreme fanatics, that is, those who by no means accept a different opinion, make their own position into an absolute unchanging value, and the like, and to retort that these fanatics are rare and that the norm is certainly never fanaticism itself. However, there is an aspect in which the norm, or normality, is in fact already a sort of dangerous historical absolutism, the absolutism of the present, I shall call it, and we are all complicit in this. Antonio Gramsci aptly put this point as follows. Il fatto a cui non si bada e questo, che I modi di vita appaiono che li vive come assogliati, come naturali, così come si dice, e che sia una grandissima cosa il mostrare la storicità, il dimostrar che essi sono giustificati in quanto esistono certe condizioni, ma mutate queste non sono più giustificati, ma irrazionali. 5. This natural absolutism of the present is the absolutism of what Hegel calls das Beckett, what is obvious and under everyone's eyes but for this very reason generally not truly known and recognized, das Erkannt, TW 3, 35. It constitutes the universal as the pervasive, dominant dimension in which everything in the contemporary world is inscribed for consciousness, even that which remains unconscious, and this universal often does remain unconscious. This is the natural absolutism of the contemporary universal. But this universal has a dynamic structure, it is a dynamic universal. And its dynamism already implies the necessity of overcoming the absolutism naturally nested within it. If the universal encounters a crisis, if it is apparently torn apart and even dissolved by the crisis is not its end but a necessary moment of its dynamic advancement and transformation. To discover this, however, is not easy within the position of immanence proper to the present. The function of the method, or, for Gramsci, of the organic intellectual class, 6 then is to bring to light the advancement implied in the crisis, the necessity of the transition, in reality and in consciousness, from das Beckett to das Erkannt. Gramsci sees the natural absolutism of the present as a consequence of the naive position of immanence. Ways of life appear absolute to whoever is immersed in them because and as long as she is immersed in them. This position is characterized by the utter immediacy that constitutes its apparent naturalness. Herein immanence means also to occupy a sort of totalizing blind spot, a place in which no other ways of life can be actually seen or even imagined or thought of besides one's own. For this reason, the present way of life counts as the only absolute one, the only actual and possible way of life. It is this immediacy and naturalness that is shaken in situations of historical crisis, giving visibility to possible or actual alternatives to cultural clashes and conflicts in reality as well as in thinking. Gramsci points to a first momentous way out of the absolutism of the present, Igia una grandissima cosa, namely, the act of recognizing the historicity of the forms of life otherwise declared absolute. For these forms are justified because there exist certain conditions, which are always and necessarily historical, changing conditions, and this means quite simply that those forms of life are not absolute but relative to or dependent on specific conditions. It is to these conditions that the present ways of life owe their justification, their validity, and even normativity over the subjects that practice them and endorse them so fully and unconditionally as to see no alternative to them. On these changing conditions hinges the consensus of the masses to the ruling class. In fact, absolutism and fundamentalism, which we have seen are attitudes that negate change and resist the advancement, ultimately amount to embracing an ahistorical position, the ahistoricity of an essentialist static universal, of alleged essences and original foundations removed from change and impenetrable to critique. 7. The absolutism of the present responds to the same logic. It follows, however, that as those conditions change, as they do sooner or later change because of their historicity, the accepted justification for those present ways of life no longer holds. At this point, the absolute loses its validity and becomes irrational, or better, the attitude of holding on to its changelessness and of refusing to advance becomes irrational. This critique of absolutism and fundamentalism through the claim of history or through the historical dynamism of the universal is a position that Gramsci shares with Hegel. On Hegel's view, Gramsci's universal that has become irrational is the dead positive that no longer has a grip on people's lives and no longer is truly alive, actual, present, or vernünftig, as it were. The absolutism of the present of the universal represented by the current forms of life, social practices, and culture meets its crisis in the moment of historical transition in which the conditions of its existence and justification change. The present form of life remains apparently the same, resisting change. Yet as its conditions are changing or have already changed, that way of life is emptied of meaning and validity from within, often hosting opposite and conflicting customs and practices. Crisis is the name of the discrepancy between the fixity of a form of life and the transformation of its conditions, that is, the transformation of the context or the broader universal from which that form of life receives its meaning and its power. This is the moment in which the universal is no longer hegemonic. Gramsci has introduced the concept of interregnum to express the situation of crisis, the dynamism of Hegelian transition in which historical transformation and irrational immutability contradictorily coexist, in which change happens and advance is made by driving to the extreme the conflict within the stubbornly persisting and static present forms of life. The interregnum is the predicament of being in the middle, the paradigmatic moment of the action that advances by refusing to advance. The concept of interregnum has consistently demonstrated its diagnostic function with regard to historical crises throughout the 20th century up to the present. This is Gramsci's famous definition of the crisis interregnum as the condition of being in the middle of historical transformations. La crisi consiste appunto nel fatto che il vecchio muore e il nuovo non può nascere, in questo interregno si verificano I fenomeni morbosi pius variati. 8. The interregnum is a condition of historical and social pathology, a moment of standstill that stretches between the old and the new, the point in which the ethical contradiction becomes real, that is really felt and lived, the moment in which the universal is caught in the contradiction of its dynamic self-transformation. But what is life in the interregnum? Long before Gramsci, Thucydides developed the concept of stasis as a diagnostic model or method to be used by the historian to individuate the occurrence of crises in the polis as well as in other social and political configurations and forms of human organization. In Book 3 of his History, Thucydides uses the concept of stasis to reconstruct, among other particular cases, the paradigmatic stasis of Corcyra, the first stasis occurring during the Peloponnesian War, 427 BC. 9. However, this concept for him is much broader, and as a generalized model is ultimately meant to designate the entire Peloponnesian War as an internal utterly, self-destructive conflict. In fact, stasis differs from polemos. 10. Ultimately, the stasis represented by the Peloponnesian conflict is the turning point of Greek history as reconstructed from Thucydides's present. With the concept of stasis, Thucydides addresses the dialectical issue plaguing ancient definitions of stasis, the issue that embodies, in turn, the logical paradox or rather the contradiction of change widely discussed in early Greek philosophy. For one thing, in the condition of stasis the entity in which the condition occurs is and is not at the same time. The entity in question exists as the subject in which the internal war or pathology takes place, but also ceases to exist as the entity it is precisely in the moment in which stasis manifests itself as such. Moreover, Thucydides's use of the model of stasis directly addresses the issue of historical immanence that interests me here. 4. The occurrence of stasis, diagnosed on the basis of the symptoms displayed by the political whole, can truly be confirmed or proven true only after the conflict is over, not while the conflict is taking place. Indeed, the concept of stasis belongs to Thucydides's historical methodology. It is a hermeneutic device, not just an individual factual occurrence or event described by the historian, say, Corcyra in 427 BC. The idea or form expressed by the concept of stasis is the structure underlying the actions that happen and always will happen while human nature remains the same, but which are severer or milder, and different in their manifestations, according as the variations in circumstances present themselves in each case. 3.81.2. 11. As structure of collective action, stasis is a conceptual model that allows the historian to detect similar cases under varying empirical conditions. What are then the methodological, diagnostic features of stasis as a generalized model to be used by the historian mindful of the variations in circumstances characterizing each individual case? In the most general sense, stasis is the state of impasse in which opposed forces are radicalized and driven to the extreme with no other objective than to cancel each other out, although even this objective loses its relevance as stasis progresses. It is indeed a state of excess of savagery, as Thucydides puts it. 3.81.1, the emphasis being clearly set on the excess. It has been noted that construing his idea of stasis as a pathology, Thucydides does not follow ancient views of health, of the individual as well as the political body, as harmony and balance of multiple factors, and of disease as the rule of one element or force over all others, a common view that can be found, for example, in Alcmaeon of Croton, probably known to Thucydides, but dominant also in Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Stasis is the moment of immanent, internal, and internally produced implosion of the organic whole or universal, the corruption of its essential elements, namely, the nomoi laws, institutions, customs. 12. Thucydides' account brings to light the revolution or the inversion of values, as it were, that produces the internal transformation and sometimes the destruction of the polis. The moral, ethical, and juridical fabric of the whole is undermined by the fact that everything family ties, moral values, religious and cultural practices, even language and basic emotions and behaviors remain apparently the same and yet are radically perverted by taking on an utterly arbitrary and often opposite meaning as before. This erosion of the basic rules and values of human interaction is ultimately what drives the excess of savagery to which the opposed parties fall prey. Stasis is a state in which no determination is valid because all determinations are or may be valid at any time and in any circumstance and for whoever is upholding them. Arbitrariness has free rein. Absolutism equals radical relativism or, with Hegel's diagnosis of the perversions, this time, of modern conscience, hypocrisy goes hand in hand with the absolutism of subjectivity in making all determination as such irrelevant, R 140 remark. In this situation no advance is possible, no true determination can be gained, no rational, even merely self-interested, objective attained, no honest confrontation, no compromise or conflict resolution reached. Judgment is impossible but becomes also irrelevant, while the extremes of emotion and passion rule undisturbed. 13. In fact, contradiction being normalized or becoming so diffused as to penetrate everything seems to be made impotent. Under these conditions, as Gramsci puts it, the new cannot be born. This is the standstill of stasis. Too much, properly everything, is in flux for true, that is, determinate and directed, movement forward to occur. Indeed, the organic forces able to direct the advance from within seem absent. And yet, dialectically, this standstill is the condition of historical change. The use of language to which Thucydides turns his keen eye reflects this account of stasis. And hand in hand with language goes moral behavior. The ordinary acceptation of words in their relation to things was changed as men thought fit, 3.82.4. In this way, the meaning and value of actions, speech, customs, family relations, religious and legal practices are utterly perverted. Reckless audacity came to be regarded as courageous loyalty to party, prudent hesitation as specious cowardice, moderation as a cloak for unmanly weakness. Frantic impulsiveness was accounted a true man's part, but caution in deliberation a specious pretext for shrinking. The hot-headed man was always trusted, his opponent suspected, 3.82.4, 5. Ultimately, for Thucydides, stasis is a state of mind, an individual and collective mindset that by profoundly modifying people's actions ultimately transforms the nature of the universal, that is, the collective agent that is the polis. Stasis invests the logoi and erga that define the actors of this history. Under the condition of stasis, human behavior changes its meaning, actions no longer follow any rule or arbitrarily follow conveniently made-up rules, and this despite the fact that the old rules still seem to remain in place. 3.82.7, actions produce unforeseeable consequences, words become unreliable in their signification despite their being used in apparently the same way. Thereby the universal of communal life and interaction is maintained but reconfigured in a perverse way, that is, in a way in which the whole no longer functions as a social whole and individuals no longer pursue rational self-interested ends. 3.84.2, 3. Indeed, as Gramsci suggests, the old forms of life are still there but become irrational. Under these conditions the universal collapses. This is stasis. Social practices such as oaths and promises are still exchanged, and yet since their very structure and purpose is rendered contradictory their ethical value is null. If in any case oaths of reconcilement were exchanged, for the moment only were they binding, since each side had given them merely to meet the emergency, having at the time no other resource. 3.82.7. Importantly, in this regard, the stasis that Thucydides portrays in the case of Corcyra differs from the institutional chaos produced by the plague of Athens, 430 BC. 14. The latter is a situation in which social practices, laws, and norms are simply abandoned and entirely disappear as the epidemic's victims have no strength or will to follow them. Stasis, instead, is a situation in which those institutions do remain in place, but their function and meaning is utterly distorted, so that it is this perversion or inversion that ultimately destroys them. People still exchange oaths and promises, yet what promises become, and what the social structure becomes in which such promises are exchanged, under the condition of stasis is really the issue. Thucydides's position here resonates deeply with Hegel's famous critique of Kant's discussion of promising as example of the imperative of morality. Significantly, at stake in this critique is the crucial transition Moralitätsittlichkeit, and Hegel's diagnosis of the block development of Kant's moral standpoint as the standpoint that, remaining closed in its purely moral absolutism, refuses to make the transition to the concept of ethical life, R 135 remark, that is, ultimately refuses to acknowledge its debt toward the intersubjectively constituted universal. To put the argument in simplified form, on Kant's view, the act of false promising is morally wrong because the maxim of meeting an emergency by making a promise with the intention of getting out of it at a future time cannot be universalized. 4. To universalize this maxim means to render the very concept of promising logically contradictory and practically untenable, as on this premise no one would ever accept promises any longer, that is, promising would become meaningless. 15. On Hegel's view, by contrast, the contradiction and practical untenability to which the concept of promising is thereby reduced is displayed only once the practice of false promising in emergency situations is recognized as taking place not at the level of abstract morality but within the ethical context of Sittlichkeit. 4. The ethical universal frames all human practices and interactions, lending to them the meaning they actually have. No human practice and interaction has true meaning, and moral validity, in its absoluteness, that is, in isolation from the social universal. In this sense, the context of ethical life is the necessary presupposition or the concrete universal within which alone moral norms, as well as abstract juridical norms, make sense, that is, have an actual effect or efficacy in reality. There is nothing contradictory in false promising as such, or in its abstract concept. What renders the concept practically unacceptable, or unenforceable, is only the fact that promising is an ethical and social practice that binds individuals in a community of rules and values. It is only on this ethical basis that Kant's conclusion follows. The subjective prudential maxim of getting out of promises when in distress contradicts the ethical institution of promising, not promising as abstract moral norm. Thucydides's account of stasis shows precisely what form the ethical contradiction takes. In line with Hegel's position, Thucydides's point is that individual and social behavior in the pathological state of stasis disintegrates the ethical whole by perverting the meaning of its practices. Since customs and laws have no independent existence outside of the ethical whole, i.e., are not carriers of abstract moral values, the contradiction that is brought into them does not call them directly out of existence. The contradiction has real manifestations. These constitute the pathological reality of stasis, the reality of dysfunctional ethical institutions. Although individual action still takes place undisturbed, and institutions and conventions still apparently hold, the whole is no longer what it previously was because speech, actions, norms, and conventions take on an utterly perverted significance. This is precisely the internal transformation that the ethical whole undergoes in times of stasis. Thucydides's is not a moral, or moralistic, point, it is an ethical and political point, in the sense of Hegel's Moralitätsittlichkeit distinction. But Thucydides's analysis offers another example that, confirming the same Hegelian, that is, ethical bent of the concept of stasis, can be used as a critique of Kant's purely moral discussion of imperfect duties to others. 16. Men do not hesitate, when they seek to avenge themselves upon others, to abrogate in advance the common principles observed in such cases, those principles upon which depends every man's own hope of salvation should he himself be overtaken by misfortune, thus failing to leave them in force against the time when perchance a man in peril shall have need of some of them. 3.84.3 Arbitrariness rules in the state of stasis. Institutions and principles may be upheld in a distorted way or may be entirely abrogated, depending on the individual's whim. However, in point of fact, people do act against their own long-term interest, which makes the irrationality of this state. In this case, in the name of revenge, men invalidate those principles and protections that they may at a later point need for their own survival. The contradiction in the will, whereby the individual, in his subjective maxim, abrogates a principle that he cannot rationally will to universally abrogate the contradiction that makes the maxim immoral according to Kant, or that makes it impossible to will 17 that its principle holds universally, is a very real contradiction displayed in real actions with ethical import. It is, however, an ethical contradiction, that is, a contradiction affecting the reality and activity of the ethical whole, not a contradiction in an abstract concept valid absolutely in its detached purity. It is a contradiction that results in the excess of blind revenge defining mutual relations among individuals in the situation of stasis, not in an impossibility of the morally determined will, the impossibility to rationally will such an action. In sum, Thucydides' presentation of stasis as a methodological concept of historical narrative confirms that the ethical universal changes by going through the radical internal crisis, at once a destruction and a radical reconfiguration brought forth by extremism. In the crisis or split that is stasis, all action, individual and collective, of democrats as well as oligarchs, is driven to extremism. Crisis stasis is, dialectically, a point of dramatic standstill, the opposite of change, and the situation of radical flux in which everything moves with no direction. It is, however, the situation in which the ethical whole is transformed from within. For this reason, stasis is the structural condition of historical change. Importantly, unlike Plato and Aristotle, who think of stasis on the basis of their conception of the polis but also exclusively in relation to the polis, Thucydides does not define stasis by the entity that undergoes it but by analyzing the structure of the actions logoi and erga that determine the agent, the individual and collective agents in the situation of internal conflict indicated by the generalized model of stasis. Action for Thucydides as well as for Hegel makes the agent and not vice versa. The universal is the dynamic universal of action, not the substantial universal of a presupposed agent. Moreover, the model or the logic of stasis is not a logic of domination but a logic of extremism and immanent division. Extremism produces change by inducing internal self-destruction in the organism that suffers the radicalization of fanaticism. The latter can manifest itself alternatively as resistance to change, absolutism, or as the standstill in which the functioning of customs, laws, and institutions is blocked. The result is the same, namely, stasis. Dialectically the true advance. 248. Needs to confront the implosion and the painful split produced by contradiction. This is the condition of judgment. Ultimately, and more broadly, in Thucydides' view this is the cognitive function of history, the lesson that war offers to posterity and to all times. 18. Let us now turn from Thucydides' stasis to Gramsci's interregnum. 19. The context of Gramsci's introduction of this concept is the discussion of a crisis, the modern crisis that for Gramsci, writing in the late 1920s and early 1930s Italy, follows the collapse of society in the aftermath of World War I. Within this crisis, the interregnum expresses the stalled situation of indeterminacy in which the old is barely kept alive and the transition to the new seems blocked. The interregnum is a pathological in-between state. At stake are the ways of life of the present, the ways of life or the ways of acting and thinking that being precariously suspended between the old and the new, the past and the future, the old and the young generations, are fundamentally emptied out of meaning and actual efficacy. This is the case both for the ruling class, which more than ever must resort to violence and coercion to maintain its grip on power, and for the masses, which no longer sustaining the ruling class with their consensus, ultimately do not recognize those ways of life as their own, the masses no longer believe what they previously used to believe. The modern crisis, Gramsci suggests, is a crisis of hegemony or a crisis of authority. It signals a historical moment in which the social, political, ideological change underway is not taken up by the intellectuals and is not organically channeled by a recognized and validated authority. By consequence, the crisis cannot receive its historically normal solution. 20. The solution to the crisis is instead blocked. Since the war has produced a radical rupture between the popular masses and the dominant ideologies, the former no longer grant the latter their consensus, so that the only means for the ruling class to impose their ideology is by the simple exercise of force. This, however, underscores the crisis of authority that defines the interregnum, not the way out of it. The phenomenon of fascism is the pathology that confirms for Gramsci the persistence of the present crisis. The interregnum is the point of implosion of the present. The unavoidable historical change brought forth by the war, not being organically taken up in consciousness by the intellectual class, and not being enforced and enacted by legitimate organic forces or authorized powers capable of leading and not simply ruling or dominating by violence, turns the present into a condition of indeterminacy in which its manifold latent tendencies radicalize to various kinds of extremism. It's not that change does not happen. In the aftermath of World War I, change has in fact happened on a massive scale. But it is a change that in the quagmire of the interregnum paradoxically does not change anything and certainly does not advance the present out of the crisis toward the new. 21. This is the static predicament of the interregnum. This is the nature of extremism, which for Gramsci is exactly the opposite of hegemony. Extremism in general is the pathology of the interregnum. Just like in Thucydides' model of stasis, in Gramsci's interregnum the struggle of competing extremisms attacks the structure of the old class like a dissolving cancer, weakening and putrefying it. It assumes morbid forms of mysticism, sensualism, moral indifference, pathological degenerations. The old structure does not provide and is unable to satisfy the new needs. 22. In this way the pathology of extremism also expresses the hopeless exasperation of the young generation against the old. The interregnum voices here the frustration of the generational gap dividing the ruling class itself. The impossibility of an organic transition between the old and the young generation radicalizes the young into the extremes of mysticism and sensualism, moral indifference being only a different expression of the same phenomenon. On Gramsci's assessment, the death of the old ideologies along with the physical dejection and exhaustion experienced in the aftermath of the war, will lead, in the long run, to widespread skepticism. Herein lies the common root of the radicalization undergone by the different forces of society. In addition to the cultural phenomena of mysticism, sensualism, moral indifference, 23. In the realm of economy we have the single-minded pursuit of the pure economic facts such as profit, but also radical views such as the one advocating slavery as a modern instrument of economic policy, Giuseppe Renzi's. In the political sphere, we are presented with cynical positions, and among all with Mussolini's fascism. More generally, dictatorship both in the economic and political sphere is a consequence of the lack of hegemony, yet another expression of the pathology of the interregnum. On Gramsci's view, however, dictatorship characterizes all periods of deep social and political transformation. In this sense, it betrays the advance dialectically nested in the crisis of the interregnum. And yet, for him, fascism is still an expression of the crisis, since fascism is unable to create the new ethical phase necessary to lead out of the crisis itself. To be sure, Gramsci's concept of interregnum, unlike Thucydides' stasis, is programmatically projected toward the future, to the transition that needs to happen in order for the new to emerge. It is also a concept that arises out of Gramsci's deep interest first and foremost for the cultural and intellectual requirements of revolutionary change. In Gramsci's Marxism the political and economic conditions follow The connection he establishes between the crisis of the interregnum and the constitution of organic hegemony as the true historical advance, addresses precisely the issue of revolutionary change. The way out of the crisis requires the change underlying but stalled in the present to be brought to the self-critical consciousness of the masses in order to become effective, and this, in turn, requires the leadership of the intellectual class, that leadership that is lacking in the interregnum. 24 Ultimately, for Gramsci, the action of advancing is measured by the capacity of the new culture to succeed and successfully, or organically, replace the old. Dialectically, such advance arises out of and requires dwelling in its negative, namely, the condition of the interregnum, and is prepared by it. Just as Thucydides' stasis, Gramsci's interregnum is a diagnostic concept with broader methodological validity. It is first employed in order to understand the epochal historical change brought about in Italy by the end of World War I and leading up to Mussolini's fascism, Gramsci's historical present, but it is also used, more generally, to develop a new Marxist model of revolutionary change. Gramsci's concept has been recently taken up by Zygmunt Bauman as key to the understanding of our own contemporary present of our 21st century multiple economic, political, social, environmental crises. 25 Bauman recognizes his debt to Gramsci. 26 And he underscores the way in which Gramsci has changed the meaning of the concept of interregnum, first employed by the ancient Roman historian Tito Livio and current in the tradition of Roman law. From designating the time of suspension of law separating the succession of two sovereigns, the interregnum comes to indicate a certain way of life, the way of life of the crisis. Thereby the concept becomes a crucial tool for a critical sociological analysis. Now Bauman updates in his turn the meaning of the interregnum when at stake is our globalized world, a world of global and corporate economy and global financial crises, a world dominated by the separation of power and politics, exasperated by the dissolution of the territorial nation-state, a present of unending war on terror. Herein I shall only mention those points of Bauman's wide-ranging analysis that, resonating with my reconstruction of the predicament of being in the middle as the crisis that determines the movement of the advancement and the imminent transformation of the dynamic universal, add some contemporary features to the idea of living in the interregnum. As for his predecessors, for Bauman the interregnum is a time of deep crisis and uncertainty. In the suspension of the interregnum what is unseen, yet under everyone's eyes, Hegel's Das Beckett gains visibility and is first known, Das Erkannt, in the moment in which, hit by contradiction and sudden change, is about to disappear. For this thought Bauman appeals to Hegel's image of the owl of Minerva, which expresses the retrospective glance of philosophical comprehension. Philosophical understanding comes only when a shape of the world is about to vanish, and this is the threshold separating past and future. In order to grasp the present, and even more so, a present of crisis thinking must start from that result which is the movement of the present itself. The interregnum of our contemporary present is a time in which governance and sovereignty stall, the rulers no longer can rule, the ruled no longer wish to be ruled. 27 contends Bauman, echoing Lenin and Gramsci. But the interregnum is also characterized by a fundamental imbalance. This is, yet again, the phenomenon of radicalization to the extremes. As politics is no longer anchored in the nation-state and its institutions, neither is power. Sovereignty has lost its center and with it its efficacy. Power and politics go to the opposite extremes. Power is global, ubiquitous, and pervasive, but also concentrated as economic power in the hand of corporate capital. Politics narrows its focus and is fundamentally local. Nationalism is resurgent. Leaving Bauman's detailed analysis aside, I want to concentrate on his characterization of life in the interregnum at the beginning of the 21st century. Bauman stresses, in particular, three connected aspects. Living in the interregnum, we are all disoriented and haunted by ignorance, we do not know what to do, we do not know how to do it or to whom to turn in order to get it done. The stakes are too high anyway, and way too vague. At issue are objectives such as fixing the state of the world. The centers of power are epistemologically opaque, even though or perhaps precisely because ubiquitous. Connected to this pervasive, disorienting ignorance is a paralyzing sense of impotence. Even if we knew what to do, we would have no power to do it, and in any case, we don't trust any of the powers that be to be willing or capable of doing it. Action seems to have no efficacy. Bauman's position here comes close to Gramsci's diagnosis of skeptical and cynical attitudes as typical of the interregnum mentality. Gramsci's idea of moral as well as political indifference is another consequence of this sense of impotence. If nothing can be done, why should we even care? Finally, life in the interregnum is characterized for Bauman by a loss of self-confidence and a feeling of inadequacy. Connected to the epistemic ignorance and the practical impotence accompanying any project, the feeling of inadequacy arises from simply acknowledging that nothing truly changes. That transformation is blocked, and action has no efficacy, no determinate direction, no foreseeable and controllable consequences, and no accountability for these consequences. In all respects, however, by acknowledging the static stalling of the present, the interregnum brings to light precisely the deepest need for change and transformation. And this is, dialectically, the moment of the advancement in its imminent structural and historical necessity. I have previously noticed that while for Thucydides the concept of stasis has a methodological diagnostic function but not a prognostic one, for Gramsci the concept of interregnum is projected toward the future and to the structure of the advance brought forth by revolution. Bauman's appropriates the concept of interregnum, making it into the catalyst of a twofold contradictory or indeed dialectical tendency. On the one hand, he holds a fundamentally pessimistic view of the present, the comprehension of which the sociologist attempts by focusing, for example, on the most destitute strata of society. 28 In this regard, our interregnum, in fact a multiple set of crises, appears as one of the worst humanity has encountered so far. On the other hand, however, inheriting Gramsci's projection toward the future, Bauman sees the interregnum on the ground of its indeterminacy as a locus of hope and possibility, the place in which a possible utopianism can take root and activate the advancing movement of the present. 29 In this way Bauman's critical use of the concept gives to the advancement nested in the interregnum a new direction. Indeed, in all the cases analyzed, to diagnose a stasis or an interregnum is a fundamentally critical gesture on the side of the thinking observer placed in the position of the present, be it the ancient historian of the Peloponnesian War, the philosopher placed in the dramatic First Italian dopoguerra, the sociologist in the midst of our 21st century multiple crises. At this point, before reaching my conclusion and in order to reach it I want to take up our central question one last time. How does it feel to live in the interregnum? This time it is Nadine Gordimer who will be called upon to further help us articulate the connection between the issue of comprehending the present time as a time of crisis and revolution, life in the interregnum, and the problem of moving on or advancing from where we presently uncomfortably stand, that is, in the interregnum. But beyond this, she also helps us advance our thinking of this connection in the direction of a creative transfiguration of the interregnum itself. Such creative transfiguration is the act of telling its story, the creative act of the writer as a storyteller. The epigraph of Gordimer's 1981 novel July's People is a quote from Gramsci: "The old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum there arises a great diversity of morbid symptoms." July's People is the story of the interregnum. Gordimer returns on the topic in the thematic 1982 essay Living in the Interregnum, in which she explores her present in a first approximation, South Africa at the beginning of the 1980s, as a situation of interregnum. This time she adopts a different narrative form than in July's People, namely, the essay. It is, however, a peculiar type of essay, a broken essay, an interrupted essay, in which thinking does not flow but seems to stall as it constantly hits obstacles, until it finally moves on, in its conclusion, to a position of hope. Relevant in Gordimer's exploration beyond the positions we have discussed so far is the novel standpoint and the personal perspective she discloses. As for Gramsci and Thucydides, for Gordimer the idea of interregnum is a methodological key for the understanding of the present, but it is also, more generally, the key for the comprehension of a universal predicament concerning the movement of history, its revolutions, and the constitution and transformation of modern societies and human interactions. In addition, the interregnum takes on for her an important programmatic validity as it voices the necessity of a new form of critical writing, of a new connection between art and society. Accordingly, she intimates that South Africa in the 1980s should be seen as exemplary in its particular connection to the Western world, 30 exemplary perhaps even of the human condition and of humanity in the most general sense. Again, the interregnum displays a truly universal validity. We are all and always and everywhere in the interregnum, which consequently cannot be discounted by saying, it is only there, it was then, it regards them, or just others. Unlike the cases discussed earlier, however, Gordimer's focus is deeply personal. The interregnum is presented from the outset as a state of being, a state of constant interaction between the existential and experiential factuality of her personal life's events, on the one hand, and the theoretical flow of its attempted conceptualization, on the other. At the level of the narrative reconstruction of the interregnum, this is a state of disruption and interruption of the alleged coherent conceptualization of the present by its lived personal experience. 31 This important feature of the interregnum is immediately embodied in the form of the essay, which goes back and forth with apparently abrupt transitions or rather jolts from the lucid reflection to the personal narrative mode. Interregnum is the literary form of this essay. From the outset, Gordimer introduces the society in which she lives as shaken by the force of revolutionary change. Revolution is not in the future, as for Gramsci, it is the very dimension of the present. The image she conjures up is that of a demonic dance, and accurate, not romantic, similar to or different from Hegel's Bacchanalian revel, an image of actions springing from emotion, knocking deliberation aside. 32 Herein Gordimer is close to Thucydides. Action in the interregnum stasis revolution is swept away by passion and emotion, with hardly any space for judgment and deliberation. As Gramsci suggests, the interregnum is the time of transition in which the old is dying and the new is not yet born, or, cannot yet be born. 33 In this case, what has reached the inevitable end of its historical development is 19th century colonialism. This is the old that, dying, should finally come to its end. To be sure, the old institutions are still in place, and yet, since the time of the black uprisings of the mid-70s, the past has begun rapidly to drop out of sight, even for those who would have liked to go on living in it. 34 The social and existential disconnect separating the old institutions of European colonialism from the living present is rendered in Gramscian terms: historical coordinates don't fit life any longer, new ones, where they exist, have couplings not to the rulers, but to the ruled. 35 Indeed, whatever the new coordinates are, they are not yet really replacing the old ones, as they do not have the hegemonic force that can be conferred to them only by the ruling organic class, which is presently lacking. Importantly, however, the new has its roots, or its embryonic shoots, in the life of the ruled, while another segment of society still holds on to the old colonial forms of life. But Gordimer's account of this interregnum is more complex. If the fact that European colonialism is dying can be easily diagnosed, it is much harder to see that in South Africa its structures persist because supported by Western capitalism and, yes, by the values of Western democracy. 36 This is the more provocative claim that underlies Gordimer's account of life in the interregnum. In good Gramscian fashion, the interregnum is a transitional time. It is a time of disconnect and radical clash between consciousness and social institutions, between the old European colonialism, the present of Western capitalism and liberal democracy, and the embryonic form of a post-colonial society to come, in fact not yet on the horizon. But it is also the disconnect, more acute than ever, between the different strata of an implacably divided society. Moreover, like Thucydides, Gordimer captures in language the essential cipher of the interregnum, the language used therein and the language in which the transition at stake is best captured. The previous era, still woefully permeating life in the interregnum in its social, political, economic, cultural institutions, is concentrated in a word, historically and geographically specific but also beyond all times and places in its designating the ugliest creation of man. This word is apartheid, the ultimate term for every manifestation, over the ages, in many countries, of race prejudice. Every country could see its semblances there, and most people. 37 At stake in the interregnum is life with apartheid when apartheid is dying but does not want to admit its own unavoidable death. This is the model lesson that Gordimer takes to all people and to all times. There is a crucial methodological issue at the center of Gordimer's reflections that the authors discussed earlier do not seem to tackle as decisively as she does. It is a problem of standpoint, a version of the problem of immanence that interests me here. How can we speak of life in the interregnum while living in it? How can we tell its story, that is, from which standpoint, with which voice? And is there even a choice? 38 Importantly, even if there is no choice, there must be an awareness of the problem. Standpoint is the point in which the movement seems to come to where it stands, to its still stand, stasis. Thucydides' stasis. It is a point of observation in the middle of the flux of events and action and speech, a point that brings the flux to a stand by disrupting it, hence transitioning abruptly from essayistic reflection to personal narrative, that sees things only from one side, or in one perspective, and that in order to see them must bring the movement in which everything, itself included, is implicated to a halt. To be in the interregnum is both to be stuck in contradiction and to be in a place of shifting ground. 39 Stillness and demonic dance. The interregnum is the point of implosion of the crisis, but it is also a critical point of observation, the point in which critique and judgment are formed. It is the point in which advance and transformation take place. Herein Gordimer's methodological choice becomes significant. The essay is construed, as mentioned earlier, as the interaction and the reciprocal disruption that tie together personal experience and conceptual understanding. Now this interaction has to face a peculiarly South African taboo. And this is the fact that in the official South African consciousness, the ego is white. It has always seen all South Africa as ordered around it. Even the ego that seeks to abdicate this alienation does so in an assumption of its own salvation that in itself expresses ego and alienation. White consciousness as such is inexorably a standpoint. But this standpoint is properly no standpoint because it is the only one, the only existing one and the only possible one under the condition of apartheid. All alternatives are foreclosed. The present reality South Africa is entirely organized around it. We are, yet again, in the position of absolutism. Such absolutism is indeed a form of alienation, an existential, epistemological, political distortion of white consciousness that invests everything and its opposite. No matter what the awareness achieved, no matter what the political sympathies, alienation cannot be shaken off. Even the attempt to abdicate such alienation is an act that perpetrates it along with the privilege of white consciousness, the possibility of its salvation, when the apartheid regime goes, that is. 40 Moreover, when at stake is the social function of the writer or artist, the artist being the locus of the awareness of the present, the work of white writers does not go beyond the function of producing the Aristotelian effect, that is, a catharsis of white guilt for writer and reader. 41 And Aristotelian catharsis remains the function of black writers as well, in this case, the function of relieving black self-pity and victimization. 42 Now this cathartic function of art, itself an expression of white power, is what brings all creative activity to a maiming paralysis. Now this impasse produced by the absolutism of white consciousness is ultimately the standpoint of the interregnum and the standstill of the crisis. Faced with this impasse, Gordimer attempts to take the force out of the position of white consciousness by fully embracing it. The idea is that by reducing it to the punctuality of the personal, the absoluteness and absolutism of white power will inexorably crumble. By destroying the privilege of privacy and reducing the white standpoint to her own personal experience, Gordimer destroys the universalist pretensions of white absolutism. Thus, she declares, I have to offer you myself as my most closely observed specimen from the interregnum. 43 Gordimer is not just the observer here. In her own life she becomes a specimen of the observed interregnum. But importantly, she is its most concrete instance as a writer. 44 a dissident white, a white writer. And the writer in her view is the interpreter both to South Africa and to the world, of a society in struggle, 45 i.e., the interpreter of the interregnum. In this function, the white writer embodies the difficult in-between predicament, which embodies the moral and aesthetic responsibility of the interregnum. The white writer has to make a decision whether to remain responsible to the dying white order and even as dissident, if he goes no further than that position he remains negatively within the white order, or to declare herself positively as answerable to the order struggling to be born. 46 This is the complexity that inhabits Gordimer as specimen from the interregnum. At issue are now not only political and moral questions but also questions of aesthetics and art. From the personal standpoint of Gordimer, the dissident white writer, life in the interregnum entails the program but truly the funda. Mental hope and faith of structuring society humanly in the future, after apartheid, from a standpoint that is no longer that of white power because the white perspective has been transformed from within. The distinction here is important. The old structures and institutions of apartheid and white power are dead or dying, there is no hope attached to them, no transformation is possible. White consciousness, by contrast, may be transformed or rather self-transformed, and herein is the locus of hope. At stake is, crucially, the problem of how we can change and transform the ways in which we think and act in the post-apartheid world. For, clearly, it is not a matter of blacks taking over white institutions. 47, this would still be extremism, only of a different sign, and no true transformation, just like replacing communist bosses with capitalist bosses, or vice versa, perpetrates exactly the same crisis. 48 Instead, it is a matter of conceiving of institutions that reflect a societal structure vastly different from that built to the specification of white power and privilege. But how the interregnum transforms the collective universal hinges on how we change ourselves, that is, on how the whites of former South Africa, instead of thinking either of plans to run away or of physical and economic survival in a black state, stay put in the interregnum and dwell on the task of a radical self-redefinition and self-reinvention. Thus, whites of former South Africa will have to redefine themselves in a new collective life within new structures. And notice that this time the task is spelled out, taking a different, and complementary, viewpoint into account, in the eyes of the black majority. 49 Whites will be expected to actively support the new society. Their actions, however, while complementary to those of blacks, must be different from the blacks. Importantly, the roles are not scripted here. They must be entirely reinvented. Whites are expected to find their own forms of struggle, which can only sometimes coincide with those of blacks. 50 But the change needed cuts deeper and more personally. Indeed, the interregnum is not only between two social orders but also between two identities, one known and discarded, the other unknown and undetermined. 51 Gordimer is aware, following Marx, that what must be changed is not restricted to a higher way of thinking, of judging and categorizing and structuring hierarchies, but is also more basically a way of perceiving, of seeing the human reality that surrounds us. For, seeing and perceiving are not merely neutral natural acts. The weird ordering of the collective life, in South Africa, has slipped its special contact lens into the eyes of whites. We actually see blacks differently, which includes not seeing, not noticing their unnatural absence. 52 But this radical change in perception can be produced only by one's individual self. And it is to the point of this change, to the feeling of its implacable necessity, to the hope in its possibility, and to the understanding of the direction in which it must be guided, that living in the interregnum takes Gordimer. We have to believe in our ability to find new perceptions, and our ability to judge their truth. 53 This fragile belief is key to life in the interregnum. if the interregnum is to be the turning point from which advancement is made. The alternative is a frightening moral void, a historical death zone in which the advancement is entirely foreclosed. This is the idea that Western capitalism has nothing to offer except the rejection of it, the idea that there is nothing beyond the confrontation of the two extremisms of communism and capitalism. 54. This is the notion that Gordimer the writer most strongly rejects. It is important to stress that the function of the interregnum as the state of being in the middle between the old dying apartheid regime and the not yet born new order is not the function of producing the transition from one world to its inverted opposite, that is, from white power and privilege to black power. The pathology of the interregnum renders a clear-cut inversion of values, moral, aesthetic, political, impossible. In the interregnum, contradiction affects all parties and all segments of society. Indeed, there are contradictions within the black liberation struggle itself, and those are not just contradictions in ideological and political positions, they are moral contradictions arising from the moral confusion that defines life in the interregnum. 55. It is the utter confusion of the interregnum that requires and leads to total reinvention. On this point, Gordimer refers directly to Hegel. And not only with regard to the contradiction that characterizes the interregnum. More properly, at issue is the advancement out of the radical vacuum that is the imploded present. How can one conjure the energy to move on in the direction of a radical transformation? What can or should this transformation be, given that the interregnum is a chaos in which the structures of collective life are collapsing? The state of interregnum is a state of Hegel's disintegrated consciousness, of contradiction. It is from its internal friction that energy somehow must be struck, for us whites, energy to break the vacuum of which we are subconsciously aware, for however hated and shameful the collective life of apartheid and its structures has been for us, there is, now, the unadmitted fear of being without structures. 56. But they are also aesthetic contradictions affecting both white and black writers, albeit in opposite, and complementary, ways. To name only the central one, while the black writer is in history and its values threaten to force out the transcendent ones of art, the white writer as writer and South African, does not know his place in history at this stage, in this time. 57. The black writer must invent her own way to enter the art form and the recognized values of aesthetics, the white writer must invent her path into history and her personal contribution to the struggle of the interregnum. Herein lies the advancement from life in the interregnum. Gordimer's personal advancement in this respect is presented as follows: I can only report that the way to begin entering history out of a dying white regime is through setbacks, encouragements, and rebuffs from others, and frequent disappointments in oneself. 58. Let me sum up my reflections so far. With the help of authorities as different as Thucydides, Gramsci, Bauman, and Gordimer, I have explored life in the interregnum as the dialectical moment of stasis and standstill, but also of radical flux and instability that characterizes the point of imminent transformation of a universal thought in a Hegelian way as the fundamentally dynamic structure of action. My central claim has been that the interregnum is methodologically necessary for the true advancement of the dynamic universal. I have brought in different voices to show how the advancement in and through the crisis is made, how the creation and recreation of the universal, the social, political, aesthetic universal in and through the interregnum takes place. I want to stay with Gordimer in drawing my very brief conclusion at this point. We must continue to be tormented by the ideal, 59 says Gordimer. The interregnum is our inescapable torment, but it is also the ideal that drives us on. This is not a Kantian ideal projected in the future, though, precisely because it is our present torment, the interregnum that is always with us is the necessary condition of all advancing action. Chapter 6. Endings. We have circled and circled till we have arrived home again, we have voided all but freedom and all but our own joy. Walt Whitman, we how long we were fooled, Leaves of Grass. And in books it was the last page. I preferred to all the others. When the hero and the heroine are no longer interesting. Anna Akhmatova, concerning poetry, November 25, 1943, Tashkent. But could you tell me, what is so terrible about stepping off the end of a story? Let us look more closely at this moment that gathers at the place called the end. Up until this time, you have been fairly successful at holding back your tears, and suddenly you feel broken-hearted. Here is a moment of uncovering, and of covering, which happens very fast and you seem to be losing track of something. It is almost as if you hear a key turn in the lock. Which side of the door are you on? You do not know. Which side am I on? It is up to me to tell you at least, that is what other brave, wise and upright men have done in a similar position. For example, Socrates c. Phaedo 118. 1. All stories end. They must end in order to be stories. And then sometimes we need stories in order to end. Through the act of ending, the writer pushes the reader off the story, while she herself steps out of it. Where to, though? After the sustained attention that one has bestowed on the story's development, the end feels like a terrible letdown, to be sure, not the end itself but the necessity, implicit in the end, of having to step off the story, of having to let go of it. And this unpleasant yet unavoidable necessity does belong to the end after all. The end arrives suddenly even though one should have been aware of it from the beginning, even though each single moment of the story's unfolding should have somehow prepared us for it. Ending always exceeds the consciousness one may have of it as well as the consciousness of each single moment that has led up to it, and is accompanied by a feeling of disorientation. The end seems to be and is often expressed as a place and a time, a point in space and time. But it is, most likely, the end of place and time, since as ending happens we are beyond, before or after, them both. Or maybe not. Maybe what ends is only a certain place and time, not place and time tout court. For there always seem to be two sides to the end and to the act of ending. Ending is a threshold, like death, or life, or like a door frame. Indeed, it all depends on which side of the door one is. Especially as one hears the key turn in the lock. How can we know on what side of the door we stand? Who can tell us? And what is the difference anyway? Maybe to answer these questions is precisely the story's function and aim, its intended end. This is certainly the lesson of Socrates' end as recounted by Crito and by Plato, in whose narrations, however, Socrates' end is not the story's end. The man who had administered the poison laid his hands on him and after a while examined his feet and legs, then pinched his foot hard and asked if he felt it. Socrates said no, and after that, his thighs, and passing upward in this way he showed us that he was growing cold and rigid. And again he touched him and said that when it reached his heart he would be gone. The coldness by now was almost to the middle of his body, and he said, what was his last utterance? Crito, we owe a cock to Asclepios, pay it back and don't forget. That, said Crito, will be done, but now see if you have anything else you want to say. Socrates made no further answer. Some time went by, he stirred. The man uncovered him and his eyes were fixed. When Crito saw this, he closed his mouth and eyes. Plato, Phaedo, 118. 2. The end approaches slowly but happens fast, or so we think, we, external observers, Socrates' friends. It seems to follow the logic of the old paradox of the heap or the bald head. Where is the limit, the end in which or after which the dramatic change occurs? At what point in the process of gradual subtraction or addition does something end, a life, an action, an utterance, a thought, or a sensation? Is the end in the advancing coldness of the body finally reaching the heart, in the last words uttered before the silence, in the last stirring of the body before the eye's fixity? We always expect more, a last word, a last gesture, and are caught off guard by the unfulfilled expectation, like Crito, who, glossing over Socrates' request, his last utterance, insists, the cock to Asclepios, fine, but now see if you have anything else you want to say. He seems to miss the point entirely. Indeed, what he misses is the end. But can we really tell when something ends, and does it really end? And what if it doesn't? A cock to Asclepios, what a courtly gesture it is with which Socrates ushers his guests out into the evening air, pointing the way for them. They have had quite a bit to drink. Socrates' end is truly the act of pointing the way for us, pointing the way into the night to someone who has had too much to drink and is by consequence confused and disoriented, even though unaware of his confusion and disorientation. We know what that gesture is meant to suggest. Perhaps what ends is not life but death. Maybe the end is a new and true beginning? Maybe the end does not follow but precedes the beginning, and this is perhaps the meaning of the whole story. Indeed, do not forget to sacrifice a cock to Asclepios, do not forget to pay back. To be sure, this is the same gesture with which the writer ends her story. By making the end, the writer gives something to the reader. Not the mysterious, intimate, and consoling data you would have wished, but something to go on with. It is simply the fact, as you go down the stairs and walk in dark streets, as you see forms, as you begin imagination, as you look at every mark, simply the fact of my eyes on your back. 3. The end of the story does not seem to belong to the story and does not seem to be what one expects from it. It is not the final episode, the resolution we have been waiting for. The end leaves the story behind and follows, rather, the reader out of the story, onto something else entirely. The end now belongs to the reader as the writer's token, no longer to the story, since it defies or exceeds what the reader expects from the story. In the end, a sort of substitution takes place. Looking back at the beginning, the reader wanted something from the story and is left with something else, projected forward instead, something that does not belong to that story, Socrates pointing the way into the night to his drunken friends. The end is a mark of provenance, something akin to an origin that follows the reader with a life of its own, but is also, at the same time, a perspective commitment. But this is yet another story. What, then, is the act of ending? The end takes on different figures as the movement of ending comprises the act of approaching the end. How does the advance turn into the end proper, as well as the act of decidedly making the end the act of signing off, writing down or speaking out that fineness that seals it all, the act of stepping into the final decision, of drawing the ultimate conclusion. Furthermore, it covers the hesitation, risk, and uncertainty connected to all these processes, the temptation to delay and postpone the end or to avoid it altogether, just as the opposite impulse to rush prematurely toward it, to get done with it once and for all. How does one know how and when or where to stop? But the movement of ending also addresses the connected transition that inevitably leads beyond the end, in which case the question concerns what may come after it. And what if, on the other hand, there is no end, if no end takes place, but only an everlasting postponement or an infinite repetition of the same, a circle turning back to itself, a line stretched on with no end, images and hopes of eternity? What is the action that does not end, the action that cannot or does not want to end? Indeed, the end always has to contend with the dead end and the open-ended. These are some of the issues that I address in this chapter, taking on the methodological question of the end raised by Hegel in the conclusion of the Logic, following its embodiment in different logical figures, and showing their fulfillment in real forms and modes of action. To stress that there are multiple logical figures of the action that ends means that ending is not one form, different only according to what it is that ends, or different only according in its content, that is, for example, life, the world, history, art, a natural species, a culture. Formally or logically, the act of ending displays a differential typology in which fundamentally different modalities of action are displayed. Our task is now to articulate such a typology in some detail. 1. Logical endings, the two perspectives. Hegel's general position with regard to the end is only apparently clear in a well-known and often quoted, yet perhaps not sufficiently pondered passage of the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, where the problem of the end is connected to the problem of the beginning when at stake is the issue of the absolute. In fact, what appears as Hegel's relatively straightforward answer to a contemporary metaphysical debate turns out to be the introduction of a complicated question of no easy solution. The truth is the whole. The whole, however, is only the essence completing itself through its development, das Durchsein-Entwicklung sich vollendende Wesen. The end occurs when the process of self-completion in which the substance subject, which for Hegel is the essence, engages, eventually fulfills its task, that is, when the whole is complete or established precisely as the whole. Ending is an act of completion Vollendung. And yet, importantly, the end as the self-completing movement of essence is not the having been completed of the development of the whole, is not the point in which completion is a past, accomplished deed, but is rather the action caught in the present participle, the ongoing, self-completing movement of essence sich vollendendes Wesen. Ending is a process, it does not happen in an instant or in a point. The problem of the end, just as the problem of the beginning, and, in a different way, of the advancement, is the chief issue of discursivity and of this alone. Intuition, be it sensible or intellectual, is consumed in a flash in which no beginning and no ending properly take place. Ending concerns an action that is not complete, or whole, from the outset, but is rather, dynamically, what it is only in and through the process of successive self-completion. This said, in order to avoid the impression that this position articulates an issue entirely different from what the contemporary debate deems the central question of philosophy, Hegel reaches out to the traditional discussion concerning the absolute. Accordingly, he adapts the current terminology, Schelling's in particular, to this idea of the self-completing essence as follows. This much must be said of the absolute, that it is essentially result, that first and only at the end, end, it is what it is in truth, TW 3, 24. As we have seen, Hegel rejects the position that places the absolute as the metaphysical and epistemological origin and beginning. And he also denies that arbitrary interruptions of the self-realization process as well as hypostatizations of not yet completed positions can yield anything truly absolute. The true absolute, Hegel forcefully claims, is rather result and end. Whatever the absolute is, it is what it is in its truth, namely, properly absolute, first and only at the end. A more advanced position here would be the claim, the absolute is absolute only in the act of making the end. This, however, is not so much the solution of a traditional problem as the introduction of a puzzling new issue. For one thing, the assumption that being the result and being the end are more or less identical determinations does not make the issue any clearer. But the immediate concern is that the connection between the absolute and the end is perplexing no matter which side of the issue one considers. How is the end to be understood when the absolute is positioned in it, and identified with it? And on the other hand, what is the absolute that makes the end? What is the ending absolute, or shall we assume that being in / at the end is not the same as the act of ending? The absolute makes the end but does not itself end, which runs counter to the idea of the self-completing essence being the whole. To be sure, the idea of an ending absolute seems quite paradoxical as the idea that the absolute makes the beginning is instead intuitively acceptable. Indeed, it is a common sense assumption that what is result, as product or effect, is less perfect or absolute than what is original, that what ends are finite things, not the absolute. Aware of this, Hegel immediately adds that, as contradictory as it might seem that the absolute is to be comprehended essentially as a result, even a little reflection will put this mere semblance of contradiction in its rightful place, TW 3, 24f. The little reflection Hegel proposes, however, only rules out that the absolute may be the abstract beginning of a process, which by itself does not yet warrant the conclusion that it must then be its end and end result. In this connection, Hegel's solution of the problem of the end is the idea of circularity that brings the end back to the beginning. The end is reached when the return to the beginning is achieved. At this point, the end is the self-actualized inner purpose already contained, abstractly, in the beginning. Accordingly, in the end the beginning is no longer abstract but finally fulfilled. But is this the same beginning? Thereby the issue of the end is connected to reason's practical purpose of activity. Vernunft is das Zweckmaßige tun, TW3, 26. Vollendung is the actual realization of the initial purpose, its mere Ansicht. In an Aristotelian fashion, the end is actualized Zweck. However, as actuality comes before potentiality, we must conclude that the end comes before the beginning. Far from exhausting the problem, this argument opens up new issues of its own. It is not clear where this leaves the absolute that makes the end, and why it is the absolute that should make the end. Moreover, while the idea of the end as Zweck is backed by a long-standing tradition and easily accounts for circularity, there seem to be forms of ending that do not require teleology. And even maintaining the connection between the idea of the circular return to the beginning and the purpose's realization, the question of the end remains: when is the purpose fulfilled, or alternatively when do we go back to the beginning? Clearly, one cannot answer one question with the other. For indeed, that there is much more to the end than the circular return to the beginning becomes evident in the chapter Absolute Knowing that seals the phenomenology and from which the transition to the logic is made. 5. It is only in the conclusion of the logic at its very end, as it were, that the problem of the end is directly taken up in its broadest form as a problem of method. Herein thinking the end and making the end are one and the same act. Thinking makes the end by addressing the action of ending, and reciprocally, the act of thinking the end brings the science of logic to its conclusion. Thereby, the metaphysical and theological issue of the end, and of the absolute as the end, is transformed into the methodological problem concerning the action of ending. The end becomes the final moment of the absolute method. Just as Hegel's decision to address the problem of the beginning methodologically fundamentally transforms the metaphysical and theological issue of origin into the immanent problem of the beginning action, so does the thematization of the end as the conclusive moment of the method transform the metaphysical and eschatological issue of the end of all things, the end of all time, as Kant puts it, into a question that regarding the very structure of action is constitutive of, hence, immanent within, the development of action itself, and does not point to an end that transcends it. Only this new, methodological question is compatible with the intrahistorical nature of human agency. The last moment of the method brings to light the form that all ending actions have in common, the form of ending taken in and for itself, independently of what, or who, it is that ends, both subjectively and objectively. In this regard, the thematization of the end is analogous to that of the beginning and the advancement. At stake is the formal structure of the action taken in its absoluteness, as it were, or in its intransitive character. However, Hegel argues that unlike the two preceding moments, which exclusively concern the form of the action, the end indicates the action in which the content is first introduced into the methodological account. This introduction takes place in a way that is fundamentally different than what the immanent progression and derivation of the logical determinations, precisely as logical content, has achieved throughout the process. At this point, the content brought to bear on the action of ending is the result of the movement of the method itself, TW6, 567, not of the foregoing logical development, that is, only here is the content recognized as the content of the beginning, the content of the advancing and ending action, and not as the content of being, essence, the concept. At stake, in short, is the content of the method, hence the logical content heretofore immanently derived insofar as it is now reconfigured and reclaimed by the method in its ending movement. Recall that it is only at the level of the method that the ongoing logical process can be reconstructed according to beginning, middle, end as it attains the unitary form of the logic's story. 6. As the method is mythos, that is, the movement in which the immanent performance of the logical action coalesces into the articulation of a unitary story, the act of ending brings all the previously enacted logical contents to the forefront and rearranges them so that the end obtains. To be sure, given that what is at issue in the method is the articulation of the infinite or absolute form of pure thinking, TW6, 550, 551, respectively, namely, the unity and reciprocal implication of form and content. The content is present in all moments of the method. And yet, in the actions of beginning and advancing, the content does not make a difference to the form that the action of beginning takes in and for itself. Methodologically, beginning as such is indifferent to what it is, specifically, that begins. In the case of the end, by contrast, the content for the first time enters the circle of consideration. TW 6, 567. The content now does make a difference to the way in which the end is made, or not made. The content, which is now a proven result from the preceding account of the method, i.e., from the beginning and advancement, is necessary at this point in order to make the end, or to make a difference to the action that ends. The end is the moment of the final decision and accountability, in which form alone, even absolute form, is not sufficient. Herein the content is ultimately and necessarily involved as well. If it is only in the end that the accounts can be settled, it is because only at this point the action is complete in all respects. This gives Hegel yet another strong argument against Kant's moral formalism. If the end is Schluss and Endschluss, decision cannot happen on the basis of form alone. The content is integral to the decision, one with the form. Through the moment of the end, Hegel announces, the method expands itself to a system. TW 6, 567. It is here that the unity of the story first emerges. The function of the system, which in its circularity is the distinctive form of the ending action, is precisely to join together all the previous methodological moments. Hence the emergence of the syllogism of the method, the end is Schluss. The end is the action that reconnects, and thereby mediates, both to the beginning, which it fulfills, and to the advancement, which it follows. Now the end achieves this connection not only formally but by taking the content necessarily into consideration. It is clear then that in the method the circularity of the end is not a simple and straightforward return to the beginning. Indeed, if the end does in effect go back formally to the beginning, it may at the same time advance in the act of providing a different content for the beginning. The act of ending is the formal gesture whereby the content that makes, or rather has made, the beginning and to which now the end goes back, in order precisely for the end to be made, is actually pushed forward, that is shown capable of leading to the end of the movement, whereby it is proven or deduced. TW 6, 567. In fact, the alternative is either the dead end of a beginning incapable of moving on, or the infinite open-ended progression that knows no conclusion. In other words, just as the failure to make the end is the proof of an untenable beginning, the action of ending is the deduction and truth of the beginning, that is the proof of the successful beginning. In this way, it is first in the end that all beginnings and advancements become fully accountable for what they are, or pretend to be. The end is the point of apparent stillness generated by the act of joining two intersecting currents. One is the retrospective movement of grounding the beginning, the end is a Rückwärtsgehens process, the other is its prospective further determination, the end is itself advancement, is movement vorwärts. TW 6, 569, 570. Thus, requiring the reenactment of both the beginning and the advancement with regard to the content, the end appears as the most complex structure among the method's moments, the action in which all other actions are finally joined together and coimplicated. In the end, the content of the beginning action, namely sen, immediate precisely because it is the beginning, is taken up as the content of a different action, namely, the act of ending pure, immediate sen is now erfüllt sen. TW 6, 572, being that is now mediated and filled with content, being that the end finally fulfills precisely as being. Logically, the action of conclusive mediation as fulfillment and Erfüllung, that is, as the act of filling, the middle, with content, is Schluss. TW 6, 401. Importantly, the end does not simply go back to the beginning in a too easy notion of circularity. The end also follows the advancement, and is its implication. It is the advancement toward the end that makes the end, as it were, Aristotle points here to the moment of lambda upsilon sigma iota in the tragedy's action, the untying or unraveling of the complex sequence of events that leads to the conclusion, the denouement that stretches from the beginning of the transformation brought forth by the turning point or climax of the middle, till the end. 7. Yet, the movement of the end is formally and methodologically different from the advancement, it is the end of the advancement. In this way, the end is also the proof of the success of the advancement, the sign that the advancement has fulfilled its trajectory and now resolves into the act of ending, instead of being stuck in a dead end, for example. Ultimately, the end confirms that both the beginning and the advancing actions are indeed, methodologically, what they are, namely, real beginnings and advancements of discursive thinking. The end fulfills them both. Recall Aristotle's account, which defines the three moments of the action's whole in their obtaining from each other. In contrast to the beginning, which does not itself follow necessarily from something else, but after which a further event or process naturally occurs, the end, tau epsilon lambda epsilon upsilon tau eta, is that which naturally occurs, whether necessarily or usually, after a preceding event but need not be followed by anything else. 8. 2 are the conditions of the end. First, its following imminently, or naturally, after a preceding event. Second, its being self-contained and concluded, its not being in need of anything else for its completion, a condition that, significantly, still leaves open the possibility for something else to follow the end. The possibility that something may follow the end does not contradict its being the end. Thus, the end is conditioned apart ante but fully self-sufficient, or, with Hegel, self-completing and complete, apart post. The structure of the end, which connects to both the beginning and the advancement and thereby reconfigures them as part of the unitary story, or system, of the logic, reveals the complex meaning of the circularity proper to Hegel's method. It is a circularity that does not deliver a final absolute, absolute is attribute of the method and nothing more, and, most importantly, is not immune from possible failure. Indeed, the action of ending can very well be deployed by external reflection, or Begriffslose reflection, TW 6, 567, to which the absolute method is explicitly contrasted, TW 6, 567f. In this case, as much as all external reflection cares for is the end result, the true end fails to be made. In the hands of external reflection, the act of ending turns into a progression, ends unend like an inconclusive postponement that is unable to sanction the end, an infinite reiteration that is, in fact, the unsuccessful advancement of an infinite repetition, an advancement that does not advance, an end that is unable to make the end, a dead end. Alternatively, however, external reflection may attempt to make an arbitrary, suicidal end by abruptly halting the advancing process before its completion. This, however, is no true end but only the action that falls back to the fanatic absolutization of a one-sided, incomplete position explored in the previous chapter. Ultimately, this is the constant illusion and temptation of finite thinking. Dialectically, it is the finite, to which the end constitutively belongs, das End like that either cannot make the true end or labors only to avoid it, indefinitely postponing or rushing into it. The true infinite by contrast das Unendliche is the action that successfully makes the end and is infinite precisely in mastering the end. If we recall that in Hegel's logic it is the action that constitutes the agent, and not vice versa, it becomes clear that what defines something as finite is precisely the incapacity or unwillingness to make the end, not some presupposed ontological feature. While the finite perishes due to its unending action, the infinite is first constituted by the self-concluded action of ending. As we shall see, this dialectical inversion is crucial to Hegel's account of the movement of ending throughout the logic. Hegel's methodological examination of the ending action in the conclusion of the logic raises a final relevant issue. We have seen that, dialectically, the beginning action is endowed with the impulse, Trieb, to go on, and that the advancing action is the action that in order to move on comes to the standstill of a stasis. Similarly, the question of the end concerns whether the action that ends the logical process, and that ends it in its wholeness, is itself a process or rather the opposite of a process, its cessation, as it were. What is the movement of the end in contrast to the beginning, or is the end, rather, a point of stillness and, in this case, how is the stillness of the end different from the stasis of the advancement? After the end of the logic is achieved, the method tells us to turn back to the beginning and revisit the entire story again, this time, however, in a different perspective. It is only now, upon this second reading, that we can discern thinking's beginnings, its different modes of advancing, and finally the ways in which the end is variously attempted and achieved. While in the account of the method at stake is the general, formal character of the action of making the end, that is, that which is common to all endings as such, this new perspective coming after the method, as it were discloses that in which the actions successively deployed by thinking in order to make the end logically differ. At stake, in other words, are the various logical figures of the action of ending taken, this time, in their difference. Now, such a difference first comes to light as the endings are confronted synchronically with each other. The synchronic rearrangement of the logical plot, suggested by the method itself, disrupts and interrupts the succession produced by the first, imminent presentation of the logic, and allows for the transformation that the action of ending undergoes throughout the different logical spheres to emerge. As we have seen in the previous two chapters, Hegel himself attempts this synchronic reading at various points in his logical exposition. Here is a case for the end. In the first book of the objective logic, abstract being was presented as passing over, übergehend, into Dasein, but also as going back, zurückgehend, into essence. In the second book, essence shows itself, zeigt sich, as determining itself as ground, thereby stepping into existence and realizing itself as substance, but again going back, zurückgeht, into the concept. Of the concept, we have now RST shown that it determines itself as objectivity. TW6, 402 my emphasis. We are at the point in which the subjectivity of the subjective logic or logic of the concept has reached its conclusion after having gone through the different syllogistic figures. The Schluss of subjectivity leads to objectivity. At this level of the development of the concept, Hegel pauses to offer a synchronic reading of what he now takes as homologous transitions in the spheres of being and essence of the objective logic. At stake is the issue of how the advancement within being and essence respectively leads to the end by enacting a movement that specifically generates the correspondent of the concept's objectivity. Hegel starts out by articulating the different modalities in which the advancement is made, respectively, in being and essence, then turns to the ways in which the end obtains. In both cases, the mode of action, advancing and ending, is fleshed out by referring to the forms assumed by what, viewed from the level of the concept, is the correspondent objectivity. Displaying a seeming lack of autonomy, abstract Sinn, Hegel argues, was presented, wordy dargestellt, in its specific way of transitioning, übergehend, into Dasein, but also as going back, zurückgehend, into essence. As far as the movement of being is concerned, the advancement is made by the act of übergehen, while the end is specifically zurückgehen, going or turning back. Both actions imply a form of proto-objectivity, namely, respectively, Dasein, to which being transitions, and Wesen, to which being goes back. Importantly, only the former belongs to being. The end, obtained by the act of turning back, leads being to something that is no longer being but altogether different from being, namely, essence. Yet, considering the standpoint that Hegel assumes in this passage, that is, the end of the concept's subjectivity and the move to objectivity, Dasein and Wesen are figures of the same content, they are both forms of proto-objectivity, 10 although the actions from which they obtain are different, advancing as übergehen, ending as zurückgehen. In the second logical sphere, essence specifically shows itself. It makes the advancement in an act of self-determination, sich bestimmen, whereas the end takes place, yet again, as the movement of zurückgehen. This time, the proto-objectivity implied by these actions is, respectively, Grund from which essence further steps into existence and realizes itself as substance, and the concept, to which essence again, wieder, goes back. While the objectivity that accompanies the advancement of essence belongs to the sphere of essence, ground, existence, substance, the act of going back with which the end is made generates a structure that belongs to the successive sphere, no longer essence but the concept. In being and essence, the act of turning back with which the end is made leads to something that is logically entirely other than that which makes the end being goes back to essence, essence goes back to the concept. This is a crucial difference between the action of advancing and that of ending. The act whereby being and essence end is and is not part of the story of being and essence somehow. Ending is the act whereby being and essence step off their own story. It is, however, their own act. Now, while this may be accepted as rather unproblematic, the fact that ending is both the act of stepping off being and essence and azurighen needs, to say the least, further elucidation. For how can the end be both? After considering the modalities of development of being and essence, Hegel's synchronic reconstruction turns to the concept, that is, to the movement that separates the end of the concept's subjectivity from its objectivity. And the issue here is apparently clear enough: the concept determines itself to objectivity. Although the act of self-determination is common to essence and the concept, it is the way of their advancement. Hegel underscores what is distinctive of the concept at this juncture. It should be obvious that this latter transition, i.e., to objectivity, is essentially the same as the Schluss from the concept made by the traditional ontological proof, TW 6, 402. The transition to objectivity is a syllogism/conclusion, the same, he suggests, followed by the ontological proof. Hegel, however, fundamentally changes the meaning and structure of that proof. While the latter, and Kant's critique thereof, construes the transition as the inference from the concept of God to something entirely different, namely, being, whereby Sen and Dasein are positioned outside of the concept, as it were, TW 6, 404, Hegel argues that in this Schluss the concept goes back to itself, not to something other and different. And besides, Sen, Dasein, existence belong to being and essence, not to the concept. Unlike being and essence that achieve their end by going back to an utterly different sphere, this is precisely what ending means in their case. In the movement to objectivity, the concept remains with and within itself. In other words, the point of Hegel's synchronic reconstruction of the movement of being, essence, the concept with regard to objectivity is that, at this juncture, no end is properly reached for the concept yet. Rather, the transition to objectivity is only the concept's first step toward the end. Indeed, the end of the subjective logic as a whole, which is also, at the same time, the end of the logic as the first systematic sphere and the enactment of the methodological end, does entail a transition to objectivity that is, this time, the movement to something radically other than the concept, namely, the non-logical objectivity and exteriority of nature. The end, in this case, is the act of a final Endschluss, TW 6, 573. This, however, is not the act of the subjective concept but of the concept that through objectivity has realized itself to idea. In other words, in the case of the concept, the end is a two-step or two-phase action, as the concept's objectivity is approached twice, once in the movement of objectivity in which the ends of being and essence are reenacted, the other at the level of the idea, in which the final end is made. In the first step, being and essence are reenacted but also corrected in the transition to objectivity, in the appropriation and transformation of the Schluss that is the ontological proof. In the second step, instead, the end is properly made by the act of going back to being as erfüllt Sen, TW 6, 572, which is nature. I shall address this last episode of the logical movement later. For the moment, I want to stress that the way Hegel construes the movement of the concept to objectivity by setting it synchronically in relation to the way in which being and essence make the end by going back to something other than themselves, says something important with regard to how he thinks of the action of ending across the logical spheres. Recall that the point of the synchronic, reading of the logic is to bring to light the difference in the ways the end is made. In introducing the last division of the logic of the concept, the idea, Hegel claims that the concept that through objectivity has truly attained its reality is the absolute judgment whose subject distinguishes itself as self-referring negative unity from its objectivity. This confirms that objectivity is not the end of the concept's process of self-determination but only the end of the merely subjective concept. Now, in the self-differentiation of the absolute judgment, subjectivity presents the sides of being self-directed purpose and impulse, Selbstzweckunditrieb, TW 6, 466, objectivity, on the other hand, displays the moment of exteriority, and is, most generally, the side of finitude, alteration, and appearance. The finitude that lies on the side of objectivity is the reason why the movement of the concept has not yet reached its conclusion, the reason why subjectivity is trieb to self-realization and the concept still has to actualize itself to idea. In fact, the end is sanctioned by the action that puts an end to the finitude characterizing the concept's objectivity, thereby disclosing the objectivity proper to the idea. The side of finitude perishes by going back into the negative unity of the concept. Finitude meets its Untergang in the act of Zurückgehen of going back into the negativity that is the concept itself, TW 6, 467. It seems then that Zurückgehen, the act of turning back or going back, captures the action of ending in all three logical spheres, being, essence, the concept, and by going back to something that is ultimately different from the objectivity that constitutes them in their progressive determination. Herein we meet the peculiarity of the end in contrast to the beginning and the advancement, namely, the notion that in the case of the end it is the content that makes the difference in the way the end is achieved. In other words, while being, essence, and the concept all end by the act of going back, this action is different according to the content mobilized respectively in the three logical spheres. We shall examine this issue in the next three sections. We should dwell, however, on one last point, namely, on the puzzling way in which Hegel indicates the formal action of ending as a going back. Since the phenomenology, the methodological appeal to the circularity built into the act of going back seems an easy way of sanctioning the end of the process. The end is the act that goes back to the beginning. Upon further reflection, however, if the end implies the movement whereby what is gone back to is a different and truly other sphere of action, being to essence, essence to the concept/idea to the objectivity of nature, the gesture of turning back becomes much more problematic. Take being. How can being end by going back to something that was never there in the first place, namely, to essence? For, if it was there, then being is not the beginning, but if it wasn't, then in what sense is the movement properly a going back? And the Zurückgehen with which essence and the concept end is no less problematic. 1.1. Ending being, an infinite postponement, going back by becoming essence. Being is the abstract indifference, abstract Gleichgültigkeit, and when this indifference is to be thought by itself, für sich, as being, the abstract expression indifference has been used, TW 5, 445. As the entire movement of being reaches its conclusion, being as a whole is summoned back in the characterization of its conclusive figure. Hegel announces that insofar as being's action, which the development of measure has revealed to be abstract Gleichgültigkeit, is now taken and thought for itself, it deserves the designation of indifference. Whatever being does, at this point, is done with indifference, or rather, more radically, is the action of indifference or indifferentness itself, since being is thoroughgoing indifference, absolute indifference. It is not just the pretension of not being touched by this or that determination, which is a positive act of abstraction, and it is also not the balance and equilibrium of different claims declared equally valid, gleichgültig, or lacking all difference, which, generically, is only abstract Gleichgültigkeit. Taken in its wholeness, being is instead radical, dead indifference, the erasure of all difference, or rather, properly, the regression to a condition in which no difference and determinateness is as yet allowed to emerge, to make a difference, as it were. Indeed, Hegel underlines that the expression indifference signifies the position in which there is not supposed to be as yet any kind of determinateness, und noch keine Art von bestimmtheit sein soll, TW5, 445. My emphasis, in other words, being as sheer undifferentiated indeterminateness. The fact that being as indifference refers to an action that programmatically positions itself as coming before all determinateness is even allowed to surface, or as any kind of determinateness, be it qualitative, quantitative, or concerning measure, is as yet still to come, signals that this figure of being's action, although obtained as the end result of the foregoing process, is the action whereby being finally makes the end. For, as we have seen, methodologically ending implies Zurückgehen, the act of turning back or returning. However, while making the end is the act of going back, the whereto of that Zurückgehen is not specified. To be sure, being is indifferent to that as well. It must be if its indifference is to be absolute. This posture, however, seems rather gratuitous here, since in the case of being taken as the first systematic sphere there aren't many alternatives open to that going back, nothing precedes being. Indeed, the indifference in which all kinds of determinateness is as yet still not there, or should not be there, is immediately recognizable in its proximity to the immediate being, pure being with no further determination, ohne alle weitere Bestimmung, with which being makes or rather made the beginning, TW5, 82. This warrants the notion that by presenting itself as the action of absolute indifference, being goes back to the beginning, to its own beginning action, and thereby puts itself in the position of making the end. Straightforward circularity. Except that being's final absolute indifference is quite a different action than being's initial indeterminateness. This latter is being's very first determination. To be utterly indeterminate is what being is in the beginning. Absolute indifference, by contrast, appears to be the negation of all determinateness of being, TW5, 445f. Being goes back, then, but not exactly to the beginning, not to its beginning. The end is not the beginning of being, after all, and the end's circularity is not so straightforward. In fact, in making the end, being is the indifferent act of becoming essence, or rather, the act of letting essence first become, das Werden des Wesens, TW5, 445. Thus, it seems that within the sphere of being the action of making the end ultimately involves a trick. The indifference that brings being back in order to make the end proves to be an illusory act of going back. For there seems to be nowhere being can go back to. And in any case, as absolute indifference, being is indifferent to that as well, nothing makes a difference to it. This is the dialectical trick of being's ending action, which is, to be sure, the double movement Hegel announces in the absolute method. Turning back is a moving forward, TW6, 569f. A trick, then, only in the hands of being, truthful instead when viewed from the standpoint of the method. As we are projected forward to the announced becoming of essence, TW5, 445, what we get is the act of going back to an absolute indifference that passes for the initial indeterminateness of pure being, but is, instead, quite a different movement. To be sure, the way in which being is now indifferent to all determinateness has, at this point, declared itself indifferent, whether because no determination is there as yet, or because none of the foregoing determinations matter. All this is equally indifferent. Thus, although being must turn back in order to end, the turning back is truly an illusion. It is, however, essence's illusion. To being it makes really no difference. Hence, for it is not even an illusion, it is, quite simply, what the totality of being in its final action properly is. And this is being's end. But what if, additionally, being were to go back to itself? In this case, can being still be indifferent, or what does it take for it to maintain its absolute indifference? Would this move require being's indifference to its own indifference, an indifference that invests being in its entirety? And what is the end of indifference itself? This is the question faced by being's libertas indifferentia. What is it that can break the tie of that indifference, producing its dialectical Aufhebung, as it were, and releasing essence from being? The inner movement of absolute indifference will take on precisely these questions. In referring to the currency of the term indifference in the contemporary discussion, Hegel has Schelling in mind. 11. Schelling conceived of his absolute as the indifference of subject and object, the ideal and the real, as the absolute indifference that entails the possibility of both subject and object, the ideal and the real, without being determinately any one of them. As indifference, the absolute is the origin of all distinctions, the undifferentiated potential ground that precedes all actual forms, the dynamic chaotic merging of everything, the godlike weirness in which all dimensions of reality converge even prior to their emerging. 12. Hegel's polemic point here is crucial and repeats the argument we have seen him making several times since his Jena essays and the Phenomenology. Indifference is not an origin and is not a beginning but is the end. For, in indifference everything ends as being as such ends, nothing can emerge out of or indeed begin from absolute indifference. Indifference is the very action that ends, and it is such an action taken in its totality, indifference thought for itself as being, TW 5, 445, not an attribute of such an action or an accidental state accompanying it. Indifference is the logical figure in which being's action absolutely ends. Now, whether such an end is something akin to a creation is the further question, the question that will be settled only in the conclusion of the logic with the absolute idea's ending action. In his later work, Die Weltalter, Schelling draws further implications from his early metaphysical notion of indifference in connection, this time, with the problem of human freedom. In Die Weltalter, Schelling thinks of absolute indifference as the form of primordial freedom, as the non and pre-subjective, void and inert indifference that is absolute freedom, itself pure unactualized potentiality, the abyss of an ungrund. 13. These later reflections are relevant if not directly for Hegel, who continues to refer to Schelling's Jena Identitas philosophy, certainly for the broader context in which we shall develop the logical figure of indifference as being's modality of making the end. Hegel underscores that indifference already describes being's action at the level of quantity. Pure quantity is the moment in which being's indifference first becomes manifest. Indifference is the cipher of being's quantitative action. Herein, not quality but magnitude determines what the action is. Quantitative determination, though, is constitutively indifferent determination, TW 5, 210. This is, however, a relative indifference as it is predicated on two conditions. The indifference of pure quantity, Hegel claims, is its being capable of and open to any determinations, provided that these are external to it and that quantity itself does not have any connection with them originating in it, TW 5, 445. My emphasis. This is, in effect, a form of indifference relatively easy to display. It is indifference to determinations that ultimately do not touch being in what it is, after all, not that difficult to be indifferent to what is merely external and has no relation to ourselves, not that difficult to value the same whatever is equally unconnected to us. But quantity's indifference, the indifference of quantitative Gleichgültigkeit, is also logically distinct from absolute indifference to the extent that it is openness to any determination, or indeed determinability, not the negation of all determinateness of being, TW 5, 445f, which characterizes instead being's absolutely indifferent action. In contrast to quantity's relative and conditioned indifference, absolute indifference is the position that being attains only at the end. It is indifference achieved as a result as the utterly negative attitude toward everything indiscriminately, quality, quantity, measure, insofar as all these forms of determination are now plunged into being's negative, indeed indifferent simple unity coming in it to their end, TW5, 446. Since absolute indifference marks the end of their making a difference to what being is as a whole, it seems to erase all the gains achieved so far by the movement of being's successive determination. In this way, however, as much as absolute indifference reclaims precedence over all kinds of determinateness, it proves itself a fully mediated position, a result. The reference to quantity's relative indifference is important because it discloses the central problem for which absolute indifference is meant to provide the final solution at this conclusive stage of being's development. At stake is the general problem that dominates the entire sphere of being, the issue that characterizes the struggle of finitude, in all its forms of existence, against itself, against its own constitutive determination. Taken as the chief issue finally addressed by absolute indifference, this is now the question of how the end can be made to that which is constitutively set to run an infinite regress or progress, namely, to that which is set to defy the end by aiming, rather, at the unending, self-perpetuating action of what is consequently only a bad, still finite infinite. How can the end be made to that which is constituted by the very act of ending and yet is incapable of fulfilling this act? This is, most generally, the contradiction at the heart of the finite. In addressing the problem of finitude with regard to its first qualitative appearance in the sphere of Dasein, Hegel frames it in terms of the morning that accompanies all finite things. The morning of finitude, Trauer Endlichkeit, the morning that finitude itself is, and the morning of finitude's destiny is that to which absolute indifference puts a final end. Starting from the first qualitative characterization of the action of the finite, the movement of being is the successive attempt to escape its necessary and constitutive destiny, namely, the end. Qualitatively, the culminating determination of the finite, the pervasive determination of all the actions constitutive of its being and inseparable from it, is its being destined to ruin its Bestimmung zum Untergang. The finite has nothing, no affirmative being that exists distinct, unterschieden, from its determination to ruin, untouched by it. Heidegger would agree, translating this as the being toward death of Dasein. The finite is precisely this, Ziosanum and bestimmt Ziosen, and Hegel adds, aber nur Ziosanum. And, TW5, 140. 14 Maybe that is what is so scary and unacceptable, only to its end the end and nothing more, nothing beyond the end. It is, therefore, against this destiny or rather determination vocation, Bestimmung, against this immediate identification of the finite's being with its end Endlichkeit that the finite consistently acts, but also unsuccessfully acts. The end cannot be avoided since after all that's exactly what finitude is. The end can only be postponed, indefinitely and infinitely postponed, or, which is ultimately the same, rushed into, too fast and prematurely. While Endlichkeit, in its very being, is constituted by the finus or termination that finishes it, this is indeed its one and only determination, it is either unable or unwilling to end, to accept its own being, live and act according to it, thereby bringing its own being to completion, that is, to the Endvollendung. Since Endlichkeit lacks the courage to make the end, it survives in the illusory progress of a bad unending infinite. The unending, finite, however, is still always finite, it is, in fact, even more so. By contrast, the truly infinite unendlichs achieves the completion that is the end of finitude as such precisely by embracing and fulfilling the end, not suffering Untergang, not aiming at something more beyond the end, but actively making the end. In the sphere of quantity, finitude's problem is essentially the same. Although the course of action, this time, is quantitative in its determination, what confers existence to the action is its quantity or magnitude. Being's predicament remains fundamentally unchanged, only by reaching its end, that is, by actively making the end, is the finite truly infinite, yet the finite is constitutively set against its own end. Within quantity, however, being finds a strategy to counter the being toward the end proper of finitude, a way of coping with the determination to the end, which it is otherwise unable to shake off. Being declares itself indifferent to it gleichgültig, thereby apparently separating itself from it. If we render ourselves, as the quantum does, indifferent to that which constitutes our limit, then the limit is truly no limit, since it really makes no difference to our being. Thus, by declaring itself indifferent, being can pretend not to be touched by the limit, that is, by its end. And in this way, it goes on. Since this strategy was not available to quality because of its immediate identity with being, it constitutes the first difference between quality and quantity. Quality is the RST, immediate determinateness. Quantity is the determinateness that has become indifferent to being, a limit which is just as much no limit, in grans, die abensis recanist, TW5, 209 my emphasis. This, however, proves to be a losing strategy after all. The limit is limit and end, no matter how indifferent being may pretend to be toward it. Indifference turns out to be yet another excuse or justification for the repetitious postponement of the end that now is only quantitatively reinforced and justified. The progress in infinity emerges yet again, and the infinite quantum ends up breaking that indifference and reverting back to quality. In fact, the limit does matter to being, to quantitative just as to qualitative being. Thus, eventually, quantity's Gleichgültigkeit and relative indifference yields to the cleverer compromise brought forth by measure. Measure is the relation of quality and quantity in which the quantum sheds its indifference, and the limit that resides in it finally does make a difference to being's defining quality, a difference to being's reaching and accepting its end. In measure, the quantitative limit is no longer indifferent. Within the quantitative range defined by measure, the quantum is now recognized as responsible for the end of a certain being's existence, for the end of that quality which makes something be what it specifically is. 15 Measure matters, it is not indifferent. The something, et was, is not indifferent to this magnitude, as if, were the latter to alter, it would remain the same. Rather, the alteration of the magnitude alters its quality. Quantitative indifference no longer works for the specifying quantum. The end must be faced because the end comes when quantitative alteration reaches the limit. Directly showing the inconsistency of the indifference assumed by the pure quantum, TW5, 209, Hegel claims. As measure, the quantum has ceased to be a limit which is none, Grenzzielsen, die Canist. It is from now on the determination of a thing, so that, were the latter to exceed or fall short of this quantum, it would perish. Zugrundjange, TW5, 395. And yet, the infinite regress or progress surfaces again. The end is hard to accept, even within measure. The limit turns out to be always questionable, apparently such that can always be pushed a step further, gradually and almost insensibly, until it no longer can. We are always waiting for a last word, a last gesture, until nothing more comes. And at this point, the end arrives, suddenly. Transformation occurs, dialectically, in a process that is both gradual, through progressive repetition of the same, Allmählichkeit and Wiederholung TW5, 396, 397, respectively, and sudden, utterly unexpected. Hegel notices that the ancient paradoxes of the bald and the heap, TW5, 397, capture the dialectical truth of this predicament. They express the illogical hope that even measure can be defeated, the end yet again postponed, and they show how that hope is ultimately groundless. Thereby, those paradoxes entail the truth of immediate measure, the dialectical coexistence of the gradual end, the unexpected, the repetition of the same, and the emergence of the new, of positive being and its demise or Untergang. Although the movement of measure proves that mere quantitative Gleichgültigkeit cannot defeat the end, indifference as such is not left behind once and for all. It persists within measure as the balancing act of quality and quantity, just as the infinite regress persists in the multiplication of series over series of measures. And yet, in the conclusion of the development of measure, a dialectical reversal reveals that indifference, far from being a strategy to avoid the end, is instead the only successful action that finally makes the end. This is the function of absolute indifference as conclusion of the logic of being. Dialectically, taken in its absoluteness, that is, thought through and enacted in its completion, i.e., to the end, indifference proves to be not a way to postpone, delay, and impossibly defeat the end, but truly the only way in which being ultimately does make the end, thereby escaping, because overcoming, its destiny of indefinite postponement. Absolute indifference is the action that ends being as a whole by leading on to, or rather back to, the transition to essence, TW 456. Properly, absolute indifference is the inaction or the absolutely negative action of being whereby essence first becomes. It is the action/inaction whereby being lets essence become. The absolute indifference is the last determination of being, before the latter becomes essence, but it does not attain essence, TW 456. My emphasis. Absolute indifference is the last determination that brings being to the end. It is the action whereby being finally makes the end, overcoming the infinite regress, be it the qualitative, the quantitative, or the one that invests measure. Now the end is the act of being's becoming essence. And yet, Hegel insists that absolute indifference does not attain essence. It stands, rather, at the threshold between being and essence by creating the negative space of a gap, an intermission in which only becoming and transition seem to take place. Titles, TW 445, 456, respectively. Absolute indifference is the movement of a becoming and a transition that occur in an indifferent, apparently inert, and dead void. This last figure shows that it still belongs to the sphere of being because it is still determined as indifferent, and therefore difference is external to it, quantitative. At this stage, the indifference that permeates the movement of being becoming essence or of essences becoming, TW 456, 445, respectively, is still a mark of being's action. It betrays the attempt to create a kind of externality and separation between being and its conclusive end. Indifference is still determined as indifferent, that is a posture that indifference must insist on maintaining. The fact that absolute indifference renders, and maintains, itself indiffer. And by considering difference as external and other is the sign that it is being's final action, not yet essence's action. Absolute indifference does not attain essence. For, at this conclusive stage, difference is unequivocally there no matter how indifferent indifference pretends to be toward it. This opens the space for the very last action of absolute indifference, the action whereby indifference turns negatively against itself and fulfills the act of its own Aufhebung. This is the last step necessary to exhaust all the potential of indifference, the step that finally leads being back to itself and lets essence become. The act whereby indifference posits difference as external in order to be utterly indifferent to it can also be expressed, Hegel notices, by saying that it is external reflection that hijacks the working of indifference at this point. It is external reflection which insists, to be stehen bleibt, that specific determinations, whether in themselves or in the absolute, are one and the same, that their difference is only an indifferent one, not a difference in itself, TW 456. External reflection surreptitiously replaces being in its action, simply repeating one of the strategies that being has employed in quantity and measure. In so doing, external reflection prevents indifference from being really absolute. It is the absolute that is declared, instead, that in which all determinations are one and the same. This is, yet again, Schelling's indifferent identical absolute, a failed beginning that is, just as much, also a failed end. In other words, this conclusive movement reveals that absolute indifference is ultimately not a position that can be taken seriously to its last consequences without reflection's insistence in referencing an unquestionable absolute, and without reflection's distancing gesture or the externality that coming from reflection is meant to preserve indifference untouched, or, indeed, absolute. In order for indifference to act in a really absolute way, by contrast, reflection must be brought to bear on its very action, indifference must erase all externality and penetrate into the unity of being itself. Being must prove to be absolutely indifferent in all respects, including toward itself. Reflection must become the very movement of indifference, indifference that turns against itself by acting indifferently toward itself, and not merely toward differences declared external, so that, by confronting its own self and by being utterly repelled by its own indifference, being becomes truly another, that is, essence. Absolute indifference must become reflected and internalized, or indeed radicalized indifference. Instead of being declared indifferent by external reflection, i.e., such that for reflection all is the same, difference must show itself indifferent by being indifferently enacted within the unity that being at this point is reflected. Indifference must now become the very determination of the difference of that unity, a unity which would then prove itself to be the absolute negativity, the unity's indifference towards itself, towards its own indifference no less than towards otherness, Gleichgültigkeit gegen sich selbst, gegen ihre eigene Gleichgültigkeit, Ebensisraels gegen das Anderssein, TW5, 456. My emphasis. Only under this condition, namely, to be turned entirely against itself, and not just against difference and otherness, is indifference the final act of sich Aufheben that brings being to its full completion, hence to its complete overcoming in essence. Now, the action expressing utter indifference toward oneself insofar as the self is nothing but absolute indifference ultimately destroys the self in an act of self-repulsion, the action that truly ends being, the incompatibility, Unvertraglichkeit, of itself with itself, the repelling, Abstoßen, of itself from itself, TW5, 456. Self-referred indifference is self-defeating, it leads being back to itself, exposes its self-loathing and self-repulsion, on the ground of its radical indifference, but this produces, dialectically, the movement whereby being is entirely overcome in the act of innate self-rejoining, unendliches Zusammenhang mit sich. This is really the end of being as such and the end of all infinite progress, in being. 16. What rejoins with itself is no longer being but essence. And so is being determined as essence being which, through the sublation of being, is simple being with itself, TW5, 457. Absolute indifference finishes being, and finishes it off, and lets essence become. 1.2. Ending essence, reclaiming one's own end, before and against the concept. Essence makes its end posthumously, beyond and after itself, in the concept. Essence ends on the other side of essence, since its end can be ascertained only once the concept emerges in its own right in its own sphere. And herein essence, just as being, is properly no longer essence, it is a moment of the concept's own becoming. Once it has gone back into the unity of the concept, essence, just as being, no longer retains the determinateness of essence, TW6, 245. Indeed, if methodologically the action of ending is the movement of Zurückgehen, as in the case of being, the whereto of that going back is more complex than it initially appears. In the face of it, one would assume that it is a going back to the beginning. However, the synchronic methodological passage examined earlier entails a different suggestion. Essence shows itself, in the end, as going back, Zurückgehen, into the concept, TW6, 402. The concept confirms this. Begriff first emerges as the unity and Grundlage to which essence goes back, TW6, 245. To be sure, this return back is less problematic than it was in the case of being, for which essence was not there to begin with. For the concept's presence alongside with essence, as a premonition at least, is announced several times within the development of essence. It should not come as a surprise, then, that it is finally presented as that to which essence goes back, hence as its end. The problematic issue herein consists rather in the fact that the concept is also the one that properly goes back, to itself, in essence's end. The action of going back seems to pertain not to essence, which is supposed to end, but to the concept, after all, is the subject to the agency of which essence as substance necessarily yields, TW 6, 249. Thus, as the concept takes the action of ending out of essence's hands, depriving essence of this crucial moment of agency, essence is dead set on reclaiming this act as its own, on making an end on its own terms, independently of the concept. This is clear to essence from the very outset. It is made clear already by the systematic position this sphere occupies within the logical development as a whole. Essence is placed between being and the concept, and constitutes their middle, die Mittelselben, and its movement is the transition, Übergang, of being into the concept, TW 6, 15f. Essence's action of ending is shaped by this systematic middleness between being and the concept. Its end is already a beginning, its beginning is already an end. More importantly, the end point seems set for essence from the beginning and is set, apparently, independently of essence. It is all about reaching the concept, it is all about being reaching the concept. The movement thereby described seems to erase essence's agency. It is either being that transitions into the concept passing through essence, or the concept that becomes through essence, TW 6, 16, 245, respectively. It seems that in this story essence is after all less essential than it thinks. Being ends up in the concept, essence only bridges the gap. Essence's end, accordingly, is framed as the end of the transition or the end of the journey. It is the point where being finally attains the concept, which is both essence's end result and its goal. Essence's middle position is, to be sure, an uncomfortable one, hinting as it is at its subsidiary character between being and the concept. But it is also a Janus-faced position strategically rife with possibilities, since it allows essence a purview that extends simultaneously in both directions, that is, backward toward being and forward toward the concept, the same duplicity of directions that according to the absolute method informs the action of ending as a going back that always pushes forward. In this way, essence is well prepared against the concept when at stake is the action of making its own end before the concept, that is, before the concept steps in to put an end to its movement, thereby undermining essence's agency. Essence is in the position of knowing how and when exactly to anticipate the concept with the sleight of hand whereby it proceeds to shape its own end, preventing the concept from taking the upper hand and imposing its end to essence, and here both in the sense of conclusion and in the sense of telos. Or perhaps not really preventing this from happening so much as delaying its happening. Resulting from being as being's complete return into itself, TW 6, 14, essence is the absolute unity, the determination of which remains enclosed within itself and is accordingly neither becoming nor transition, although essence as a whole is being's transition to the concept, TW 6, 16, just as its determinations are neither an other as other nor relations to other but are instead endowed with independence and self-sufficiency, at least within the unity of essence. They are substantive, although only to the extent that they are in unity with each other, TW 6, 15. This unity, however, is constitutively split and then split again by the action of reflection, which expresses the fundamental negativity of essence throughout its development. 17. This general structure already implies that something like the infinite progress or regress met within being, and characterizing the nature of finitude, does not work within the constitutively unitary, self-enclosed structure of essence. Which does not mean that the infinite postponement of the end or the attitude toward the limit that the regress expresses is not to be met within essence. It only means that such attitude is now fundamentally or essentially modified, by essence's reflection. At the beginning, absolute essence bears all the consequences of the action of being's absolute indifference. Essence is in the beginning what being is/was in the end, although or precisely because essence is also the first negation of being as a whole, TW 6, 16, namely, the act of repelling itself from itself, Abstoßen seiner von sich, or indifference toward itself, Gleichgültigkeit gegen sich. This time, however, such action is enclosed within the unity of essence. Thus, essence begins by directly facing itself, as the result of being's absolute indifference, Essence setzt sich somit sich selbst gegenüber. In its self-referred and reflected character, indifference is essence's general, pervasive character. Essence as a whole is what quantity was in the sphere of being, absolute indifference to the limit, gegen die Grenze, TW 6, 15. Just as quantity, essence is a middle, an intermediary. Its chief determination as a whole or the generalized character of its action is the absolute indifference to / against the limit. This character will inform essence's end as well. In quantity, indifference is being's attempt to counter a limit that, in order to be countered, must be held in immediate external distance from being, and this despite the fact that the limit is instead necessary and truly discriminating with regard to the subsistence or destruction of things, which is the truth brought to light by measure. In essence, by contrast, the determination that constitutes the limit is not an immediate, it is instead what essence posits as a limit. The limit is not, it is posited only through essence itself, TW 6, 15. Consequently, the limit does not sanction the demise, Untergang, of things, or of finitude, but rather expresses their interconnectedness within the whole of essence's indifferent unity, namely, their independence insofar as they are in unity with each other. Whatever is all action and anything subsisting as enclosed by limits is only within essence and through essence as posited by essence, hence not free but only in relation to its unity, TW 6, 15, not free in its existence and not free from essence's indifferent action. The indifference of essence is measured by this act of positing that toward which essence acts, in turn, with utter indifference letting it be, as it were, what it essentially is. Now it is in relation to this general framework, which establishes what essence properly is and does given its origin from being, that the end follows as the action that essence has to take into its own hands against the concept that is set as the purported end of its movement. Essence must end before the concept intervenes, essence must counter the general end goal set for its sphere, namely, the concept, with its own end. Hegel characterizes the movement of this sphere most generally as the act whereby essence progressively confers Dasein to its own determination so as to become the unendliches Versuchsein that it is in itself. Now this is precisely what the concept is. As essence reaches its end goal it becomes the concept, TW 6, 16. There is no safe distance between the completion of essence and the concept, nothing like the gap separating absolute indifference as the last determination of being from essence, which that determination explicitly does not reach, TW 5, 456. This lack of distance from the concept is the problem that essence faces in making the end, its own end. Since the concept arises as that which puts an end to essence by replacing it, essence is deprived of the right to this final, concluding action. Indeed, the subject, which the concept purports to be from the outset, takes agency away from substance. This is precisely what the subject is supposed to do as subject. Yielding to the concept subject, essence substance from its part does not properly end. It may well be eternal, unlike being's finitude. It is nonetheless alternatively replaced, enhanced, refuted, downgraded to moment of the concept, deprived of its final action all the same. Recall the awkward formulation of the phenomenology: everything hangs on apprehending and expressing the truth not as substance but also equally as subject, nicht als Substanz, sondern ebensis als Subjekt. Substance is indeed outright negated, not as substance, but then not really negated but rather included in the higher truth of the subject. It is the subject that acts in its stead, TW 3, 27. My emphasis. 18. This loss of agency, however, is what essence cannot accept. Thus, essence is set on making its own end after all against the concept's plan, against its end goal. Essence's anti-teleological end stage is the revenge of substance over the subject. It turns out to be a failed revenge, an action that has history, philosophy's history, against itself, but an action worthy of attempting nonetheless. The concept is the absolute as it is absolutely, or in and for itself, in its Dasein, TW6, 16 My emphasis. Der Begriff ist das Absolut. This is an important hint for essence to follow when at stake is the act of ending independently of the concept. Essence must posit itself as the absolute instead of the concept, before the concept, which is a different act than positing itself as the same absolute that the concept is. Thus, essence is the absolute. If it manages to do this, essence will have made its own end, and in this way, will have gone back to the concept on its own accord. The problem is that the Dasein which essence gives to itself is not yet Dasein as it is in and for itself but as essence gives it to itself or as posited, and hence still distinct from the Dasein of the concept, TW6, 16 My emphasis on not yet. This is an important hint as well, as it signals what essence has to correct in order to posit itself, or to pose, as the absolute in a plausible, in fact, in a final way. Or perhaps the problem is all in that positing activity, which most generally and essentially characterizes essence's action. Be that as it may, the next issue for essence concerns the point in which it should start acting in order to make the end. The answer comes once the dialectic of inner and outer has run its course and the transition to the last moment of essence, Wirklichkeit, is accomplished. Herein, taking up the considerations presented in the opening of the sphere of essence, Hegel signals the first emergence of the concept's universality. The movement of essence is in general the coming to be of the concept, das Werden zum Begriff, the becoming toward the concept. In the relation of inner and outer the essential moment of the concept comes on stage, namely, that its determinations are so posited in negative unity that each not only is its other immediately, but is also the totality of the whole, TW6, 182. In the concept, this totality is das Allgemeine. This is also the Grundlage which, Hegel notices, is not yet present in the relation of inner and outer, TW6, 182, but as indifferent identity and reflected unity constitutes the underlying structure leading to and developed by actuality, TW6, 183. As Wirklichkeit, essence is the completion and unification of the splits and dualisms characterizing the reality of appearance, the act that brings their content back to one and the same, identical formal basis, in identisch Grundlage, TW6, 186. It is at this point that essence attempts its sleight of hand and begins to make its end, a premature end but an end nonetheless. This is the lucis of essence's story, Aristotle would suggest. From the outset it is clear, essence has to posit the absolute in its actuality. What emerges already from the completion of the relation of inner/outer is that even without having to get to the full-fledged concept of God as Geist, as it were, and even as absoluter Geist God can be presented as the abstract absolute or, properly, as nature, TW6, 184. In other words, there is some space to maneuver for essence here, even before getting to the concept. And essence rises to the occasion. Deus of natura may be a plausible alternative to God absoluter Geist. The movement of actuality is essence's attempt to make the end by presenting the absolute that essence itself not the concept is in and through the act of its own Auslegung. Everything hinges on the nature and the modality of this exposition because it is the action of exposing that ultimately constitutes the absolute as a plausible end by showing what the absolute is, TW6, 197. The conclusive action of essence unfolds through a series of self-correcting stages. Importantly, in making its end, essence follows in being's aftermath but also anticipates the strategy according to which the end is made by the absolute idea. The appeal to the modality of the art undy's, which is the measure but also the method ultimately deciding of the validity of all actions and all things, of their survival or demise, is as crucial for essence at this conclusive stage as it was for being and will be for the concept idea. Measure, mode, method are all successive ways to make the end. Anticipating and in fact replacing the emergence of the concept as a third after being and essence, TW6, 245, essence cleverly introduces the absolute in an ambiguous way so as to create the impression that what we have here is a final proto-third that leaves essence behind and yet is still essence, not the concept. The absolute is not just being, nor even essence, nicht nur das Sein, noch auch das Wesen, TW 6, 187. Not just being, of course, but nor even essence. In effect, the absolute is also not just essence but the end of essence, essence ending, hence something different than what essence has been heretofore, different in regard to how essence has heretofore acted, i.e., different in the mode or modality of action. The absolute is the absolute identity and totality of its determinations, it is both absolute form indifferent to its manifold content, and absolute content indifferent to its unifying form. The solid, substantial, and unitary identity, Gedeigene Identitat, TW 6, 188, of the absolute is itself absolute in a sense that anticipates the concept and yet falls short of the concept. It is a totality such that each of its parts is itself the whole or each determinateness is the totality, just as each moment of the concept is both a determination of the concept and the whole concept, TW 6, 273. In the identical totality of the absolute, however, all difference has vanished, the absolute form is accordingly only simple self-identity, from which it follows that unlike the conceptual whole the absolute does not determine itself, TW 6, 188. The chief determination of the absolute is to be absolute identity, in it all manifoldness, all dualisms, the world in itself and the phenomenal world, inner and outer, and so on, have been overcome. The absolute solid identity, TW 6, 187, 188, is the identity of a monistic indifferent absolute. Its action is neither a becoming nor a reflective determining nor the act of sich. These forms characterize either being or essence up to this point. The absolute is an apparent third, different from all that. In fact, all action, of both being and essence, seems to come to an end in the absolute. The absolute is sheer Abgrund. It is explicitly not the beginning but the end of all things, TW 6, 190. This is essence's first proposal, its first attempt to an end, which echoes, in point of fact, the position of absolute indifference as being's ending action. Here we have the negative Auslegung of the absolute. All action, of reflection, which is essence's most proper action, is finally overcome in the absolute. To be sure, it is difficult to accommodate the movement of reflection in relation to this solid, identical absolute. This is the fracture that essence has to heal in order to persuasively put an end to its movement with the figure of the absolute. For, reflection is the beyond of the manifold differences and determinations and of their movement, a beyond that lies at the back of the absolute. Reflection takes up those differences and at the same time determines their going under, their demise, Untergehen, in the absolute by acting, seemingly, instead of the absolute, TW 6, 189. Reflection is beyond the differences, is the beyond Jensates, but is also positioned at the back of the absolute. Reflection is still too much of a deus ex machina for this absolute to conclusively work as the end of essence. 291 endings. However, another strategy is open to essence at this point, one that promises to be more successful. In its true presentation, Darstellian, this exposition of the absolute is the preceding whole of the logical movement of the spheres of being and essence, TW 6, 189. Presented in this way, the absolute is truly the immanent end resulting from and sealing up the preceding movement as a whole. No tricky beyond or behind the back connects the movement of being and essence to the absolute. The absolute is rather drawn out of the preceding whole of the logic as its necessary conclusion. This is true not only formally but also with regard to the content, which is neither imposed contingently from without nor plunged by external reflection into the absolute as an empty Abgrund. The content has instead developed according to its own internal necessity as being's own becoming and as the reaction of essence, and thereby, in the end, has returned into the Absolute as into its ground, in das Absolut als insanen Grund zurückgegangen ist, TW 6, 189. My emphasis. The becoming of being and the reflection of essence are presented, or disguised, as the true, positive Darstellung of the Absolute. Obtained in this way, the Absolute seems indeed to make quite an adequate end for the sphere of essence as a whole. It is the necessary and imminent end result of the entire preceding logical movement, it is the ultimate Grund to which such movement has gone back in a final act of Zurückgehen, not simply a Grund in which all difference is dissolved. In sum, as a way of making the end of essence, the Absolute seems to work just as well as the concept does. Indeed, if one compares this passage with the initial introduction of the concept at the beginning of the subjective logic, the strategy employed by essence with the presentation of the Absolute becomes clear in its striking similarity to the concept. The Begriff, Hegel argues, is that which has being and essence as moments of its becoming, is the Grundlage and truth of those moments, and constitutes the identity and unity in which they are gone back, Zurückgegangen sind, TW 6, 245. Essence attempts to make, or to anticipate, its own end by constructing an absolute that mimics the structure of the concept by fulfilling all its initial conditions, that is, by displaying all the traits that connect the concept to the conclusion of essence, as the concept, essence's absolute is the becoming of being and essence, their ground, and the result or end to which they go back. The absolute, not the concept, is the end of essence. This is essence's stance at this point. The absolute is not only the Abgrund in which all manifoldness, difference, and determination vanishes and goes under. The absolute is there Abgrund but also der Grund, TW 6, 189. The Auslegung of the absolute has, therefore, a positive side as well. Dialectically, the very act whereby the finite founders, Zugrundjet, in the absolute is proof or demonstrates, beweist, that its nature is to be referred to the absolute, or to contain the absolute within itself, TW 6, 189. The finite comes to an end in the absolute. This very act, however, is the mark of its eternity, its absoluteness, its ultimate identity with the absolute itself. This is indeed essence's solution of the problem of finitude that has plagued being first, and then essence's reflection in the constant splits and dualisms that only now seem to find a convincing closure in the absolute's monistic identity. By ending in the absolute, the finite does not end but is eternal. The finite contains the absolute in which it comes to its end, Unterjet and Zugrundejet. In its indifferent identity of Abgrund the absolute destroys finitude but also contains it as ultimately identical with itself. Deus sub natura. The absolute is the end of all things but also their subsistence, it is, at once, their destruction and their positive essence. The absolute confers them actuality not, to be sure, in their manifold differences but in their immediate identity with itself. The absolute is the perfectly and incessantly identical activity of production and destruction, or the pure repetition in which no manifold, no otherness, hence no change, takes place. The essential structure of shine and the action of shining through play a crucial role in determining the absolute's relation with the finite. Finitude is shine illusory and negative appearance, to be sure, but also that in which the absolute shines, scheint, through. Finite things, nature's manifold phenomena, are not just nothing. They are reflection, relation to the absolute. They are, positively, shine insofar as the absolute shines in them, insofar as the absolute finds in them its expression and exposition, TW 6, 190. Here, however, essence's hesitation in making an end that may be too radical comes to light, a hesitation that complements finitude's constitutive difficulty in accepting its own end, and ultimately, and mistakenly, surrenders to it. Essence does not dare to push the negation of the finite to the end. In fact, the positive exposition of the absolute halts the night just before its disappearing and considers it an expression and a copy of the absolute, TW 6, 190 my emphasis. And yet, the end of the finite cannot be avoided. The price essence pays for this hesitation is a loss of agency on the side of the absolute. The finite ends all the same but due to its own logic rather than to the action of the absolute. Dialectically, it is precisely the act of halting the end by turning the finite into an allegedly positive shine expression and copy of the absolute that sanctions the fact that the finite ultimately ends in total vanishing, endigt in ganz Liches Vesquinden. 4. The finite retains no difference from the absolute, it is allegedly the perfectly transparent medium through which the absolute shines, but the medium is then completely and irreducibly absorbed by that which shines through it. TW 6, 190. The finite is destroyed by its being put in the position of medium meant to save it from destruction and to express the absolute's eternity. The finite is destroyed by the absolute's act of shining through it, but is also kept alive, halted at the threshold of its disappearing because it is that which contains the absolute, that through which the absolute is expressed and exposed. Deus sub natura is turned therefore into a perfectly identical, eternally repetitive action, the determination and destruction in which everything stays the same, utterly identical in the indifference of the absolute Grundabgrund, the finite expression of the absolute expressed in the finite. The absolute action, Absolutstun, of this absolute is presented as the end of all things, ihr End, that in which everything finally goes back, Zurajet, TW 6, 190. This, however, is not the true end of essence, since the act of going back cannot move forward beyond an absolutely repetitive identity, which is what the end as moment of the method instead prescribes. There is no beginning, no new beginning after, and from, this end only the incessant repetition or a beginning forced arbitrarily by external reflection. TW 6, 190. It follows that both the exposition of the absolute and the absolute itself must be recognized as ein Unwillkommens. Essence is clearly not yet ready to make the end, it is not yet complete. The absolute is not the end or is not das Absolute, the repetition signaling the stalled predicament of essence at this point. TW 6, 190. Essence must go on and attempt another, more plausible, more complete and definitive end, an end that entails not only the movement of going back but also the action of advancing forward to a new beginning, to the concept, as it were. Thus, essence downsizes the identical absolute first to absolute attribute, TW 6, 191, and then to mere art undwise or mode, TW 6, 192f. And it tries again to make the end. This time, however, the action of ending follows a different strategy. The absolute first expressed in and through the finite as its medium, then downsized to not absolutely absolute attribute and mode is expression but also externalization of the true, absolute, TW 6, 192. Äußerung and Entäußerung are ultimately the modalities of its absolutely identical unity, the convergence point of its negative and positive Auslegung. Now essence attempts to make the end capitalizing on the implications of this action of expression externalization. The end is made by dialectically acting in what appears the opposite modality to the identical absolute, that is, according to its utter externality. The mode is das Außersichsein de Absoluten, the absolute's alienation, its loss of itself in the changeability and contingency of being, its having passed over into its opposite without turning back into itself, the manifoldness of form and content determinations that lacks totality. TW 6, 193. The end, this time, is the loss or rather self-loss of the absolute, its self-alienation and utter disintegration with no turning back. The end, this time, is not the end of all finite things but far more radically the end of the absolute itself. This is an important strategy in which essence anticipates the final decision with which the absolute idea makes its end by embracing the radical exteriority of nature, thereby putting an end to the logic as a whole. By revealing, with another repetition, the disintegration of the absolute in the most external exteriority, die Außersein Außerlichkeit, nature is the end of the absolute. and yet, it functions as the end because it is posited as such an extreme exteriority by the absolute. The exteriority, which is the mode, is still exteriority of the absolute. It is properly the act that confirms, or truly posits, the absolute identity of the absolute, its indifferent identity, TW6, 193, 194, respectively. In the mode, then, the absolute returns to itself. There is, however, no escape from identity, which is now repeated and repeated, indifferently, again. In the mode the absolute determines itself but does not determine itself as an other, ein anders, it only reproduces and then shows that which it already is. In this case, then, exteriority is the absolute's action of manifesting itself, TW6, 194, 201. The absolute has not come to an end after all. What remains for essence at this point is a variation of this attempt at an end executed by moving from mode to modality, TW6, 201. The memory of being's end in measure is useful for essence here. Measure was already framed in terms of mode and modality by being, TW5, 388, 390. At stake is the blind necessity, the destiny, the nemesis that decides of the limit of all existence and all action by ultimately assigning the necessary, non-negotiable end of all things, TW5, 390. Essence's final attempt at a closure of its overall movement. The final attempt that will lead essence to the concept takes up being's hint and reinforces it within the structure of actuality that being was still lacking, TW6, 201. In the action of absolute necessity, essence goes back to being, thereby beginning the movement of its end. As the form of the absolute, absolute necessity has left the thought of the absolute behind and is defined, instead, as the unity of being and essence, TW6, 215, thereby proposing itself as the 295 endings. Conclusive result of the preceding movement. Absolute necessity is blind and entirely self-enclosed, Verschlossen, TW6, 216, in it all skeenen and all reflection comes to an end. Differences, however, are present in a new modality unknown heretofore to essence. They are free actualities as they neither refer to each other as reflexes or semblances nor stand in relation at all. They are, instead, self-grounded in their internal necessity, hence free in their actuality and as such manifesting only themselves. This point of convergence of necessity and, freedom is the beginning of essence's true end. The freedom of absolute necessity is a blind, light-averse, and self-enclosed freedom, purely and radically negative but also indifferent in its blindness. 19. It is the freedom that finally sets the accounts of being and essence of being with essence and essence with being. In its necessity, actuality displays this freedom just as its otherness does. Phrase Anders sen is the figure complementing the frie Wirklichkeiten, TW6, 216. Both are now disentangled from their dependence on the absolute that previously undermined their subsistence, a subsistence that first and only at this point is true actuality, not shine or reflex or manifestation or even the exteriority of the absolute. Now necessity has let go free its determinations as absolutely actual, free als absolut Wirklichkeitliches, while from its part it has receded back into itself in the movement of an absolute Rückkehr. Essence's action, at this point, is entirely unprecedented. Essence no longer posits and no longer reflects, no longer shines or manifests itself in something other or even in itself. It abandons entirely the binary logic that has dominated even its self-exposition in the monistic absolute. Essence now lets go free its own actuality as absolute necessity. Truly, essence finally lets go of itself and lets itself go. And this is the act that makes the true end. Essence only holds on to a mark that it impresses on the actualities as it lets them go free, a last reminder that it is essence, not the concept, that still acts here. The mark is the distinctive content of those actualities, the witness to essence's right over them, the power that presides over their perishing over the fulfillment of their essential end, TW 6, 217. Necessity joins freedom both in the act whereby essence ends in letting actuality go free, and in the act in which necessity brings those free actualities to their end. 1.3. The idea, ending, knowing when to stop. The concept ends twice or makes its end in two steps. Its first Schluss is the action that puts an end to the concept's subjectivity by completing it through the entire spectrum of syllogistic figures and then determining the transition to objectivity. The second end is the decisive one. Its protagonist is the idea into which the concept has realized itself, gaining the full-fledged form of objective truth. The action whereby the idea ends is also the action that brings the overall story of the logic to its conclusion. This end, we have seen, is the absolute method. The idea makes the end by thinking about and enacting the end as the final moment of the method that has led all the way up to the absolute idea itself. Herein the story told and the story performed and lived finally converge. This is the most comprehensive way of ending by returning back Zurich. What remains, however, is one last step, the last gesture and the last word beyond the method, whereby the idea closes the story of the logic and looks simultaneously backward and forward, not adding anything to the logic's story yet leaving something crucial for thinking to go on with, this time outside and independently of the logical idea but still, somehow, within the movement and the reality of the idea. In undertaking this last action, thinking will discover that it is no longer logical thinking. The last step is properly the action that by freeing thinking from the story of the logic puts it in the condition of beginning a new life and a new action beyond the logic itself. At stake is the way logical thinking puts an end, and this time a final end, to the action that has characterized it as logical thinking throughout the previous process. What does it mean for logical thinking to end acting as logical thinking, and how is this conclusive action performed? What does thinking that is no longer logical thinking do? Significantly, the moment in which thinking ends acting as logical thinking is also the moment in which thoroughly new possibilities of being and acting are disclosed. Thinking can finally be and do something entirely new and different than what its long-standing story conclusively recollected in the method has presented it as capable of doing. Having completely fulfilled its purpose, thinking is now liberated, freed from that purpose and absolved from its task. This marks the truly transformative and creative nature of the act of ending displayed by this figure Azurchen, productively and actively perspective, a peaceful moment of satisfied rest rife with further movement, a liberating dynamic endeavor. According to the general methodological characters of the act of ending, in the case of the absolute idea the end is accomplished, first, as the movement of going back that implies an act of moving forward, and second, as some kind of transition to a form of objectivity. 20. Since the end that the absolute idea is in charge of performing is, this time, both the end of the last movement issuing from the idea in general and the conclusion of the logic as a whole, the act of going back is directed both to the idea and to the beginning of the logic as a whole. The end is the final fulfillment of both. Unlike the conclusive action of being and essence, in the case of the idea the whereto of that going back is clearly marked in its most extensive validity and is a true going back to the beginning. Introducing the idea as the realized truth of the concept, Hegel insists that the idea is not just a goal, Ziel, to be attained or even only approximated, but which itself remains a kind of beyond, Jenseits, in relation to the forms of reality and action aiming at it, as for Kant, on his view. The idea is instead immanent actuality, so that anything actual is what it is insofar as it expresses, Ausdruckt, the idea that it itself is, TW 6, 464. In this apparently simple way, the idea solves the problem on which essence labored so hard but found for it only a cumbersome and insufficient solution in the figure of the absolute, in relation to attributes, modes, and modality. With regard to being, on the other hand, Hegel claims that in the idea as unity of the concept and reality being has attained the meaning of truth. However, in the idea finitude has not disappeared. The finitude of finite things is due to the fact that they do not possess the reality of their concept completely, vollständig, within themselves but are in need of other things for it, TW 6, 465. At this level, the shortcoming that constitutes the finitude of finite things is both a lack of completeness in their displaying the reality of the concept and a lack of autonomy in their displaying such actuality. They are in need of other things for that. The highest to which they attain on the side of this nitude is external purposiveness, that is, finite things are determined by an external purpose and have their end therein, not within themselves in their immanent idea. This sets the overall goal of the process of the idea and offers a first suggestion as to when and how the end of the movement shall be attained. The idea will come to its end when it will have completely worked through, vollkommen durchgearbeitet, all forms of reality and all modes of action so that these are completely subjugated, unterwerfen, or brought under the concept/idea, TW 6, 465, thereby overcoming, or putting an end, as it were, to their finitude. This will happen precisely in the absolute idea as the entire development of the logic is finally completely subjugated, vollkommen unterwerfen, to the method, TW 6, 552. While being has attained the meaning of truth in the idea, in good reciprocity the idea has the most general sense of true being. The idea as such has already gone back to being in its true sense. More particularly, though, referring to the immediately preceding movement, the idea is also the unity of subjective concept and objectivity. It is the concept liberated to its subjectivity in the return to itself from objectivity and yet again distinct from that objectivity, TW 6, 466. From this logical history, the further determination of the idea up to the end obtains. Herein begins the luces of the idea's story. The idea is first determined in its immediate universality, and then displayed in the separation of subjectivity and objectivity and in the process, where the two sides are mediated, cognitively and practically. The final moment is presented, quite simply, as the identity of the idea with itself, one with the process in which subjectivity and objectivity are progressively brought to coincide. This final determination of the idea is indicated as the self-identity of a state of Ruhe. The absolute idea is peaceful rest, that is, the predicament in which, the process of the idea as well as the overall movement of logical thinking coming to their end, there is no longer process and no longer movement, the end of the movement as the negation of all movement, hence rest. Hegel, however, immediately corrects this latter inference. He does so by promptly qualifying the meaning of that Ruhe. To be sure, if the idea in its final absolute determination brings forth the complete truth of being, that is, the truth of all reality and action by liberating actuality from the mere shine of purposeless mutability and by transfiguring it into the identity that is the idea itself, then this truth cannot and should not be represented as the dead rest, tot Ruhe, a mere picture, build, numb, without impulse and movement, tribuende bewegen, as a genius or number, or as an abstract thought, TW 6, 467f. There is no striving toward the idea, as a beyond or an external purpose, TW 6, 464, or a detached picture of reality. The idea, however, is itself the striving that is at rest. Hegel's position may be running against traditional philosophical representations of what the idea is as well as against representations of what reaching the end implies, especially when the act of reaching the end is the idea's own act. His position, however, is clear: when at stake is the absolute idea making the end, Ruhe is not the dead rest, the inert rest of the dead, death as the end of life and movement, but the peaceful rest that is alive because animated by striving and movement and yet entirely self-assured, in itself satisfied and fulfilled, hence restful and at rest. The idea's ending action is the seemingly contradictory unity of unchanging stillness and dynamic, striving transfiguration. Key here is the freedom that characterizes the idea's activity. Because of the freedom which the concept has attained in it, the idea also has the most stubborn opposition within it, den hartesten Gegensatz in sich. Ruhe describes, specifically, the way in which the action of freedom ends or the way in which freedom brings its action to the end. Its repose consists in the assurance and the certainty with which it eternally generates that opposition and eternally overcomes it, and in it rejoins itself, mit sich selbst zusammenjet, TW 6, 468. The end of free action is repose and rest, not dead rest but a rest rife or alive with the highest and most stubborn opposition, an opposition that the idea, at this point, is perfectly able to bear and to handle. Accordingly, the Gegensatz does not lead the idea away from itself to a new transition and to a new logical sphere but maintains the idea free within itself. In complete circularity, the idea reconnects or rejoins with itself. This is the moment of the end, the perfect finality of which neither absolute indifference, nor the absolute, nor even absolute necessity could attain. In fact, there is no Ruhe in being's and essence's final action because it is rather its opposite that moves the process onto a new logical sphere, namely, respectively, absolute indifference's self-loathing and repulsion toward its own indifference, and the absolute's imbalanced and uncertain dealings with finitude and external reflection. To be sure, what pushes the absolute idea further is not the hardest opposition and the search for its resolution but the peaceful identity and unity that the idea reaches in the end. Properly, not only is the absolute idea able to handle the highest opposition, den höchsten Gegensatz, it bears within itself, TW 6, 549, taking up 468, it is the idea that out of self-assurance and self-certainty eternally generates that opposition and eternally overcomes it, in this process of generation and overcoming going with itself, that is, ultimately, giving voice to the self-contained, autonomous productivity of freedom. This is indeed the highest accomplishment or the fulfilled end gained by freedom. It is the freedom that spirit expresses in the creations of art, that is, in the creation of forms of reality that display, or express, TW 6, 464, the idea bearing the self-produced highest opposition within itself but also, at the same time, providing the successful conciliation of that opposition. Herein spirit, just as the idea, is truly, because conclusively, absolute. After the presentation of the absolute method, the idea puts the method to work and takes its final step toward the end. Now the end, circularly, goes back to the beginning and structures the entire logic, or science, into a circle or properly into a circle of circles. It is only at this point that the circularity that winds the end back to the beginning, thereby determining the end as the act of turning back to the beginning, takes place, TW 6, 571f. Only at this point, that is, only in the idea's end, does such a return to the beginning occur, not in being and not in essence. Importantly, the complete claim here is that the end as the movement of going back to the beginning is also a new beginning. This is, yet again, something that neither being nor essence could achieve, the former because of absolute indifference's maintained distance from essence, the latter because of essence's chief task of preventing the concept from inserting itself into what it sees as its own story, thereby maintaining its own distinction from the concept. By contrast, for the absolute idea the act of making the end is such as to not only connect back to the beginning but also, at the same time, as to actively make a beginning that is an utterly new one, that is, namely, the beginning of a new member of the whole of science as a system, TW 6, 572. This is then the twofold task the act of making the final end should carry through: first, to reconnect, circularly, to the beginning of the whole, thereby instituting the whole in its conclusive completeness; second, to give rise to an unprecedented, entirely new beginning, to an utterly new and different way of thinking and acting beyond the logic, i.e., beyond logical thinking. So the logic also has returned, ist zurückgegangen, in the absolute idea to this simple unity which is its beginning. The end is the absolute idea's act whereby the logic as a whole has gone back to the simple unity of the beginning, that is, to the pure immediacy of being that made the beginning. Notice that what the end returned to is the same simple unity that made the beginning. The circle is now perfectly closed. And yet, that pure immediacy of the beginning receives a new and different meaning. The change in meaning, or the additional meaning, is now carefully spelled out, being the cipher of the process undertaken by thinking beyond the method and coming here to its end. While at the beginning being's immediacy consisted in the fact that in it all determination had vanished and was removed by abstraction, now this immediacy is, directly, the idea itself. It is the idea's own action as the idea has come to a likeness perfectly corresponding to it, TW 6, 572. This is fully mediated truth, mediation so full and complete that mediation itself is thereby overcome, going back to pure immediacy. Immediacy is not the beginning but the end that goes back to the beginning. Method is the pure concept that only relates to itself. Knowing when to stop, when complete self-referentiality is reached, when the same, simple relation to itself is achieved, which being was in the beginning, so that an apparent repetition pure being ensues, then the end is made. In this way, circularity describes the idea's act of ending in contrast both to the open-ended linear repetition of the finite and of external reflection, TW 6, 567, and to the dead end that lacking the impetus for a new beginning is only that is, the stillness of a dead end. Indeed, as the end is made by turning back and thereby repeating the first step, the idea discovers that the simple unity is now fulfilled, that pure being is now Erfülltsein, TW 6, 572, being fulfilled in its potential, filled up with actuality. Now this determination, which is properly the perspective, forward-looking determination of the end, is unprecedented as it is lacking in the way being and essence make their end. Describing the final action of the absolute idea, being is both immediate being and fulfilled being, concrete, and utterly intensive totality. Only by getting back to this beginning, at once immediate and fulfilled, is the idea capable of entirely resetting its accounts. Only after every determination and every action has been performed and carried out to the very last consequences, can the idea be a completely blank slate, yet again, can, that is, open up to a new immediacy. Only at this point can a new beginning be made, a totally and truly new action arise. This is the idea's, and the logic's, end. In the introduction to the science of logic, Hegel presents the project of his dialectic speculative science by means of an analogy with language. The pure logical forms in which thinking determines itself throughout the logic stand to the real world in which those forms are specifically and particularly embodied in the same relation in which the abstract general rules of grammar stand to spoken, lived, and living, enacted language. The turning point of this analogy lies in the fact that once a language is mastered and becomes familiar in its lively actual dynamics, then the dry and abstract and seemingly dead rules of grammar are finally recognized as a fulfilled, living value, einen erfüllten, lebendigen word, TW 5, 53. Those rules become fulfilled and alive to the extent that they are enacted by the individual in the lived language and by the culture in its varied linguistic productions. Eventually, the practice of language may even change the rules, infuse into them an utterly new life. Now, with the circularity of the absolute idea's end, the corresponding turning point of the logic is reached. Pure being is now fulfilled, its value has now changed as all the preceding logical forms become alive and concrete as the spoken, used language is. This is the point in which logical thinking must step out beyond itself, beyond the story confined to the solipsistic and shadowy world of the logic and enter the real world, the world of otherness, dynamic communication, and external expression. Indeed, heretofore the idea's action of ending has remained self-enclosed and geschlossen within pure logical thinking, TW 6, 572, the absolute idea as the original word has been solipsistically addressing only itself for lack of true otherness to which its expression, Äußerung, could be directed, TW 6, 550. We encounter, yet again, the limit implied by the action of making the end, the limit that already occupied being's measure and essence's mode and modality. In closing circularly on itself by apprehending the very act of conceptual self-comprehension, This being absolute cognition, the idea goes beyond itself as it overcomes its position as content and object of itself, or of the logical science, TW 6, 572. This means that the horizon is now broader than the idea itself. From now on its knowledge is no longer only about itself. As the idea loses its position as the exclusive content and object of its knowledge but also as absolute subjectivity, the trieb to move on beyond itself comes to the forefront, TW 6, 572. Something else, than the idea, emerges in the end. Or, in the act of ending, the idea turns into something else entirely, becoming completely other. At stake, then, is the Übergang that marks this emergence and this self-transformation, the new beginning, the beginning of a new sphere of knowledge and action, TW 6, 573. This is the Übergang contained in the very idea of the last action, the transition that is not a transition, still enclosed in the story that such action concludes, yet aiming at getting off the threshold of the story, thereby creating an utterly new beginning. Only in this way is the final end truly made. If the absolute idea is the original word and is originally expression, TW 5, 550, its nature cannot be fulfilled by the solipsistic act of talking only to itself about itself, of telling its own story to itself. For, in this case, no true expression takes place. Once language, first expressed only in dry grammatical rules and forms, is filled up, erfüllt, with concrete meaning and made alive by it, TW 5, 53, it needs to be used, needs to express something concrete to someone/something else than oneself. In the end, the trieb that animates the very act of ending voices the need to break the logical idea solipsism and step into the exteriority of the world of nature, of otherness and manifold others, of exteriorization and communication. In making its end, essence already attempted this move. And it was, in effect, a move in the right direction. The end is presented in apparently simple terms. As the idea posits itself, namely, as the absolute unity of the pure concept and its reality, and thus gathers itself, zusammennimmt, in the immediacy of being, it is in this form as the totality nature, TW 6, 573. The idea gathers or collects itself, and in so doing it recollects its story, the story that has made it what it truly is, leading it to the end in the form of the absolute unity and totality of concept and reality. Then there is a pause in this recollecting act. And the pause produces a sort of identification, or perhaps only a suggestion, a hint toward the new creative act, which is no longer an act of logical thinking. It is, rather, the Zhejian, the act of pointing to and imagining a new beginning. TW 6, 572. It is the different, indeed unprecedented act of intuiting, an intuition, ends. 244, that discloses a new horizon for thinking, knowing, acting, being, namely, nature, TW 6, 572. What follows to the end of the book is Hegel's explanation of this final act. This entails, as all ending acts, the movement toward objectivity, in addition to the movement of going back, TW 6, 402. In this case, however, Hegel argues that the idea's final action is neither a Gewordensein nor an Übergang in the strict sense, as was the case in the transition whereby the subjective concept in its totality becomes objectivity or the subjective purpose becomes life. In these cases, we have both the continuity of Gewordensein and the change of scene marked by the Übergang to a different logical sphere, to another, still logical beginning. The action with which the idea makes the end is, instead, the action of an absolute liberation, absolute Befreiung. This entails a crucial move to objectivity because the idea's absolutely free action is, directly and immediately, the full actuality of objectivity. Since this final act of liberation is not the positing of a determination that is still immediate or not yet permeated by the concept, as is the case within the logical process, in this freedom there is no transition that takes place. This freedom is therefore complete, in it there is no passing over into something other. The end is not a transition but the act of turning the page, or rather, more radically, of closing the book. It is the liberating gesture that hints to another story altogether, to another, unprecedented way of acting and being, a way that is not yet there but must be entirely invented, imagined anew. As the idea, in a final act of freedom, determines itself to simple being, this remains completely transparent to it and is the concept that in its determination remains with itself, der Basic selbst bleibend Begriff, TW 6, 573. No longer the illusory transparency of the finite maintained by essence's absolute action, TW 6, 190, truly a way of destroying the finite and reducing it to the absolute's medium. Now transparency is the idea's simple being, nothing more needs to be added at this point. Indeed, to remain with oneself is no transition and no becoming, it is, rather, another expression for that animated peaceful rest or Ruhe, TW 6, 468, which describes the end achieved by the absolute idea. It is another name for the highest freedom caught in its concluding act, to be with oneself in otherness. Hegel suggests that since this is a rest that is active or in action, one may indeed use the expression Übergehen, provided that an essential clarification is made. If there is a transitioning in this action, it should be taken in the sense that the idea freely lets go of itself, sich selbst frei entlass, absolutely certain of itself and internally at rest, in sich Ruhend. TW 6, 573. Last emphasis mine. The idea's absolute liberation is the act whereby the idea frees itself from itself, having fulfilled its logical task, it absolves and unbounds itself from it, and is now both retrospectively free from it and prospectively free for a new life, a new destination, and a new task. In its freedom, the idea lets go of itself as it has been as logical idea, and it lets itself go as something utterly other, nature. Ultimately, in so doing, it hearkens to the poet, these things have served their purpose, let them be. 21. Finally, the letting go and letting be that describes the ending action of the idea's absolute freedom is an act of Entschluss, TW 6, 573. This is, simultaneously, the liberating decision Entschluss, whereby the idea embraces the utterly unprecedented form of objectivity that now makes a new beginning, the last logical act of inference Schluss of logical thinking, and the conclusion Schluss of the entire logical story. 2. Part I. Playing the endgame, indifference and the impossible ending. Beckett's endgame. It begins with Clove, motionless by the door, his eyes fixed on Ham. Clove, fixed gaze, tonelessly finished, it's finished, nearly finished, it must be nearly finished. Pause. Grain upon grain, one by one, and one day, suddenly, there's a heap, a little heap, the impossible heap. Pause. I can't be punished any more. Endgame, 1. 22. The end is a kind of liberation, the problem is getting to it. But perhaps we are already there. The end is right at the beginning. It is often and easily noticed that the beginning of Samuel Beckett's endgame is already an end, if not the end, one of the many ends. 23. However, beginning and end are also different, as Beckett explains to the actors of Endspiel. Between the beginning and the end lies a small distinction, which is that between beginning and end. 24. A distinction that is perhaps not entirely indifferent. From which it also follows, as Ham does not fail to underscore, that the end is in the beginning and yet you go on. Endgame, 69. You go on, despite Clove's resigned protestation, I'm tired of our goings on, very tired. Endgame, 76. Despite the fact that the beginning is already the end, you have the story, you go on with the development that constitutes the play, but also your life story, or rather its chronicle. Endgame, 58. 25. Death is in life just as life is in death. Although the end is always latently present, at issue is the act of making the end, of reaching the end and thereby, finally, being finished. This, however, proves to be an impossible, paradoxical act. 305 endings. A similar strategy of beginning with the end, yet going on repeatedly attempting to register an end that seems to never come although it is always present, meets us in the opening of the second trilogy novel Malone Dies, English version, 1956. I shall soon be quite dead at last in spite of all, Malone, 174, 26. What should be underscored in both works is the ground Beckett provides for the link between the seeming identity beginning-end and the act of ending, or, rather, for the indefinite postponement of the end, which constitutes the topic, indeed the chief obsession, of both the play and the novel. Malone Dies takes its cue, right in its opening line, from the writing-speaking voice being not quite dead yet only nearly dead but not quite, not entirely. He is waiting to achieve the quite of that quite dead. This seems the condition for the novel's development, although it is not, since Malone also contemplates that there is, naturally, the possibility of being not just merely dying but dead, dead already. Malone, 219, 213, dismissing the alternative as utterly indifferent or rather declaring it a great disappointment to have it confirmed. Malone, 219. The narrative and existential distance separating that not quite but only nearly finished dead, or dying, from the actual, quite, dead end, frames and enables the development of Malone's chronicle as well as the play's endgame. Finished, it's finished, but actually, and more precisely, it's nearly finished, it must be nearly finished indeed, nearly, not entirely, not quite yet. Whatever that is nearly finished may be, since it is only nearly finished, it still has to be completely brought to the end. In the game of ending, the actual end is still an open possibility, or, rather, impossibility. Ham confirms Clove's initial words with a slight variation at mid-play. Interrupting his story even before its narration has begun, he exclaims, "It's finished, we're finished." Pause. Nearly finished. There'll be no more speech, end game, 50. The story, language itself have reached the end, are finished. But the retraction comes immediately, properly, it is and we are nearly finished. And Ham's story, just as the play and its characters, goes on, stumbles on to the next, partial, ending, fearing and at the same time wanting the unending. This is what the endgame announced in the title is about. Beckett thought to hyphenate the title as Endgame until just before the American edition was printed, the game of the end or the game of ending, the endgame, as in chess, Ham and Clove being its two principal players. 27 Ham is the king now at centerboard, the center around whom everything revolves yet incapable of doing anything by himself. Clove is, perhaps, the only surviving pawn tending to the king yet constantly announcing his leave-taking. 28. There is, however, a crucial point on which attention is rarely paid in the literature, and certainly even more rarely paid in connection with the central Beckettian theme of the link between beginning and end. This is the point that I take instead to be the key for the entire play, the chief rule of the end game. Immediately after his beginning-ending line, Clove states it for us unequivocally in his motionless, fixed composure, grain upon grain, one by one, and one day, suddenly, there's a heap, a little heap, the impossible heap, end game, one my emphasis. The key to the end game and to the connection beginning-ending, which the game articulates, is the Sorites paradox, or, alternatively, the dialectic of measure. 29 Ham confirms Clove's words, yet again, this time toward the end of the play. Moment upon moment, pattering down, like the millet grains of. He hesitates. That old Greek, and all life long you wait for that to mount up to a life, end game, 70. 30 The end, the act of ending, the game of ending is as impossible as the impossible heap of the ancient Sorites, the paradox that Beckett attributes to Protagoras, that old Greek whose name Ham can't remember. 31 Be it by addition or by subtraction, gradually and seamlessly, one by one, moment upon moment, the heap is amassed or alternatively dismantled, life is constituted, the end or death approached, the story brought to completion. But truly, what one has at each instant is only a bunch of identical small unities, millet grains or time units, never a heap, never a life, never a story. Each unity may very well be the last one, but the process goes on nonetheless. All life long you wait and you add, or subtract. Where and when, then, is the end reached, the end of the wait, the end that finally constitutes the heap? How do transformation and change occur if only repetition seems to be performed? Is there one unity that makes all the difference between a heap and a non-heap, life and death, despite its being just another unity like all others? How do we reach that kind of epilogue when it is not very clear what is happening, and which does not seem to add very much to what has already been acquired or to shed any great light on its confusion, but which no doubt has its usefulness, the usefulness of finally making the end, once and for all? Malone dies, 225. We wait and wait for the heap to be formed, for it to mount up to a life, for the end to finally come. But the heap was there all along, or, alternatively, will never be there. We're finished from the very beginning, or nearly finished, perhaps already dead. Life but also death was there all along, but we wait for it nonetheless. 32. And then, one day, suddenly, there is a heap, or, alternatively, the heap disappears, ceases to be, just like the life that has grown little by little suddenly ends. The process of ending is continuous and apparently gradual, yet the end is sudden, stupidly unexpected despite its well-known necessity. Indeed, that there is an end is certain and necessary. What the end may be is instead utterly contingent. You must go on in order to find out, you must play the end game. This is the gist of the game of ending. But what is it that precipitates the end, assuming that there is such a final end point or event, finishing the story or the game or life once and for all? Truly, however, the entire matter, the action of ending as such, is hardly comprehensible. It is a paradox, a sheer impossibility, as it were, Clove's impossible heap, confirmed by his resigned final "I don't understand," end game, 81. How is the end made when the end is there from the beginning, and yet you go on, you must go on in order to make the end, in order to play the end game? The game of the end or the end game aims at making the end, and yet, since the game ends as soon as the end is made, in order to go on the game of ending should not end. This paradox is Beckett's rendering of the dialectical predicament of Hegel's finite Endlichkeit, the action of ending that by infinitely and indefinitely postponing the end never ends, although it does necessarily end or has always already ended to begin with, for this is what Endlichkeit properly is, Ziosenum and bestem Ziosen, TW 5, 140. In this way, Beckett turns Hegel's morning of finitude, TW 5, 140, into the endgame. Both are versions of the same truth expressed by the ancient paradox, the impossible heap. Clove's stage position in pronouncing his initial words is relevant in this discussion. At the outset, he appears motionless by the door, the same place he takes in the final scene of the play, Endgame, 1, 82. He occupies, at least in the English edition, in fin de partie he is instead immobile à côté du fauteuil, motionless by the armchair, 33, a position right at the threshold, at the limit of the closed world of the play, and recall Ham's warning. Outside of here it's death, Endgame, 9, 70, to which one should retort that the inside world is itself nearly dead. Indeed, following the logic of the heap, the difference between inside and outside is an indifferent one. The limit is the point of coexistence of the two states, a line that can always be redrawn, moved forward, postponed. Will Clove cross the threshold and leave for good, perhaps even die, as Ham intimates, implying, however, that the result is ultimately the same, that is, ultimately indifferent? Or will he just continue in his attempt to leave, only retreating as far as his kitchen, then inevitably coming back to Ham's orders? This is the question repeatedly, even obsessively raised up until the play's conclusion. This is the question that the end finally addresses, thereby going back to the beginning. The answer, however, lies perhaps in another question: does it even matter what Clove does in the end, and in order to end? Or is it rather the indifference that the end makes, that which properly makes the end? The logic of the impossible ending, applied to the impossible heap that frames the relation of life and death, individual and collective, which for Beckett are not opposites and not contraries but states as continuous and copresent and only vaguely distinguished as the grains of the impossible heap. 34 This logic plays a central role in Endgame, as already in Malone Dies, and plays this role at different levels. For one thing, the paradoxical logic of ending structures the text of the play as a theatrical text. Ending is a performative process. The actor playing an actor, Clove his necessary audience, just as Nag and Nell are an occasional audience. It is a gradual process that moves on by incremental addition and repetition, the French term for rehearsal, 35 but also continually returns on itself. The end is constantly hinted at, yet is never decidedly made, although it could be made at any step, being there all along. Ending is the exit from the scene to which Clove alludes in the final scene. This is what we call making an exit. Endgame, 81. Ending is a game that is played according to strategies and rules. The end is the game's chief objective but is also that which must be avoided or forestalled in order for the game to go on, for the play to be what it is. Endgame. On the other hand, the endgame is also that which is performed throughout the play. It is the living and dying game, life in death and death in life, that shapes the characters, their relationship, their language and the stories they tell, but also, crucially, the possibility of an end of nature, or an apocalyptic end of the world, perhaps already happened. The players want to play as much as they are constantly trying to end the game and with it their relationship, of master-servant, father-son, or lovers, to finish it, to leave it, to bring it to an impasse. They want to be finished with the game yet are hesitating to put a final end to it. 36 But the paradoxical logic of ending also informs the stories that Ham tells, the stories that tend to merge with the character's own life and performance, as in Nag's and Nell's case. 37 Stories, just like lives, end, must end, or, alternatively, do not, cannot end, and remain inexorably unfinished, open-ended. Stories are themselves games. They are, like games, ways of waiting for the end. They are a variant of the same end game that the play is. The game is played on all these fronts. The story that tells the end should itself come to an end but cannot be concluded, is interrupted, or rather stops in its tracks due to the exhaustion of Ham's prolonged creative effort, only to start all over again, maybe with different characters. Endgame, 61. 69, 54, the language that speaks of the end foresees the point of silence and utter stillness where there'll be no more speech yet still keeps the conversation going. Endgame, 69, 50, or, alternatively, in speculating what the last words one will utter will be written, the others do not endure, but vanish, into thin air. Malone Dies, 242, written, language embodies the contradiction of the ending, claiming, at once, to be enduring, i.e., lasting, the enduring end, the lasting last. Moment, the embodiment of Hegel's bad infinite. The impasse of self-predication is an old one. Malone dies, does he? In a first-person narrative, you can never be sure. Malone dies, does Arthur mort in the Mort d'Arthur? The one thing we know for sure is that King Arthur is not dead. 38 Indeed, the paradox of ending that keeps endgame, and the endgame, going is paralleled by Malone's old apparetics. Malone Dies, 175. In registering the process of his own death, or rather, dying, in marking the time of his waiting for the end, Malone tells himself stories, the stories told matching the incremental loss of life of their teller and eventually merging with or redoubling his dying chronicle. The stories will be, Malone declares, just as their teller, neutral and inert, neither hot nor cold but rather tepid. I shall die tepid, without enthusiasm. Malone Dies, 173, utter indifference is Malone's attitude, indifferent are his stories. The stories will be neither beautiful nor ugly, they will be calm. They will be almost lifeless, like the teller. Malone dies, 174. Again, almost not entirely lifeless. Just barely alive is enough to go on. Given the fact that the stories are told while waiting for the end, Malone notices, perhaps I shall not have time to finish. Indeed, if the end comes, the story will remain unfinished. But another possibility is there as well, for, on the other hand, perhaps I shall finish too soon. If the end comes, then the story will by necessity end, but end too soon, hence will not be really finished. The result is actually the same contradiction. If the end comes, death, as it will come, there will be no end to the story. 39. The life lived, and died, and the story told merge, intersect, and impede each other. The contradiction is apparent only if we grant that the terms are distinct. If death comes, there will be no end to the story, not if we insist, as Beckett does, on their indifferent continuity. If the end comes, there will be no end. Stories seem to always remain unfinished. 40. In fact, it is ultimately indifferent which case will come to pass, whether I shall not have time to finish or I shall finish too soon. There I am back to my old apparetics. Is that the word? I don't know. It does not matter if I don't finish. But if I finish too soon? That does not matter either. Malone dies, 175. 41. What really puts an end to the entire apparetics is actually the fact that whichever way it goes is entirely indifferent. Indifference, perhaps, ultimately, absolute indifference, is here the only true end. How, then, is the endgame played? The heap paradox implies that ending is a process with degrees, just like the game played, the play performed, the story told, and the life-death lived and died. The unfolding of the game consists in several successive moves, each trying to achieve what the game sets as the final objective, namely, the end, but also, as argued so far, each move attempting to forestall the end in order for the game to keep being the game it is. Accordingly, the end is always there, but only, somehow, halfway attempted and retracted, done and undone at the same time. I shall soon be quite dead at last in spite of all. Quite dead sums up with quite the entire dialectic of both death-life and the end, the dialectic of measure. The grammarians distinguish the uses of quite as maximizer, compromiser, and diminisher. A compromiser, quite fulfills indeed contrary functions. As well as being a maximizer, especially with units that are either non-gradable or are seen as being at the end of the scale, quite perfect, we see that quite, apparently contradictorily, has two further roles, namely, to be compromiser and diminisher. 42. Quite is a maximizer with non-gradable units or with what is seen as being at the end of the scale. Quite perfect, indeed. So, where does this leave death? And where does it leave the end? After all, death and the end do seem gradable for Beckett. Are they also at the end of the scale quite perfect? 43. Now, just as Malone's quite dead, endgame presents us with an array of equivocal figures all embodying the paradox of the gradable, imperfect, end, the rat half exterminated, Ham's unfinished toy dog being nearly white, light black being the name of the time of day, neither day nor night, the act of weeping, for nothing, so as not to laugh, turning insensibly, little by little, into grieving, endgame, 54, 40, 32, 68, respectively. The chief rule is the one given by the heap paradox. The important point is that in the endgame, just as in the dialectic of measure, the paradox is an expression of truth, the truth of ending being. The heap's end depends, logically and existentially, on the quality-quantity relation, or rather on measure in which that relation plays out. At what point is the half-exterminated rat actually, and completely, dead, quite dead, as it were? Until what moment is it still too early to declare that cloves seeds will never sprout, and when should one say instead, with clove, if they were going to sprout they would have sprouted, hence, if they have not, they are dead. Endgame. 13. When is it too early and when too late? How did the little round box containing Ham's painkiller, long awaited throughout the play, get to change from Ham, it was full, to Clove, yes, but now it's empty? Endgame. 71. How did the painkiller run out? Quantitative differences, the one by one of the millet grains successively added, seem to be indifferent, that is, to make no difference in the gradual accumulation of the heap. Until they do, suddenly, make a difference, which then is the difference, that is, until a qualitative difference emerges. And this is the end of the previous state, or the end as such. This is when and where change occurs. The key, then, consists in maintaining that indifference, waiting, hesitating, taking back the grain just added, readjusting the set measure or the threshold, thereby forestalling the end, pushing it a step forward. Indifference is what keeps the game going, but also that which makes it go nowhere, that which keeps it from fulfilling its objective. Thus, here is a sample of the game, at the beginning of the end game. Ham summons Clove, with his whistle, to play, then he retracts, no, alone, end game, 2, 3. The game, as the play, begins with the attempt to end it. But it starts, after all, and this is the first move. Enough, it's time it ended, in the shelter too. Pause. And yet I hesitate to end. Yes, there it is, it's time it ended, and yet I hesitate to, yawns, to end, end game, 3. As in the case of Clove's initial "it's finished," it is unclear to what the "it that it's time ended" refers. Perhaps Ham's dream from which he just awoke, or the game itself, his relationship with Clove, or the whole sorry business of life, Malone dies, 216, or even, apocalyptically, the existence of the earth and nature as a whole. 44. What it is, however, is ultimately indifferent, since the ending at stake may apply indifferently and equally to all those cases. But vagueness is here more encompassing. Enough, it's time it ended. Enough of what? To be sure, no matter what it is that one's had enough of, enough is a marker of the end. It's time enough, says Ham, asking for his painkillers. End game. 24. Enough marks the end in the incremental game that forms the heap, the end of a want, a desire, the fulfillment of, or the attempt to fulfill, a purpose. Enough is the right measure, perhaps slightly beyond or short of it, more or less. More or less, shouts Ham, when Clove is ready to measure it. End game. 26. When, though, or how much is enough? And yet, although enough does announce the end, Ham hesitates, and hesitation keeps the game going, forestalling the end, changing that measure, revoking the conclusive power of that enough. Ham's hesitation is now filled with the repetitive gestures of getting up and going to bed, ritualistic ways of beginning and ending the day that are reduced to utterly indifferent, interchangeable gestures. 45. They are actually the same gesture. Ham's order to Clove, get me ready, I'm going to bed. Clove, I've just got you up. Ham, and what of it? Clove, I can't be getting up and putting you to bed every 5 minutes, I have things to do. End game. 3. The second move of the game follows the same logic as the first and seems a repetition of the first. Enough marks the end, yet the end needs to be revoked the moment it is summoned. Ham, have you not had enough? Clove, yes. Pause. Of what? Ham, of this. This thing. End game. 5. Clove has definitely had enough, and only as an afterthought he asks, of what? What really counts is having had enough, of what is ultimately immaterial. Ham's answer is as vague as it can be within the constraints of grammar, and will be invoked again later on as a similar move to the end is made. Ham, do you not think this has gone on long enough? Clove, yes. Pause. What? Ham, this. This thing, endgame, 45. This thing, the game, the wait for the end, life itself, all of it. Having had enough or having reached the limit is reason enough to end it, whatever it or this thing may be. Clove's answer, however, takes the edge off that having had enough, normalizing it, converting it into yet another moment or grain added to the pile of the same uniform every day, no change. Ham, have you not had enough? Clove, I always had. Pause. Not you. Ham, gloomily, then there's no reason for it to change, endgame, 5. If it's the same as usual, which is also Clove's answer to, what time is it? Endgame, 4, then there is no reason to change, no reason, really, to end the game. If having had enough does not make any difference, if it is not a breaking point but a pervasive indifferent state accompanying each added moment, then it's not a reason to end the game, or that of which one has allegedly had enough. In fact, the game keeps going on. Hence Clove's remark, his postponement of the end. It may end not yet, but it may, soon enough. For, what we have now is the indifference of sameness, a merely repetitive routine, as Ham calls it, endgame, 32. Clove's question is, why this farce, day after day? Clove. All life long the same questions, the same answers, endgame, 5, in the same vein at 38, Clove, you've asked me these questions millions of times. Ham, I love the old questions. Following up on Clove's suggestion, it may end, Ham introduces the third move of the game. Here is the next exchange, which shows the attempt to make the end but also implies, at the same time, the act of immediately revoking the possibility of bringing the game to a close. This is how it may indeed end, a way to precipitate the end. Ham, I'll give you nothing more to eat. Clove, then we'll die. Ham, I'll give you just enough to keep you from dying. You'll be hungry all the time. Clove, then we won't die, endgame, 5f. The exchange follows a strict, impassive logic. The end can be achieved and the game finished by starving Clove. In this case the game will end as both Ham and Clove will die given their bond, though we may encompass Nell and Nag as well. Hence Ham takes his move back and recalibrates it to a halfway objective. He will give Clove just enough to keep him from dying so that the game can go on. Again, at issue is a matter of measure, the logic of enough. When is it enough so as to not completely starve? Just enough, no more, no less, just enough to keep Clove alive, hungry all the time but not, quite, dead, so that he can keep playing the game, serving Ham, keeping Ham alive, along with Nell and Nag. Here, then, is the proposal, I'll give you 1 biscuit per day, pause. 1.5, endgame, 6. The quantity side of the issue is thereby settled. This issue comes back again, with an echo of the heap of grain paradox, in Ham's story of the starving little child and the begging father. Ham has no bread to give but he does have corn in his granaries. How much corn is necessary to bring the starving child back to life, assuming he's still alive? A pound and a half, to make him a nice pot of porridge. A nice pot and a half of porridge, full of nourishment, endgame, 52. At stake is the act of measuring the thin line separating life and death, pushing the end, or the enough, just a step farther. The crucial point, however, is the recognition of the indifference and inanity of the whole exercise, which motivates Ham's violent reaction. Use your head, can't you? Use your head, you're on Earth, there's no cure for that. Endgame, 52, repeated at 68. Measure collapses or ends, as it were, in the utter indifference of the act of measuring. The real problem is somewhere else, it lies in the very being of Endlichkeit. Now, assuming that 1 biscuit and a half per day is just enough to keep Clove alive, here is the qualitative side of the issue. Ham, why do you stay with me? Clove, why do you keep me? Ham, there's no one else. Clove, there's nowhere else, endgame, 6. A perfect symmetry and reciprocity is implied by the utter indifference of the situation. There is no choice involved, no determining ground moving one way rather than the other. It is instead the sheer lack of alternative, or the indifference in front of equally valued gleichgültig alternatives, that defines the predicament of the game, no one else, than Clove, nowhere else, than with Ham. A version of Liberta's indifferentia. They might as well keep this going. And here, on the background of this indifferent reciprocity, the next move of the game emerges, a move repeatedly invoked from now on throughout the play game. Even though there is nowhere else to go, says Ham to Clove, you're leaving me all the same. Clove, I'm trying, endgame, 7. Clove leaves, that's a way to end the game. It is certainly a way to interrupt it, maybe it is the actual way the entire game, and the play, ends. And yet, the act of leaving cannot be completed, not until the end of the play, and perhaps not even then. Therefore it must be performed only halfway, it can be threatened, hinted at, is often justified in the form of I'll leave you, I have things to do, endgame, 9, 12, 37, 38, 39 ff, is provisionally performed as a retreat into the kitchen but is an act never completed, at least, not until the end of the play game. Hence Clove's I'm trying. To be sure, he's been trying his entire life, ever since I was whelped, endgame, 14, which means, first and foremost, that the attempt has never been successful, the objective never achieved, the action never ended. Trying is indeed more active an attitude than waiting. It denotes, however, a position still unable to make the end. Indeed, there is a Beckettian sense in which living can be viewed as the ongoing act of trying to end, or waiting for the end. Ham's next idea for an end is put bluntly as follows: why don't you kill me? The answer to which is just as matter of fact: Clove, I don't know the combination of the cupboard, endgame, 8. The move, in this case, is impossible on merely technical grounds, implying something like, I would do it, but I can't because I don't know the combination. In fact, it would be the most direct way to achieve checkmate, no one questions that. Later on, however, Ham pushes Clove further with regard to his initial suggestion, why don't you kill me? The substance and the goal, however, remain the same. Herein we have an example of the way in which Beckett repeats different moves throughout the play and combines them in increasingly more complex figures. This is the exchange in which the move toward the end is disabled at the same moment in which is proposed. It begins with a variation of the Clove leaving theme. Clove, so you all want me to leave you? Ham, naturally. Clove, then I'll leave you. Ham, you can't leave us. Clove, then I won't leave you, pause. Ham, why don't you finish us? Pause. I'll tell you the combination of the cupboard if you promise to finish me. Clove, I couldn't finish you. Ham, then you won't finish me. Pause. Clove, I'll leave you, I have things to do, endgame, 37. Clove obeys orders, indifferent to the alternative, leave, don't leave, but he simply can't finish Ham. So the game is only momentarily interrupted, not ended by Clove leaving, this choice being less drastic, and indeed less conclusive, than finishing Ham. Why can't Clove kill, or finish, Ham? Certainly, first and foremost, because in doing so the game would end. But it is also, perhaps, in answer to the picture of infinite, deadly solitude, the infinite emptiness that Ham just painted for him, foreseeing the moment in which Clove will be just like Ham except that you won't have anyone with you, because you won't have had pity on anyone and because there won't be anyone left to have pity on, endgame, 36. The endgame reaches deeper. Pity, just like compassion, follows the same logic of the endgame. Two players are necessary, they must want the end but also, at the same time, not want it, and they are tied in this together. Perhaps, Ham suggests, it's compassion, a kind of great compassion that keeps Clove with Ham, preventing him from leaving, making him obey all his orders. Endgame, 76. This may appear as a different attitude than the indifference otherwise dominating the successive moves of the game, or perhaps pity and compassion are the end of indifference, indifference's repulsion from itself, as Hegel suggests. In the end, however, the result is still the same. In the conclusion of the play, everything converges in Clove's ambiguous monologue, to end or not to end. An interesting variation of the move centering on Clove's leaving occurs at mid-play. It begins with an apparent repetition of the exchange we have previously considered. Ham, do you not think this has gone on long enough? Clove, yes. Pause. What? Ham, this thing. Clove, I've always thought so. Pause. You not? Ham, then it's a day like any other day. Clove, as long as it lasts. Pause. All lifelong the same inanities. Endgame, 45. The first part of the exchange repeats, literally as well as substantially, the second move of the game. This thing, whatever it is, has gone on long enough. And there is perfect agreement here between Clove and Ham. The routine of the feeling thereby conveyed is also crucial because it takes, once again, the edge off that having had enough, disabling its power to end. At least as long as the inanity of the everyday continues as usual, as long as it lasts, that is, tautologically but also contradictorily, until that finishes, but also endures, as well. 46. This time, however, it is Ham that can't leave, because he can't move but also because he can't or wishes not to end die. Ham, I can't leave you. Clove, I know. And you can't follow me. Pause. Ham, if you leave me how shall I know? Now the game turns epistemological. Clove knows that Ham cannot leave, but how can Ham know that Clove has left, that the game may be over? The solution seems simple. Clove, well, you simply whistle me, and if I don't come running it means I've left you. Endgame, 45. But here is the problem, Ham, but you might be nearly dead in your kitchen. Clove, the result would be the same. Endgame, 46. Leaving and dying, or, again, being nearly dead, are indeed different possibilities, existentially different, for sure, different ways of making the end. They do, however, make the end just the same. As far as the end game is concerned, they make no real difference, the result is exactly the same. To this extent, ending erases the difference, reduces it to sheer indifference. Ham's question, however, still stands: how would he know that Clove is not nearly dead in his kitchen, rather than gone for good? Figuring this out becomes now part of the game. A difference must be made, somehow, in this indifference, the implicit vagueness pervading the two possibilities of ending, Clove gone and Clove dead, the vagueness summed up in the empty absoluteness of enough, must be specified one way or the other. This is, accordingly, Ham's order to Clove: think of something. Clove, what? Ham, an idea, have an idea. Angrily. A bright idea. Endgame, 46. Think of something now parallels Ham's fearful intimation, taken by Clove as a joke: we're not beginning to mean something. Endgame, 32f. Wherein the emphasis is as much on the meaning as it is on the something. 47. Think of something, means something as opposed to nothing. Before you go, say something, to which Clove, there is nothing to say. Endgame, 79. Ham's wish to think perhaps it won't all have been for nothing. Endgame, 43, is a reductio ad absurdum of the teleology that common sense expresses in the end viewed as a purpose. At the end of the game, however, what remains is rather nothing, moments for nothing. Now as always, time was never and time is over, reckoning closed and story ended. Endgame, 83. Think of something, say something, mean something. It is a challenge to intentionality. Obeying Ham's command, Clove comes up with the brilliant idea to set the alarm clock. And this is the solution of Ham's dilemma, that is, the way to distinguish Clove gone from Clove dead. You whistle me. I don't come. The alarm rings. I'm gone. It doesn't ring. I'm dead. Endgame, 47. Clearly, as Clove previously noted, the result still remains the same. 48. The difference, again, is utterly indifferent. It is the same indifference that underlies Clove's stringent conclusion regarding the half-exterminated rat. If I don't kill that rat he'll die. Endgame, 68, 54, or the dispute between Nag and Nell concerning the sawdust and the sand in their bins, a difference that making no difference ends in utter indifference. Endgame, 17. 49. Indifference is the end. Let us dwell for a moment on the logic of enough. Beckett's logic of measure repeatedly used throughout the text. Enough is the marker of the end in a distinctive Beckettian way. It signals the end represented by measure but fulfills this function in an absolute, ultimately intransitive way. It does so by reducing its object to indeterminate indifference. For, as we have seen time and again, the question of what one has had enough of, is ultimately immaterial. Toward the end of Malone Dies, as Mockman's story converges more and more with Malone's own story, we find him pacing the perimeter of the wall of St. John's Hospital/Asylum/Prison. Seeking a way out into the desolation of having nobody and nothing. In helplessness and will-lessness, through all the beauty, the knowing and the loving. Which he stated by saying, for he was artless, I have had enough, without pausing a moment to reflect on what it was he had enough of or to compare it with what it had been he had had enough of, until he lost it, and would have enough of again, when he got it back again, and without suspecting that the thing so often felt to be excessive, and honored by such a variety of names, was perhaps in reality always one and the same. Malone Dies, 271. I have had enough taken in an absolute, indeterminate sense sums up a worldview, perhaps an entire ontology, and serves to describe the itinerary of a life, its past, present, and future as they collapse in the absolute indifference of that indistinct enough, the point in which all becomes one, all things, all moments in time, or the point in which all reverts to being one and the same, one has had enough of, no matter the variety of names and distinctions it is honored with. The absolute indifference of that enough signals the end. But does indifference itself make a difference in the gradual heap-like balance of life and death? Does enough truly and finally precipitate the end, and then does indifference itself end? But there was one reflecting in his place and setting down coldly the sign of equality where it was needed, as if that could make any difference. Reflecting, setting down the sign of quantitative equivalence as if that could make a difference. Even reflection is indifferent, at this point. So he had only to go on gasping, in his artless way, enough. Enough, as he crept along by the wall under the cover of the bushes, searching for a breach under which he might slip out. But the wall was unbroken and smooth and topped uninterruptedly with broken glass, of a bottle green. Malone Dies, 217. Enough, in the end, is no longer a properly vocalized word but a desperate inarticulate repetitive gasp. Enough. Enough, goes on and on in its frantic iteration but does not make a difference, that is, does not itself finish, does not find the way out. Rather, it expresses the predicament of someone trapped at the threshold of life and death, in a closed indistinct world, ready to escape or to finish with it but unable to. In this way, enough is the reflection of Mockman's and Malone's world, the hospital/asylum/prison with its uninterrupted, uniform wall, interrupted, in fact, only by that unique detail, with broken glass of a bottle green and indifferent chromatic detail at that. In the same way, enough is also the reflection of Ham and Clove's nearly dead world, sealed up from the apocalyptic end off the world or even from the other hell outside but truly the double of that hell. Endgame, 26, and 9, 70, outside of here is death. This is the end in the sphere of being. Mockman is in search of a breach in the wall from which to slip out, and notice that he is looking for the way out not from but into the desolation of having nobody and nothing, and put an end to whatever it is that the gasping enough refers to, just as Malone is, who, this time, uses a harsher image. I am being given, if I may venture the expression, birth into death, such is my impression. The feet are clear already, of the great cunt of existence. Favorable presentation, I trust. My head will be the last to die. My story ended, I'll be living yet. Promising lag. That is the end of me. I shall say no more. Malone dies, 276. 50 enough, in the end, sums up this last attempt to escape, to leave, to let go or to be let go, released and relieved. It voices the emergence of that final change that suddenly leads from the heap to the non-heap, from life to death, although the process is gradual, starting from the feet, as in Socrates' case, and ending up with the heart, Socrates, or the head, Malone, the last to die. One last passage, on the proximity of enough and death. This time it's an exchange in rough for theatre I, written in French in the 1950s b. But why don't you let yourself die? A. I have thought of it. B. Irritated. But you don't do it. A. I'm not unhappy enough. Pause. That was always my unhappy, but not unhappy enough. B. But you must be every day a little more so. A. Violently I am not unhappy enough. 51. The passage echoes Ham's direct question to Clove, why don't you kill me? Endgame, 8. This time, however, what is hinted at is death as a letting oneself die. Herein enough apparently signals the moment of choice, the breaking point of indifference, and is construed with a double negation, not unhappy enough, a construct rendered typographically as unhap. The problem is that enough, for Beckett, is an adjustable marker itself utterly indifferent, a marker within the impossible heap of one's unhappiness. One is always unhappy but not unhappy enough to let oneself die, but then, following the heap paradox, it is also true that one must be every day a little more so. The conclusive scene of Endgame follows the same logic and is framed by Ham's two final enoughs. Ham pronounces his penultimate enough. Endgame, 80, as he interrupts Clove's monologue after his last announcement, I'll leave you. He goes towards door, Endgame, 79. It is Clove now who is in search of a way out, into the desolation of having nobody and nothing, as Mockman puts it. We know that in agreement with Ham he's had enough as well, he's always had enough, from the beginning. Endgame, 5. I say to myself sometimes, Clove, you must be there better than that if you want them to let you go one day. But I feel too old, and too far, to form new habits. Good, it'll never end, I'll never go. Pause. Endgame, 81. To be let go complements the act of leaving but also fundamentally complicates it, putting the burden of the act on someone else as well. It is not enough to leave, one needs to be let go to be given birth into death, as Malone puts it. And Clove's first resigned conclusion here is that the game of the end will never end, it'll never end, I'll never go. The heap keeps growing or shrinking, the end is never reached. The finite's destiny is the open-endedness of the bad infinite, mortality never fulfilled, never redeemed. But the Sorite's paradox invoked by Clove at the beginning of the play suggests a second possibility as well, a possibility with equal value, equally constitutive of the process described by the game of ending, the impossible heap. Then one day, suddenly, it ends, it changes, I don't understand, it dies, or it's me, I don't understand that either. I ask the words that remain sleeping, waking, morning, evening. They have nothing to say. Pause. I open the door of the cell and go. I say to myself that the earth is extinguished, though I never saw it lit. Endgame, 81. The end comes, suddenly, and is a sudden qualitative change, a change that is indeed incomprehensible, paradoxical. But it happens. The subject of the process of ending is, yet again, the indeterminate it that sums up all that one has had enough of, which is ultimately one and the same, as in Machmann's case, the thing so often felt to be excessive, and honored by such a variety of names, was perhaps in reality always one and the same. And Cloves simply opens the door of the cell and goes. If a decision is taken, it is the act of libertas indifferentia, he goes but he may well not go. Thus, the end of the game is death, it ends. It dies. But then, perhaps, the subject of that ending and dying is the speaking Clove himself, or it's me, I don't understand, that either it is an inverted or truncated or either. To be sure, herein language ends as well. Words, interrogated, have nothing to say. Malone reaches the same conclusion. That is the end of me. I shall say no more. Malone dies, 276. Thereby endgame leads on to act without words. The truth of endgame, just like the truth of the Sorites paradox, is a dialectical truth. The game goes on and ends at the same time. In fact, the last action, even after that it dies, or it's me, is Clove's act of opening the door and going. What the act of crossing the threshold reveals, however, is the sameness or indifference of the end, not sudden change but imageless, indifferent sameness. The earth is extinguished, says Clove to himself, though I never saw it lit. Perhaps the end is not something that happens, and happens suddenly, and is really no threshold. The end may have been there all along, eternally unchanging and unending. 52. No difference can be noticed, and no difference is noticed by Clove. I never saw it lit. The end or death as the end is, in Adorno's words, the imageless image of death, an image of indifference, that is, a state prior to differentiation. In that image the distinction between absolute domination, the hell in which absolutely nothing changes any more, and the messianic state in which everything would be in its right place, disappears. 53. The end is the absolute indifference that concludes the logic of being. And here is Ham's last enough. Well, there we are, there I am, that's enough. End game. 83. 2. Part 2. Indifference, Repetition, and Liberation, Leopardi and Bishop. Nature's exposition or Auslegung takes place, in a paradigmatic way, in Giacomo Leopardi's 1824 Dialogo della Natura e di un Islandus, one of the most remarkable of his operette morali. To be sure, nature's exposition herein is not quite a direct self-exposition. It is rather instigated by the Icelander's apparently foolish yet all too human questioning. Nature itself in its self-contained solitude does not need to expose itself. Nature is the Icelander's end, that is, his limit, destruction, and termination. More generally, nature is the end of the human species as well as of all living creatures. It is the destiny of destruction from which, ironically and tragically at once, the Icelander has been trying to escape his entire life. She is the end in which he is inescapably and necessarily implicated despite all his efforts to avoid it. On a collective scale, the Icelander's efforts ultimately define the aim of human civilization, which purports to flee and transform nature and is instead doomed by her. It is as such end that nature meets the fleeing Icelander precisely in the moment in which, unaware, he confesses to her that he is fleeing nature. Leopardi's view in this famous essay is confirmed and reinforced in his penultimate lyric, Loginestra, 1836, written the year before his death. These texts offer a picture of the poet's late account of nature and human civilization that embodies, as a real figure, the logical way in which essence makes the end. In the Dialogo, nature replaces all transcendent, spiritualistic, or theological absolute, which for Leopardi is the product of abstraction and intellectualism, and is the expression of a distinctly modern form of rationalism. 54. But it also transforms and, in a stronger sense, even contradicts Leopardi's own early view of nature. 55. Nature is now the material, immanent, all-embracing, and pervasive absolute. In fact, Leopardi concludes, not absolutely absolute, a force endowed with a fundamentally negative, destructive power. Nature is the self-contradictory power that puts an end, indifferently, to all life as such. In its poetic form, seen through the eyes of the wandering Icelander, nature appears at the beginning of the Dialogo as a gigantic presence, a reminder of those colossal Hermes seen in the Easter Island. While nature seems to display all the features of the Kantian, sublime magnitude, might, eternity, infinity, it does not, significantly, generate any kind of moral reverence. If anything, we'll soon discover, she is the cause of the Icelander's moral condemnation. 56. Seen up closer though, nature's form is revealed as not being made of stone, and not an artifact, but as being the measureless form of a woman, smisurata forma di donna. Moreover, this imposing woman is not fake but alive, her visage both magnificent and terrible, her eyes and hair jet black. Dialogo, 115. 57. This is the figure that faces the Icelander at the end of his travels throughout the world. She stares at him fixedly and in silence for a long time, then she finally addresses him directly as an intruder in need of introduction. Nature is a sublime presence, an enigmatic mix between the beautiful and the terrifying. She is living, she is neither an artifact nor an illusory imitation, and utterly detached in its dominating posture. And she is woman. However, following this initial description, we soon discover that neither the conventional traits of womanhood nor the usual analogy connecting nature and woman are invoked. Nature is not the productive, nurturing source and origin of all things. She is not the caring mother of all. She is instead their destructive, pitiless, indifferent end. Nature is Abgrund as much as it is the Grund of all the things that constitute her. Nature, as Loginestra maintains with a strong image, Madre e di parto e di voler matrigna, Loginestra, v. 125, wherein the latter attribute, di voler matrigna, innovates, corrects, and even contradicts the former, Madre e di parto. Nature is, essentially, this contradiction of a productive force that annihilates the very productions in which she is immanent and which constitute her actuality. Nature's negative Auslegung, that is, her indifferently destructive attitude with regard to all living creatures, is at the same time her positive exposition, that is, the fundamental display of her absolute, indeed despotic, power over everything. Nature is one and uniform in her manifold forms, she is unchanging and equally indifferent toward everything. Her positive affirmation consists in her actual display of might over the individual, not in the individual creature's existence, an existence allegedly considered a manifestation of the absolute. 4. The individual, the Icelander or the fragrant broom, does not so much manifest as rather endures the absolute power of nature. The Icelander's encounter with nature takes place in the inner, wildest heart of Africa, in its uninhabited and heretofore unexplored regions. In its fully displayed actuality, nature is indeed everywhere, immanent in all its parts. Just as everything is inescapably in nature, the Icelander will soon find out at his own expense. And yet she is directly faced and encountered only in its most disquieting, terrifying, and wild manifestations, in the innermost regions of Africa or on the desolate slopes of the volcano Vesuvius, for example, Solarita Sciena / del Formidabile Monte / Sterminator Vesuvo Loginestra, verses 1-3. Indeed, nature seems to thrive most where the human species is unknown, away from the human being and its civilization. 4. Herein nature's potenza, her infinite power and might, is better demonstrated than anywhere else. Dialogo, 116. Correspondingly, in Loginestra, nature is manifested in the desolate, sad places where human civilization once flourished and was then destroyed by her power. Loginestra, verses 14-19. In her outward form, nature uncontrovertibly reveals that she has the upper hand over the human being and its deeds individually as well as collectively. These latter are proven vain and impermanent by nature's very presence. In Loginistra, nature's exposition is embodied both in the desolation of the volcanic landscape and in the historical memory of the Vesuvius's destruction. Pompeii once, the threat of a renewed eruption still constantly present now. Loginistra, verses 240 ff, stanza 5. But it is also embodied in the Odorategenistra, at peace with the desert surroundings. Loginistra, verses 6-7, which now replaces with her humble dignity and heroic resignation the human foolishness of the Icelander. Upon his first sighting of nature in the form of the mighty, African, woman, the Icelander does not know whom he is confronting. He does not recognize nature for the absolute all-encompassing power that she is. From which the irony of the encounter arises, the essential paradox of the end. In meeting his end but not recognizing it as such, the Icelander confesses that his lifelong task has been the attempt to avoid the end that defines him, the end in which he is always and necessarily implicated. Thus, he introduces himself to nature as a poor Icelander fleeing from nature, and having fled her for almost my entire life in 100 regions of the earth, I am now fleeing her in this one. To which nature ironically answers: so flees the squirrel from the rattlesnake, until in its haste and by its own doing, it runs into the snake's mouth. I am the one from which you are fleeing. Dialogo, 116. The Icelander's plan is doomed from the outset, just as human civilization is, in its grandiose yet vain pretension of progress away from nature, and even against her. Herein lies Leopardi's poetic refutation of the anthropocentric view that sees the human being, and the human species, as nature's final end and chief purpose. For, in her radical nihilism, nature is the indifferent non-teleological end of grund of all things, humans included. Such an end is the immanent action of nature itself, not the intervention of an external final purpose. Indeed, essence rejects the assumption that its development is guided by the concept as its end purpose. And essence combats this proposition precisely by positing the absolute as its end. Nature is the end, and it has no end, zwak or enswak. In its fully displayed actuality, nature is, essentially, its own end. The human being, along with its culture, history, and civilization, is neither the end of nature nor does it occupy a privileged place within it. The relation is rather the opposite. Nature is the end, the absolute termination and limit of the human being and human species as such. To be sure, the end that all creatures meet in nature and at the hand of nature is no more than that, the end. The standpoint of finitude embodied by the fleeing Icelander, or the standpoint of being, is overcome by nature's position as the anti-teleological end of all things, the end of essence. As the end, nature is indifferent to human actions and purposes just as she is to the existence of all creatures. Contrary to the Icelander's argument, nature's essential indifference is morally neutral, properly beyond morality, and devoid of intentionality as such. In this sense, nature simply posits the finite beings that constitute her with no will and no purpose. And it posits them as such as to be annihilated by her. However, if it does not create them as a caring mother with their interest, happiness, and welfare in view, in putting them into existence, nature does not have malevolent intentions either. What man construes as nature's hostility is, quite simply, indifference. Nature is utterly indifferent to happiness and misfortune, pleasure and pain, and is utterly devoid of purposiveness. Nature is the power and manifestation of a cosmic indifference. In this sense it is absolute. This is indeed the hardest thought for the Icelander to accept, and, on Leopardi's view, the hardest thought for human reason and for philosophy more generally. It seems that essence cannot be thought without appealing to the concept's action, the end cannot be grasped without recurring to a purpose laying beyond it. But nature rejects this view. Expressing his anthropocentric position, the Icelander addresses nature as the slaughterer of your own family, your own children, and your own flesh and blood. Dialogo, 120. In fact, contrary to what these morally repugnant images suggest, nature has neither distributed the creatures over the earth with their happiness in view in regard, for example, to climate and geographical conditions, nor does she intend to punish the human beings for alleged transgressions against the limits she imposed on them, as the Icelander conjectures, Dialogo, 118. His complaint against nature's disregard of human well-being on the ground that man has neither offended nor injured her is entirely misplaced. Nature is indiscriminately destructive and hostile, indifferent toward individuality across species, anti-teleological, blind, as it were, in the necessity of her laws. Again, nature has no end, it is the end of Grund. This is the meaning of Leopardi's nature as the material immanent all-powerful absolute. 58. Accordingly, nature's answer to the Icelander is a straightforward rejection of anthropocentrism. Did you perhaps imagine that the world was made for your sake? Dialogo, 120. As hard as it is for the human being to accept, nature has neither awareness nor knowledge of what is supposedly good or bad, beneficial or harmful to individuals in what she does. She has no intention and no aim. Her action is simply and utterly indifferent to all that. There is nothing more to her action than the exposition of nature's reality as such of what nature essentially is and does. Her Wirklichkeit is her Wirken. At this point, however, the question regarding the reason why she does what she does is raised. Nature is Abgrund, but what is the Grund of her action? The Icelander's protest is conveyed with an apparently plausible analogy. It is, he explains, as if a stranger insisted on inviting me to his mansion, but then, on my arrival, he tried to make me as uncomfortable as possible, neglected me, insulted me, even threatened and harmed me. And upon my complaining of this ill treatment, he answered, "Do you think I made this mansion for you? Do I keep my children and servants for your service? I assure you I have other things to attend than that I should amuse you and give you welcome." To which the Icelander retorts, "Why, then, did you invite me? Even though the mansion was not built especially for the guest, once the owner does invite someone, isn't he bound to give the guest welcome and care for his well-being, or, at the very least, not harm him? Granted, the world is not made for the sake of the human being, so the Icelander to nature, now I ask you, did I perhaps beg you to put me in this universe? Or did I impose myself violently and against your wish? To put man just as animals and all other creatures into existence, to posit, pour, them into the universe is nature's own free act, spontaneamente voluto, not man's action or desire. Dialogo, 121, argues the Icelander. On the face of it, this seems a plausible argument. Nature's answer, however, once again steers his interlocutor away from the relative, strictly human perspective this argument entails, and offers instead an account of nature's absolute position, a position that is absoluta, that is, utterly free from any perspective, purpose, and commitment. Nature needs no ground for her action in its absoluteness is, directly and actually, the ground of everything. Nature is an interconnected whole in which all parts work for the sake of the unifying whole. Within this whole, even suffering finds its place. As such a whole, nature posits that toward which it acts with the destructive power of her indiscriminate existence. This is what nature does, and this is what nature is, her Wirken is her Wirklichkeit. Philosophically, this Leibnizian-sounding answer leaves the Icelander as puzzled as before. His exchange with nature has truly no resolution, as no philosophy seems able, on Leopardi's view, to offer an account of nature that also solves the problem of suffering in the world, whose gain is the suffering in the universe. No philosopher can tell. Dialogo, 122. This is indeed a human question, the question to which nature simply puts an end, although not an end in human, and philosophical, terms. The end, the Icelander's end and the end of the essay, is brilliantly pragmatic. While they were discussing these and similar issues, two lions are said to have suddenly appeared. They were so enfeebled and emaciated with hunger that they were scarcely able to devour the Icelander. They accomplished the feat, however, and thus gained sufficient strength to live to the end of the day. To be sure, there is another version of the end here, although the result is truly the same, namely, the Icelander's death at the hand of nature. On this version, the end has a cultural implication but is still the same end. The alternative version has it that a violent wind having arisen, the unfortunate Icelander was blown to the ground, and soon entombed beneath a magnificent mausoleum of sand. Here his corpse was remarkably preserved, and, transformed into a fine mummy, was discovered by some travelers who carried it off as a specimen to be deposited in some European museum. Dialogo, 122. Culture may work on the edge of what nature accomplishes but does not change much to nature's action. The end remains what it essentially is. Confirming this view of nature as the destructive end of all things and the power that gives existence to that which she indifferently destroys, Loginistra entails Leopardi's final poetic answer to the question philosophically left open by the Dialogo della Natura e di un Islandus. It is now clear that poetry alone, not a philosophical argument, can address the issue. Or perhaps, more accurately, poetry alone succeeds in changing the terms of the question entirely. For, the question may very well be unanswerable other than by the act whereby the two emaciated lions devour the argumentative Icelander. In the Dialogo, nature expressed this much. Philosophically, Kant's critique of judgment had offered the same verdict, although it had also saved the concept of Enswick under the condition of its critical modification. Indeed, there is a sense in which essence's reclaiming an end of its own against the concept is fully justified and must be let stand. There is, however, another aspect to the problem. The creatures, or at least some creatures posited by nature in existence so as to be suddenly annihilated by her, are also the positive manifestation of something that exceeds the destructive power of nature, although they are themselves inescapably nature. This point essence recognizes in the moment in which it overcomes the absolute by declaring it not absolutely absolute. Significantly though, on Leopardi's view, the human being is not one of these creatures. The solitary, fragrant broom content with her existence on the desolate slopes of the menacing volcano, innocent in the acceptance of her fate under the mortal blow of Vesuvius's lava, Loginistra, verses 6, 14-15, 305-306, is by contrast the one the poet now addresses. Far from questioning nature's alleged reasons for her destructive action, and far from imposing a doubtful human morality on nature in order to condemn her in the name of our human entitlement to happiness, the fragrant broom accepts her own fate sternly and heroically, thereby actively and poetically transforming the end that nature imposes on her. With her sweet fragrance, the gentle flower offers consolation to the desert around her, and almost commiserates idoni altrui. She commiserates the harm afflicting others but also the harm inflicted by another, namely, nature. Loginistra, verses 34-37. Suffering cannot be avoided, the end cannot be revoked. It can, however, be poetically accepted and thereby dignified. Nature's action can neither be changed by culture and civilization nor justified with higher reasons or final purposes. Instead, nature's absolute indifference should be recognized by a sober ateleological, non-anthropocentric materialism. For, the human being does not enjoy a privileged place in the universe, non ha natura al semes/delium piu stima okura/che alla formica, ese. 327 endings. Piu rara in quello/che nel ultra e la strege, /non avienciod altron /fewer che elium suprosapi hamen fecund, Loginistra, verses 231-236. Human history, on the other hand, is utterly insignificant in the face of nature's eternity and changelessness. Cosi, delio homo ignara e delatidi /chei chiama antic, e del seguir che fano /dopogli avi I nepoti, /sta natura ognor verde, anza proceed /per si lungo camino /che sembra star. /cagiano I regna intanto, /passangenti e linguagi, ella no elvid, /e elium di eternita esseriga I el vanto, Loginistra, verses 289-292. This is Leopardi's late poetic conception of nature as the indifferent and necessary upgrund of all existence. Thus, neither reason nor utilitarian morality or moralism but the comfort offered by poetry and individual beauty, along with the human compassion and solidarity that they can engender, are Leopardi's final answer to nature's nihilism. 59 There is no doubt in this lyric that nature is the chief enemy. 60 of man, Loginistra, verses 123 to 125. This is the hard, irrevocable fact of existence, a fact that can neither be rationally explained nor justified, as still attempted by the Icelander. Teleology is not a viable option since an alleged higher, human or divine, purpose does not render destruction any more acceptable. At issue, however, is now the way in which nature's hostility must be acknowledged and transformed. This is indeed the task of poetry, the task of the concept. At the end of the lyric, the Lentiginostra of Virgilian memory becomes the ally of the poet's fight against the hubris and arrogance of human culture, Loginistra, verses 297, 300, Anc 2, against the foolish progressivism of Enlightenment rationalism, its famously mocked magnific sortie e progressive, Loginistra, v 51, and against the misplaced blame that humans put on each other, thereby inflicting gratuitous harm and fighting each other in a Hobbesian way instead of forming a bond of solidarity against their only true enemy, namely, nature, Loginistra, stanza 3. While nature is equally indifferent to all her creatures alike, and her necessary course cannot be changed, the attitude displayed by the solitary wild broom carries a message of dignity, consolation, and perhaps solidarity for all human beings wise enough to accept with humble stoicism their place in nature. This is also the only possible form of freedom available to man. Freedom lies in the act of acknowledging necessity, of accepting one's negligible position within nature as well as the destiny of destruction that is common to man and all other creatures. Ultimately, for Leopardi, this is also the only possible social bond among human beings. Poetry can achieve what no theology and no rationalist philosophy can. Its achievement is the transformation of the necessary end or termination into a new possibility of life, not its justification, not its postponement or acceleration, not its negation in the search for an impossible eternity, but the transformation of the end into an imminent new beginning and a possible new advancement. Only poetry and Leo Perdigenio more generally is able to shake the absolute indifference and insensitivity that in the human being are equal to death. Only artwork can offer a plausible human response to nature's cosmic indifference. Zibaldun, 259 to 261, 271 f. This is Leopardi's final message. Another poet, from a different time and language, will now lead us with a similar insight to the concept and to the concept's, or rather the idea's, way of making the end. Let me turn then to Elizabeth Bishop and see how making the end poetically and existentially is the topic of two late poems in which nature, death, and freedom are similarly at issue. The elegy or a poem in memoriam implicitly confronts the end, an end that has already taken place, as opposed to the end that is approaching or imminent, the end of someone else's life, as opposed to the poet's own. But then such a poem also shows, somehow, that the end has no absolute finality, since the poem itself, by its very existence, is a step forward beyond that end. In fact, in modern times, the poem may well replace, and secularize, the religious belief in the soul's afterlife or immortality, creating what Wallace Stevens has called the mythology of modern death. 61 In the late North Haven. In Memoriam, Robert Lowell, 1978, Elizabeth Bishop confronts two possible strategies to take finality away from the act of ending, from death. One strategy is encountered in nature's action, the other is, directly, poetry itself. The irrevocable fact of the end, death remains, death has taken her friend poet away. The end, however, can be differently accepted, appropriated, and transformed. Nature meets the end at the level of essence, withholding its finality, and teleology, and replacing it with unending repetition, a form of eternity that may warrant it the designation the absolute. Poetry instead opens the path to the concept's end. It is the path of self-revision, still close to nature essence, but also that of remembrance and liberation. The islands haven't shifted since last summer, even if I like to pretend they have, drifting, in a dreamy sort of way, a little north, a little south or sidewise, and that they're free within the blue frontiers of Bay. This month, our favorite one is full of flowers, buttercups, red clover, purple vetch, hawkweed still burning, daisies pied, eyebright, the fragrant bedstraws incandescent stars, and more, returned, to paint the meadow with delight. The goldfinches are back, or others like them, and the white-throat sparrow's five-note song, pleading and pleading, brings tears to the eyes. Nature repeats herself, or almost does, repeat, 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 revise, revise, revise. Nature as a whole does not end and has no end, it repeats herself, or almost does, over and over, repeat, 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 revise, revise, revise. Individual things and creatures die or rather change, returning, cyclically, to give existence to nature's manifold manifestations, and then returning again, cyclically, to the unchanged identity of the whole. Returning is the act of coming back or issuing forth again each season. But returning is also the act of going back to the source, dust to dust, as it were, Genesis 3:19. It is through repetition that nature preserves its self-sameness despite the mutability of her individual parts. Individuals die and are replaced, the whole remains unchanged. The flowers are back with the new season, they returned, to paint the meadow with delight. Just like Leopardi's Genestra, for Bishop, individual flowers with their colors and individual birds with their songs are the locus of beauty and delight in the world. But it is not in some kind of romantic or naive way that they do fulfill this function. Rather, they offer delight because of the contrast, even the contradiction in which they stand with the inexorable, indifferent, and for Leopardi destructive whole of nature, a contradiction that the individuals embody as present reminders. As for flowers, named by species but capitalized as if referring to individuals' proper names, for birds, the goldfinches are back, or others like them. An important correction, Bishop's correction of the predicament of Keats's immortal nightingale, "Thou wast not born for death, immortal bird." Indeed, nature repeats herself, or almost does. It depends on the standpoint. Individuals are born and die, the species though remains the same through the replacement and reproduction of individuals, similar individuals, others like them. 62. There seems to be no way out of the self-identity of nature's cycles, no way to escape her infinite repetition. Only that careful correction is allowed to surface, an important poetic awareness, or almost does, or others like them, that does justice to the individuals, to the dead, replaceable, and indifferently replaced individuals. An elegy for them as well. In this framework, the human being is no exception. Leopardi had it right. In the human being, just as in all other living creatures, nature manifests herself, relishing in her unchanging self-identity through the manifold display of species and individuals. What she produces in its infinite repetition is always the same manifestations, no otherness. The absolute identity of the absolute/nature is indifferent identity, TW 6, 193, 194, respectively. And yet, the second stanza of the poem has already intervened to change or destabilize nature's unchanging predicament. The opening acknowledgement, "The islands haven't shifted since last summer," is immediately revoked in all it entails of obvious and incontrovertible matter-of-fact assessment by what the poetic imagination affects, even if I like to pretend they have. For the latter is the winning perspective, it is the truth established by the poetic imagination. In fact, the islands have shifted as they have been drifting, in a dreamy sort of way, a little north, a little south or sidewise. Nature's unalterable order is changed by the new ordering of the imagination. The islands are now let be free, and they're free within the blue frontiers of Bay. Now, this poetic reordering of nature follows the end, Lowell's end. It is triggered by loss, is a response to death. The end is captured in two different images. In the order of time, although not in the poetic order, Lowell's leave-taking from his visit to Bishop at North Haven happens before the island's imaginative drifting takes place, or, rather, is poetically induced. You left North Haven, anchored in its rock. Lowell's act of leaving marks a discontinuity in nature. The solidity of the island anchored in its rock stands in contrast to its present, floating and drifting in different geographical directions. But it is the second end that is the truly drastic one, putting an end, at least in the order of the imagination, to nature's solid, unshaken substantiality. And now you've left / for good. Lowell's death is like a definitive, irrevocable act of leaving from which there is no returning, no coming back, a statement that ostensibly refutes the truth of nature's cycles of return. The goldfinches are back, Bishop herself is back to North Haven for yet another summer, but Lowell will not be back. The individual, in this case, is irreplaceable. And this gives indeed a new perspective on that correction, or others like them. What remains then to the close of the elegy is a poetic reflection on the meaning of this act, the end of a poet's individual life, Lowell departing for good. Is this end any different from the end that meets all other living creatures in nature, the flowers blooming in their return each spring, the sparrows singing each spring the same song anew? After all, in repeating herself in her recursive action, nature seems to borrow from the voluntary action of perfection-seeking writers, like Lowell, and Bishop herself. Repeat, 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 revise, revise, revise. 63. The line between nature and poetry seems blurred. In the last stanza we have Bishop's poetic response to Lowell's death and, more generally, to the termination that death represents in poetry. Ultimately, her response is what informs her elegy from the outset, and this is the imaginative act of reordering reality, the act of changing, if not death itself, at least nature. Lowell was indeed the one who in his early collection The Mills of the Kavanaghs, 1951, with a gesture of acceptance at once grim and heroic, had performed the emergency amputation. 64. All's well that ends, / Achilles' dead is greater than the living, her dead brother. All's well that ends sounds like the heroic acceptance of life's yielding to death, and besides, Lowell chances to be a name that ends well. 65. Underscored by the memorializing function of the poetic word, Achilles being the chosen example. Poetry, epic poetry, lends a sort of afterlife. All's well that ends, indeed. Although things will be different in what Helen Vendler has called Lowell's late poetry of subtraction, as in Day by Day, 1977, the poetic word remains for him the only means available to process his own impending, and foreseen, end. 66. By subtraction, now all ends and yet the poem still remains. In North Haven, Bishop frames Lowell's life and poetry in a different context. The context is nature unchanging in its unending repetition and self-revision, indifferent to individuality and its destiny of death. Lowell's life and poetry seem caught or trapped in nature's inexorable logic, from which the meaning of his death is inferred. Lowell's death is the end of his poetic work. You can't derange, or rearrange, / your poems again. But the sparrows can their song, / the words won't change again. Sad friend, you cannot change. For the individual, death is the end of the possibility of change. Change is life. And Lowell's poetry, in its essence, is change practiced in and with words. It is the practice of endlessly revising and rearranging words and verse. Lowell the poet here acts just like nature: repeat, 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 revise, revise, revise. For, nature is already viewed as acting like the perfectionist poet. But then, mindful of Lowell's handling of Elizabeth Hardwicke's letters in the Dolphin, but also, most likely, from a first reading of Day by Day, Bishop notices that his poetry is the practice of deranging the order of reality, of dubiously altering the truth of fact, of exploding the sequential order of history. 67. Ultimately, however, nature seems to inexorably win over poetry. The sparrows can rearrange their song, / Lowell cannot his. This is the price that the individual poet must pay in front of death, namely, yield to the erasure that does not seem to affect natural individuality, which replaceable, and ever revisable, lives on in the species. Unlike in poetry, in nature individuals are replaceable and actually replaced with the effect of everlasting continuation, change occurring within the unchangeable order. In the end though, Bishop's elegy is from the outset a refutation of this predicament. Through the poetic imagination, nature is changed, the islands shift and drift and are rendered free within the blue frontiers of Bay. Although death makes it impossible for Lowell, and his poetry, to change, or derange, again, Bishop's elegy for her poet friend has changed nature. Poetry wins, it wins over the end dictated by nature, it wins over the end as it moves beyond it, one poet after another. Essence leads on to the concept. For Bishop, poetry is a way of transforming the necessity that brings about the end that is death and loss, in the natural and social world into an acceptable fact of life, into the only possible way of being free within the constraints of the world. Herein Bishop's poetic practice meets her famous Stoicism, epitomized in the art of losing of one art. I shall mention, very briefly, 3 examples of Bishop's Stoic poetic attitude. There is, first, the sandpiper of Questions of Travel, the student of Blake with whom Bishop closely identifies. The roaring alongside he takes for granted, and that every so often the world is bound to shake. Sandpiper freedom is acting within the framework of natural necessity, there is really no choice but to accept the upheavals that at one point or other will inexorably shake one's world, the simple fact that every so often the world is bound to shake. This, the sandpiper poet has learned to take for granted. One may indeed question the type of freedom that is here at stake. There is, however, no doubt that in his thoroughness and obsessive attention to detail the sandpiper inhabits his world just as completely and creatively and, to this extent, freely as the poet does hers. There is, second, Bishop's own version of old Crusoe in England, another figure with whom the poet closely identifies biographically as well as poetically. Stranded in his unrediscovered and unrenameable island, reminiscent of Bishop's own Brazilian sojourn, and often giving way to self-pity, he engages in the following reflection: do I deserve this? I suppose I must. I wouldn't be here otherwise. Was there a moment when I actually chose this? I don't remember, but there could have been. A kind of destiny. And Nemesis seems at work here, I got what I deserved otherwise I would not be here. But then there is also the appeal to an active choice involved, even though the choice may not have been such a momentous, conscious act. Every action follows a free choice of sort. Was there a moment when I actually chose this? I don't remember, but there could have been. We should not be too rash in blaming necessity or fate or the course of events for what happens to us. We may have chosen our own destiny after all, even if, giving way to self-pity, we pretend we don't remember. Finally, there is the Stoic wisdom of acceptance expressed in the Moose by the distinctive Nova Scotian yes. That peculiar affirmative yes. A sharp indrawn breath, half groan, half acceptance, that means life's like that. We know it, also death, It is the affirmative act of knowledge and acceptance of the fact that death is in life, that death-life go hand in hand, that everything simply ends. Not quite a Nietzschean amor fati but close in its toned-down wisdom. This is the spectrum of freedom that essence meets at the end of its development. Different, however, is the freedom of the concept. Bishop's last poem, Sonnet, is published posthumously in 1979, a few months after her sudden death. It takes on the moment in which, as Wendler puts it, the poet, after death, becomes her poems. 68. At this point the story lived and the story told are finally and completely converging. And something momentous happens. The end is addressed from the other side, so to speak, by creating a sort of eternal present in which life and death are coexistent, synchronically conjoined, and held together by the force of one powerful last look, perhaps no longer a conceptual grasp but rather a new form of poetic intuition. Although the poem is divided into two parts, caught and freed, that formally occupy the sestet and the octave, thereby inverting the sonnet form, life and death are truly held together in a solid unity, which consequently bears within itself the most stubborn opposition, den hartesten Gegensatz in sich, or the highest opposition, den hochsten Gegensatz, TW 6, 468, 553, respectively. In the unity of Bishop's last lyric, such opposition is not only reconciled. It is made into the active source of the poem's perspective energy, that which propels it, with the rainbow bird, in its movement forward, in its free flight after the end and beyond it. At this point, in Bishop's life and poetic activity, the hardest opposition of life and death, body and soul/spirit, unresolved will and absolute and uninhibited freedom is not something that generates the transition to something else, the need to travel to yet another new country, to a position of hard-won conciliation that allegedly overcomes the contradiction. Travels have ended. Bishop's desire to stop, expressed while en route in the poem Santarum, which appeared only the year before, 1978, is now and only now finally fulfilled. That golden evening I really wanted to go no farther. What sonnet achieves, then, is the highly dialectical point of a final peaceful rest in which conciliation has already occurred but the opposition has not been erased. The poet is simply and finally at home in and with it. In the opposition the poet rejoins herself, mit sich selbst zusammenjet, TW 6, 468. What we have herein is the active state in which the opposition is maintained and present and rife with a forward-looking perspective impulse. Indeed, it is not dead rest but the rest of an utterly free projection beyond the end, a movement full of new possibilities. Ultimately, this is the final act of freedom and true liberation displayed by the poet who becomes her poem, by the poet utterly one with her poetic action. Caught the bubble in the spirit level, a creature divided, and the compass needle wobbling and wavering, undecided. Freed the broken thermometer's mercury running away, and the rainbow bird from the narrow bevel of the empty mirror, flying wherever it feels like, gay. Sonnet is Bishop's last look. It gives poetic expression to the standpoint of the absolute idea, subjective and objective at the same time, but also, importantly, truly absolute, because beyond the unilateral nature of both and such as to unify both in an utterly new dimension. There is no subjective voice speaking here, no I. There are inorganic objects, instruments of precise measurement, tools of scientific knowledge, the spirit level, the compass needle, the thermometer, the mirror, and its bevel. They all yield, in the end, to the poet rainbow bird. Moreover, the standpoint of sonnet is objective, or rather absolute, in the sense of providing an impersonal end. 335 endings. Impartial analysis of the two predicaments of being and acting as caught and being and acting as freed. Significantly, its standpoint is impersonal and impartial, but certainly not indifferent. As Wendler has argued, an observer capable of this degree of impartiality, in a religious poem, would be God or a devout speaker. 69. It is not God, though, but the poet finally inhabiting the position of the absolute idea. The absolute idea is the highest form of personality, Persönlichkeit, that displays and is animated by the highest opposition, TW 6, 549. Indeed, sonnet stages the hardest opposition of life and death, the predicaments of caught and freed, and presents them as the dynamic unity of the movement connecting the two, a movement of Übergehen that is not really a transition but rather a liberation, a rejoining with oneself, TW 6, 573. The poet's finally reconciled subjectivity is the last achievement of the poem, the hard-won unification of the split proper to the creature divided and somehow, like the thermometer, broken, that Bishop has inhabited in her poems throughout her life, from the gentleman of Shalott, who in his ironic renunciation of the deceiving wholeness of the everyday order, half is enough, he says, the gentleman of Shalott, is in doubt / as to which side's in or out / of the mirror, to the post-mortem. Reflection of the heart split by the growing weed, the weed, that turning to the poem's voice, to the I grow, it said, / but to divide your heart again, to the big white horse of 12th morning, or what you will, don't ask him, are you supposed / to be inside the fence or out? He's still / asleep for, even awake, he probably / remains in doubt. In sonnet, by contrast, personality or personhood is an achieved unity that, while emerging explicitly only in the conclusive liberating action that makes the end, is implicitly there all along, as it is viewed, successively, in two action states, namely, as caught and freed. Division and brokenness are the conditions for the final act of freedom. Only by breaking the thermometer can the mercury, finally set free, run away. Unified, free, and thereby gay personality is not just the opposite of the creature divided. It is the conquest of a life that has learned freedom by enduring and overcoming the divisions and constraints of being caught. 70 There is an echo of the theme of the body-soul relation, the soul caught in the body, as well as of the theme of the wavering human will, the wobbling and wavering of the undecided compass needle. These, however, are left behind in the perspective disclosed by the rainbow bird that, raising from the narrow bevel / of the empty mirror, finally takes his free flight or is let go free with no constraints, no predetermined direction. He flies, simply, wherever he feels like. The rainbow bird's absolute freedom has nothing to do with the condition of a finally disembodied soul or with the unerring goodness of the divine will. It is not freedom from the body or freedom from the will's erring wavering that is attained. The rainbow bird leaves behind the empty mirror at the moment in which the perfectly beveled mirror interacts with the white light generating the rainbow, and only at this moment. From here on, the rainbow bird begins its flight in an entirely new dimension. Just as the poet is liberated from her story, the mirror is now empty, it must be, and finally lets go of both life and death and their opposition. Hence the last word of the poem, the exclamative, in its very utterance liberating, gay, qualifies the bird poet's free action, is directly the voice of the free action as it expresses in its fullness the relief of finally letting go, of having finally let go, but also the exhilaration of having all possibilities open in front of oneself. The rainbow bird is flying wherever he feels like. It is almost an existentialist freedom embraced in utter joy, instead of anxiety and despair. More generally, it brings to the fore the turn from tragedy or stoicism characterizing Bishop's stance throughout her life, the predicament of caught, to an envisioned brilliance of being 71, the predicament of freed. Although the contexts as well as the forms given respectively to this thought could not be farther apart, the final culmination of sonnet matches the very end of Hegel's encyclopedia. The joy and gayness of the poet/rainbow bird's final free flight and liberation matches the sich genius in accompanying the movement, bewegen, with which the idea, conclusively rejoined with itself, acts, generates, and enjoys itself as absolute spirit in the dimension of an eternal present, ends. 577. As much as the sich genius may appear strange next to the more expected sich, betätigt and Jugend, it gives voice to the same contentment in the peaceful, fully realized, self-contained and self-fulfilled act of making the end. Importantly, in both cases, the end is as much a return to the fullness of oneself and a liberating projection forward into the openness of the unknown. Gaiety, joy, self-contentment accompany both movements as they are expressions of this highest form of finally conquered freedom. 2.1. The logic of indifference, being indifferent to the end. The preceding discussion has spanned a wide range of literary texts that I purposely chose for being as different as possible from each other with regard to literary form, language, and historical context, but also because of their distance from the context, programmatic aims, and intentions of Hegel's logic. The task was to show how Beckett's and Leopardi's characters as well as the lyric horizons created by Leopardi's and Bishop's poems can be read as the fulfillment of the logical figures with which the three successive spheres of Hegel's logic develop the action of ending the matized in the absolute method. They are, to be sure, arbitrarily chosen examples of such a fulfillment, and many others could have been presented as well. As the third chapter has extensively shown, the relation of fulfillment is rooted in the structure of the figure and in the figurative value that can be attributed to the logical determinations. This relation refers to the way in which concrete individual yet exemplary characters Ham and Clove, the Icelander and nature, the Genestra differently bring out the truth entailed in the logical figure by realizing and instantiating what is implied in it. They do so by reinscribing the logical figure in a different, unprecedented, and apparently contingent course of events, that is, ultimately, in a story formally different from the one told by Hegel's logic, yet fundamentally and structurally connected to it. In its fulfillment, now embodied in a literary character, the logical figure becomes part and protagonist of a new, non-Hegelian, story. Thus, the preceding analysis brought to light the fruitful use to which Hegel's logic of transformation and transformative action can be put in an utterly non-Hegelian context and, in addition, in a context that is not strictly or exclusively philosophical. Thereby an argument for the widest possible validity of the reading of Hegel's logic offered in the first part of the chapter is provided. At stake was not a Hegelian interpretation of Beckett's endgame but rather the reverse, namely, the use of Beckett's text to show the far-reaching and concrete validity of the structures of the logic beyond the logic itself. The argument shows how the different modalities of the ending action developed in the logic are crucial for the understanding of the stories and the actions to which those literary texts confer paradigmatic significance, a significance that is both individual and universal, or rather poetically exemplary. In this way, the preceding discussion achieved the further result of displaying the real validity of the logical figures, that is, the way in which, for example, the logical figure of indifference is embedded in many human attempts to confront or alternatively avoid confronting our mortality, a paradigmatic exemplar of which is staged in Beckett's endgame. The particular focus of the previous discussion concerned the action of indifference as a strategy to approach the end. Indifference is the attempt to forestall or at least control the destiny of mortality, characterizing finitude. We followed its inevitable failure, or, rather, its dialectical resolution, through the radicalization of absolute indifference, and examined the act 338 of putting an end to indifference in an embrace of finitude that allows for the creative action of freedom. Ultimately, indifference is overcome in the act of freely letting go or letting be, free and lassen, of letting essence and the concept become, of letting nature be the externality and otherness that it constitutively is. Concentrating on this issue, the problem of ending was narrowed down to the articulation of different forms or literary figures of indifference. The interest in this issue has led to a reading of the selected literary texts equally narrowed to a specific thematic focus. The heap paradox and, quantitative, indifference guided the reading of Endgame, while the shift from the absolute indifference of being to essences, or rather nature's indifference, onto its abandonment in poetry's creative gesture led the progression from Leopardi's Dialogo to La Ginestra onto Bishop's two late poems North Haven and Sonnet. Accordingly, the story of indifference and its end was a split story. Just as the texts selected, so the centrality attributed to the issue of indifference may appear arbitrary. It certainly constitutes one of the many possible focuses that the conclusion of Hegel's logic of being and its confrontation with essences and the concept's actions of ending allows us to select. Indifference is one of the many real figures assumed by the action of ending. However, this focus is proof of the far-reaching validity of the reading of the logic herein proposed, and it is also an implication of the relation of fulfillment connecting logical figures and concrete action. The univocal logical development can be, and actually is, embodied or instantiated in many different real actions displaying the same underlying logic. At this point, keeping the characters of the stories told with Beckett, Leopardi, and Bishop as a backdrop, a return to Hegel's logic is in order. I shall now turn to the complementary claim, namely, to the relevance of concrete forms of action for the understanding of the logical development. With the help, this time, of other Hegelian texts such as the Phenomenology of Spirit and the Philosophy of Right, I show in what sense the development recounted through the three logical endings entails the logic of real indifference. Just as the logical figures of the ending action were crucial for the understanding of the literary story of indifference, so now the real figures of indifference will be seen at work within the logical dynamic of pure thinking's action. The logic is in the real story in order for it to be a story, the real figures are in the logic in order for it to be a logic of transforming action. I argue, however, that indifference is only one of the possible implications of the logical figure of the end, and I show that in the connection between the act of ending indifference and the articulation of different forms of freedom, the text of the logic hints at other real fulfillments as well. Thus, in what follows, I discuss some moments of Hegel's philosophy that may not seem to fall too neatly into a given logical determination or are generally not interpreted by recurring to the logical structures I shall appeal to. This responds to the general thesis I have been pursuing throughout the book concerning the complex and certainly not univocal or unilinear relation between logical and real figures of action. Finally, my task in this last part of the chapter is to assess the progress made in the overall transformation process staged by Hegel's logic with regard to the action of ending. I take indifference, its concrete and literary figures, as well as its inner logic through being and essence and its overcoming in the concept, as my guiding thread, and show what kind of transformation connects the three figures at stake in this discussion. I have argued that Beckett's endgame as the game of the end at play between ham and clove follows a central theme of Hegel's logic of measure and should be read in particular through the dialectical transformation of the heap paradox. The play stages the contradictory attempt to make the end but also, at the same time, to indefinitely postpone the end. The end is the impossible heap, always there yet never actually reached. The end game captures the nature of mortality as it stages the very action of the finite in its being always and constitutively in the process of ending endlichkeit. Indifference is the pervasive strategy that allows the game to go on maintaining its contradictory predicament of being the game of the end that cannot end. One more grain added to the heap makes no difference, that is utterly indifferent until it is not. Logically, quantitative, indifference postpones the end. Only absolute indifference is properly the action with which being finally makes the end, thereby letting essence become. In the phenomenology of spirit, the confrontation with mortality and death, the capacity to learn how to manipulate the former and forestall the latter, and more generally the action of making the end, is famously pivotal to the constitution of self-consciousness in the Herrschaft und Nichtchaft dialectic. Its resolution leads to the freedom of self-consciousness first manifested in Stoicism, this being both a phenomenological figure of self-consciousness and a philosophical position emerging, significantly, in times of historical crisis. Allowing Beckett to intervene here, there is a sense in which, at this juncture, master and servant consciousness are playing the endgame. 72 Their relationship is dialectically overcome in Stoic apatheia, a form of indifference in which the freedom of self-consciousness first manifests itself. The development of the initial scene of the Herrschaft and Nichtchaft relationship depends on whether consciousness is or is not indifferent with regard to the extreme point to which finitude can be pushed, namely, death. Or, to put it differently, all hinges on whether one or the other of the two confronting self-consciousnesses is willing to make the end, not just to inflict death on the other but also to embrace its own end. For the end here is a double act, das Gedoppeltun TW3, 148, referred as it is to the other as well as to oneself. On this situation hinges the meaning of self-consciousness's dependence or alternatively independence, TW3, 145, title. However, self-consciousness's indifference toward death turns out to be the sheer end, the end of natural individual life, and with it the end of the movement of the incipient self-consciousness. Hence, at this point, indifference marks, quite literally, a dead end. Indifference to death and indifference to life are one and the same. If both participants in the struggle assume the posture of indifference toward the absolute negativity of death and carry this position to the extreme, the result is the end. Indifference, however, is the act of pure abstraction, and this is the first, merely negative vestige of freedom. It is the act whereby self-consciousness shows it has no attachment to any determinate existence, Dasein, or that nothing determinate makes a difference to it, not even life itself, TW3, 148. Again, indifference is one act equally or indifferently behaving toward life and death. However, while self-consciousness purports to prove itself above its destiny of finitude by rushing into death, or by showing its indifference toward life-death, what this action achieves is exactly the opposite, namely, exposing consciousness's inexorable, natural, finitude. Indeed, as the life and death struggle should prove, Bewarin, the truth and worth of the two antagonists, as well as freedom's truth and worth, what it immediately proves is the untenability, or the untruth, of the claim of indifference toward death. Death does, in fact, make a momentous difference, to life, to freedom, to the movement of self-consciousness. Indifference then must be broken or kept in check, revoked, suspended, delayed, manipulated. As must Clove's intimation to leave Ham if the game ought to continue to be the game it is, and Ham's question to Clove is particularly to the point here, why don't you kill me? Endgame, 8. And yet, in both instances of the endgame, self-consciousness must come as close as possible to the end. It must come as close to the end as to intuit the absolute negativity that death represents, so as to shake off the indifference that would otherwise push it to stake its life or to end the endgame. Self-consciousness must come as close to the end as to realize it cannot make the end. This is what the double act of staking one's life, das Daransetzen des Lebens, and aiming at the death of the other ultimately amounts to, TW3, 149. The end must be touched, or intuited, but also avoided, and forestalled. As it turns out, death is a paradigmatic state of irrevocable, absolute indifference. It is that dead rest, Tod Ruhe TW6, 468, that Hegel mentions only to exclude it as the sheer opposite of the living Ruhe achieved by the concept. 73. This is how death leaves the two confronting antagonists, the essential moment. Vanishes from the fluctuating interplay, Spiel de Wechsels, namely, that of disintegrating into extremes of opposed determinateness, and the middle collapses into a dead unity, which disintegrates into dead extremes which are merely existence and not opposed terms, TW3, 149f. The struggle is indeed a game or a play in which the protagonists alternate their moves, Spiel de Wechsels. But the game disintegrates or reaches a dead end when it loses its essential moment, namely, the opposition that keeps it alive or keeps it going. The end game is played between extremes of opposed determinateness, it cannot be played between dead extremes. In this latter case, reciprocity of action, or anything approaching it, necessarily vanishes. Death is the same undifferentiated unity that absolute indifference is. Neither one of those dead extremes gives back the other to itself, nor does it receive itself from the other by way of consciousness. Rather, they only indifferently leave each other free like things, lassen inander nur gleichgültig, als Dinge, free. Indifference is both the attitude toward the other who is reduced to a mere inanimate dead thing, TW3, 150, hence let go free in an utterly careless, indeed indifferent gesture, and the nature of that very unmoved thing, a thing that no longer exercises an opposition, that is no longer an agent indifferent, that is, unable to make any difference to self-consciousness. And in this exchange, freedom also becomes indifferent, being the freedom of a merely dead thing, the freedom of being let go or disposed of. In this twofold indifference of death, the action of the two self-consciousnesses is the abstract negation that does not survive, Überlet. The end, in this case, is no true end, since nothing follows imminently from it, no new beginning, no new advancement after, and from, this end. This is the difference between the dead end and the living end. There is no independence and no true freedom in the utter indifference of death. In fact, death can be survived, absolute indifference can be broken or turned against itself and overcome as being finally let's essence become after and as being's proper end. Dialectically then, this death to which nothing follows or nothing survives is not the true end. Hegel puts this point in phenomenological terms as follows: the action of the two self-consciousnesses is abstract negation, not the negation of consciousness, which sublates, aufhet, in such a way that it preserves, aufbewahrheit, and maintains, bewahrheit, what has been sublated and which thereby survives, überlet, its having become sublated, TW3, 150. Bewahren, to be proven true is to be brought to the end and to be able to survive the end transformed. Bewahren is aufgehoben werden. This experience of death and survival is a turning point as it teaches self-consciousness that life, and properly its ending, does make a difference, that is, that life is the essence. 74. Thus, while one player still holds on to the position of indifference, the other has overcome it, although it keeps considering the former as the truth, TW3, 153. Herr and Knecht, the former, apparently, independent, the latter, apparently, dependent. But what is it that shakes one's self-consciousness out of indifference? It is an attitude or a feeling or an experience as absolute and pervasive as the indifference that death itself is. This consciousness was not driven with anxiety about just this or that matter, nor did it have anxiety about just this or that moment, rather, it had anxiety about its entire essence. It felt the fear of death, the absolute master. It is die Furcht des Todes, de absoluten Herrn that jolts consciousness out of indifference, TW3, 153. Now this apparent opposite of absolute indifference, namely, the absolute fear, TW3, 154, 155, that turns in absolute fluidity everything apparently settled in existence is the simple essence of self-consciousness, the absolute negativity, TW3, 153. The development of the Herrschaft-Knechtschaft relationship follows this crucial initial movement. The attitude toward objectivity assumed respectively by the master and the servant self-consciousness, the attitude on which their relationship to each other is based, further elaborates the starting point of their respective experiences. In both cases, at stake is a development of the attitude of not being attached to objectivity as well as to their own existence, that is, the process of gaining independency, the attitude to which indifference initially and abstractly responded. While the master's satisfaction of desire in consumption puts an end to the object or brings it immediately to Verschwinden, the servant's formative activity and work, formieren, bilden, Arbeit, keep the end in check and produce mediated, gradual transformation, TW3, 153f. As it turns out, the absolute fear that remains the basis of all the servant's activity achieves the same result as the master's initial indifference toward life, death, and existence, namely, to shake off and shed all attachment to objectivity, externality, and otherness. Moreover, through the formative activity of work, self-consciousness posits an object that, being the product of its own activity, is also the form in which, by an act of reflection, it finds itself again or finds itself back. In this way, through this Wiederfinden, the slave consciousness comes to acquire through itself a sense of its own self, eigener Sinn, and it does this precisely in the work in which there had seemed to be merely an alien sense, fremder Sinn, i.e., the master's sense as well as the sense of an alien external material. To this reflective movement of going back, thereby finding itself, both the moment of fear and the formative activity of service are necessary, since they fundamentally transform and mediate each other, TW3, 154. Significantly, Hegel insists that the formative activity without the first absolute fear, the apparent opposite of absolute indifference that converges with it in regard to its effects, only establishes a vain sense of its own self, ein edler eigener Sinn, pure vanity or stubbornness. This is indifference to everything except to one's own self, that is, an indifference that is incapable of turning reflectively against itself, which is the point achieved instead by absolute fear, hence incapable of reaching essence, incapable, phenomenologically, of reaching the consciousness of itself as of the essence, TW3, 155. Moreover, without being connected to an experience of fear that is really absolute, that is, that has shaken consciousness to the very core, that indifference is no real and thorough independence from external objectivity but is only occasionally aimed at determined circumstances and conditions. This consciousness's sense of its own self is then merely stubbornness, der eigene Sinn ist Eigensinn, a freedom that remains bogged down within the bounds of servility. This stubborn consciousness is unable to make the transition to essence, is unable to extend beyond the individual, and to become universal culturally formative activity, absolute concept, TW3, 155. Thus, Eigensinn needs to expand beyond the self, gain universality, and become universal Bildung. This is precisely the point from which the freedom of self-consciousness achieved in Stoicism takes its cue, TW3, 155, title. The claim of indifference, however, is hard to break, and resurges in Stoicism, albeit at a higher level. Stoicism's freedom is gained through a retreat in the universality and abstraction of thinking. In thinking I am free, TW3, 156, and the Stoic adds, famously, whether on the throne or in fetters TW3, 157. 4. In thinking I am in absolute identity with myself, there is no otherness, no difference, TW3, 156. The principle of Stoicism is summed up in the claim that consciousness is thinking essence and something has essentiality for consciousness, or is true and good for it, only insofar as consciousness conducts itself therein as a thinking essence, TW3, 157. Only that is relevant for consciousness with regard to truth and goodness, which relates to it in the dimension of thinking. Outside of this relation everything is, or ought to be, indifferent to consciousness. 4. Whatever is not taken up in thinking makes no difference, cannot touch it, change it, disrupt or destroy it. 75. The idea of apatheia follows immediately from this principle. Indifference to disruptive passions and emotions is the state in which only thinking, or reason, is allowed to make a difference, to be the element in which truth and the good and virtue are attained and cultivated. To be sure, the flip side of this position or an easily attainable version of it is described in the logic as the indifference of pure quantity, which is being capable of and open to any determinations, provided that these are external to it and that quantity itself does not have any connection with them originating in it, TW5, 445. External relations can be entered in, provided they are not essential to ourselves, that is, that they do not destabilize the self, hence that we are indifferent toward them. Essential is only that which pertains to thinking. Now, the desire and work in which master and servant consciousness were implicated, as well as all externally oriented practical activity, expand the self to manifold individualized connections, interests, and attachments. Stoicism reduces this net of connections and concentrates all differences into the simple distinction that lies in the pure movement of thought, TW3, 157. That is, again, thinking and thinking only makes a difference. All the rest determinate things, particular feelings, purposes, desires, TW3, 157, but also the externally concrete realms of nature and the political world more generally, TW19, 251, have no Wesenheit, are not essential to life, solely the distinction that has been thought, that is, the distinction which is not immediately distinguished from me matters and has essential value. But if only the difference that is not different from me matters, then ultimately only the self matters. Fundamental egoism. Stoicism is the retreat in pure thinking that finds in this inward gesture a form of self-identical, abstract freedom that disengages the self from the world, from the natural as well as the social and political world. Hams and Clove's story of master-servant relationship continues in self-consciousness's reduction of the external world to the inward enclosed realm of its own thinking. In this regard, Stoicism exhibits for Hegel the same underlying logic as Buddhism and Spinozism. These positions have in common the act of plunging, versenken, all content into an only formal unity void of content, Shiva as the great whole, undistinguished from Brahma itself, notices Hegel introducing the logic of measure. It may seem a position metaphysically far from Stoicism. And yet, the practical result is the same. Indifference as a retreat in pure thinking against the contingency and change of worldly existence, and the same claim that such indifference is freedom. The supreme goal of the human being, relegated as he is to the sphere of coming to be and passing away, of modality in general, is to sink into unconsciousness, into unity with Brahma, annihilation, the Buddhist nirvana. Is the same, TW 5, 389. Hindu pantheism reaches freedom by sinking into unconsciousness, while Stoicism, in seeming contrast, represents the first form of self-consciousness as freedom. In both cases, however, at stake is the same fundamental gesture that seeks to disengage and immunize the self/unself from the manifold differences and connections of the world external to thinking, and calls freedom precisely the state of being untouched by the world and indifferent to it. To be sure, the central moment common to these positions is rooted in the nature of consciousness itself, or rather of the will. In the introduction of the philosophy of right, presenting the fundamental structures of the will as conditions of spirit's objective freedom, Hegel maintains that the will entails as its first moment the element of pure indeterminacy, or of the eye's pure reflection into itself, in which every limitation, every content, whether present immediately through nature, through needs, desires, and drives, or given and determined in some other way, is dissolved, aufgelöst ist. This is the limitless infinity of absolute abstraction or universality, the pure thinking of oneself, R5. This infinite abstraction that returns thinking reflectively to itself, but also leaves it in a state of pure indeterminacy in which no natural need, desire, drive counts or determines the will, or the absolute possibility of making abstraction from all content as a limit, is the basic condition of what Hegel names the freedom of the void, Freiheit der Lehre, in which thinking and willing are one. R5, remark. Hegel notices that in its purely theoretical form this position is found in the religious realm of the Hindu fanaticism of pure contemplation, but if it turns to actuality it becomes the fanaticism of destruction that both in religion and politics shatters the social order. R5, remark. This possibility of abstraction and pure indeterminateness, which is also a negation of the power of objectivity over the self, is the element that is phenomenologically conquered by Stoicism in the aftermath of the master and servant confrontation. It is the logical moment of absolute indifference in which being retreats back into itself in the pure indeterminateness that, while mimicking the act of pure being's beginning, is rather its end and marks the transition to essence. Indeed, indicating the will's element of pure indeterminateness, R5, indifference is, as Descartes puts it, infimus gratis libertatis. Libertas indifferentia is the first, only abstract moment of the will. In Hegel's account, it is not so much a state due to the incapacity of choosing between two equally compelling alternatives, but rather, perhaps even more originally, the positive power or capacity of abstracting from, negating, or being indifferent, as it were, to all determining ground as such, the capacity of maintaining the condition of indeterminateness. 76. The second moment of the will, which properly defines its finitude and particularization, is the moment of determination, R6, remark, while the unity of the two, that is, indeterminate universality and determinate particularity, constitutes the will's Einzelheit. Herein the will determines itself but is also, at the same time, indifferent toward the determinateness. It knows the latter as its own and as ideal, as a mere possibility by which it is not restricted, but in which it finds itself merely because it posits itself in it. This is the basic idea of the freedom of the will, R7, as the capacity of being indifferent to determination after determination has taken place, and on the ground that determination is self-determination, whereas the first moment, that of universality, expresses the will's freedom as the abstract state that precedes all possible determination. 77. This may be considered a second, connected and still formal, sense of the will's libertas indifferentia, as no content is taken into account. The structure of the will thereby delineated shows its relevance first at the level of abstract right. In this sphere, the juridical idea of personality is the notion of abstract personality, which does not yet entail the particularity of the will. Thus, although the will's particularity is present in the form of desires, needs, contingent preferences, it is still different from the determination of freedom, R37. In other words, abstract right is indifferent to those determinations, that is, to the will's particularity, and it is properly right, that is, the first stage of freedom's actualization, only insofar as it upholds the position of indifference toward particularity. Juridical freedom is freedom to the extent that indifference with regard to particularity is maintained. Right is that which remains indifferent toward particularity, R49z. Hence Hegel adds that since particularity, in the person, is not yet present as freedom, everything that concerns particularity is here a matter of indifference ein Gleichgültiges. Now, if someone is interested only in his formal right, this may be pure stubbornness, reiner Eigensinn, such as is encountered in people with a limited heart and mind, for uncultured people insist most strongly on their rights, whereas those of nobler sensibility seek to discover what other aspects there are to the matter, such, in question as these aspects are not considered indifferent, R37, remark. Pure Eigensinn is the position that holding fast to the formal abstractness of right, hence remaining indifferent to all particularity concerning the subject, is also blind to the manifold web of objective relations in which life is entangled. This position is common both to the abstract personality of modern abstract right and Stoicism. However, while the Eigensinn that sticks to juridical indifference at the expense of particularity signals for Hegel a lack of cultivation, Stoicism is a philosophical stance, or rather a universal form of the Weltgeist that arises specifically and exclusively in periods of historical crisis but high cultural development, in a time of universal fear and servitude but also of universal cultural maturation, which has raised culture, Bildung, all the way up to the heights of thought, TW3, 157. 158. Although historically arising in times permeated by fear and servitude, Stoicism is placed beyond the master-servant relation and behaves negatively toward it, as its truth is in no external relation, be it Herrschaft or Knechtschaft, but only in thinking itself. This freedom from all dependencies of individual existence, however, turns out to be a state of lifelessness, Leblosigkeit, a state not so different mutatis mutandis from the lifeless enclosed space of action in which Beckett's endgame is played. Outside of here it's death, says Ham, Endgame, 9:70. But truly this claim is the act that erases the difference between inside and outside, the inside world being arguably as lifeless and indifferent, as it were, as the world outside. Indeed, the freedom of Stoic self-consciousness consists in a balancing act in which indifference must be maintained at the expense of worldly relations. Indifference is a strategy to fend off the destabilizing contingency of objectivity. However, in its inaction such indifference is fundamentally lifeless. We are not so far, at least in regard to the consequences, from the destiny of Buridan's ass, the famous exemplar of Libertas Indifferentia. The freedom of apatheia consists in maintaining the lifelessness which consistently withdraws, Zurückzieht, from the movement of existence, withdraws from actual activity as well as from suffering, and withdraws into the simple essentiality of thought. And this is precisely the Eigensinn characterizing this apathetic, inactive, and lifeless freedom in its retreat into the purity of thinking, in contrast to the Eigensinn of servitude. As stated in the conclusion of the first dialectical movement of self-consciousness, stubbornness, Eigensinn, is the freedom that latches onto an individuality and remains within the bounds of servitude. However, Stoicism is the freedom which immediately leaves servitude and returns back, Zurückkommt, into the pure universality of thought, TW3, 157. The latter's advance over the former is further described with regard to its relation to objectivity. In Stoicism, the freedom of self-consciousness is indifferent, gleichgültig, with respect to natural existence, and for that reason has likewise let go of natural existence, hat darum dieses ebenso free entlassen, has let it be free, TW3, 158. Indifference is here the act or leads to the act of letting go. Now this act, rather than the profession of apathetic unattachment, is self-consciousness's truly liberating act. To be sure, the free entlassen of indifference is herein a letting go of natural existence and objective relations that is also the act that lets objectivity be in its independence, not the destructive gesture of fanatic consciousness but a more positive first move toward essence. Herein the Stoics' Bildung further develops in the aftermath of servitude's formative work. And yet the limit of this position remains its lifelessness or its lack of objective engagement and content. Freedom in thought has only pure thoughts as its truth, a truth without the fulfillment of life, Erfüllung des Lebens, and thus it is also only the concept of freedom and not living freedom itself, for initially it is only thought itself which is its essence for it. TW 158. Ultimately, the indifference to external existence is matched by the boredom, Langweil, that Stoic lofty-sounding words such as truth, wisdom, virtue engender when severed from all worldly living connections. TW 159. It is only in the thorough negativity of skepticism that the next step in self-consciousness's freedom is accomplished. In sum, as far apart as Stoic apatheia, medieval and early modern libertas indifferentia, Hindu fanaticism of pure contemplation, and the freedom of the void may be metaphysically, morally, and epistemologically, they can all be considered variations or indeed real figures that under different historical, social, political, and cultural conditions enact or fulfill the same logical figure of indifference addressed by the logic of being in its conclusive sphere. As a guiding thread connecting some of these positions, we can now turn briefly to Leopardi, this time, to his early work. The idea of indifference as a historically determined practical attitude permeates his early assessment of the predicament of modernity. Indifference, even absolute indifference or indifferenza assoluta, and skeptical doubt lead for Leopardi to the same result. He sees absolute indifference as paradigmatic of the modern dominance of reason over the passions and the imagination. Reason fosters doubt, and doubt is the first and foremost cause of indifference. Zibildun 382, 354. 4. Doubt destroys the vital emotions and illusions that sustain life and thereby throws man into inaction, into indifference, into egoism. Zibildun 426, 382. Indifference makes man an egoist as it cuts him off the social context, discouraging engagement in action and participation in the public life. On this ground, indifference traps man and a whole people in a condition of civic and political servitude. Zibildun 426, 382. Leopardi's logical progression is here very close to Hegel's argument in the phenomenological advance from the Herrschaftlichkeit relation to the figure of Stoicism. Self-centered egoism, retreat in the rational self from the objective world, and lifelessness are among the connected implications of the same core position. Reinterpreting in an almost existential way the image of Buridan's ass and the notion of libertas indifferentia, Leopardi posits that absolute indifference is the lack of all determination of the intellect, that is, of all belief. Zibildun 448, 395, properly of beliefs that, not being strictly rational but rather emotionally and imaginatively based, may well be illusions but are nonetheless, or rather precisely on this ground, necessary for life. Reason, the praised sign of modernity, just as pure thinking is for Stoicism, destroys man's vital illusions but is constitutionally indifferent and unable to motivate. Thus, Leopardi rejects the hypothesis of an ignorance that leaves man in a complete indifference like that ass of the schools who placed between two distant foods. Died of hunger. Zibildun 381, 353. 4. It is not the ignorance of good and bad or of rational grounds for action but the lack of emotional motivation, hope, and purpose that throws man in a state of dead indifference, rendering him unable to act. The ass of the schools, then, is properly the indifferent modern rational man, not the ignorant or uncultured man who lives motivated by passions and illusions. In addition, the lack of purpose and hope that underlies indifference literally leads man to a dead end. Driving to total inaction, indifference is the end of action, the end of life. It is a state of death because in a condition of total indifference man can neither love nor hate, cannot choose, hence cannot act, hence cannot live. Zibildun 379, 351. Ultimately, as the loss of all hope and the acknowledgement of the vanity of existence deepen, indifference is pushed to its extreme form and becomes self-referred indifference or indifference toward oneself. This is the state that leads man to suicide. Zibildun 87, 121, the opposite of amor proprio. Significantly, herein indifference is the root of the apparent opposites of egoism and self-inflicted death. The reversal of this view of indifference takes place, as we have seen, in Leopardi's late thought and poetic work. Indifference is no longer the epistemological, psychological, moral, political predicament of modern reason and truth, but a metaphysical indifference that opposes nature to man. Now it is nature that is indifferent to man's action and to his destiny. It is nature that violently puts an end to man's action both individually and collectively. 2.2. The logic of indifference, the absolute of essence and the end of all things. The same logic whereby Stoic self-consciousness gains independence from the objective world through a retreat in the subjectivity of pure thinking, the gesture that is the root of apatheia and an abstract lifeless freedom, is also the logic whereby objectivity begins taking its revenge. As much as the subject attempts to tame the contingency of worldly transformations by declaring itself indifferent to them, untouched by them, or even claiming them as posited by the self, i.e., as ideal R7, the world strikes back in interesting and surprising ways. As in Leopardi's later view, indifference is shifting from the subject to objectivity, from the human being to the whole of nature. Indifference becomes the absolute. If the subject does not make the end, nature inflicts the end on the subject. In appealing to the ancient paradoxes of the bald and the heap as exemplifying the logic of measure in the specifying quantum, Hegel insists on the truth unveiled by the contradiction they stage in paradoxical form. The truth is that quantity is not an indifferent limit to be simply pushed forward by the mere repetition of the same act, plucking a hair, removing or adding a grain. The truth is that the individually insignificant quantities, like the individually insignificant disbursements from a patrimony, add up, and the sum constitutes the qualitative whole, so that at the end this whole has vanished. The head is bald, the purse is empty. TW 5, 397. The truth is that quantity is a moment of measure and is connected to quality. TW 5, 397 to 398. This is precisely the relation exposed by the paradoxes as they uncover the sudden end of the matter or Dasein at stake. This end shakes self-consciousness's indifference and destabilizes it despite all its efforts to the contrary. Objectivity teaches that indifference cannot be maintained. It is, Hegel remarks, the list of begriffs at work here. When it is taken as indifferent limit, the quantum is the side from which an existence, Dasein, is unsuspectedly attacked and laid low. Indifference ultimately signals the subject's unpreparedness when a transformative response to the outside world is called for. Thus, instead of being the act of reclaiming its agency, consciousness's gesture of closing up in the dimension of thinking, surrounding itself with indifference, allows objectivity to impose the end, to attack and lay it low. It is the cunning of the concept, list de begriffs, that it would seize on an existence from this side where its quality does not seem to come into play, and it does it so well that the aggrandizement of a state or of a patrimony, etc., which will bring about the misfortune of the state or the owner, even appears at RST to be their good fortune. TW 5, 398. There is cunning in this logic, indeed, and being's indifferent stance is overwhelmed by it. The process that brings states down, destroying them, seems all along before the end to highlight their good fortune and even prosperity. It is, instead, the root of their demise. We are getting close to Leopardi's bitter irony concerning mankind's magnific sortie e progressive, Loginistra, v 51, we are getting close to the end of essence. The end comes suddenly and unexpectedly and is not suspected by consciousness to be qualitatively different from all the changes that lead up to it. but objectivity or the concept in its cunning shows otherwise. It is by a more and less that the measure of frivolous delinquency is overstepped and something entirely different comes irresistibly on the scene, namely crime, which makes right into wrong and virtue into vice. Thus states, 2. Acquire through their quantitative difference, other things being assumed equal, a different qualitative character. The laws and the constitution of a state alter in character whenever its territory and the number of its citizens expand. A state has its own measure of magnitude and, if this measure is trespassed, it irresistibly disintegrates internally under the same constitution which, with just different proportions, was the source of its good fortune and strength. TW 5, 442. In moral, juridical, and political matters, just as within the subjective realm of consciousness, the logic of measure cannot be sidestepped. Even though the finite's constitutional act of ending consists in postponing the end, the measure of its Dasein, just as the objectivity of the world, do sometimes have the last word. Revealing the concept's intervention, this is precisely the logic that essence attempts to preempt by making its own end. As argued earlier, essence is said to anticipate the concept in its cunning, and it does so by sinking everything conclusively in the abyss of the absolute rather than saving even destruction for some higher purpose. Thus, nature's response to self-consciousness, which as Leopardi's Icelander is ready to declare itself free from her influence, is to strike with a sudden end. Freedom is now the act of acknowledging the end's necessity, that is, the necessity of one's own demise and annihilation within the whole of essence, Wirklichkeit, or nature. In such freedom is the promise of a different transformation of the end, not its indefinite postponement but the notion of eternity. This is the achievement of Spinozism, in front of which Kantian criticism falls short in its attempt to think of the end. In point of death, there is arguably no more postponing of the end. Objectivity finally wins. At this point, however, another strategy is available to the finite, namely, the strategy whereby essence confronts the end. The individual's end is expanded dramatically into the end of all things, and the attempt is made to compensate for the individual's annihilation with the thought of eternity within the vast whole substance, nature, the absolute. As much as Spinoza can be, and is, criticized for the shortcomings of his monism, as Leopardi points out, seconded by Hegel, 78. The action of his substance absolute is certainly more effective with regard to the act of ending than the illusory attempts to mask the end's inevitability proposed not only by teleological progressivism and Enlightenment philosophies of history, but also by Kant's critical modification of the latter. Thus, as the cosmological antinomy of the beginning, of the world in time, is paralleled by the antinomy of the end, of all things and of all time, Spinoza comes closer to an answer than Kant. Indeed, while Spinoza articulates the end of essence, Kant does not advance much beyond being. Moreover, if Spinoza, in the end, is deemed to fail, it is not for the reasons that Kant points out. It is a common expression, especially when speaking piously, for a dying man to say that he is passing from time to eternity. In the saying Ergehe Zeit in die Wichheit, the end is properly a transition, Übergang, the transition out of time into eternity, AA 8, 327. 79. This common expression of the devoted language raises for Kant an immediate issue that concerns the meaning of that Wichheit connected to the end, or which the end ultimately purports to be. 4. Kant argues in the 1794 essay Das Ende aller Dinge, that expression would be meaningless if by eternity one intended the infinite, unending quantitative progress in the time series. In this case, the individual would never leave time, never break with the time continuum. In other words, the end would not be the end of time. However, the argument that Kant deploys to answer the question concerning the meaning of the eternity connected to the end raises a further and broader issue. Why and how does the death of the individual expand into the thought or indeed the idea of the end of all things, that is, ultimately, the end of the world, of which the apocalyptic end is one version? Kant's essay sketches out a progression in which the thought of eternity, moving away from the open-ended infinite of the time series, leads first to the idea of the end of all time, then to the end of all things and to the end of the world, and finally, in a purported resolution that generates instead a host of new problems, culminates in the quite different idea of the final end or Endzweck, AA8, 327, 328, 333, respectively. With the individual's death, time as such is thought to end, time being, transcendentally, the form of inner sense, and is replaced by man's uninterrupted survival, AA8, 327, in the noumenal, not time-conditioned dimension, that is, in eternity. The thought that links time's end to eternity is by all accounts a hubristic or a stubborn thought. It betrays the fact that, while in point of death, and in the religious language, the end that death represents for the individual can no longer be avoided, it is still not truly accepted as the end. Alternatively, it betrays the way in which the end, being hard for the finite to reckon with, bifurcates in the dualism separating two incommensurable durations, one phenomenal, the other noumenal. In this way, the end becomes the contradictory, indeed antinomic, point in which ending and not ending, or unending, somehow coexist. Kant recognizes that the end of all time that joins the phenomenal duration to the noumenal, or constitutes the transition between them, is a somewhat horrifying thought. Herein, taking the distinctly Kantian figure of the sublime, the action of essence seems to emerge. The end of the individual, which implies the end of time as such, discloses the Abgrund that swallows the dying, or rather already dead, individual along with all time as it takes us right to the edge of it. This Abgrund is an abyss from which there is no possible return for whoever falls into it, explains Kant following Albrecht von Haller. It is an end that, contrary to what Hegel's methodological action of ending entails, allows for no turning back and no going back. It is an end that cannot be survived. The Abgrund that this thought discloses is both repelling and attractive to the mind, thereby displaying the fundamental feature of the frightfully sublime, which paralyzes the understanding and seizes the imagination, AA8, 327. On Hegel's view, however, this thought does not gain much over the bad quantitative infinite of the logic of being, that is, essence is not yet at stake here. In fact, Hegel does not hesitate to consider Haller's description of eternity, which Kant called horrifying, as a paradigmatic case of modern sublimity and a chief example of the bad quantitative infinite. Hegel's reference, to be sure, is to a different example, that is, to the infinity and eternity of the starry sky that concludes the critique of practical reason, which Hegel significantly strips of the moral respect Kant constitutively conjoins to the idea of the sublime, TW5, 264f, 267. In his account, Hegel is rather closer to Leopardi's non-moral view of the infinity and eternity of nature, which Loginostra displays in the comparison between man's insignificant and fragile lifespan and the eternity and infinity of the sky's millions of stars, Loginostra, verses 167 to 173. Nature's indifference takes awe and respect away from sublimity. On Kant's view, theoretically or cognitively, the thought of the end as the transition out of time into eternity has no objective reality, hence no value in extending our knowledge beyond the time-conditioned natural world, AA8, 327. Rather, this thought truly involves speculative reason in an antinomy that ultimately sanctions the end of thinking as such, hence, properly, the death of the understanding, or, as the first critique puts it, the euthanasia of pure reason, KRVB 434/A407. Indeed, the purported blessed end of all things is a concept with which the light of the understanding goes out and all thinking itself has an end, AA8, 336. The idea of the end of all things, however, has its origin not in the reflection on the natural and physical order of the world but rather in the reflection on the moral course of things in the world, AA8, 328. It is in the practical, that is, supersensible realm then that the other common expression of the German language indicating the end should be understood. The end is the last day in German, the youngest day in which the final judgment of the Weltrichter occurs, AA 8, 328. 80. The end is Judgment Day, Gerichtstag, the point in which the settling of the accounts of men for their conduct during their lifetimes takes place. Herein, however, we meet one of the difficulties of the thought of the end expressed in the notion of the last things, die letzten Dingen, to be met and judged and reckoned with on the judgment day. Simply put, on what side of the end, or of the youngest day, do the last things stand? It is the same contradictory thought that Beckett finds expressed in the word last, ending, stopping, finishing, but also lasting and enduring, that is, not ending or unending. The point, again, is that something is always expected to follow the last day, or to come after the end, the last things that must come after the last day, AA 8, 328, hence that the last is not really a final termination, since eternity or an unending duration is implied. The apocalyptic last judgment that identifies the last things with the catastrophic end of the world as it appears in its present form is deemed problematic precisely in this regard. The last day would not be the last, for there would still be other, different days to follow, different worlds to be, AA 8, 328. Kant's way out of this antinomy hints at the practical sphere. The representation of those last things that must come after the last day must be regarded as the sensible representation, Versenlichung, of that final day along with its moral, though to us not theoretically conceivable consequences, AA 8, 328. The problem consists in articulating an end that is followed by a thoroughly different, i.e., not temporal but eternal or supersensible, course of events, an end that is and is not the end. This idea cannot be articulated theoretically but is presented, in the first instance, as a practical possibility, a sort of practical schematization of the end implied by the final day. At this point Kant raises the central question, the question that I connect with the constitutive problem that finitude has in facing and accepting and making the end, and that I am now interested in addressing as the action of ending moves from the logic of being to the logic of essence. Does Kant's end of all things reach the end of essence? I shall suggest that it is not Kant but Spinoza who reaches the end of essence with the absolute, that is, with a form of eternity that truly embraces the end without being sidetracked by the notion of a final end. This is now the central question raised by Kant, but why do men expect an end of the world at all? Warum erwarten die Menschen überhaupt ein Ende der Welt? This question is followed by a second one, which addresses the fact that human beings usually think of the end of the world as terrible and terrifying, AA 8, 330. The basis of the former expectation is a fundamental confusion between the two very different concepts of end and Endzweck. Kant argues that reason tells man that the duration of the world has worth only insofar as the final end, Endzweck, of the existence of rational beings can be met within it, but if this final end should not be attained, creation itself would appear to them as purposeless, zwecklos, just as a play that has no upshot, Ausgang, whatsoever and no rational aim, AA 8, 331, that is, ultimately, as a story that is not a story or fails as 181 if the final end, of the rational being's existence is not attained in this world, then the world turns out to be a play with no conclusion and no exit or Ausgang, a play such as Beckett's End Game perhaps, although even here Clove does make his exit, End Game, 81. As the meaning of the world or of all things is framed in terms of the unity of a story or a play, the idea of the end as termination is replaced by the teleology of the final end and its fulfillment. And this creates the spurious inference advanced by the human expectation of the end: if a story without a meaningful end, is incomprehensible, then the final end, Endzweck, of the world should be fulfilled. Now this is the expected end of the world, i.e., the fulfilled Endzweck becomes, or rather replaces, the end. However, the first proposition may be warranted even without implying the second. For, all a story needs may be a non-teleological end or a true conclusion, a simple Ausgang exit. And here a sheer end as mere negation or annihilation can very well be the end of the story of finitude without implying or being in need of any purpose whatsoever, let alone the fulfillment of the final end. Nature may well be indifferent to man's end as well as to his quest for a purpose of his existence. This is, after all, the lesson of the conclusion of Leopardi's Dialogo della natura e di un Islandus, the famished lions devour the miserable argumentative Icelander. This is the narrative end as well as the Icelander's end, without any thought of purpose or final end being invoked. This is the case of essence's end with the absolute as abgrund of all finitude. And finally, on Hegel's account, this is the case of Spinoza's monistic absolute substance, which corresponds to essence's absolute, TW 6, 195. Importantly, in this latter case the end of the finite in the absolute and the absolute's eternity coexist without generating any antinomy. In reply to the second question, which qualifies the common human expectation of the end in apocalyptic and terrifying terms, Kant recognizes that it is not without cause that men feel the burden of their existence, even though they are themselves the cause of those burdens, a thought with which Leopardi would certainly agree. Kant submits that this outlook is due to the discrepancy between the natural progress of the human race in the cultivation of talents, skills, and taste, which is accompanied by the multiplication of needs, and the development of the moral capacity, which usually lags behind. AA 8, 332. On this basis, Kant replies to the second question balancing the corrupt nature of man, which is truly at the root of the terrifying representation of the end, with the Enlightenment confidence in human moral progress. This latter allows us to at least hope in a final day, hence in an end, in line with Elijah's ascension rather than with a descent to hell like that of Korah's horde, AA 8, 332. This, however, is precisely the territory on which Kant's argument, despite its critical caution, falls prey of Leopardi's, and Spinoza's, anti-teleologism. This last thread connecting the phenomenological realm of cultural progress to the unchanging supersensible realm of morality, and framed by the switch from the end to the final end, is further articulated up to a point of impasse in Kant's reading of Apocalypse 10:5, 6. In this passage, the angel announces, that henceforth time shall no longer be, AA 8, 333. The angel's saying may be taken, Kant suggests, to imply the end of all change, as in, henceforth there should be no change. However, if this is understood as the end of all things as objects of the senses, we stumble yet again in a theoretically unsolvable antinomy. More promising seems the idea of the end of time as referring, practically, to a duration thought as unending, that is, as eternity. What we have, in this case, is the overcoming, or the negation, of the end in eternity. For, since all ends as such imply time, or occur in time, if there is no time there is no end. Hence the practical idea of an unending duration. But what sense can we make of this notion, which now replaces the end, a thought that still appears much too close to Hegel's bad infinite? While Kant explores the different possibilities entailed in this thought, none seem really conclusive and thoroughly persuasive. It appears that even morally an end of the unending process, along with or as the fulfillment of the final end, is always required. Now, as the theoretical notion of an end of all phenomenological change is easily excluded, the practical meaning of the unending duration seems to be only that reason, in the practical point of view, can never do enough to attain its final end, Endswak, by following the path of perpetual changes, AA 8, 334, which comes close to the meaning Hegel attributes to Kant's moral solon as a constitutively contradictory, because never conclusive, thought. For, by definition, neither the end, das End, nor the final end, Endswak, can be reached on the path of perpetual changes. Ultimately, there is no end, in the unending duration, because reason cannot attain its final end, but also, the final end cannot be attained because there is no end in reason's process. Rightfully dissatisfied with this account, Kant concludes, nothing remains then for reason except to think of steady progress toward its final purpose through a, temporally, unending process of change, in which instance its character, Gesinnung, remains permanently the same, AA 334. Herein we have the attempt at joining the two sides of the antinomy of the end in the practical perspective, the phenomenological, i.e., cultural, historical, change of reasons, unending, moral progress toward the Endzweck, and the changelessness of pure moral Gesinnung. How these two sides can be kept together and the gulf that divides them bridged is the Spinoza quaestio at the center of many of Kant's writings on applied practical philosophy and philosophy of history. Ultimately, Kant's strategy consists here in replacing the end of the unending process of moral development, from good to better. He submits AA 334, the end that despite all attempts to set it aside continues to haunt thinking with the cogency of the always required end of a play with the unchanging nature of the noumenal character. At this point, however, a third perspective is brought into the picture, a perspective that, just like the theoretical and, albeit to a lesser extent, the practical, is fundamentally destabilized by the thought of the end, as the end of all change. This is the perspective of the imagination. That there will be some point in time when all change, and with it time itself, ceases, is a representation that offends the imagination, offends it and does violence to it, just as the sublime does. Indeed, what this representation amounts to is the image of the whole of nature fixed and, as it were, petrified, die ganz Nature und gleichsam verteinert, as all processes of thinking and living stop in their track, petrified in their very last occurrence. This is the imaginative representation of the end, the last act whereby the whole as well as the individual come to a complete standstill and are fixed as such, or perhaps identically repeated, in eternity. The last thought, the last feeling will come to a standstill in the thinking subject and remain, without change, always the same, AA 334. This act, Kant concludes, amounts to individual annihilation, Vernichtung, to the annihilation of discursive thinking and life as such. This imaginative representation of the end, embodied in a petrified nature and a petrified, or annihilated, life, is ultimately not very distant from the Icelander's apprehension of nature, which in their first encounter appears to him as a colossal stone statue only to be found living, although somehow still immovable and unchanging because all-embracing. In fact, it is not so much that nature is petrified but that in nature all processes and all life come to an end. Thereby nature discloses the end as the perspective of subspecie aeternitatis. Nature is the unchanging, indeed eternal whole in which all change occurs. Nature has no end but is the end of all things. This, however, is the further step that Kant chooses not to undertake, or perhaps does not dare to undertake. For, this step leads directly to Spinozism. Such step, which conjoins the end as annihilation to eternity, is the necessary correction of the thought with which the Icelander, just as Kantian imagination, understanding, and reason so unsuccessfully struggle, namely, the acceptance of the end. The incapacity to accept the end is also what Loginistra identifies as the cause of man's illusion of a pseudo-eternity gained through history. The correction of this thought requires the transition to the different logical level of essences absolute. In Kant's view, this step leads to the monistic framework of nihilistic and Chinese mysticism, Tibetan and generally Eastern pantheism, and the metaphysical sublimation, Sublimierung, which is Spinozism, AA 335. 82. While Kant deems all these positions unacceptable and such as to ultimately produce the very annihilation of thinking itself, he considers them as coherent, and perhaps inevitable, if they are not critically checked, outcomes of the imagination's representation of the end and, in particular, of a closely related idea proposed by practical reason. This is the idea of the end as the fulfillment of the Endzweck accompanied by a state of contentment, Zufriedenheit, the deserved eternal rest or Widruhe, AA 335, that may remind us of the logical idea's peaceful Ruhe, TW 6 468, which, Hegel insists, is the rest of a fulfilled life and not of death. Kant excludes the possibility that such a state can ever be attained. In fact, at this point, the incompatibility of the unending process of morality, or of the unending progress toward the Endzweck, with the actual fulfillment of the final end comes dramatically to light. Herein Kant sacrifices the latter to the former, thereby discarding once and for all the thought of the end of the process, hence the possibility of the contentment accompanying the fulfillment of the final end, which replaces the non-teleological end. Kant recognizes that in the unending constant progress toward and approach to the highest good we cannot connect contentment with the prospect of this state, lasting through eternal change. The notion of man's corrupted nature, or simply finitude, is here the ultimate horizon, for the state in which man is now, always remains an evil one by comparison with the better one he is preparing himself to enter. AA 8, 335, the bad infinite, it seems, all over again. As it turns out, practical reason can bear the thought of the end as little as the imagination, or the understanding, can. Nature petrified and life annihilated embody the unbearable idea of the end just as fulfilled beatitude and eternal rest do. Critical thinking shrinks away from them as from that Abgrund from which there is no possible return. AA 8, 327. Zufriedenheit, beatitudo, or eternal rest are instead precisely that in which those monistic and pantheistic representations as well as their metaphysical sublimation, namely, Spinozism dare to place the end perhaps, and certainly in the case of Spinoza, not the teleological final end but the end as the conclusive annihilation of finitude and finite thinking as such. In sum, in Das Ende aller Dinge, while making several attempts to think of the end in different perspectives, Kant finally retreats from the abyss that this notion inevitably opens for the understanding, practical reason, and the imagination. The end as the conclusive, irrevocable annihilation of finitude and of discursive thinking into the eternity of the forever fixed nature, the end as the final fulfillment and the eternal rest of beatitudo, is replaced by the unending approximation to the moral Endzweck. The tension separating the unchanging and supersensible moral Gesinnung, AA 8, 334, and the phenomenological historical progress of culture and morality seems to be reconciled only by turning from the notion of end to the quite different idea of Endzweck. Herein Kant places his critical argument, unwilling to take the step toward an end that is not Endzweck. The necessity of the non-teleological end, however, resurfaces in this case as well. The play, after all, needs its conclusion in order to make sense, the curtain must fall. Kant sees rightly that the next coherent step beyond his own position is mysticism and Spinozism, which endorse precisely the rejected conception of the end. Now Spinozism is the position that Hegel sees as belonging to the specific way in which essence, placed between being and the concept, attempts to make its own end beyond being's absolute indifference but also without recurring to the resources of the concept. Such as, for example, subjectivity, self-determination, and, inner, teleology. Hegel explicitly considers the all-encompassing absolute, which swallows the finite in an indeterminate Abgrund and is thought as fundamentally anti-teleological, that is, as essentially indifferent to the destruction of the finite, but is also eternal, as corresponding to Spinoza's substance. It is precisely at this juncture that all the often discussed points of criticism that Hegel famously raises against Spinoza can be considered instead as perfectly justified merits of his conception of substance even against Kant. Significantly, Hegel's criticism is carried out from the standpoint of the concept. However, the destruction of finitude, the absolute's indeterminateness and lack of subjectivity, its rigid and petrified eternity, these are among the characters that have their necessary place at the end of essence. They are necessary in order to articulate the specific way in which essence makes the end. And, pace Kant, there is no other way from being to the concept than to pass through the Abgrund of Spinoza's substance. Set against Kant's critical attempt to address the idea of the end, Spinoza has the upper hand as he achieves the action of essence that remains foreclosed to Kant's dualism and to his appeal, albeit critically, to the notion of a final end. Herein lies, for Hegel, the unsurpassed value of Spinoza's substance absolute. The absolute is the end of all things, itself eternal, the Abgrundgrund in which the finite is swallowed and annihilated but at the same time identified with the absolute eternal totality. Freedom is the recognition of the necessity of finitude's destruction, the necessity of the end, not the illusory moral progress from good to better, AA 8, 334, to an unattainable final end, not the abstraction of an unchanging and supersensible moral Gesinnung untouched by worldly events. Hegel famously claims that the concept of Spinozistic substance corresponds, in strict, to the concept of the absolute, TW 6, 195. My emphasis. In Spinoza's system, substance is the monistic whole, it is one substance, one indivisible totality. Hegel underlines that there is no determinateness that is not contained and dissolved into it. Precisely to this extent, Spinozistic substance is posited at the same level of or as the same totality that essence is, and more precisely, as the absolute with which essence attempts to conclude its movement. There is no determinateness that is not contained in its existence and positedness in the absolute as its Grund. But there is also no determinateness that is not dissolved, in the movement of Auflösung, in the absolute as its Abgrund. Indeed, Hegel recognizes that a valuable insight of Spinozism is that anything that to the natural way of representing and to the determining understanding appears as self-subsistent, selbstständiges, is entirely reduced in this necessary concept to a mere positedness, Gesetzsein, TW 6, 195. Against the abstract freedom of Stoicism, which in this regard is not far from the abstractness and formality of Kantian autonomy or from the arrogant and illusory independence of Leopardi's Icelander, a freedom that is the stubborn pretension of the finite to claim some form of independency or self-subsistence of its own, that is, to claim its being a selbstständiges. Spinoza's substance shows the true destiny of annihilation that inescapably awaits the finite within the whole, nature as the absolute. Freedom lies elsewhere, namely, in the acknowledgement and acceptance of the necessary identity with the whole. It is the diminutive but much more honest attitude of Elizabeth Bishop and her sandpiper, who take for granted that every so often the world is bound to shake, sandpiper, inscribing their life within this world. This is a world at once solid and precarious, necessary and utterly contingent. In fact, what appears as independent is truly posited as such by the absolute, what appears as self-subsistent is only posited as such within the absolute. The finite is posited as such as to be annihilated. And it is posited with no further purpose or final end in view. Indeed, this is the hard truth. Nature, substance or the absolute, reveals to the Icelander no need of a Kantian dualism to soften this hard truth, whereby an unchanging, autonomous supersensible character is seen as coexisting with the conditioned natural progress of humanity. Hegel famously expresses the absolute principle of Spinoza's substance in the proposition determinateness is negation, a proposition that he considers a true and simple insight but also a limited insight. For it remains at the view of negation as determinateness or quality and does not advance to negation as self-negation. Ultimately this means that the individual does not recover from or does not survive the negation or annihilation within the absolute, that it does not subsist as individual within it. Moreover, the further limit of Spinoza's position consists in the fact that the manifold act of determining lies in an external thinking, that knowledge is the act of an external reflection, TW 6, 195. Importantly, unlike in Eastern pantheism, the act of determining, and negating, is indeed present in Spinozism. The problem, on Hegel's view, is that it belongs to an external activity of reflection, not immanently to substance itself. While thinking is indeed one with extension, it does not differentiate or separate itself from it. Hence thinking is not as determining and informing, als Bestimmen und Formieren, nor as a movement of return that begins from itself, als die Zurückkehrend und aus sich selbst anfangend Bewegung. TW 6, 195. My emphasis. In other words, the end, in the case of the absolute, is not a turning back to a new beginning. Thinking, both finite thinking and the thinking that the absolute essentially is, radically ends in the absolute substance but does not make a return back into itself, hence does not make a new beginning out of itself, such is the nature of subjectivity. It is an external understanding that takes up the determinations as given and brings them back, Zurückführt, to the absolute, but does not take them as having their beginning from it, TW 6, 196. Despite its definition as Kausasui, the absolute is not itself a creative power truly determining itself, it is the end but not a new beginning. It is the repetitive power that reproduces itself in a self-identical position, with no otherness and no difference, TW 6, 196, nature repeating and revising itself, as Bishop puts it, but truly unable to imagine an utterly different order, thinking identical with extension but unable to differentiate itself from it. However, the capacity of making a new beginning out of itself and after the end is for Hegel the methodological meaning of ending, not a standstill but an utterly new beginning. Indeed, the end entails the creative act that requires the production of otherness as otherness. Herein we meet the limit of Spinoza's position. The absolute is not absolutely absolute, TW 6, 190, it is not the true end. Thinking stalls in the absolute and is indeed petrified in the end, unable to turn back to itself and unable to gain the concept of an other by which it would have to be formed anew, as different from itself, TW 6, 196. Thinking is annihilated in the abyss but does not survive negation. As in Kant's case, the end is the Abgrund from which there is no possible return for whoever falls into it, AA 8, 327. The difference is that Kant, armed with critical prudence, is careful not to fall into the abyss, recurring to the substitute concept of a final end, persisting in the dualism of speculative and practical reason, while Spinoza coherently and fearlessly embraces it. The eternity of Spinoza's substance or the sublime demand he makes on thought that it consider everything under the form of eternity, sub specie aeterni, is connected with the failure of essence's end to be a new beginning. The consequence is the absolute's eternity as unmoved identity. Deus sub natura is the petrified nature of Kant's imagination. All finite determinations, all attributes and modes, are in the absolute only as disappearing, not as becoming, so that this disappearing also makes its positive beginning only from without, TW 6, 197. There is no imminent beginning after the end in the absolute substance, no becoming anew after the act of disappearing in the abyss. If there is a beginning or a becoming, it is due to the external intervention of reflection. It is only in the sphere of the concept that the limit of essence's end is overcome. In the structure of the concept, Hegel notices hearkening back precisely to the analyzed passage, the concept is not the abyss, Abgrund, of the formless substance. But as the absolute negativity it is that which forms and creates, das Formieren und Erschaffend, TW 6, 277, referring to 195. This activity of forming and creating is precisely that which essence's absolute and Spinoza's substance lack. Those, however, are crucial requisites attained only by and in the conceptual end, not before. Hegel's critical insistence on the lack of immanent reflection proper to Spinoza's substance or on his need to mobilize the work of an external understanding is well known and always repeated when Hegel's confrontation with Spinoza is at stake. It should be underlined, however, that this rebuke is justified only from the perspective of the concept. At the level of essence things are quite different. There is a sense in which essence's absolute and Spinoza's substance need to bring out their positive Auslegung, in addition to the negative one, as little as nature, in Leopardi's Dialogo, needs to come out and explain the reasons why she does what she does to its creatures. If this movement or explanation, Auslegung, is intended to follow, then its burden falls on the external intervention of reflection or thinking or on the promptings of the inquiring Icelander, not on the absolute or nature themselves, as they are and remain fundamentally indifferent to any self-presentation. In other words, external reflection is brought into the picture by the finite's urge to give itself reasons for its own destruction. The finite cannot conceive the end without a final purpose, Endzweck. It is the human being who needs external reflection in order to make sense of a story that ends in a way he cannot grasp, or does not want to grasp. In the absolute, by contrast, external reflection comes to its end just as all forms of finite thinking do. In this regard, Spinoza's position is an entirely coherent one. It needs self-reflecting subjectivity as little as Leopardi's nature needs reasons or purposes for her actions. At the level of essence, then, Hegel's rebuke to Spinoza regarding external reflection may indeed be considered as utterly misplaced. Spinoza's substance has truly no use for external reflection. The recognition of the necessity of the end and of the finality of death is the starting point of its transfiguration, that is, the condition of a new beginning after the end, essence's end, that neither stalls in the antinomy of an alleged eternal duration nor is blocked in the self-same repetition of an eternity without otherness. The transition to the concept's end is made by the poetic imagination that shakes the petrified fixity of nature's substantiality and shifts or fundamentally alters nature's order in space and time. As Bishop intimates in North Haven, the islands are made to shift and drift, freeing themselves of their natural constraints within the blue frontiers of Bay. Within the framework of the concept's act of ending, the imagination is no longer paralyzed as the Kantian imagination is, but it is free to make a new beginning. 2.3. The logic of creativity, ending beyond the end, of the idea. In contrast with Kant's attempt in the 1794 essay to construe the end in terms of the transition out of time to eternity or as the end of all things, but also in contrast with the unmoved finality of Spinoza's eternal Deus of Natura, the logic of the concept, with Bishop's sonnet, embraces the end as the unity cum hardest opposition, TW 6, 468, 549, expressed in the poetic movement that links caught and freed. Life and death are not opposites separated, or even connected, by a transition. In fact, at stake is no longer an Übergang. It is instead the end of all transition, and transitioning, taking place in the final act of liberation that is the joyous free flight of the rainbow bird daring to launch unconstrained into the unknown, wherever it feels like, sonnet, and is the creative gesture of the poet that through an imaginative act achieves in language the otherwise impossible transfiguration of nature. She makes the islands shift and drift a little north, a little south or sidewise, North Haven. The end implies and requires a radical change in language. The idea's logical language yields to intuition and imagination, that is, to another language or to the other's language, or perhaps, once grammar is enlivened by its actual use, it also accepts new rules or even invents new rules, thereby becoming a different language altogether. The end is an act of creation. But what does this act entail? It is at this point that the artwork and the potential of Kant's aesthetic idea in its proximity to the final action of Hegel's absolute idea come to light. Stories, stories, years and years of stories, till the need came on me, for someone, to be with me, anyone, a stranger, to talk to. Imagine he hears me, what I am, now declares Henry, the protagonist of Beckett's Embers, 62. Similar is the predicament of the absolute idea in finally bringing the logical story to the end as it is moved to invent its radical other by the need to speak to and of one other than itself and eventually to be heard in return. The absolute idea as the original word, which has been solipsistically addressing only itself for lack of true otherness to which its expression, Äußerung, could be directed, TW 6, 550, turns in the end to another. Turning to otherness is the end. After or beyond the logical end is otherness, nature's otherness, other beings, strangers, other subjects to whom one speaks, who listen to the one who speaks, who speak back in return, other stories. The hardest opposition that the idea harbors within itself yields to, or rather is compounded by, a hard opposition from without. However, this new framework requires a new language. It is, to be sure, the beginning of a new story. Beyond the logical end are nature and spirit. The movement beyond the end begins with both the ideas Entschluss and its Befreiung decision and liberation disclose nature and spirit beyond the ideas end, TW 6, 573. Geist in the aesthetic sense, says Kant in a famous definition crucial for Hegel, is the animating principle in the mind, das Bellebensprinzip im Gemüt, Q 49, A5, 313. What spirit uses to animate the mental powers, the stuff or material that is subjected to that principle, is what lends the movement and the impetus, Schwung, of life to the mind, a movement that is a relaxed yet dynamic state of free play or Spiel, not the constrained activity of a logical inference or the engaged stance of a moral commitment, A5, 313. Spirit, in this aesthetic sense, is closely related to genius and to the creativity that uniquely belongs to it, genius being, most properly, the convergence of nature and spirit, A5, 318. But for Kant, Geist is first and foremost connected to the aesthetic ideas and to the creative imagination that produces them. Indeed, the principle at issue, the principle that spirit itself is defined as the power of exhibiting, vermagender Darstellung, aesthetic ideas. An aesthetic idea, Kant explains in Critique of Judgment 49, is a representation of the imagination that prompts much thought or offers a lot to thinking, but to which no determinate thought, i.e., concept, can be adequate, so that no language can express it completely and make it completely understandable, A5, 314. The aesthetic idea, the Darstellung of which is provided by spirit, is a representation that pushes thinking beyond logic, or beyond the concept, and beyond logical language in its strictly cognitive function. In fact, the aesthetic idea finds expression in, and gives expression to, a different language, that is, the language of poetry and art more generally. Indeed, Kant suggests that it is properly in the art of poetry, Dichtkunst, that the faculty of aesthetic ideas can manifest itself to full extent, A5, 314. In this language, which is the language of inner intuition and not of determinate concepts, an entire realm exceeding logical conceptuality is not only brought to expression but is channeled into interpersonal communication, or rather communicability. Thus, a poem by the great King Frederick the Great gives voice for Kant to uplifting feelings, even to a cosmopolitan attitude, in that moment at the end of life, A5, 316, which in the 1794 essay produces only troubling, terrifying, and indeed unresolved thoughts. There is a sense in which poetry as such is a formal transfiguration of the end of thinking and conceptual language, just as can be the transfiguration of the end of life, the end that the Kantian concept can neither conceive nor express, just as it can neither conceive nor express the transition from time to eternity that marks the end of individual life. The aesthetic idea, Kant submits, is the counterpart, pendant, of a rational idea, A5, 314. While the latter is a concept to which no intuition or representation of the imagination can be adequate, the former is an intuition or imaginative representation that no determinate concept can fully express. Thus, as Kant's aesthetic idea brings to light the limit of logical conceptuality and logical language, it does so by positively disclosing what lies beyond it, that is, by extending or expanding with an act of Erweiterung, A5, 315, the domain in which the mind can have free rein. Significantly, in this case, the lack of adequacy between imaginative representation and determinate concept, instead of being a limitation and a signal for thinking not to venture beyond, as is generally the case in Kant's transcendental framework, is precisely that which inaugurates a new legitimate realm for the idea. This is the realm of aesthetic freedom. The imagination is the cognitive power to which Kant appeals in order to explain the production of aesthetic ideas and the extension of the realm of what is thinkable beyond logic and cognition. The imagination is herein a productive cognitive power, that is, a power that acts in a creative way. Schaffung is its activity. In its aesthetic productions the imagination is Schöpferisch, A5, 314, 315, respectively. Indeed, the imagination creates another nature than the one given to and by experience, although it creates it out of the material that actual nature gives to it. A5, 314. At the limit of the concept, the imagination's creative act posits another nature. It is the act that Bishop lyrically performs in North Haven, the act that first shakes the solidity of nature's substance by making the islands shift and drift in an imaginative, dreamy sort of way, and finally brings on the elegiac acceptance of Lowell's death. This is the capacity of Umbildung that Kant ascribes to the productive imagination, A5, 314. But it is also the act whereby Hegel's absolute idea makes the logical end, and in an unprecedented intuition, ends. 244, discloses beyond the end the new horizon of nature, TW6, 572. Importantly, crucial to this act that puts an end to the logical development but also extends it into the movement of the imagination or intuition, is the creation of a new space for otherness. The end of the concept is the creation imagination of a new, utterly other beginning. Otherness is central to the creative act as such. The productive imagination creates another nature than the one given in experience. The other than the concept, or the otherness of the concept, is communicated to others in a different language than the conceptual one. Otherness emerges as the excess or lack of adequacy separating, determinate, concept and intuition or imaginative representation, the excess that is constitutive of the aesthetic idea. It is this excess that prompts the extension or expansion of the mind beyond conceptual thinking, A5, 315, and the extension of Hegel's dialectic speculative logic to system, TW6, 567. 83. This in turn sets reason in movement, enlivening or quickening the gamut by opening up for it an immense field of representations in which the mind can have free and unconstrained range, A5, 315. Otherness, the movement of Erweiterung beyond the end, excess, and liberation. These are among the characters belonging to the creative act of ending and common to Kant's aesthetic idea, and the connected notions of spirit and genius, and to Hegel's absolute idea. Kant's aesthetic idea is a representation that makes us add to a concept the thought of much that is ineffable, unnumberies, but the feeling of which connects language, which otherwise would be mere letters, with spirit, A5, 316. By pushing beyond the logical concept and properly extending its reach, albeit not cognitively, the aesthetic idea infuses new life into language as well, thereby fundamentally transforming language and its rules. The mere letter, or, in Hegel's formulation, the dry unmoved rules of grammar, is now alive as it is connected with its spirit and embodied in a living artwork, a work and a language that gains new life as it is communicated and actually speaks to others. It is here that the activity of genius as the unification of the mind's powers, imagination and understanding, comes to the fore, A5, 316f. Such unification brings forth the liberation of the imagination from the constraints of the understanding, or of logic. The act of the rainbow bird who finally launches on its free flight beyond the narrow bevel of the empty mirror is both the end and a new beginning. The absolute idea's liberating decision to embrace its other once absolved from its logical story is, at the same time, the end and a new beginning. But the connection of spirit and genius is also the point in which language, as poetic language, becomes truly communicative, the point in which others are allowed into the new space created by the imagination, into the new story. Although the unnumberies marks the end of logical language, or of the concept, spirit does find expression, Ausdruck. For it, whether the expression consists in poetic language, in painting, or plastic art, and it does so by capturing the imagination's free play with images and consolidating it into a new concept or a newly invented rule, that is, a rule that could not have been inferred from any earlier principles or examples, A5, 317. The capacity of changing the rules of the game, or of changing the game altogether, is indeed one more character of creativity. Kant maintains that the production of the genius along with the new rules it entails is an example that is meant not to be imitated but to be followed by another genius, A5, 318. With regard to the work of art, the relation of succession is that of Nachfolge, not of Nachkommen, the former implying precisely that the completion of an artwork and its legacy leads on to an utterly new beginning, not to the repetition, albeit with variation, of the same model or template. The individual artist, or genius, may indeed perish as in Lowell's case. The production of art, however, is picked up by another unique artist and carried on in unprecedented directions. Thus, setting herself in the Nachfolge of a tradition, following her friend Lowell, and paying him the tribute of elegy, yet being utterly different from even critical of him, Bishop fundamentally innovates that tradition. Ultimately, this is the transition with no transition with which the absolute idea makes its end and inaugurates a new systematic beginning. What we have here is the moment of radical innovation. The end is creation. In the second position of thought toward objectivity, which along with the other positions serves as historical and systematic introduction or Vorbegriff to the Encyclopaedia Logic, Hegel offers a pointed insight into Kant's critical philosophy. He makes it clear that it is only in the critique of judgment, with the thought of reflective judgment, that Kant has reached the representation, truly the thought of the idea. Hence it is only here, in contrast to the antinomic conflicts of theoretical reason's ideas and to the open-ended Solon of practical reason, that Kant's philosophy is truly speculative, ends. 55. Remark. On Hegel's reconstruction, to the reflective judgment is assigned the principle of an intuitive understanding, and its workings are experienced in the products of art and organic nature, ends. 55. While for Kant reflective judgment, far from being ascribed the principle of an intuitive understanding, is rather that which replaces the humanly impossible intuitive understanding, this claim does betray Hegel's own interest in Kant's allegedly speculative thought of the idea. Relevant herein is the shift from Kant's judgment of taste and teleological judgment to the objective realms of art and organic nature in which the speculative thought of the idea is manifested. The intuitive understanding is first and foremost a creative principle. The principle that produces the work of art and is the channel whereby nature gives the rule, to art, is the genius, A5, 318. As much as the notion of the intuitive understanding in its constitutive validity is an impossibility within Kant's transcendental framework, it does have a representative in the creative activity of the genius and the principle of spirit. Thus, insofar as the final excluse of Hegel's absolute idea, which is, at the same time, its Befreiung to nature and spirit, TW 6, 573, entails the crucial moment of creativity that pushes the end beyond the end, it can be seen as following the same logic that Kant approached with his uniquely speculative notion of aesthetic idea. 84. As much as the creative act, in its logical and methodological validity, expresses the way the absolute idea makes the end, thereby reaching the end of the logic and inaugurating the next systematic development, art, and the artwork belong to the conclusive sphere of Hegel's philosophy of spirit, namely, absolute spirit. In general, creativity is a feature proper to the absoluteness characterizing the action of Hegel's conclusive systematic figures, absolute knowing, absolute idea, absolute spirit, and is that which connecting the absolute idea to absolute spirit brings spirit back to the logic, thereby sanctioning the end of the system as a whole. However, within the development of absolute spirit, art stands as the beginning, a figure that is immediate, still natural, rooted in finitude despite its absoluteness. The final and culminating moment of absolute spirit, that is, its very end, is philosophy. And there is a sense in which, famously, philosophy is the end of art, or alternatively, art ends in and as philosophy. There is, however, another issue to be briefly raised at this point, namely, the issue of the end of the artwork. Taking on the perspective of the artist, when is an artwork finished or completed? When is the end of the creative process reached? In the face of it, this does not seem to be an issue on which Hegel speaks directly in his theory of art. It is, however, relevant, if anything, because it is paralleled by the issue addressed with regard to philosophy and specifically to Hegel's philosophy in the last sections of the Encyclopaedia, 574, 577. In what sense is philosophy the end of art, of absolute spirit, of the system, of the logic itself? How does philosophy, and with it absolute spirit and the system as a whole, end? The way in which the absolute idea makes the end will help us shed light on these questions. To the extent that the Kunstskone or ideal is embodied in the artwork, the subjective producing activity of the artist comes to the forefront. Aesthetique, 392. 85. This is the place in which Hegel, having already appropriated and expanded on Kant's notion of Geist in the aesthetic sense, to make it into a central concept of his real philosophy, takes up more specifically the idea of the genius and its production. Herein the contradiction that animates the work of art is displayed. The artwork is, on the one hand, something made and to this extent dependent on the artist's subjectivity, but is, on the other hand, something endowed with artistic value, as expression of the divine, only when all signs of subjective particularity are eliminated. Subjectivity is present in the production of the artwork as the artist's Begeisterung, that is, as the force that makes the artist produce her work despite its acting almost as an alien force, Fremdschwalt, and an unfree pathos. In the artwork, subjectivity is therefore a sort of alienated subjectivity. It is spirit moved by a spiritual force that acts as an other, spirit embodied in its other close, in this regard, to the absolute idea deciding in the end to embrace and become its otherness. The artist acts through the natural immediacy of the genius, ends. 560. This is creative subjectivity, Aesthetique, 392. Creative subjectivity is alienated subjectivity, subjectivity made other and making itself other, subjectivity coming to its end and yielding to objectivity, but also beginning anew, transformed in the artwork. While the consideration of the creative side of the artist's activity isolates the moment of production that has not yet come to actuality, the side of the artwork as the objective product of such activity displays its being for others, for the intuition and perception of the public, fully installed in actuality. Aesthetique, 392. Now there is a sense in which the side of objectivity and actuality whereby the artwork is something other than the artist's subjectivity and is publicly for others in intuition and communication sanctions the end or the completion of the process in which the artwork is made, hence the moment in which the artwork is properly finished, the moment in which it leaves the realm of creating subjectivity and enters the objective world. This is the moment in which the artist, judging, or feeling, the work to be completed, knowing when to stop in its creation, releases the work into the world or lets it go, as it were, as a free and independent being capable of beginning a life of its own. Free Entlassen can be seen as the action whereby the artwork is finally completed, the subjective, creative process reaches its end, and a new story, the independent history and legacy of the artwork begins. The work is let go free into the natural and human world, in otherness and as otherness by an act that is, at once, a decision and a liberation, to be sure, of both the artist and the artwork. The artist is absolved, as it were, from her task, the artwork is now free and independent with a life of its own. As the first figure of absolute spirit, art is haunted by the end, by its own end indeed, with T.S. Eliot's Little Gidding, every poem an epitaph. Both historically and systematically, art is a process of completion, Vollendung, and fulfillment, Erfüllung, that has the idea or ideal of the beautiful as its protagonist, ends. 561. As implied by the methodological action of ending, this process always hints beyond itself. Art begins again beyond its end, beyond itself, although not in a self-identical stance, not necessarily as art. Indeed, before getting to the end of art in philosophy, Hegel claims that fine art has its future in the true religion. True religion is not art's end but its future. Thereby a new Berghen is indicated, that is, the movement whereby what in art constitutes the idea's limited content transitions into the universality identical with the infinite form proper of true religion. Intuition settles into self-mediated knowing, into a form of existence that is no longer external, material, sensible, and natural but is itself Wissen. Absolute Spirit is now for Spirit, ens. 563. Thus, art's creative act transitions into the act of revealing, das Offenbaren, proper of religion, ens. 563. However, religion is not art's endpoint but a transitional moment in the path toward philosophy. What interests me at this point is not to revisit the issue of the end of art. 86. The previous argument has offered the conceptual means necessary to address such issue as it outlined the characters of the end made by the logical idea, characters that include completion, liberation, the act of turning back reflectively to itself and making a new unprecedented beginning, the movement toward otherness. What interests me here is instead the end of philosophy, the end that philosophy as such constitutes, for art, absolute spirit, the system, the logical idea, and the end of Hegel's philosophy in particular. This issue can be seen, in many respects, as running parallel to the question concerning the end of the artwork, which I briefly articulated through the logical end made by the absolute idea. Philosophy is presented, quite unproblematically, as the unity of art and religion. The form of Wissen attained at this point by absolute spirit is the concept of art and religion known by thinking, der Denkend Erkenntbegriff. Philosophy concerns the concept of what art and religion are, of what they have accomplished and do accomplish in their specific spiritual modality, i.e., respectively, intuition and representation. Moreover, this concept is expressed as an ongoing act of thinking, Denkend, a concept that provides positive cognition of both art and religion, not, however, as a repetition of these spheres but rather by opening up to a new dimension, namely, philosophy. Indeed, in this form of Wissen no new content is properly introduced distinct from or other than the one addressed in art and religion. Such content, however, is now known in its specific difference as necessary and this necessary as free. A fundamental change in modality, or form, is effected by philosophical cognition with regard to the content of absolute spirit, art and religion, as spirit's freedom in its acknowledged necessity is now brought to the forefront. Similarly, in the logic, the absolute idea does not introduce a new logical content but reconfigures the entire logical movement in its conclusive, ending modality. In this reconfiguration the absolute idea is presented as absolute method. Now, at the conclusive stage of Hegel's system, philosophy fulfills the same function. Both in the case of the absolute idea and absolute spirit, the creativity that sanctions the action of ending is not the creation of an utterly new content or the introduction of yet new information, but the unprecedented reconfiguration of what is known by the very act of knowing it in an absolute way. Thus, in philosophical Wissen, the otherwise separate and fragmented activities of art and religion are held together, zusammengehalten, in a whole, are taken up and unified, variant, in the simple spiritual intuition, which replaces the external mode of intuition proper of art, and thereby are elevated, erhoben, to self-conscious thinking, ens. 572. This, then, is the complex act of creative reconfiguration whereby philosophical cognition confers necessity and freedom to the productions of art and religion, thereby bringing the movement of absolute spirit to the end. Such creative reconfiguration implies the act of holding its moments together, unifying them, and lifting them to a higher, that is, conceptual level. Philosophy is the cognition of necessity that, developed to the end or fulfilled in its entirety, produces the highest form of spirit's freedom and the highest act of liberation. Herein the conclusion of essence, that is, the idea of freedom as cognition of necessity, is taken up again as it becomes integral to spirit's conclusive movement. Philosophy is cognition of the necessity of the content as well as of the form properly of both forms, namely, of art's immediate intuition and its poetry and of religion's objective and external revelation. Poetry, just as Offenbarung, ends in philosophical thinking and knowing. Herein it finds its truth and true freedom. Properly, Philosophical cognition is recognition erkennen is anerkennen of both content and form, the contents and forms articulated by art and religion. Philosophy's creative act of reconfiguration consists precisely in this recognition. Such recognition is Befreiung, it is the liberation from the unilateral nature proper to both previous forms of absolute spirit. And it is their Erhebung, the act of lifting them up in the absolute form. Thereby, the end is presented as a movement of Anerkennung, Befreiung, and Erhebung that opens the dimension of absolute form. Herein the self-determination of philosophy's content takes place. Through this act, the absolute form remains identical with the content, ends. 573, also TW6, 551, that is, no longer needs a further transition to be completed and finds accordingly its peace or Ruhe. This structure, which articulates the final movement of spirit that is philosophy, is the structure of the end within the reality of spirit. Indeed, not surprisingly, the end that philosophy itself is a process or a movement, Bewegen. Now, given the logical and methodological features that characterize the end made by the logical idea, it should also come as no surprise that Hegel announces, this movement finds itself already accomplished findet sich schon vollbracht. In coming to the end, the movement that philosophy itself is already finished, accomplished, fulfilled, and properly, finds itself already completed or recognizes that it is so, ends. 573. Consummatum est or, es ist vollbracht as in John 19:30 and in Luther's translation. The movement whereby spirit makes the end has already ended. Or, when the end is presented, the end has already taken place. Philosophy's absolute cognition is the end after or beyond the end. It is the movement of going back to itself by retroactively contemplating, only, itself. The movement of knowledge is already accomplished and concluded insofar as philosophy in the end, am Schluss, comprehends its own concept, i.e., looks back, zurückzieht, only to its knowing, ends 573. To look back to itself and only to itself is the act that seals the end. Herein absolute idea and absolute spirit follow the same logic or the same modality of ending. But this looking back is an act that can take place only when everything else has been accomplished or brought to completion, it is the last act, of both the absolute idea and absolute spirit. Only then is cognition recognition of oneself as being completed, fully accomplished, entirely fulfilled schon vollbracht. Now, in looking back, thinking recognizes itself, sees what it finally is in what it has accomplished, and this is the only thing thinking needs to contemplate, it looks back only to its knowing. Thinking recognizes the necessity of the path that has led all the way through the logic, nature, and spirit to finally turn back to itself, thereby sealing its own story. The recognition of this necessity is freedom and liberation. For the act of turning back reflectively to itself and acknowledging the necessity of the process that has made it into what it is, that is, philosophical cognition, constitutes spirit's true absoluteness as the absolution, hence liberation from the task that has been finally completed, from the story that is now fully exhausted and can be consequently let go. Free entlassen goes hand in hand with es ist vollbracht consummatum est. Opus consummatum est. Quite simply, the work that is the encyclopedia comes to its end the moment in which its task is recognized as having been completed. Opus consummatum est. In a more complex reference, as Christ's redeeming function in the human world has been fulfilled, the task is ended, death is accepted and dialectically overcome, eternity is disclosed. Importantly, in Christ's death on the cross and in his last words, the end is a new beginning. Christ's death is the beginning of the new eternal life. And this is the speculative solution of the problem with which Kant's transcendental philosophy struggled in Das Ende aller Dinge. There is no transition out of time into eternity. Rather, only mors consummata leads to eternal life, as Cusanus puts it. Indeed, Christ's death is a complete death mors consummata because it is death that being known in its full extent, dialectically or rather in the way of coincidentia oppositorum, leads to eternal life. Christ's death is the death of death. 87 Only mors consummata leads to eternal life. Christ's vision of death is the full and complete knowledge of death as total alienation and distance from God. This knowledge implies not only eternal life but also eternal beatitude. This is the constellation that Hegel evokes by construing philosophy and philosophical knowledge as the end of his own philosophy and the end of absolute spirit, that is, as the movement of knowledge that comprehending in the end its own concept and thereby its own end, it is schon vollbracht, discloses an utterly new horizon. Ultimately, this is the way the absolute idea, not being and not essence, makes the end. Hegel's implicit reference to the way the end is expressed in Christ's last words as he is dying on the cross brings us full circle, conclusively as it were, back to the discussion of the way in which the logical figure is fulfilled in the development of the real figures presented in the real philosophy and further in the real and literary figures of many other stories, some of which we have been pursuing in these chapters. At stake is the process expressed by the past tense consummatum est and its dialectical appropriation in the action of sich vollbringen, an appropriation Hegel has already begun with the phenomenology's idea of sich vollbringend are Skepticismus, TW3, 72, but which comes to its full realization only in the concept of philosophy. 88 Consummatum estate gives voice to the specific character of Yuan 9 New Testament eschatology. This eschatology considers the New Testament as fulfilling in and with the figure of Christ's death what the Old Testament anticipates. Moreover, John's consummatum est expresses the act whereby in the figure of Christ both Jewish messianic hopes and Gentiles' expectations are fulfilled or realized and thereby brought together and reconciled. But this eschatology also looks forward, proleptically, to the fulfillment produced by the lifting up indeed by the Erhebung of Christ. As philosophical knowledge in the end and as the end fulfills the truth of the logic, that is, completes it, realizes it, and proves it true, it also lifts up in the absolute form all the content already developed by spirit in general, and by art and religion in particular, ends. 573. Thus, in philosophical knowledge, the logic, or rather the more pervasive logical element or das Logisk appears again, circularly going back to itself. This time, however, it appears fulfilled logica consummata, as it were, since its truth has been shown real and enacted in its complete realization process throughout the system. The meaning of the logical figure has now changed since it has been finally consummatum, completed, fulfilled, and thereby brought to the end, accomplished. The logical figure is now Bewahrt Allgemeinheit, universality that has proven itself true in the concrete content as in its actuality, ends. 574. Thereby the end goes back to the systematic beginning. If the concept of philosophy makes the end by looking back and reconnecting with the beginning, that is, with the logic, science is in this way gone back to its beginning ist. In ihren Anfang zurückgegangen, ends. 574. As in the case of the absolute idea, the action of making the end leads beyond the end to the beginning of an utterly new story. This is the story the beginning of which is told by the three syllogisms or the three ends or Schluss that conclude the encyclopedia, ends. 575, 577, leading the concept of philosophy to the idea of philosophy, ends. 574 and 577, respectively. What we have herein is the last creative act of absolute spirit, the reconfiguration of the movement of philosophy as a whole. The reconfiguration of the system takes place as the story of philosophy is told yet again 3 times over, but also in an entirely new way. This reconfiguration is the creative act that belongs, in its true absoluteness, to the end, the act that opens up utterly new possibilities. 4. The 3 syllogisms are only 3 modalities with which the new multiple stories of philosophy begin. They hint at 3 different ways of telling philosophy's story, ways that differ according to the perspective they endorse. The first syllogism, the syllogism in the idea, hints at a story all enclosed within the logical form, ends. 575. The second, the syllogism of the spiritual reflection in the idea, tells the story from the perspective of spirit, ends. 576, the latter is the syllogism in the idea of philosophy, ends. 577. 89 Ultimately, it is in the end beyond the end that we find the new horizon, disclosed by Hegel's idea of philosophy. At this point, Hegel has given us the key to imagine how to bring thinking forward beyond the end of his own philosophy. It is up to us now to creatively imagine new ways of thinking with Hegel's dialectic speculative philosophy beyond it. However, the very last paragraph of the encyclopedia is a passage from Aristotle's Metaphysics, 12:7. In the end, philosophy does not forget its being spirit's activity in reality and history. Accordingly, in its idea, philosophy goes back to its historical beginning. Herein as well Hegel's message to us is relevant. The new ways of thinking beyond this end should go hand in hand with the new historical horizons that necessarily inform philosophical thinking in different, future, historical constellations. 3. Transforming the end. We have come, finally, to the end. Although this may have seemed to be the chapter that could never end, we are just a step away from it. What remains to be done is a brief synchronic consideration of the three figures, logical and real figures, that the action of ending has displayed in the preceding argument. The aim is to assess the transformation that takes place from being's ending action to essence's and the concept's end. As claimed throughout this work, the act of ending, just as beginning and advancing, is not a monolithic one, differing only with regard to who performs it or what its content is. Rather, the act of ending displays logically and structurally different and irreducible figures determining the nature and activity of the agent, so that the analysis of the logic of the end has conclusively produced a typology of endings, modes, modalities, and methods of making the end. At stake, at this point, is a quick overview of the progress made in the movement that connects these figures. Since Hegel's dialectic speculative logic is a logic of transformation or a logic of transformative processes, we are now in the position to indicate the change taking place from being through essence to the concept with regard to the way in which the end is achieved or, alternatively, postponed and not achieved in the successive logical spheres. For, at this point, we can hold the three figures comparatively together and assess the progress made by thinking in the transition from one to the other, that is, assess the transformation that has occurred in thinking itself. The additional claim, which the long argument mounted earlier should have substantiated, regards the real validity and implications that the transformation involved at the logical and methodological level has with regard to concrete human action, that is, the way in which transformation occurs in reality. The specific difference characterizing the way in which being relates to the end constitutive of finitude and separating it from essences and the idea's act of ending is not a merely abstract one but is exemplified, for example, in concrete existential attitudes toward death, and it is paradigmatically or exemplarily staged in Beckett's Endgame. Leopardi's poetic work as well as Bishop's late lyric have fleshed out, respectively, the difficult end achieved by essence and the creative conclusive gesture of the idea. Looking back, yet again, at the logical account of the end given in the absolute method, it is relevant that the end is uniquely connected to the two other moments of the beginning, to which the end goes back, and the advancement, which the end follows. It is also relevant that unlike the two previous methodological moments, the end is not merely formal but brings into consideration the content of the action, which is consistent with the notion of absolute form achieved at this point. As a first consideration in the synchronic view of the three ends, then, the end's connection with the beginning and the advancement should be taken into account. We have seen that Hegel's dialectic speculative logic presents the beginning as endowed with the impulse or trieb to move on, away from its own immediacy, toward further determination, the impulse that common sense may want to attribute, instead, to the advancement. I have argued, on the other hand, that the advancement, which we may intuitively see as the act of moving on, which belongs instead to the beginning, is truly its apparent opposite, namely, the critical standstill of a stasis from which alone the true advancement ensues. Now the end connects with both these moments to the extent that it is the act that going back to the beginning results in a quiet state in which, however, movement is not negated but renewed. Counter, again, to common sense, the end is not the cessation of movement, is not stasis. The act of retrospectively going back is rather a prospective leap forward. Let us compare then the three endings of being, essence, the concept in this regard. It is clear that only the idea in its conclusive step truly goes back to the beginning. And this may seem strange given so many accounts of the circularity to be found in Hegel's philosophy that repeat unqualifiedly that the end as such is a going back to the beginning. As we have seen, by contrast, although being and essence both make the end by the act of Zurückgehen, they do not go back to the beginning, not to their beginning but to something else. Which means that in their case, the end is neither entirely fulfilled nor fully conclusive, at least not in the way in which it is for the idea. Now given that the end made by the logical idea, just as the end made by the idea of philosophy, in its turning back to the fulfilled beginning is an act of creation, we can conclude that neither being's absolute indifference nor essence's absolute lead to a new beginning on the basis of their creativity. For they rather generate the inception of the following sphere through the contradiction that animates the end and calls for a resolution. To put this point differently, the beginning connected to being's and essence's end is not the result of an utterly free act of creation, it obtains instead from an act constrained by the contradiction that has generated it. In these cases, the movement leading the end to the new beginning is logically necessary but is not the utterly free act proper to the idea's free Entlassen or, in its poetic exemplification, proper to Bishop's rainbow bird, who is finally flying wherever it feels like, gay. Sonnet. This is the achievement of the absolute idea and the realized idea of philosophy, and of these only a consideration that lends a new meaning to the openness of the logic and the system precisely in their end. Far from hinting at an alleged closure as many interpreters suggest, the end reached by the idea is the true open-ended movement proper of a free act of imagination and reconceptualization that discloses utterly unprecedented possibilities. Second, the simplicity of the absolute idea's end in contrast to being's and essence's end should also be underlined at this point. The idea's act of ending is a simple one in its methodological complexity, it is not vexed by retreating or stalling strategies but comfortably embraces the end, thereby finding itself beyond the end. The end is a very simple gesture, simple and yet thoroughly unprecedented and utterly momentous. Such is every creative act, simple yet apparently inexplicable in its complexity. In it the concept finally joins intuition. In the case of being, by contrast, ending appears the most difficult act, it is, in fact, an impossible act, a paradoxical endgame, as it were. The end, however, is made nonetheless and is made in utter indifference. The point of rest attained by absolute indifference is a standstill troubled by the tension of its self-loathing. Essence, as usual, is plagued by its convoluted, scheming doubleness pitched as it is between being and the concept. Even the absolute's annihilation of the finite is no simple act. The finite vanishes only in order to resurge again as posited by the absolute's own action. In the case of the idea, the simplicity of the end capitalizes on its coming at the conclusion of the entire logical movement as its completion. The simple act of ending, the peaceful Ruhe achieved at this point, is the result of the highest form of knowledge. Indeed, it takes the highest knowledge to know when to stop. Stopping at the right point, knowing when the work is finished, is itself, most properly, a creative act. Completion is perfection again, opus consummatum. The end that characterizes the creative gesture is the birth of the artwork, its release into the world. The final comparative remark regards the progression in the conception of freedom or the transformation in the idea of freedom that is connected with the way in which being, essence, the concept make, respectively, the end. I have insisted that contrary to a tradition that includes positions as different as Descartes and Schelling's and places indifference, just as creation at the beginning, as the origin of the divine creative act, the logic of being proposes absolute indifference as the end of being's entire movement, as the basis for the becoming of essence. From here on, indifference and the freedom connected to it constitute the action's end. Creation, however, is not a matter of indifference, although it expresses the highest form of freedom. Creation belongs to the idea's concluding action, namely, to the figure of ending that has utterly overcome the position of indifference. There is, in fact, no creativity in indifference, no movement and no action that arises from libertas indifferentia. This is, instead, with Leopardi, the death, or the end, as it were, of the will's living impulse. And yet Stoic apatheia is a crucial moment of freedom's transformation. The indifference that belongs to it is precisely that which allows the transition to essence, that is, the transition to a more essential form of freedom, freedom that is no longer indifferent toward necessity and objectivity but rather results from the acknowledgement of necessity. However, creativity belongs only to that act that, far from being indifferent and disengaged from objectivity as well as subjectivity, has instead the strength and commitment to engage in an utterly new project even after the fulfillment of an absolution from the story that first constituted it in its completeness. Herein Socrates' last words go hand in hand with Christ's last words on the cross. They all stand for the accomplished task of philosophy itself and for the highest creative act that, coming after Hegel's own philosophy, points the way to its future. I would say more to you, but must not stand forever talking. Speech must have an end. Robert Lowell, translation of Dante, Inferno, Canto 15, Brunetto Latini. We have come to the end. And now we know that the end goes back, circularly, to the beginning but also makes a new beginning. Most importantly, the end of the story leads on beyond the story, leaving us with something to think about, something to live with, possibly the germ of a new story. Faithful to this tenet, then, my conclusion takes up the issue with which I opened the argument of this book and which I revisited several times along its development. At stake is the need to give an account of our present time of historical transformation, crisis, instability, and apparently unlimited and certainly unresolved conflicts. I have argued that Hegel's logic is a logic of transformative processes as it presents and enacts the fundamental structures of change and transformation in their pure formality, that is, independently of the concrete contents in which change takes place as well as independently of the agents that bring change about. Furthermore, as a logic of action, Hegel's dialectic articulates the fundamental structures of all action as such, the structures that it methodologically indicates as the action of beginning, advancing, ending. I have proposed a synchronic reading of the overall action or the story of the logic, a reading out of sequence, as it were, according to these three methodological moments. I have shown how the different logical figures that display the different modalities in which the beginning, advancement, and end are made, respectively, in the spheres of being, essence, the concept are fulfilled by real figures, the paradigmatic or exemplary validity of which can be found in works of literature as well as in history and concrete human action. I have also shown how between logical and real figures a heuristic interaction and a relation of fulfillment takes place. The logical figures allow us to gain insight into the deeper formal import of the real figures, while these latter allow us to appreciate the concrete validity that always already animates the former. The real figures fulfill, in their real multiplicity, the logical figure. Now, conclusively, I want to bring this interpretive framework to bear, more directly, on the issue of understanding one's present time. Herein, however, I shall only point the way to a further reflection. I want to stress, in particular, the importance of the synchronic reading proposed in the long journey of this book. If we follow this reconstruction of the logic, there are always logically and formally at least three possibilities available to the actual developing action. Historically, these three possibilities may be co-present or they may pose a question of choice to the agent. The point, however, is that there is never a predetermined, necessary linear progression that dictates what category the next state of affairs will fall under, or into, or what the next state of affairs will be on the basis of a certain given predicament. Take the case of the end. Whether we have presently reached the end, as we keep insistently hearing nowadays, the end of virtue, the end of democracy, and the many similar ends, or we strongly desire the present political situation to come to its end, Hegel's logic tells us that such an end may assume different figures that being structured according to different modalities of action will yield significantly different outcomes and have significantly different implications. Which one of these figures does or will structure the present, and future, course of events is a momentous matter. It is a matter that is certainly not inscribed in the nature of things and is ultimately up to us, the agents immersed in our present, to determine and to shape. In other words, whether we meet the present crisis or the crisis that the present is with an attitude of absolute indifference, with apocalyptic expectations and resignation, or as a creative challenge to bring about something entirely new matters deeply and makes a crucial difference individually and collectively. Moreover, there is also no necessity that one figure will take precedence over the others. On the other hand, however, as much as it is important to distinguish these figures in their logical, and not just historical or cultural, specificity, it is also crucial to recognize that these are different strategies that configure the same kind of action, namely, the act of ending. Only in this way it is possible to bring to light the progress made or the transformation taking place across the respective actions of ending. General Appendix. Here is an overview of some of the key passages from the Science of Logic used in the preceding chapters, Part 2, chapters 4 to 6, as guiding thread for the unfolding of my synchronic reconstruction of Hegel's work according to the method. The synchronic passages come first, followed by a small selection of the texts commented upon extensively in the respective chapters. Clearly, this overview is not meant to constitute an independent narrative but simply to help orient the reader in the unfolding of the argument of the second part of the book. The texts are arranged synchronically. Translations are mine. Beginnings. Part 2, Chapter 4. In the sphere of being, in front of being as immediate non-being arises equally as immediate, and their truth is becoming. In the sphere of essence, it is first essence and the inessential, then essence and the shine, that face each other, the inessential and the shine as residue of being. But both of them, along with the difference that essence has from them, consist in nothing else than this, that essence initially is taken as an Indersver descends entstedt dem sen als unmittelbarum das nicht sein gleichfalls als unmittelbares Gegenüber, und ihr Wahrheit ist das Werden. Indersver de Wessens findet sich zuerst das Wesen und das Unwesentliche, dann das Wesen und der Schein gegenüber das Unwesentliche und der Schein als Rest descends. Aber sie beide, so der Unterschied de Wessens von innen, besteht in weiter nichts als immediate, not as it is in itself, namely, as the immediacy that immediacy is as pure mediation or absolute negativity. Darin, das Wesen zuerst als ein unmittelbares Genomen Word, nicht wie es in sich ist, namlich nicht als die Unmittelbarkeit, die als rein Vermittlung oder als absolute Negativität Unmittelbarkeit ist, TW 6, 23. Das Sen ist das Unbestimmt. Unmittelbar, es ist frei von der Bestimmtheit gegen das Wesen sowie nach von jeder, die es innerhalb seiner selbst enthalten kann, TW 5, 82. Ihr Wahrheit ist also dies. Bewegung de Unmittelbaren. Verschwindensdehnen in dem anderen, das Werden, in Bewegung, worin beide unterschieden sind, aber durch einen Unterschied, der sich ebenso unmittelbar aufgelöst hat, TW 5, 83. Das Wesen steht zwischen Sen und Begriff und macht die mit der Elben und sein Bewegung den Übergang vom Sen in den Begriff aus, TW 6, 15-16. Der Schein ist der ganz Rest, der nach von der Sphere descends. Beginning being. Being is the indeterminate immediate, it is free from the determinateness against essence as well as free from the determinateness that it can contain within itself. There i.e., of being and nothing truth is this movement of the immediate vanishing of the one into the other, becoming, a movement in which both are distinguished, but through a difference that has dissolved itself in the same immediate way. Beginning essence. Essence is placed between being and the concept and constitutes the middle between the two, and its movement is the transition from being into the concept. Schein is the entire residue that still remains from the sphere of being. However, it appears to have itself an immediate side independent of essence, and to be in general an other of essence. Übergebleven ist. Schijnt aber selbst noch in vom Wesen unabhängig unmittelbar sieht zu haben und ein anderes desselben überhaupt zu sein, TW6, 19. Das Abstrakt unmittelbar ist wohl ein erstes, als dies Abstrakt ist aber viel mehr ein vermittels, von dem also, wenn es in seiner Wahrheit gefasst werden soll, sein Grundlage erst zu suchen ist. Dies muss daers war ein unmittelbares sein, aber so, dass es aus der Aufhebung der Vermittlung sich zum Unmittelbaren gemacht hat, TW6, 245 my emphasis. Dies Bedeutung der Urteils ist als der Objektiv Sinn des Elben und zugleich als die Warder früheren Formen der Übergangszunehmen. Das sind Wort und verandert sich, das endlich jet im unendlichen Unter, das existierend jet aus seinem Grunde hervor in die Erscheinung und jet zugrund, die Accidens manifestiert den Reichtum der Substanz so deren Macht, im Sen ist Übergang in Anders. Beginning concept. The abstract immediate is indeed a first, however, as such an abstraction it is something mediated. But if such a mediated must be grasped in its truth, then its foundation must be brought to light. Hence, such foundation must indeed be an immediate but such one that it has made itself into an immediate by overcoming the mediation. Advancing. Part 2, Chapter 5. This meaning of judgment should be taken as its objective sense and at the same time as the true form of all the preceding forms of transition. What is becomes and changes itself, the finite goes under into the infinite, what exists emerges from its ground in appearance and goes to the ground, the accident manifests the richness of substance as well as its power, in being is transition into other, in essence appearing in another, through which the necessary relation reveals itself. This transition and appearing has now itself transitioned into the original dividing of the concept. Im Wesen schienen in einem anderen, wodurch die notwendige Beziehung sich offenbart. Die Zuberghen und schienen ist nun in das ursprünglich teilende Begriff Zuberggangen. TW6, 307. Das Sehen ist bestimmt Sen, Sein. Bestimmt ist sind bestimmt. Qualitat. Durch sein Qualitat ist etwas gegen ein Anders, ist veranderlich und endlich, nicht nur gegen ein Anders, sondern in ihm schlechten Negativ bestimmt, TW5, 115. Aus dem Worden jet das Dasein hervor. Das Dasein ist das Einfach ein Sendesens und nichts. Es hat dieser Einfachheit willen die Form von einem Unmittelbaren. Seine Vermittlung, das Werden, liegt hinter ihm, sie hat sich aufgehoben, und das Dasein erscheint der als ein erstes, von dem ausgegangen wurde, TW5, 116 my emphasis. Das Individuum ist Beziehung auf sich dadurch, dass es allem anderen Grenzen setzt, aber dies Grenzen sind damit auch Grenzen seiner selbst, Beziehungen auf Anders, es hat sein Dasein nicht in ihm selbst. Das Individuum ist wahl. Advancing being. Dasein is determinate being, its determinateness is a determinateness that is, quality. Through its quality something is set against an other, is alterable and finite, negatively determined absolutely not only against an other but in itself. Dasein proceeds from becoming. Dasein is the simple being one of being and nothing. Because of this simplicity, it has the form of an immediate. Its mediation, becoming, lies behind it. Since the mediation has overcome itself, Dasein appears to be a first from which departure is made. The individual is relation to itself insofar as it imposes limits on everything else, but thereby these limits are also its own limits, they are relations to other. The individual does not have its own Dasein in itself. The individual is indeed more than that which is enclosed on every side, but this more belongs to another sphere, the sphere of the concept. Mehr als nur das nach allen Seiten beschränkt, aber dies mehr gehört in ein Anders für die Begriffs, TW5, 121. Das Gesetzessein einerseits dem Dasein, andererseits dem Wesen gegenüber und ist als die Mitziehung betrachten, welch das Dasein mit dem Wesen und umgekehrt das Wesen mit dem Dasein zusammenschließt, TW 6, 32 F. My emphasis. Das Gesetzessein ist noch nicht Reflexionsbestimmung. So ist das Gesetzessein Reflexionsbestimmung, TW 6, 33. Das Urteil ist die am Begriff selbst Gesetzessein Bestimmtheit des Elben. Der Begriff ist aber selbst dieses Abstrahieren, das Gegeneinanderstellen seiner Bestimmungen ist sein eigens Bestimmen. Das Urteil ist die Setzung der bestimmten Begriff durch den Begriff selbst. Das Urteilen ist insofern eine andere Funktion als das Begriffen oder vielmehr die andere Funktion des Begriffs, als das Bestimmen des Begriffs durch sich selbst ist, und advancing essence. Gesetzessein faces Dasein on the one hand, and essence on the other, and should be considered as the middle that conjoins Dasein with essence, and vice versa, essence with Dasein. Gesetzessein is not yet a determination of reflection. Gesetzessein is a determination of reflection. Advancing the concept. Judgment is the determinateness of the concept posited in the concept itself. The concept is itself this act of abstracting, the act of placing its determinations over against each other is its own determining. Judgment is this act of positing of the determinate concepts through the concept itself. Judging is another function than conceiving, or rather, it is the other function of the concept, for it is the determining of the concept through itself and the further advance of judgment through its different forms is the progressive determination of the concept. Der weitere Fortgang des Urteils in die Verschiedenheit der Urteil ist dies Fortbestimmung des Begriffs. TW 6, 301 F. My emphasis. Im ersten Buch der Objektiven. Logik wurde das Abstraktsinn dargestellt als Übergehend in das Dasein, aber ebenso zurückgehend in das Wesen. Im zweiten siegt sich das Wesen, das es sich zum Grunde bestimmt, dadurch in die Existenz tritt und sich zur Substanz realisiert, aber wieder in den Begriff zurückgeht. Vom Begriff ist nun zunächst gesiegt worden, das sich zur Objektivität bestimmt, TW 6, 402 My emphasis. Dasein ist die Abstrakt. Gleichgültigkeit wofür, de sie für sich als entgedeckt worden soll, der Ausdruck Indifferenz gebraucht worden ist, und der noch keine Art von Bestimmtheit sein soll, die rein Quantität ist die Indifferenz als aller Bestimmungen fähig, so aber, dass diese äußerlich sind und sie sich keinen Zusammenhang mit des Elben hat, die Indifferenz aber, welch die Endings. Part 2, Chapter 6. In the first book of the objective logic abstract being was presented as passing over into Dasein, but also as going back into essence. In the second book essence shows itself as determining itself as ground, thereby stepping into existence and realizing itself as substance, but again going back into the concept. Of the concept, we have now RST shown that it determines itself as objectivity. Ending being. Being is the abstract indifference in which there is not supposed to be as yet any kind of determinateness, and when this indifference is to be thought by itself as being, the expression indifference has been used. Pure quantity is indifference as being capable of and open to any determinations, provided that these are external to it and that quantity itself does not have any connection with them originating in it. The indifference which can be called absolute, however, is one which, through the negation of all determinateness of being, of quality and quantity and of their immediate unity, that is, of measure, mediates itself with itself to form a simple unity. The absolute indifference is the last determination of being, before the latter becomes essence, but it does not attain essence. It shows that it still belongs to the sphere of being because it is still determined as indifferent, and therefore difference is external to it, quantitative. This is its Dasein, by which it finds itself at the same time in the opposition of being determined over against it as being in itself, not as being thought as the absolute that is for itself. Or again, it is external reflection which insists that specific determinations, whether in themselves or in the absolute, are one and the same, that their difference is only an indifferent one, not a difference in itself. Absolut genannt worden kann, ist die durch die Negation aller Bestimmtheiten descends, der Qualität und Quantität und deren zunächst unmittelbare Einheit, de Masses, sich mit sich zur einfachen Einheit vermittelt, TW5, 445f. Die absolute Indifference ist die letztendliche Bestimmung descends, dieses zum Wesen Word, sie erreicht aber dieses nicht. Sie sieht sich, nach der Sphäre descends anzuhören, indem sie nach, als gleichgültig bestimmt, den Unterschied äußerlichen, quantitativen in ihr hat. Dies ist ihr Dasein, womit sie sich zugleich in dem Gegensatz befindet, gegen das Elbe als nur das Ansixiehend bestimmt, nicht als das Versixiehend absolut gültig zu sein. Oder es ist die äußere Reflexion, welche dabei stehen bleibt, dass die Spezifischen sich oder im Absoluten das Elbe und eins sind, dass ihr Unterschied nur ein gleichgültiger, kein Unterschied in sich ist, TW5, 456 my emphasis. Das Wesen ist im Ganzen das, was die Quantität in der Sphäre descends war, die Absolute. Ending essence. Essence as a whole is what quantity was in the sphere of being, absolute indifference to the limit. 390 General Appendix. But quantity is this indifference in immediate determination, and the limit in it is an immediate external determinateness. Quantity passes over into quantum, the external limit is necessary to it and is in it. In essence, by contrast, the determinateness is not, it is posited only through essence itself, not free but only with reference to the unity of essence. Gleichgültigkeit gegen die Grenze. Die Quantität aber ist dies. Gleichgültigkeit in unmittelbar Bestimmung und die Grenze in ihr unmittelbar äußerlich Bestimmtheit, sie jet ins Quantum über, die äußerlich Grenze ist ihr notwendig und ist in ihr Send. Am Wesen hingegen ist die Bestimmtheit nicht, sie ist nur durch das Wesen selbst gesetzt, nicht frei, sondern nur in der Beziehung auf seine Einheit, TW6, 15 my emphasis. Die Identität der Idee mit sich selbst ist eins mit dem Prozess, der Gedanke, der die Wirklichkeit von dem Skinders Wachlosen Veranderlichkeit befreit und zur Idee verklart, muss dies Wahrheit der Wirklichkeit nicht als die Todruhe, als ein bloßes Bild, mat, ohne Trieb und Bewegung, als einen Genius oder Zoll oder einen abstrakten Gedanken vorstellen, die Idee hat der Freiheit willen, die der Begriff in ihr erreicht, auch den Hartessen gegensetzt in sich, ihr Ruhe besteht in der Sicherheit und Gewissheit, womit sie in wig Erzeugt und wig überwindet und in ihm mit sich selbst zusammenjet, TW6, 467f my emphasis. Ending the concept. The identity of the idea with itself is one with the process, the thought that liberates actuality from the seeming of purposeless mutability and transfigures it into idea must not represent this truth of actuality as dead rest, as a mere picture, numb, without impulse and movement, as a genius or number, or as an abstract thought. The idea, because of the freedom which the concept has attained in it, also has the most stubborn opposition within it. Its rest consists in the assurance and the certainty with which it eternally generates that opposition and eternally overcomes it, and in it rejoins itself. As the idea posits itself, namely, as the absolute unity of the pure concept and its reality, and thus gathers itself in the immediacy of being, it is in this form as the totality nature. This determination, however, is nothing that has become, is not a transition, as was the case above when the subjective concept in its totality becomes objectivity. The pure idea into which the determinateness or reality of the concept is itself raised into the concept is rather an absolute liberation for which there is no longer an immediate determination which is not equally posited and is not concept. In this freedom, therefore, there is no transition that takes place, the simple being to which the idea determines itself remains perfectly transparent to it. It is the concept that in its determination remains with itself. The transition is to be grasped, therefore, in the sense that the idea freely lets itself go, absolutely certain of itself and internally at rest. Indem die Idee sich namlich als absolut Einheit der reinen Begriffs und seiner Realität setzt, somit in die Unmittelbarkeit des Sens zusammennimmt, so ist SIEALS die Totalität in dieser Form Natur. Dies Bestimmung ist aber nicht eingeworden sein und Übergang, wie, nach oben, der subjective Begriff in seiner Totalität zur Objektivität. Die Reinidee, in welcher die Bestimmtheit oder Realität des Begriffs selbst zum Begriff erhoben ist vielmehr absolut Befreiung, für welch kein unmittelbar Bestimmung mehr ist, die nicht ebensusgesetzt und der Begriff ist, in dieser Freiheit findet der kein Übergang statt, das einfach sein, zu dem sich die Idee bestimmt, bleibt ihr vollkommen durchsichtig und ist der in seiner Bestimmung bei sich selbst bleibend Begriff. Das Übergehen ist also hier vielmehr so zu fassen, dass die Idee sich selbst frei entlass, ihrer absolut sicher und in sich ruhend, TW6, 573 my emphasis. 3.